Chapter 1. The Enigmatic AO. In the serene city of Jin, at the residence of the Xiaomi family, a tranquil night enveloped a modest bedroom. Seated at a desk was a child, around 8 or 9 years of age, engrossed in a book. Suddenly, another child of the same age burst into the room, shattering the silence with exuberant enthusiasm. Xiao Tian, I wish to have a pet," exclaimed Xiaomi, perching beside Tian and gently nudging his arm. "What does that have to do with me? You should discuss it with Mom and Dad," Tian replied, continuing to focus on his reading. "That's not going to work. They would definitely disapprove of me having a pet, but if you ask, it will be different," Xiaomi implored, her eyes sparkling like stars, adopting a pleading demeanor reminiscent of a puppy. "I beg you. Are you even aware that Mom and Dad would refuse your request? Caring for a pet is no trivial matter, and given your past behavior, I doubt you could manage it," Tian retorted, his refusal resolute. Hearing Tian's assertion that she couldn't care for a pet ignited Xiaomi's defiance. "Just because you say I can't doesn't mean it's true. If you want to ask, I'll go speak to Mom and Dad myself." Fuming, Xiaomi stormed out of the room. Once she had departed, Tian diverted his gaze from his book. Has the time finally arrived for the story to unfold? AO should be arriving on Earth tonight, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tian was a traveler of worlds, having been reborn 9 years ago into the realm of the enigmatic AO, where he became Xiaomi's twin brother. Like many others who had traversed dimensions, Tian was endowed with a system that enabled him to journey across various cinematic and animated realms. At each destination, the system's functionalities varied. Presently, Tian had entered the world of the enigmatic AO, where the system's feature was to check in at planets featured in the anime, thus earning rewards. However, as he had arrived too early, AO had yet to come to Earth, rendering Tian unable to access other planets. So far, he had only checked in once on Earth, acquiring the remarkable ability of photographic memory. As Tian's thoughts swirled, a thunderous voice echoed from the living room. "No, look at all your toys. You buy them and toss them aside after just a couple of days. Can you not be like your older brother and spare me the worry? This year, I will not buy you any unnecessary things." With that, Mima exited the living room. Feeling somewhat dejected, Xiaomi left home, prompting Tian to follow her. As he could not afford to miss AO's appearance after all, he awaited the rewards from checking in. Within the community, Xiaomi reached the exercise area, stepping onto a spacewalking machine, her expression one of disappointment. Tian approached her, also stepping onto the machine. "What has prompted this sudden desire for a pet?" he inquired, glancing at her. Xiaomi sighed, "I feel lonely." Not at all evident, Tian shook his head, pressing further. "So, what exactly do you want?" "I want a pet." "No. Then why are you even talking to me?" Xiaomi snapped, turning away in irritation. "Do you not understand why I won't let you have one? If you actually got a pet, you would likely neglect it after just a few days, leaving Mom to care for it instead." Tian waved dismissively. "I promise I wouldn't." Xiaomi protested, her exasperation palpable. Just then, a voice emerged from behind them. "Do you have a wish?" Tian and Xiaomi turned, puzzled, only to behold a peculiar creature resembling a penguin, yet distinctly different, tilting its head as it gazed at Xiaomi. "Wow, a monster!" Xiaomi screamed, tumbling off the spacewalking machine in fright. "I am not a monster, I am AO, a meteoric extraterrestrial," the creature chuckled, approaching Xiaomi and squatting down to meet her gaze. "An alien," Xiaomi cried again. "You Earthlings are quite strange. Why do you scream upon seeing me?" AO inquired, glancing at Tian. "I didn't scream," Tian interjected, waving his hand. "That's true, but why does he seem so frightened?" AO questioned, perplexed. Tian pondered for a moment. Perhaps it's because Xiaomi is a bit timid. "Hey, why are you two chatting?" Xiaomi asked, her fear dissipating somewhat as she spoke softly. AO smiled at them. "We haven't introduced ourselves yet." "Hello, I am AO." Xiaomi chimed in, "I am Xiaomi." Tian added, "You can call me Xiao Tian." "Very well, Xiaomi Xiao Tian. I overheard that you have wishes, correct?" "I can grant your wishes." AO beamed at the two. "Grant wishes? Are you a shooting star?" "No, I am a meteoric extraterrestrial." "A meteoric one is essentially a shooting star, isn't it?" "I already said I am not a shooting star. Why isn't a meteoric extraterrestrial a shooting star?" "Enough of that. Do you have a wish? Tell me, and I can make it come true." AO swiftly interrupted Xiaomi's ongoing banter. Xiaomi scratched her head. "I wish for a pet. Can you fulfill that wish?" "A pet? That's easily arranged," AO replied with a smile. Then, AO removed a pendant from around its neck and tossed it skyward. Cosmic teleportation, target search. Immediately, a semicircular dome enveloped the three of them. Within, they could see the starry expanse surrounding them, along with several floating planets. Wow, this looks just like the universe I've seen in books, Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with wonder. Ao chuckled. This is my ability. By entering this alternate space, I can traverse between planets at will, arriving in an instant. So, we're on an alien planet? Tian queried, eyeing Ao. Indeed, with so many planets in the universe, finding a pet is a breeze. Prepare yourselves, hold on to me, and we shall embark. Ao instructed the two. Tian and Xiaomi promptly embraced Ao, and then Ao pointed to a nearby, celestial body. Chapter 2. The Superpower Training Box. On the planet Kaika, numerous adorable creatures thrived. Check-in. Tian silently invoked the system in his mind. Check-in. Successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Unlimited Endurance Bamboo Dragonfly 12. The Unlimited Endurance Bamboo Dragonfly, as the name suggests, can be utilized indefinitely without requiring a 20-hour rest period before reuse, and the reward comes in a set of 12. This reward was quite commendable. Although the world of the enigmatic Ao contained many extraordinary items, Tian was informed by the system that he could only bring items obtained from it to the next world. Ao informed the two about the planet Cute Star, where the creatures were all wild and could be taken home as pets. Each pet on Cute Star was exceptionally endearing. However, a significant issue arose. The pets were all incredibly large, with even a typical kitten standing several meters tall. Such creatures would certainly be unsuitable as pets on Earth. If they were brought there, it would not be long before the military would surround them. Tian and Xiaomi relayed this concern to Ao. I see. Then let us proceed to the next planet. Ao responded, once again employing its abilities to transport Tian and Xiaomi away from Cute Star. Next, they arrived at planet Dales 3, also known as Circus Star. Seconds later, the trio found themselves on Circus Star. System, check-in. The moment they arrived on the planet, Tian initiated the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the upgraded Superpower Training Box. The Superpower Training Box is a remarkable tool that enables the development of telekinesis, X-ray vision, and teleportation abilities. However, it requires 3 hours of training each day for 3 years to master all 3 powers fully. The upgraded version of the Superpower Training Box retains the same capabilities as the ordinary one, but reduces the training time to 3 months, requiring merely 3 minutes of training daily. Ao led them to a clown on Circus Star, who then showed them some performing animals used in the circus. Certain animals were deemed unsuitable for performances, so Circus Star sought individuals to adopt these creatures. Since Tian and Xiaomi were in search of pets, they were taken to view the animals on Circus Star. However, upon inspection, they found the animals to be bizarre and possessing various superpowers. Bringing such creatures back to Earth would undoubtedly cause chaos. Xiaomi promptly refused to adopt any pets from there. Reluctantly, Ao escorted Tian and Xiaomi away from Circus Star and onward to the next planet, Shape Star. Here lies the Cosmic Trading Center, where one can discover virtually anything from the universe. This time, Xiaomi made it unequivocally clear to Ayu. No more introductions to extraterrestrial creatures. He simply desires a pet from Earth. Subsequently, Ayu guided Tian and Xiaomi to the Cosmic Trading Center, intending to procure a suitable earthly pet. Upon their arrival at Shape Star, Tian promptly checked in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Universal Wallpaper House. The Wallpaper House allows entry into a unique space through a single wallpaper. There are various types of wallpaper houses, including room wallpaper houses, dining room wallpaper houses, toy wallpaper houses, and restroom wallpaper houses, among others. The Universal Wallpaper House means that, through Tian's intention, all these types of spaces can be generated simultaneously within a single wallpaper house. In essence, whenever Tian desires, a wallpaper house can encompass a bedroom, dining area, toy room, restroom, and more, all at once. This tool arrived just in time, as their home currently consists of merely a 2-bedroom apartment. With the addition of himself, Xiaomi's room transformed from a single bed into a bunk bed. Ayu would soon be moving in, making the space increasingly cramped. However, with the wallpaper house, concerns about overcrowding were alleviated. Ayu led the two to the personnel at the Cosmic Trading Center. In pursuit of fulfilling Xiaomi's wish, Ayu made a bold promise to deliver goods for the Cosmic Trading Center at no charge, solely to acquire a fitting pet. The cost of interstellar delivery is exorbitant, making Ayu's vow a significant commitment. Seeing Ayu's solemn vow, Xiaomi relinquished her desire for a pet, pulling Tian and Ayu out of the Cosmic Trading Center. Chapter 3. The Wallpaper House. Earth, beneath Xiaomi's residence. Why you suddenly decided against getting a pet? Back on Earth, Ayu inquired, perplexed. Tian replied, Xiaomi wishes for a companion who will always be by her side. Ayu, you desire a family. So, Ayu, would you consent to becoming part of our family? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Ayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She asked, touched. Indeed. Ayu, this is my home. You shall reside here from now on. Xiaomi added with a smile, gesturing toward their abode. Yay! Ayu exclaimed, leaping with joy. In her exuberance, Ayu dashed toward the house, and Yi Tian and Xiaomi could hardly restrain her. With a gentle push, Ayu sent the large door crashing down. Crash! I'm home. Ayu joyfully called out to Xiaomi's parents, who were presently in the midst of washing up. In the living room, Xiaomi's parents froze in surprise. Yi Tian and Xiaomi followed behind. Xiaomi offered her parents an apologetic smile. Although it was their joint invitation that brought Ayu here, the situation arose primarily from her longing for companionship. Thus, Ayu's mishap with the door left Xiaomi feeling somewhat embarrassed. A few minutes later, Ayu propped the door back up, temporarily fixing it, but the surrounding cracks were evident. Yi Tian couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed imperative for Ayu to learn to control her strength swiftly, otherwise he worried that one careless moment could leave his family incapacitated by her inadvertent might. Mom and Dad, this is Ayu. Yi Tian introduced her to his parents. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Mi. Ayu greeted cheerfully. During the brief interlude, Xiaomi's parents had grasped the situation, yet they remained in a state of bewilderment. Well, it's getting late, Xiaotian, Xiaomi, and Ayu, you should all head to bed. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Mr. Mi finally said after a brief silence. All right, Mom and Dad. Xiaomi nodded repeatedly, taking Ayu into her room. Yi Tian turned to his parents, saying, Mom and Dad, please get some rest as well. With that, Yi Tian returned to his own room. The side room. Yi Tian and Xiaomi's room was classified as a side room. With Yi Tian's presence, an additional desk occupied the space, making it feel considerably smaller than in the original narrative. Xiaotian, where will Ayu sleep tonight? I can sleep in the living room. Ayu cheerfully raised her hand, beaming with joy. At that moment, Ayu's happiness was palpable. Not only was she willing to sleep in the living room, she would gladly accept a spot on the floor. In truth, Yi Tian had long pondered a curious question. During his previous life, while watching this anime, he often wondered where Ayu slept at night. Do not worry about a place to sleep, please wait a moment. As Yi Tian spoke, he retrieved the universal wallpaper house from the system space. Xiaomi's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaotian, where did you conjure that from? A secret, Yi Tian replied casually. He then approached the wall between the door and the wardrobe, unfolded the wallpaper house, and affixed it to the wall. The wallpaper house awarded by the system differed from the one featured in the original Doraemon series. Once adhered to the wallpaper would not fall off unless Yi Tian personally removed it. With the wallpaper securely in place, Yi Tian configured the interior of the wallpaper house to include 2 bedrooms with a restroom. The size of the space was entirely adjustable at Yi Tian's discretion. The space he set was not particularly large, excluding the restroom. It was merely slightly more spacious than the side room. Opening the door to the wallpaper house, Yi Tian led the two inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a 2-meter corridor with doors on either side. Opening these doors revealed identical layouts in both rooms, with a restroom immediately upon entry. Inside each room, there was a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. From now on, Ayu will share the wallpaper house with me, and the outer room will be solely yours, Xiaomi, Yi Tian announced to them. Yay! Ayu cheered exuberantly. Xiaomi, however, stared in awe at the wallpaper house. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. At that moment, an inexplicable thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her brother is, in fact, an extraterrestrial? Chapter 4. The Unending Teapot. It's getting late, time for washing up in bed. Yi Tian directed his words toward Xiaomi and Ayu. Soon after, the three commenced their nightly routines. As the wallpaper house could automatically generate various items, the restroom was equipped with fresh towels and toothbrushes for Ayu's use. Once they finished washing up, each retreated to their respective beds for the night. Back in the bedroom, Yi Tian, rather than hastening to sleep, retrieved the superpower training box. He intended to commence his training in superpowers from that day forth. According to the system's description, the superpower training box could facilitate the training of 3 different superpowers, with each requiring just 1 minute of training. Daily mastery of all 3 could be achieved within 3 months. In other words, there were alternative methods of training available. First, focus on one ability at a time. For instance, dedicate 3 minutes each day to training a specific superpower. By doing so, after a month, you will have mastered that particular ability. Which superpower should you begin training with? Yi Tian pondered for a moment before resolving to hone his telekinetic abilities. Once he made his decision, he commenced his training. It must be said that the upgraded psychic training device was exceptionally comfortable. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Had it been the original psychic training device, he would have had to endure 3 hours of practice daily for 3 years. He was certain he could persevere, yet the fatigue would have been undeniably intense. The following day, in the early morning, Tian awoke, freshened up, and made his way to the living room. "Good morning, Mom and Dad. From now on, we will be one family. Please leave all household chores to me," Ao cheerfully declared. "What a thoughtful child. If only Xiaomi could ease my worries as much." Mi's mother replied, affectionately ruffling Ao's hair. "Wait a moment. Ao, I recall that you possess considerable strength. Can you truly manage the household tasks?" Tian spoke while pointing at the unrefurbished door. Mi Dad and Mi Mom also recalled that he was, after all, an extraterrestrial, observing their door riddled with cracks. Mi Mom promptly exclaimed, "Oh dear, from now on, we shall handle the household chores ourselves." "All right," Tian replied somewhat dejectedly. Tian seized the opportunity to inquire of Au. "Au, the universe is vast. Is there a method by which you might learn to harness your powers?" Contemplating for a brief moment, Au's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I have found a way." With that, she cast aside the pendant adorning her neck. Universal teleportation, target search. In the blink of an eye, the four of them were transported to Au's extraordinary realm. Mi Dad and Mi Mom gazed around in awe, their gasps of wonder echoing in the air. "Mom and Dad, please wait here for just a moment. I shall return shortly." "Au, take me with you," Tian promptly exclaimed. "All right." Subsequently, Au extended his hand and pointed at a distant planet, causing Tian to vanish from his home. Mi Ba and Mi Ma remained in place, with Mi Ba lamenting, "Today's children are truly fortunate. They can simply declare their intention to journey to outer space, and off they go. In my childhood, merely traveling to another city filled me with excitement." Upon arriving at Wolexstar, Tian immediately checked in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the endless teapot. As its name suggests, the endless teapot serves a singular purpose. The tea within it is boundless and inexhaustible. Tian was momentarily taken aback by the reward. Although the endless tea appeared quite enchanting, it paled in comparison to the previous rewards. It seemed that the prizes obtained from clocking in were not always of exceptional quality. They had arrived at Wolexstar, a planet inhabited by the most powerful race in the universe, the Dragonkin. They surely possessed a means to harness power. At this moment, Ao elucidated to Tian about the planet they had arrived at. Ao swiftly located a Dragonkin and sought their assistance. Due to their profound trust in Ao, the Dragonkin readily acquiesced to Ao's request. They then presented Ao with a spherical stone, informing them that it contained a Dragonkin egg. If Ao could successfully peel away the shell without harming the delicate egg within, they would then learn to wield power. Soon after, Ao returned to Earth with Tian in tow. Tian patted Au on the shoulder and said, "Au, keep it up." Au nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes. I will certainly learn to control my strength." "No, what I mean is," Tian continued, "do your best and absolutely do not break the egg, otherwise the Dragon Clan will come to annihilate humanity." Tian jested, leaving a perplexed expression on Ao's face. "I am merely joking. Go ahead and peel the stone shell. I have faith in your abilities." Tian smiled and said, "All right." Subsequently, I settled onto the sofa in the living room, fixating intently on the stone. Upon learning that they had inadvertently damaged the egg within, Mi Ba and Mi Ma, with grave expressions, sat beside Au, determined to lend her strength. For the most powerful race in the universe was poised to come and annihilate the Earth. After Xiaomi rose, she too joined their side. Tian chose not to join the fray, for he was acutely aware that Au had been fixated on the stone, observing it from dawn till dusk, without even beginning to peel away its shell. Rather than idly linger, he deemed it more prudent to engage in other pursuits. Within the confines of the room, Tian retrieved the super energy training box and commenced his 3-minute training for the day. Upon completion, a thought suddenly struck him. Could the super energy training box facilitate multiple training sessions in a single day? In other words, could he potentially consolidate 3 months' worth of training into one session and thereby master all 3 super abilities in one fell swoop? Chapter 5. Telekinetic Insight and Instantaneous Movement. Upon reflection, Tian felt that, logically speaking, it should be feasible. After all, the anime Doraemon does not mention any restrictions on training multiple times in a single day. Of course, it might also be due to the original version's requirement of 3 hours of training each day. making it quite challenging to sustain multiple sessions. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. After all, mastering a superpower to perfection typically requires only an hour and a half of dedicated practice. With this thought in mind, Tian resumed his training in telekinesis. As time passed, an hour and a half swiftly elapsed, leaving him rather fatigued. Tian rubbed his brow. Although fatigued, it was undoubtedly worth it. Tian has already sensed that he has mastered telekinesis. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the objects within the room, and he began to manipulate them through his mental power. In an instant, everything in the room floated into the air. The superpower training box awarded by the system is truly remarkable. Tian sighed once more in his heart. According to the introduction of the super ability training box, after 3 months of training, dedicating merely 3 minutes each day, one would attain a flawless mastery of superpowers. The perfection referred to here is indeed true perfection. At present, Tian possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate a multitude of objects with a mere thought, and the weight his telekinesis can bear is quite substantial. However, Tian remains uncertain of the maximum weight he is capable of controlling, which necessitates an opportunity for testing. After attempting to manipulate the assorted items within the room, Tian once again attempted to utilize his telekinetic abilities to achieve flight. Soon, he found himself suspended within the room, gliding gracefully like a fish in the air. After indulging in this whimsical pursuit for a while, he descended back to the ground. Having now validated the correctness of his theory, it was time to proceed with earnestness. Thus, Tian began to hone his skills in teleportation. The teleportation capabilities afforded by the superpower training module were exceptionally potent. This extraordinary ability not only allowed him to transport himself instantaneously, but also enabled the swift relocation of others and objects. To some extent, it surpassed telekinesis in its might. Another half-hour elapsed. Tian has successfully mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Tian glanced at the time. It was already past 11 in the morning. He decided to practice his clairvoyance later in the afternoon. Tian stepped out of the door and saw Ma and Xiaomi still gathered around Au. Their persistence was indeed commendable. Even the ever-restless Xiaomi was waiting for Au to begin chipping away at the stone. Tian turned to Ma and said, "Mother, it's almost lunchtime." Ma, without turning her head, replied, "Xiao Tian, I lack the inclination to cook today. Perhaps we should order takeout, or you could prepare a meal this time." Her gaze remained fixed on the stone. As they were all too aware of the dire consequences of inadvertently damaging the egg contained within it, their thoughts were entirely consumed by the egg nestled inside the stone. Tian, "Oh my goodness, is this something a mother ought to say? I am merely a little one, barely 100 months old." He inwardly grumbled for a moment before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Remarkably, he had acquired culinary skills, not from his previous life, but through lessons from Mamami after his journey through time. However, under ordinary circumstances, there was rarely a need for Tian to cook, for he was, after all, just a child. Half an hour later, Tian prepared a delightful lunch comprising 3 dishes, 2 savory and 1 vegetarian. The family of 4 swiftly finished their meal and returned to the side of Aya. After dining, Tian retreated to his room, where he successfully mastered the art of clairvoyance. Soon after, he endeavored to experiment with his newfound ability of instantaneous teleportation, eager to discover the farthest distance he could traverse. He began by selecting a photograph of a remote area in northwest China. With his teleportation ability, Tian could instantly transport himself to any location he had previously visited or seen. In the next moment, Tian vanished from the room and arrived in the vast northwestern region. Tianjin is situated quite far from here, approximately over 4,000 kilometers away. Tian could only utter a single phrase, "Impressive." Subsequently, he began to experiment with transnational travel. Before long, Tian found himself in the wilderness of a foreign land. After several attempts, he discovered that he could instantaneously transport himself to virtually any location on Earth. This ability was undeniably formidable. As time swiftly passed, night fell. Tian instantly transported back to his bedroom. Upon arriving in the living room, he discovered that me dad, me mom, and Xiaomi were already drowsy. Hadn't it even begun yet? Tian glanced at the 4 individuals and inquired, "When do you intend to begin?" Xiaomi, feeling drowsy, asked languidly. "Very soon." "Very soon," Ayu replied, though they had yet to commence. "I am off to sleep now, Mom and Dad. Xiaomi, do ensure you retire early." After Tian finished speaking, he went to his room to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Tian rose early, and when he arrived in the living room, Ayu was busy peeling a stone and was on the verge of completion. Tian did not disturb Ayu. Instead, he stood by and observed. It must be said that sometimes, people can find fascination in the most mundane activities. Even in the act of peeling an eggshell. After several minutes, Ayu finally removed the last piece of the stone. Overcome with excitement, Ayu leaped up and exclaimed, "I did it." The three slumbering figures of Miba and Mima were abruptly awakened. "Wow!" they exclaimed upon seeing the golden egg, their hearts swelling with joy for Ayu. Subsequently, Ayu handed the egg to Xiaomi and then began to tidy up the table and sweep the floor, declaring, Look, I can now control my strength. Ayu, you are remarkable." Tian smiled and gave a thumbs up. Mastering one's own power in a single night is indeed an impressive feat after all. It is no trivial matter. If it were simple, the Dragon Clan would not have inadvertently destroyed their own planet in the past. Hee. Ayu chuckled with delight. By the way, this egg should be returned promptly. After all, it belongs to the Dragon Clan, and any mishap would be regrettable. Tian glanced at Ayu and said. Ayu nodded in agreement. All right. I shall return it now. Grasping the egg, Ayu began to traverse the planet, heading towards Woolleek Star. After Ayu departed, Mama Mi went to prepare breakfast. Tian glanced at Xiaomi and said, Have you forgotten something? What? Xiaomi looked at Tian with a puzzled expression. You spent the entire day at Ding Dong's house yesterday, and tomorrow is Monday. So, have you not yet completed your homework? Tian gazed at Xiaomi, who immediately sprang to her feet and made her way toward her room. I'm going to do my homework. As she entered, she poked her head back out to look at Tian and said, Xiao Tian, could I borrow a glance at your homework? No way. If I let you copy, Teacher Yin will surely lecture me again. I want to copy. I just want to take a look. Do you genuinely believe your own nonsense? You stingy person. Xiaomi retorted angrily, slamming the door shut. Chapter 6. Bamboo Dragonfly Ayu swiftly returned to Earth from the Woolleek Star. After the family had breakfast, Xiaomi retreated to her room to continue her homework. Meanwhile, Ayu, unable to sit idle, commenced with household chores, wiping surfaces even if they appeared spotless. Tian entered Xiaomi's room and removed the wallpaper house. He then carried it to the living room and hung it beside the door of Xiaomi's room. What is this? Xiaomi's parents approached the wallpaper house and turned to ask Tian. It was then that they noticed the unexpected addition in their home. This is the wallpaper house. Tian briefly introduced the function of the wallpaper room to me dad and me mom, before leading them inside for a glimpse. This is truly remarkable. We need not worry about our home feeling cramped any longer, me dad exclaimed joyfully. As for Xiaomi's room, we shall no longer require a double bed. Since today is a holiday, why not sell her double bed and procure a single one instead? Me mom suggested, glancing at me dad. Agreed. And I will also arrange for someone to come and repair our door. It is indeed in need of attention, me dad acknowledged. Me mom nodded, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her expression. Father, selling the double bed is sufficient. There is no need to purchase a new one. We can simply retrieve one from the wallpaper room, Tian remarked, and with a mere thought, a single bed materialized within the wallpaper room, beyond creating an independent space. The wallpaper room possessed the extraordinary ability to generate various items. Does this mean we will no longer need to buy furniture for our home? Me dad expressed his astonishment. Throughout their conversation, me dad and me mom refrained from inquiring about the origin of the wallpaper room, perhaps assuming it was an alien artifact brought back by Ayu. In the afternoon, within Xiaomi's room, the double bed had transformed into a single one, and a desk had vanished, creating a significantly more spacious environment. At that moment, Xiaomi was engrossed in her homework. In truth, the workload for a third grader was not particularly demanding. However, Xiaomi tended to dawdle, compounded by her struggles with difficult questions, which caused her to work late into the afternoon. While Xiaomi diligently tackled her assignments, Tian sat nearby, perusing her comic books. Could you please refrain from reading comics right next to me? Xiaomi implored, unable to bear the distraction. Isn't that tormenting me? All right, he replied. Tian spoke as he rose to sit on the bed to continue reading. Xiaomi exclaimed in frustration. Why is it that despite being identical twins, you always rank first in class while I consistently fail? It's simply because you do not apply yourself to your studies. Tian waved his hand dismissively, yet internally mused. Of course, it is due to my extraordinary abilities. Being a traveler from another realm, he had, upon his arrival, acquired the gift of eidetic memory. This remarkable trait significantly aided his learning process. Consequently, when confronted with the examinations of the third grade, he could effortlessly secure the top position even without paying attention in class. Xiaomi exclaimed once more, her voice filled with frustration. She felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. While Yi Tian effortlessly claimed first place, she struggled to grasp the material at all. Yi Tian said, "Stop shouting. Just hurry and write." "How infuriating," Xiaomi muttered softly while continuing to work on her homework. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Xiaomi rose, freshened up, and then began her breakfast. But where was Xiao Tian? As Xiaomi ate, she realized something was amiss. "Didn't Xiao Tian tell you? He'll be getting up at 8 from now on," me Dad inquired. "Won't he be late if he wakes up at 8? Xiaomi asked, puzzled. "There's a bamboo dragonfly. Didn't Xiao Tian mention it to you?" Me Dad replied, producing a bamboo dragonfly. Clearly, it was a gift from Yi Tian to me Dad. With this, me Dad would no longer need to spend excessive time commuting to work. Xiaomi was left in a state of confusion. "Just eat. And you'll understand once Xiao Tian gets up," me Dad chuckled, providing no further explanation. This pair truly had a cunning side to them. After breakfast, me Dad reclined on the sofa to watch television. It's so comfortable not to be in a rush. Ordinarily, me Dad didn't need to rise so early, especially now that he had the bamboo dragonfly, which would soon allow him to reach the office swiftly. However, having been accustomed to early rising, he naturally woke up before the 8:30 alarm rang. Xiaomi, still bewildered, clung to me Dad, inquiring about what exactly the bamboo dragonfly was. She didn't perceive it as merely a common toy, especially after witnessing Yi Tian produce a wondrous wallpaper house. She was not surprised by any remarkable objects anymore. All right, I'll tell you." Me Dad finally relented after being pestered by Xiaomi and explained the bamboo dragonfly's functions to her. "What? Such a thing exists? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I lost half an hour of sleep over this." Xiaomi felt utterly aggrieved. 8 o'clock. After Yi Tian rose from his slumber, Xiaomi gazed at him with a countenance full of melancholy. Yi Tian understood the reason behind it. He smiled and said, "Change your expression to a smile, or I shall not lend you the bamboo flying toy." Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she awkwardly forced a grim smile, one that was more sorrowful than a frown. "Don't follow me. Wait for me in the living room." Yi Tian shook his head and continued with his morning routine. Xiaomi, filled with indignation, stormed out of the restroom. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tian entered the living room and began to have his breakfast. Xiaomi approached him again and said, "Xiao Tian, could you show me the bamboo dragonfly that Dad mentioned?" "Here you go." Yi Tian conjured a bamboo dragonfly from thin air and handed it to Xiaomi. Overjoyed, Xiaomi accepted the bamboo dragonfly and, following her father Mi's instructions, placed it atop her head. She then began to manipulate the dragonfly with her thoughts. A silence enveloped the scene for several seconds. Why did it not take flight? Xiaomi cast a puzzled glance at both her father and Yi Tian. Mi, too, appeared somewhat perplexed. He had indeed witnessed the bamboo dragonfly soar into the sky. Both turned their eyes towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian elucidated, "Utilizing the bamboo dragonfly necessitates my consent. Without my approval, it remains an ordinary toy." "Xiaomi, you have a penchant for causing trouble. Thus, apart from the time spent at school, you are forbidden from using this bamboo dragonfly at any other moment." "What do you mean I cause trouble?" Xiaomi protested vehemently. Xiao Tian's assertion was not unfounded. "I was indeed concerned that allowing Xiaomi to wield such an object might lead to mishaps, but it appears that my worries were unfounded after all," remarked Mima as she emerged from the room. At that moment, Xiaomi felt an urge to be outside rather than confined within the walls of the house. After finishing their meal, Yi Tian, along with Xiaomi, slung their backpacks over their shoulders and arrived at the entrance of the residential building. "Xiaomi, your bamboo dragonfly is ready for use now. Why not give it a try?" Yi Tian turned to Xiaomi and said. Xiaomi immediately began to experiment with enthusiasm. Before long, she was soaring effortlessly through the air. It must be noted that children like Xiaomi, aside from their studies, tend to grasp other skills remarkably quickly. Chapter 7. The Elegance of Purple Remarkable. Xiaomi exclaimed joyfully. "Enough playtime. It's time to head to school. Also, remember not to descend in crowded areas. Seek out an empty alley. If you disregard my advice and land amidst a throng, you can forget about using the bamboo dragonfly again." At this moment, Yi Tian soared to Xiaomi's side and spoke. The elementary school they attended was, in fact, quite close to the community in a straight line. However, due to the numerous buildings in between, the journey on foot required half an hour each day to reach the school. Provided that Xiaomi was not foolish, she would undoubtedly heed Yi Tian's advice. As for the rationale behind descending in an uninhabited area, it stemmed entirely from Yi Tian's considerations of other factors. Although the animated series Magical IU frequently depicted inexplicable phenomena that had never attracted the attention of the authorities or those with ulterior motives, Tian himself was not one to relish drawing attention to himself. Landing amidst a crowd might result in an onslaught of unwanted attention. Upon hearing Tian's words, Xiaomi promptly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them soared toward the direction of the school. The speed of the bamboo dragonfly was quite commendable, and soon they found themselves hovering over the street at the entrance of the school. They located an empty alley to descend. Here, take the bamboo dragonfly. It's easier for you to hold, Tian said. Tian retrieved the bamboo dragonfly. Although reluctant, Xiaomi ultimately returned it to him. Once the bamboo dragonfly was returned, Xiaomi suddenly realized something. With wide eyes, she inquired, Hey, Xiao Tian, you weren't wearing the bamboo dragonfly just now, were you? I was. Mine is the invisible version. Tian began to ramble on, leaving Xiaomi with a face full of questions. Is that true? I have to go now. Class is starting. Tian said nothing further and walked towards the school. Xiaomi promptly followed him into the classroom. Tian and Xiaomi entered the classroom, with Tian occupying the second seat in the third row. Xiaomi took her place behind him, while Mao Mao sat behind her. In the first seat of their row sat Tao Su. A few minutes remained before class commenced. Tao Su was already seated, engrossed in reading. The book was not a textbook, but rather a collection of short stories by a foreign author. The quiet demeanor of Tao Su made her appear quite charming. Tian's ability of clairvoyance unexpectedly activated uncontrollably, manifesting in a hue of violet. Ahem, it appears that he has yet to fully master this power, as it has suddenly surged beyond his control. Tian promptly retracted his ability to see through. Tao Su, good morning. Tian calmly glanced at Tao Su and greeted her. Good morning, Xiao Tian. Tao Su replied with a smile towards Tian. Tian arrived at his designated spot, placed his backpack down, and took a seat. He then retrieved his Chinese homework and submitted it to Tao Su. Simultaneously, the others began to hand their mathematics assignments to Tian. Tao Su served as the class representative for Chinese, while Tian held the position for mathematics. Before long, the time for class arrived, heralded by the ringing of the bell, signaling the start of the first lesson, which was Chinese taught by the homeroom teacher, Mr. Yan. During class, Tian seldom paid attention. He typically occupied himself with extracurricular reading. In the past, the teacher would occasionally admonish him to focus on the lesson. However, ever since Tian consistently ranked first in examinations, the teacher gradually ceased to intervene, permitting him to read as long as his grades remained satisfactory. After class concluded, Tian gently patted Tao Su's shoulder. Tao Su turned to look at Tian and inquired, What is it, Xiao Tian? Tian replied, Tao Su, would you like to come to my home after school? I would like to introduce you to a new friend. Tao Su responded, Sure. But who is this new friend you speak of? Tian smiled enigmatically. You might not believe me now, but you will find out after school. Tao Su nodded in agreement. After school, Tian said, Tao Su, let us be on our way. Tian turned to Tao Su and said, Tao Su nodded, shouldered her backpack, and followed Tian and Xiaomi. The trio departed from the school, making their way towards a less frequented alley. Tao Su halted her steps and remarked, Xiao Tian, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? We're not supposed to take this route home today. Yet, Tian responded, even if there is no path ahead, let us proceed. I will explain everything once we've passed through. Tian reached out and grasped Tao Su's hand, guiding her into the alley. Xiaomi followed closely behind, his eyes filled with envy, yearning to hold Tao Su's hand as well. Yet, he hesitated. In truth, it seemed that only Tian possessed the courage to do so. Tao Su did not seem to mind. There was an unmistakable sense of childhood camaraderie between the two, despite having grown up together. Xiaomi felt a sense of superfluity in their interactions. Xiaomi, return to Gotham. Batman has promised not to harm you anymore. Within the depths of the alley, Tian produced a bamboo dragonfly and gently placed it atop Tao Su's head. He then offered another to Xiaomi. Xiao Tian, what is this? Tao Su inquired, feeling the bamboo dragonfly on her head. It is a bamboo dragonfly, a flying toy. Xiaomi, show Tao Su how it works. Tian turned to Xiaomi as he spoke, and Tao Su, too, cast a curious glance in her direction. All right. Upon hearing that an opportunity to shine before Tao Su had arisen, Xiaomi was instantly filled with exuberance, losing herself in joy, and promptly took to the skies with her bamboo dragonfly. In midair, she began to perform acrobatic maneuvers, seemingly eager to showcase her charm. Wow, Xiaomi is flying. Tao Su was indeed taken aback. Tao Su, you should give it a try. Just envision flying in your mind, and you'll easily master it. Yi Tian gazed at Tao Su and said, Tao Su, bursting with eagerness, began to make her attempts. Before long, she gently ascended into the sky, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Flight, an experience that no one can resist. Yi Tian gazed at the sky, where Tao Su resided, and suddenly realized something. He beheld once more the object he had seen earlier that morning. Tao Su, come down swiftly. Yi Tian hurriedly exclaimed. It was one thing for him to see it, but it could not be witnessed by others. Upon hearing Yi Tian call her name, Tao Su swiftly returned to the ground. Xiao Tian, what is the matter? She asked. Cough, cough. It's nothing. It's just that today is not suitable for flying. Perhaps you can experience it another time. Tao Su tilted her head in confusion. One cannot help but remark that this side of Tao Su is truly adorable, evoking a desire to ruffle her skirt. Yi Tian merely offered a hint. Tao Su immediately comprehended, her face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. A faint mist even emanated from her head. Well then, let us experience this later. I shall gift you this bamboo dragonfly. Once you return home this evening, you may continue to play with it at your leisure. Yi Tian gazed at the bashful Tao Su and smiled gently. Tao Su replied softly. Why haven't you returned home yet? Upon noticing that Yi Tian was still conversing with Tao Su, Xiaomi descended from the skies, ceasing her aerial acrobatics. Today, we shall not use the bamboo dragonfly to return home. Hold onto my hand tightly. Yi Tian, speaking with enthusiasm, grasped Tao Su's hand once more while simultaneously holding onto Xiaomi's wrist. In the next moment, he transported the two of them to his home. Indeed, the act of teleportation did not necessitate holding hands. Yi Tian merely sought a pretext to clasp their hands openly. Chapter 8. The library exclusively for two. Xiaomi's bedroom. With a look of astonishment, Xiaomi turned to Yi Tian. Teleportation, she exclaimed excitedly. Tao Su, equally taken aback, gazed at Yi Tian in disbelief. It was astonishing to witness a friend transform into a superhuman. Who wouldn't be surprised? Do not be too astonished, Yi Tian reassured them. How could we not be astonished? Xiao Tian, when did you acquire the ability to teleport? Is there some sort of device? Xiaomi scrutinized Yi Tian, searching for any unusual objects. Xiao Tian. Xiaomi, when did you return home? Ayu, hearing the commotion from the room, walked into Xiaomi's bedroom, her expression one of confusion. Tao Su. This is the new friend I wanted to introduce to you. This is Ayu. Ayu, meet Tao Su, a classmate of Xiaomi and me. Yi Tian introduced Tao Su to Ayu. Tao Su curiously gazed at Ayu. With a smile, Ayu extended her tiny hand and said, Hello, Tao Su. I am Ayu. Hello, I am Tao Su, replied Tao Su, promptly reaching out to shake Ayu's hand. The four engaged in conversation for a while, during which Tao Su learned about Ayu's origins. It was astonishing to realize that extraterrestrial beings truly existed in this world. Of course, Ayu. Would you be able to take me to outer space someday? Tao Su inquired with a hint of anticipation. Absolutely, without hesitation, Ayu assured her. A smile blossomed on Tao Su's face as she began to feel a sense of longing for the cosmos. After a brief while, Tao Su said, I must return home. Otherwise, my mother will worry about me. Very well, I shall accompany you, Ayu replied. Yi Tian spoke. Tao Su, not one to stand on ceremony, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Tian transported them instantaneously to the entrance of Tao Su's home. He refrained from directly teleporting inside, as he was uncertain whether anyone was present and wished to avoid startling them. Tao Su, I shall take my leave now. All right, goodbye. After bidding farewell to Tao Su, Yi Tian returned to Xiaomi's bedroom. Upon entering, Xiaomi immediately threw herself to the ground, clasping one of Yi Tian's legs. What are you doing? Yi Tian was taken aback for a moment. Xiao Tian, teach me how to teleport. I want to teach you. Huh, you really can teach? Xiaomi's eyes widened in astonishment. I can, but I want to teach you. As I've said before, you're too much of a troublemaker. I promise I won't cause any more trouble in the future. I beg you, please teach me. Do you think I would trust your words? Please, just teach me. I want to teach you. As Yi Tian spoke, he vanished from the spot. What a miser. Xiao Tian, you truly are a miser. Xiaomi exclaimed in exasperation. Upon finishing her outburst, her gaze suddenly turned to Ayu, who promptly exited Xiaomi's room. For the next 2 days, Xiaomi persistently pursued Yi Tian, hoping he would impart the secret of teleportation. Which boy would ever refuse the allure of superpowers? Yet, Yi Tian remained obstinate, even using the excuse of not lending his bamboo flying toy to dissuade Xiaomi from the idea of mastering teleportation. Time swiftly passed to Friday, when a small test was organized in class. After completing the examination in the morning, The teachers graded the results in the afternoon. In their school, these small tests occurred bi-weekly, and this week, only mathematics was administered. Tian achieved a perfect score, while Xiaomi only garnered 45 points. Although she did not pass, Xiaomi was not overly concerned, as this had been the case for quite some time. In the afternoon, school ended earlier than usual on Friday. Upon returning home, Tian returned to his room to begin his homework. As he was diligently writing, the sudden roar of his parents erupted from the neighboring room. Before long, Ayu arrived at Tian's door. Xiaotian, mother has cancelled Xiaomi's allowance, and Xiaomi plans to work on Woolix Star. Would you like to join? Ayu inquired. Ayu approached Tian with this question because Tian had previously mentioned that he would like to accompany Ayu on future journeys to outer space. Naturally, Ayu agreed without hesitation to this minor request. Ayu, I shall not go this time. I still have homework to complete. I nodded in understanding and departed from Tian's room. The homework was merely a pretext for Tian. The truth was that the destination this time, where the dragon people resided, was indeed Woolix Star. Therefore, Tian had already visited Woolix Star and saw no necessity to go again. As each planet could only be visited once, Tian completed his homework, and with time still on his side, he instantaneously transported himself to the doorstep of the Tao Su residence. Knock, knock, knock. Tian knocked on the door. Soon, the door swung open, revealing Tao Su. Xiaotian, what brings you here? Tian smiled and said, I came to visit you. Have you finished your homework? Yes, I have, she replied. Then let us go. I shall take you to a wonderful place. All right, Tao Su agreed without hesitation. Closing the door behind them, Tian led Tao Su back to his home. Soon after, they entered the wallpaper shop. To their surprise, an additional door appeared on the right wall of the corridor. Please, come in. Tian opened the door, beckoning Tao Su to come over. Without hesitation, Tao Su followed suit. Together, they stepped into the new chamber. Although referred to as a room, it hardly resembled one, for the expanse within was vast. Tian had transformed this space into a library, a grand establishment measuring 10,000 square meters, housing hundreds of thousands of books. This library is exclusively ours. Henceforth, whenever you wish to read, you may come directly to me. Tian smiled as he looked at Tao Su and said, Wow. Tao Su gazed at the library, her eyes sparkling, clearly taken aback by the sight. Thank you, Xiaotian. It's nothing, after all, I too have a fondness for reading. Tian spoke, taking Tao Su by the hand as they made their way towards the library. Tao Su swiftly navigated through the shelves, in search of her favorite books. Meanwhile, as the two of them reveled in their joy, on Woolix Star, Xiaomi was enduring the harsh realities of an alien society. The library. Tian and Tao Su settled down to read. Before long, the clock struck 5, and Ayu and Xiaomi returned. The two of them noticed an additional door in the wallpaper house and stepped inside. Have you returned from work? How much did you earn? Tian caught sight of Xiaomi and inquired, How much have you earned? Xiaomi replied, 30. Well, regardless of how it was earned, it has indeed been earned. Ayo cast a bemused glance at Xiaomi. On this occasion, during their expedition to Woolix Star, Xiaomi undertook 3 tasks in total. The first task involved rescuing a princess from a castle, but instead ended up bringing the captor out of the castle instead. The second task was to clear the fallen leaves from a courtyard, which turned out to belong to a colossal giant, rendering the task impossible. The third task required him to act as an animal in an alien species zoo. However, due to overeating, he escaped the cage in search of a restroom, causing quite a commotion. Ultimately, Ayo accepted a job to capture the wild earth creature that had escaped its confines. He managed to apprehend Xiaomi and return him to Earth, thereby finally securing the $30. Chapter 9. The age spring, was it you who earned it? Or was it Ayo? Tian glanced at Xiaomi, whose expression was somewhat awkward, and smiled as he inquired, We both share in the earnings. Xiaomi felt a surge of confidence. Without his wild, earthly essence, Ayo would not have accomplished this task. Therefore, the notion of shared profits is entirely justified. By the way, Xiaotian, could you lend me some pocket money? Xiaomi approached Tian and gazed at him earnestly. I cannot lend you any, he replied. Why not? Don't you always have leftover pocket money? If I lend it to you, will you be able to repay me? Of course. Once my mother gives me my allowance next month, I will return it to you. Still, I cannot lend you any. And why is that? My mother intends for you to learn a lesson, and I cannot go against her wishes. Tian waved his hand and said, Humph. Xiaomi, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot and cast another glance at Ayu. Don't look for me. I can barely manage my own pocket money. Ayu replied without hesitation. What are we to do this month? Xiaomi lamented. There's no need to wail and weep. It merely involves buying fewer comic books and indulging in fewer snacks. Are those matters not significant enough? Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. For a third grader. These were indeed monumental concerns. Shout Tian, it's getting late. I must return home, she added. As the two conversed, Tao Su turned to Yu Tian and said, I will accompany you. As Yu Tian spoke, he took Tao Su and vanished from the library. After their departure, Xiaomi finally noticed the vastness of the room, filled with numerous books. Oh my, could Xiao Tian conjure such a multitude of books? Might he also summon comics? Xiaomi pondered, rubbing her hands together. Perhaps there are comics hidden here, she remarked, glancing around at the towering shelves. An idea sparked in her mind, and she began her search for traces of comics within the library. Before long, Yi Tian returned to the library. Observing Xiaomi's frantic search, he inquired, What are you looking for? Xiao Tian, do you have any comic books here? Xiaomi asked, turning her gaze toward him. Stop searching, there are none, he replied. Yi Tian responded. He was not deceiving Xiaomi. Indeed, there were no comic books, but there were novels. It is worth mentioning that the collection of literature in this library consists solely of books that exist in this world. The absence of comic books rendered it rather uninteresting. Upon hearing that there were no comic books, Xiaomi left the library without hesitation. Yi Tian was not surprised by her departure. The following day, Xiaomi ventured out to play. However, it was not long before she returned, accompanied by Ding Dong. Why don't you stay at our place for the night? Xiaomi suggested to Ding Dong. Such a small television and such outdated sofas. This place feels like a forgotten corner of time. Ding Dong could not help but comment. Xiaomi playfully tossed a blanket over Ding Dong's head, covering him entirely. Regardless of how outdated it may be, you will have to sleep on this sofa tonight. In truth, Xiaomi could have easily arranged for Yi Tian to prepare a room for Ding Dong. However, observing Ding Dong's incessant complaints, she decided to let him endure the sofa. Yi Tian had no objections to this, for after all, this was also his home. How could one complain about his residence and still expect comfort? It was but a mere fantasy. At that moment, Ding Dong began to grumble about the blanket, prompting Xiaomi to angrily retreat to her room. Inside, Ayu was savoring the latest snacks brought by Ding Dong, exclaiming with delight about their deliciousness. In a fit of irritation, Xiaomi seized Ayu's face and tugged at it. That insufferable Ding Dong. I graciously invited him to stay at my home, and yet he incessantly criticizes it. She declared, I don't care. Ayu, you must help me deal with Ding Dong. Ayu nodded in agreement. Very well, follow me. With that, Ayu led Xiaomi to the library. Yi Tian was engrossed in a book in the library when Ayu inquired, Little Tian, shall we venture to outer space? Yi Tian inquired, to which planet are we heading this time? Have I visited it before? No, you have not. Then I shall go. Yi Tian readily agreed, without hesitation. Universal teleportation, target search. I promptly utilized her abilities. The three of them vanished from Earth, arriving on a street of Shiata Star, one of the most technologically advanced planets in the entire universe. Yi Tian checked in successfully, earning the remarkable Fountain of Age as a reward. The Fountain of Age, fully known as the Source of Age rope, resembles a 1-meter-long cord with connectors featuring buttons at both ends. Once connected, it merely needs to be placed on a level surface. By pressing either of the two buttons, one can generate a fountain of water. The buttons are distinguished by red and blue colors, each capable of producing corresponding colored waters. Consuming 50 milliliters of the red fountain water will result in an age increase of 1 year, while the blue water will reverse the effect, reducing one's age by a year. This artifact is extraordinarily powerful, potentially granting immortality, a desire many find irresistible. The notion of eternal life, despite its loneliness, becomes inconceivable when surrounded by others who share this gift. On the streets of Xiatar Star, a group of individuals gathered around a radio, astonished. How could something as antiquated as a radio, long obsolete on Earth, still exist here? Is this planet truly so backward, even more so than Earth? Xiaomi chuckled at the thought. Wrong, they are not backward. Xiatar Star is one of the most technologically advanced planets in the universe. While Earth was still discovering fire, they had long embraced modern technology. Ao interjected, forming a gesture of disbelief. But why the astonishment upon seeing a radio? Because their technology has advanced to such an extent that they have lost interest in newer inventions, rendering life increasingly monotonous. Consequently, they devised their most celebrated invention to date, the Era alarm clock. Ao pointed to a nearby skyscraper, crowned with a massive clock. The era alarm clock functions by allowing individuals to set a specific era. Upon hearing its chime, their minds are transported back to that time. This revival of historical curiosity enables them to rediscover the wonder in various inventions. To share this experience with beings from other planets, they created miniature versions as souvenirs. With the era alarm clock, there will be no more mockery from Ding Dong, perhaps even leading to an affection for their home. Ao picked up a clock from a nearby stall, admiring its elegant oval shape. Chapter 10. The era alarm clock. Once the era alarm clock was in their possession, the trio returned to Earth. Where's Ding Dong? Upon their return, Xiaomi noticed Ding Dong's absence. Mom, where's Ding Dong? Xiaomi turned to Mamami, who was tidying up, and inquired, where did you just go? I just stepped out, Mamami replied. Stepped out? Xiaomi stood there, taken aback. Has Ding Dong returned? Shall we go look for him? I suggested, glancing at Xiaomi. All right, let's go. With that, the three of them departed from their home. Tian followed closely behind. Recalling that in the original storyline, there had been a burglary at Ding Dong's residence. Although the two petty thieves were ultimately dealt with by Xiaomi and her companions using the time alarm clock, it was prudent to accompany them to avert any unforeseen incidents. The trio donned their bamboo dragonflies and swiftly soared to Ding Dong's home. While Tian possessed the ability to teleport, he typically preferred to fly using either the bamboo dragonfly or his telekinetic powers. Indeed, teleportation was a more convenient option. However, the act of flying held its own joys. Soaring through the skies provided a delightful experience, and the vistas beneath him were a source of enjoyment. Furthermore, he often found himself without the pressure of time, making flight his preferred mode of transportation. Upon reaching the villa's yard, Xiaomi exclaimed, I see Ding Dong, as she made her way toward the storage room adjacent to the villa. Ayu, however, did not rush forward but instead glanced at the villa's entrance, questioning. Didn't Xiaomi mention that the front door was locked and inaccessible? Ayu suggested, perhaps we should inquire with Ding Dong. Tian remarked, all right. The two then made their way to the storage room. I had turned to Ding Dong and inquired, Ding Dong, has anyone returned home? It is highly unlikely that anyone has come back. My father is abroad, and my mother is en route to an important conference. There is absolutely no chance of her returning, Ding Dong replied, shaking his head. Tian and Ayu exchanged a glance. It seemed that trouble had arisen. Ding Dong, your door is ajar. Tian turned to Ding Dong and exclaimed, let us go, quickly take a look. Ding Dong responded promptly, and the four of them made their way to the entrance. The door was not fully ajar, merely opened a fraction. They leaned in closer to peer through the crack. Not far from the entrance, they spotted a toolbox resting on the ground. Inside the living room, a masked man was seated. It appeared that a burglar had indeed broken in. Oh dear, you go call the police first. Tian turned to Ayu and said, Ayu immediately took flight. Witnessing this, Tian pondered whether he should acquire a mobile phone. After all, with the wallpaper store at his disposal, he need not purchase one. Indeed, I shall procure a phone upon my return. Meanwhile, within the room, a thief made a phone call, and soon the sound of a delivery truck echoed at the entrance. Tian pulled the two individuals aside. What should we do? Ding Dong asked anxiously, glancing at them. I have a solution, Xiaomi said, revealing a smile as she took out the era clock. Xiaomi, hand it to me. Tian retrieved the era alarm clock. Xiaomi did not refuse and handed it over to Tian. Subsequently, the three of them observed the situation inside through the window. At that moment, the two thieves turned on the television. Upon witnessing the scene, Tian adjusted the time clock to -100. Subsequently, utilizing the power of instantaneous movement, he positioned the clock beside the two thieves. The clock chimed, coinciding with a video of a tiger being broadcast on television. A tiger! The two exclaimed in terror. Terrified, the pair dashed out of the villa in a state of panic. They raced to their car, while Tian retrieved the clock and set it to -200. He then instantaneously moved to their side once more. The clock rang out again. Fools, where's our horse? Huh? Right, where's the horse? How can we drive the cart without it? The two thieves stood there, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and Ding Dong found the situation utterly amusing. What should we do next? Perhaps we should set it back millions of years, when humanity had yet to emerge. That would surely frighten them. Ding Dong suggested, casting a glance at Tian. No need, just watch me, Tian replied. Tian did not adjust the alarm clock of the era. Instead, he directly commanded the two petty thieves to collide heads through the power of his mind. With a resounding thud, the two miscreants collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Impressive. Little Tian, how did you acquire such extraordinary abilities? Ding Dong remarked, giving Yi Tian a thumbs up. It's a secret. Yi Tian smiled and replied. Xiaomi pouted, saying, Ding dong, don't ask. Xiao Tian will never divulge anything. I have already inquired about this matter 800 times. And he has revealed the same secret to me just as many. The three engaged in conversation, and before long, Ayu arrived with the police. In no time, the officers apprehended the two young thieves. It is worth expressing gratitude to the two uncles. Otherwise, I would have been unable to return. Ding Dong chuckled and stretched lazily. In truth, if you wish to open the door, you can seek my assistance. Yi Tian suddenly turned to Ding Dong and spoke. Ding Dong was momentarily taken aback. Ayu displayed an expression of sudden realization. Indeed, Xiao Tian can teleport directly into the house and open the door. What? Ding Dong felt somewhat dazed, realizing that returning home was that simple. Xiaomi remarked, Fortunately, you didn't ask Xiao Tian for help. Otherwise, you would have been home alone when those two thieves arrived. True. Never mind. Let us go home and enjoy ourselves. Ding Dong held his head with both hands and walked towards the house. Ding Dong, we caught the thieves. Let us enjoy ourselves as well, shall we? Xiaomi immediately looked at Ding Dong with anticipation. Ayu also gazed at Ding Dong with eager eyes. Ding Dong's home was filled with numerous treasures, a private swimming pool, a private cinema, and various gaming consoles. Xiaomi had longed to play there. Ding Dong entered the house and promptly shut the door behind him. The two felt a bit awkward. From inside the room, Ding Dong's voice echoed. What do you mean by enjoyment? Enjoyment is meant for one person. Xiao Tian, hand me the alarm clock. Xiaomi, feeling somewhat displeased, reached for the alarm clock in Yi Tian's hand and set it for an additional 1,000 minutes. Shortly after, the alarm rang. Inside the villa, Ding Dong heard the alarm. Humph. With your mind 1,000 years into the future, you can enjoy yourself well. As the three departed, Ding Dong's furious roar soon echoed through the villa. Why is everything in our house so trashy? On the way back, Yi Tian turned to Ayu and inquired, Ayu, what are your plans for the alarm clock from this era? He continued, It is worth noting that some of the props featured in this production made only a fleeting appearance in a single episode before vanishing entirely. While some smaller items may be stashed away at home, there are certainly larger props that cannot possibly be kept in a living space, as they would occupy too much room. Since I have no further use for them, I intend to sell them and perhaps earn a bit of pocket money. Ayu replied with a smile, I see. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Thus, it is rather commonplace to sell off most of the items once they have been utilized. After spending some time together, Yi Tian understood that Ayu was not particularly affluent. In truth, it would be quite easy for Ayu to earn money. However, he seldom pursues such endeavors. Chapter 11, Countless Sword Boxes, Countless Swords. Upon returning home, Xiaomi began to work on her homework. Yi Tian arrived at the wallpaper shop and first created a mobile phone store, promptly acquiring several of the latest smartphone models along with a few of the finest feature phones. Subsequently, he procured a handful of SIM cards. As the current SIM cards had not yet implemented real name registration, they could be used immediately upon insertion. He then departed from the wallpaper shop. Yi Tian first handed 2 smartphones to Mima, saying, Mother, this one is for you and Father. It's the latest model of smartphone, and each device costs over 4,000. Mima, slightly astonished, inquired, Xiao Tian, where did you get this phone? For 1,000 yuan in 2011 was indeed a considerable sum. I simply took it from the wallpaper store. Don't worry, just use it, he reassured her. Yi Tian elucidated, Xiao Tian, I desire one as well. At that moment, Xiaomi, who was diligently engrossed in her homework within the confines of her room, dashed out upon hearing the commotion from the living room, exclaiming fervently, Mima cast a glance at Xiaomi, a flicker of menace evident in her gaze. When I am outside, having a mobile phone would certainly facilitate my ability to contact you, Xiaomi remarked, her tone tinged with timidity. Here, it has been prepared for you. Yi Tian had long anticipated this situation, hence he had brought along several basic mobile phones. Upon receiving the device from Yi Tian, Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. Why a basic phone? She thought, disappointment evident in her gaze as she looked towards Xiao Tian. You don't want it? Mima fixed her gaze on Xiaomi. I want it. I want it. Xiaomi immediately accepted the basic phone. After all, he was still a child who owned a mobile device. Subsequently, Yi Tian handed another basic phone to Ayu. Why not give Ayu a smartphone? He pondered, concerned that Xiaomi might take a used phone to play with. Given Xiaomi's already poor academic performance, he could not afford to let her become further engrossed in a smartphone. Therefore, a basic phone was quite suitable. After all, Ayu was indifferent. He had experienced high-tech devices countless times. For Yu, both smartphones and basic phones were merely tools for communication. As time passed, the weekend came to an end, and Monday arrived. During the break on this day, Xiaomi suddenly noticed Mao Mao engrossed in a book. Curious, she leaned in for a closer look and was astonished to find it was not a comic book. Heavens, Mao Mao is actually reading a book filled with text. She exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, martial arts novels are primarily composed of words. Indeed, Mao Mao remained true to himself. With a smile, he remarked, "The swordsmen in the novels are so dashing. Look, this is a wooden sword that I had my father help me make." As he spoke, Mao Mao pulled a wooden sword from his desk. "I've made up my mind. I'm going to practice swordsmanship diligently and become the greatest swordsman in the world." Hearing Mao Mao's words, Xiaomi burst into laughter. "Ha, what age are we in? What good is being a swordsman? What use is that?" Tian, witnessing the scene, found himself somewhat at a loss for words. If one cannot defeat Mao Mao, then so be it. Yet, to mock him is quite another matter. Although this world has been enriched by Tian's presence, the once timid Mao Mao, with the assistance of Xiaomi, has morphed into a figure enamored with violence. However, despite his youth, Tian, having served in the military in a past life, regularly engages in physical training. Thus, even with Mao Mao's advantage in stature, he is unable to best Tian. Under such circumstances, with Tian around, Mao Mao seldom bullies Xiaomi. Nonetheless, should Xiaomi instigate trouble, Tian would not intervene, for there are times when Xiaomi indeed seeks confrontation. Take the present moment, for instance. What boy has not fantasized about becoming a martial arts master? To mock another is intolerable, especially for someone as temperamental as Mao Mao. Bang! In a fit of anger, Mao Mao slammed his wooden sword onto the table. "Xiaomi, how dare you look down upon a swordsman? Bring a real sword tomorrow, and in front of the entire class, I shall challenge you to a duel." With that, Mao Mao brandished the wooden sword, causing Xiaomi to feel a twinge of fear. In the blink of an eye, Xiaomi approached Tian, blinking innocently as he exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, what should I do? That trouble you stirred up with Mao Mao, you must resolve yourself," Tian replied. "But Mao Mao hits really hard," Xiaomi lamented pitifully. "Then why would you dare to provoke him?" Tian spoke with a hint of exasperation. "I haven't provoked him. I merely exchanged a few words." Xiaomi retorted defiantly. "Go ahead and act as you please. I certainly won't risk my life to assist you in dealing with Mao Mao." Tian waved his hand. Whenever Mao Mao attempted to bully Xiaomi, Tian would ensure that Mao Mao comprehended the meaning of suffering. However, the current predicament was instigated by none other than Xiaomi himself. "This is disastrous," Xiaomi lamented, feeling despondent as Tian offered no assistance. Without Tian's help, he was utterly incapable of dealing with Mao Mao. After school, the two of them returned home, and Xiaomi appeared resigned to his fate as he prepared band-aids and medicated oil. What was wrong with him? Yu cast a puzzled glance at Tian and inquired. "He has brought this upon himself," Tian replied. Tian subsequently recounted the events of the day to Yu. "Yu, remember to call 120 for me tomorrow," Xiaomi remarked. "Is that really necessary?" Yu inquired. "Of course it is. Though Mao Mao may not be skilled in swordsmanship, he can still wield a wooden sword with enough vigor to leave me in a dire state." I paused for a moment, then removed the pendant from around her neck. Cosmic teleportation, target acquired. A unique spatial phenomenon materialized. I turned to Xiaomi and said, "Let me assist you in defeating Mao Mao." With that, she summoned a celestial body and, with a mere gesture, transported the three of them away from Earth. They arrived at Bondar Star, a planet where technological advancement was still in its infancy, remaining entrenched in the era of cold weapons. The inhabitants, with a profound passion for swordsmanship, resolved all matters through the art of the sword. Outside a tea house, the trio appeared at the entrance. Tian first completed the check-in. Upon successful check-in, the host was congratulated with the reward of countless sword chests. These sword chests, when unfurled, can summon an infinite number of long swords, all identical in form. Given the name Countless, each sword within is also referred to as Countless. These swords are not only capable of slicing through iron like mud, but are also inexhaustible in supply. However, while they suffice in an ordinary world, their utility diminishes significantly in a realm of high martial prowess. At this moment, near the tea shop, Xiaomi glanced around and inquired, "Is this the ancient era?" "Indeed." Yu nodded, providing Tian and Xiaomi with an introduction to the circumstances of this planet. Just as the introduction concluded, a passerby approached the tea shop. "Madam, I would like a cup of tea," the man said, clasping his hands in greeting. If you wish to drink tea, you must first defeat me, the proprietress replied. Brandishing a sword, the man drew his long sword and charged forward. After a fierce exchange, the man's sword was sent flying, landing atop a wooden stake already brimming with numerous blades. It appeared that many had fallen to the prowess of this tea shop's proprietress. Yet, Tian felt compelled to ask, "Your strength is impressive, but are you not concerned about profit?" Chapter 12. Mind Force Sword Control. Had Tian truly posed this question, the proprietress would have responded in this manner. "Do you think I run a tea shop? No, I actually sell swords. I'm afraid you can no longer enjoy tea here," she said with a smile directed at the man. "Curse it. If I only had the sword of the Master of Halves, I wouldn't be bested by a mere tea seller," lamented the man, kneeling before the wooden stake adorned with swords. Observing this, Xiaomi expressed her confusion over the peculiar name, Master of Halves. "That is the person we are searching for," Yu remarked to Xiaomi. The defeated man, upon hearing their mention of the Master of Halves, approached them, sensing Xiaomi's unfamiliarity with the name, and proceeded to explain. "The Master of Halves is the most formidable swordsmith on the planet Bondar, having forged countless renowned swords throughout his lifetime. It is said he has now developed the ultimate divine sword capable of severing anything." Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If I could obtain that sword, I would surely defeat Mao Mao." "You may as well give up. The Master of Halves no longer forges swords for anyone," the man replied flatly. "What?" Xiaomi exclaimed, taken aback. Tian suggested, "Let us first go and take a look." "Indeed, we must locate Master Liaoban." I nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio departed from the tea house and made their way to Master Liangban's residence. Outside the abode of Master Liangban, a small group had gathered, beseeching him for a sword. The three approached and overheard the exchange between the group and Master Liangban. "Master Liaoban, we have journeyed from afar and sincerely hope you can forge a sword for us," several individuals implored with utmost reverence. Leaning on his cane, Master Liangban sighed, "Alas, this is the daily routine. I can assist you in forging a sword, but I have one condition." "What condition?" they inquired eagerly. "Defeat a certain individual for me." "Not a problem. Tell us who it is, and we shall go at once." "The first swordsman." Master Liaoban enunciated each word with precision. "The first swordsman?" The group of burly men turned and fled in terror. "Is he truly that formidable?" Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, no swordsman has ever bested him." Master Liaoban replied, "In my past obsession with sword forging, I created an array of uniquely functional renowned swords, gifting them to many swordsmen. Yet, that individual purchased those swords at a hefty price and, relying on their prowess, ascended to the rank of the world's foremost swordsman. Thus, only by vanquishing him and reclaiming my swords can one qualify to wield my most powerful divine sword." Master Liaoban addressed the trio directly. "That sounds utterly impossible," Xiaomi said, her voice tinged with fear. "The world's foremost swordsman? How could we possibly prevail against him?" "That may not necessarily be the case. Let us give it a try," Yu remarked, glancing at Tian and Xiaomi. "I have no objections," Tian affirmed. Tian waved his hand. "Can we truly prevail?" Xiaomi asked with a hint of concern. "Do not worry. With both Yu and me by your side, what is there to fear?" Tian spoke, and Xiaomi displayed a look of astonishment. "Indeed," she exclaimed. Subsequently, after the three reached an agreement with the two masters, they set forth towards the residence of the foremost swordsman. At the entrance of a grand estate, a plaque proclaiming it as the home of the world's greatest hung prominently above the door. Two young attendants stood guard at the entrance. "Who among you wishes to challenge the foremost swordsman?" one of them inquired. "I shall," came the reply. Tian stood up abruptly, eager to engage with the myriad of sword boxes. Tian, Ao and Xiaomi gazed at Tian in astonishment. "Rest assured, it shall be fine." Tian uttered a phrase intended to soothe the two individuals. "Very well. After all, you may not be able to defeat him, but you can certainly flee." Xiaomi, however, felt little concern, as he was well aware of Tian's ability to teleport. He nodded in agreement upon hearing Xiaomi's words. "Ladies and gentlemen, the first swordsman." At that moment, the two young boys called out and swung open the gates of the estate. A portly figure emerged before the trio. The rotund man, burdened with a large sack, approached them. The first swordsman, panting and out of breath, inquired, "Who among you wishes to challenge me? Is this truly the world's foremost swordsman?" And you found it hard to believe that this was the legendary figure. "You shall soon discover the truth of his prowess," the first swordsman proclaimed, opening his sack to reveal an array of famed swords. He proceeded to demonstrate the extraordinary capabilities of each blade, seemingly aiming to intimidate the trio into retreat. After completing his display, the first swordsman chuckled and remarked, "Should you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Simply provide me with a sum of money, and this incident shall be forgotten." The reason for his request for money was clear. He had previously expended a considerable amount on the swords and sought to recoup his losses. "No need for that. Let us begin." As Tian spoke, a sword box materialized beside him. The dimensions of the numerous sword boxes were considerable, standing slightly shorter than Tian himself at that moment. Each sword box was approximately 1 meter in height, and Tian grasped the center of the box with one hand. Subsequently, under the influence of his mental power, the sword box expanded outward on both sides. As it unfolded, the interior was revealed. Upon inspection, several individuals observed that the sword box contained 6 identical swords. "Well, when did Tian acquire this?" Xiaomi remarked, gazing at the sword box, feeling that it was quite impressive. With a mere wave of Tian's hand, countless swords erupted from the sword box, glistening with an ethereal white hue. The slender blades emanated a chilling radiance, exuding an air of extraordinary craftsmanship. Wondrous, a planet entrenched in the age of cold weaponry, boasted a collection of legendary swords, yet these countless blades were not inferior to the famed ones. They simply lacked any extraordinary effects. 6 swords dare to challenge me? The first sword master chuckled softly, then summoned forth a multitude of renowned swords from within his bag. 6, is it? Tian smiled. In the next moment, countless swords soared from their scabbards, swiftly striking down the renowned blades of the foremost swordsman. Subsequently, an innumerable array of swords hovered above the head of the first swordsman. "Wow, so magnificent!" Upon witnessing this, Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Surrender now." Tian turned to the foremost swordsman and declared, "I concede." The leading swordsman was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly clasped his fists in acknowledgement of defeat. Upon hearing the admission of surrender, in the next instant, countless swords gracefully returned to their scabbards. The sensation of wielding a sword was truly delightful, particularly the exhilarating experience of 1,000 blades being unleashed in unison. A faint smile graced Tian's face. In Tian's mind, an inexplicable phrase suddenly surfaced. "With this city full of swords, I shall duel with you." Although not literally borrowing the swords of the entire city, the outcome achieved through countless sword cases bore a striking resemblance. As the battle concluded, the 3 individuals gathered the renowned swords of the first swordsman. In the realm of swordsmanship, it is an unwritten rule of Wondrous that the defeated must relinquish their swords. Tian and his companions swiftly departed from the residence of the first swordsman and arrived at the doorstep of Master Liangban. Chapter 13. The Art of Painting. They returned all the renowned swords previously owned by Master Liangban, and in turn, received the most formidable divine sword. The sword's appearance was indeed extraordinary. However, when Io and Xiaomi discovered that the supreme sword could sever anything it struck but was not capable of cleaving through all things, they were left dumbfounded. It was a deception, undoubtedly a deception. Xiaomi immediately lamented, "This is disastrous. How can such a sword possibly help us defeat Mao Mao?" "Not necessarily." Master Liangban replied with a smile, offering a suggestion to Xiaomi and Io. "Before the battle, seek out a flower or a blade of grass, and in front of your adversary, sever it with the supreme sword. This will lead your enemy to misconstrue Xiaomi as a highly skilled martial artist, thereby achieving victory without a fight." Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's spirits lifted once again. "What a brilliant idea!" he exclaimed, as he relished the prospect of resolving conflicts without engaging in combat. At this moment, Tian turned to Master Liangban and inquired, "Master Liangban, is this sword meant for a single use?" "Indeed. However, once it has been wielded, it can be retrieved, and I shall restore it to its original form." Master Liangban nodded in response. "Very well," Tian replied. Tian nodded, meaning that this sword was merely for amusement. Shortly thereafter, I returned to Earth with the 2 companions. The following day, after school, the entire class gathered on the playground. Mao Mao, wielding a wooden sword, turned to Xiaomi and said, "Xiaomi, show us your sword." Xiaomi smiled, and then produced a flower, delicately pinched between her fingers. The classmates looked on in bewilderment. Mao Mao laughed, "Xiaomi, have you lost your wits? Using a flower as a sword?" With a chuckle, Xiaomi then revealed Ayu's formidable divine sword. Clutching the flower, she struck at the mighty sword. In the next moment, the divine sword was effortlessly severed in 2, its blade flying off and embedding itself in the ground. The crowd was left in astonishment. In the realm of martial arts novels, True masters can pluck flowers and gather leaves to inflict harm upon their enemies. Could it be that Xiaomi is a master? Ding Dong exclaimed in shock. After cleaving the divine sword, Xiaomi turned to Mao Mao and declared, "Let the duel commence." Upon hearing this, Mao Mao, in sheer fright, dropped the wooden sword and fled, shouting, "I concede," as he ran, seemingly fearful that Xiaomi would pursue him for a continuation of the duel. Thus ended a rather hasty contest, and the classmates returned home, each to their respective mothers. On Friday, the class conducted a Chinese language quiz. In the afternoon, the results of the quiz were revealed, and Taosu distributed the test papers to each student. Tian scored only in the 90s on his Chinese language quiz, failing to achieve a perfect score. Meanwhile, upon seeing her own score of 22 on the same quiz, Xiaomi was instantly gripped by fear, her entire body trembling. Seeing this, Tian gently patted Xiaomi's shoulder and said, "Xiaomi, I wish you the best of luck." Tears streamed down Xiaomi's face uncontrollably. He could already envision the scene that awaited him upon returning home. After school, on their way back, Xiaomi grasped Tian's arm and, with a pitiful expression, implored, "Xiao Tian, could you please not have my mother sign? What are you planning? Surely, you don't intend to forge her signature?" Tian cast a glance at Xiaomi and remarked, "If I do not proceed in this manner, mother will admonish me relentlessly until dusk." Xiaomi, filled with trepidation, responded fearfully. Tian shook his head and said, "Stop thinking about it. Are you capable of forgery? I will seek assistance from Ayu. Ayu will not aid you in deception." He replied, "I shall attempt it nonetheless," Xiaomi insisted resolutely. Tian chose to remain silent, fully aware that Ayu would not acquiesce. This understanding stemmed not only from having watched the anime, but also from a profound knowledge of Ayu's character. Upon returning home, Xiaomi immediately sought Ayu, hoping to persuade her to procure a forged signature. "No, deceit is wrong, and I cannot deceive my mother." Ayu vehemently rejected the notion. However, Xiaomi lamented, "I truly wish to avoid my mother's incessant reprimands. If I could convert the time spent enduring her lectures into study, perhaps I could achieve a perfect score next time." As he spoke, Xiaomi shook his hair, resembling an eager puppy. In all honesty, Xiaomi had a considerable understanding of Ayu at that moment. While he knew she would not assist him in fabricating a falsehood, he also recognized that she might consent if it were for the sake of education. Clearly, Xiaomi had seized upon this insight. That seems somewhat reasonable. "Very well, I shall help you evade your mother's chastisements. However, you must promise to study diligently afterward." Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with hope. "Can you truly create a false name? What are you thinking?" "Absolutely not." "Wait here for a moment," Aya retorted, exasperated. She then turned to Tian and inquired, "Xiao Tian, would you like to accompany me to a planet you've never visited?" "Which one?" "The Luluma star, home to the noble city of Luluma." This planet possessed a peculiar item known as punctuation candy, which could influence the speech of others. For instance, a period could compel someone to cease their incessant chatter, while a colon would enable them to speak endlessly. Aya's purpose for visiting this planet was to purchase a packet of punctuation candy, with the hope of curbing Xiaomi's mother's lectures. As Aya ventured forth to acquire the candy, Tian did not forget to check in. "Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Hall of Fame level painting skill." "Oh, it is unexpectedly a skill?" Tian was somewhat astonished. This was his first time earning a skill through clocking in. Previously, aside from acquiring perfect memory during his initial clock-in, he had only received an array of wondrous items. While the painting skill may not prove particularly useful, possessing additional talents is never a burden, and Tian was quite pleased with this reward. After all, it was of a hall-level caliber. According to the system's description, hall level represents the pinnacle of a craft, with master, grandmaster, advanced, intermediate, and beginner levels beneath it. Before long, Tian had completed his clock-in, while Ayu had also procured the punctuation candy. Upon returning home, Ayu instructed Xiaomi to fetch me Ma for her signature. "Should I go directly?" Xiaomi inquired with some trepidation. "Rest assured, Mama will certainly not scold you," Ayu reassured her. "All right, Ayu, I trust you." Despite her fears, Xiaomi chose to place her faith in Ayu. Subsequently, she approached Ma, clutching her exam paper that bore a score of 22. "Mother, here is my recent Chinese language test paper," Xiaomi said, trembling as she extended the paper. "Xiaomi." Ma's gaze fell upon the 22 on the paper, and an immediate surge of anger welled up within her. Ayu promptly produced a piece of punctuation candy and discreetly tossed it into Ma's mouth. Her expression shifted. It seemed she had much to say, yet suddenly she found herself at a loss for words, letting out a huff before retreating to the kitchen. "Well, This punctuation candy is truly remarkable, Xiaomi exclaimed, as she took a packet from Ayu's hand, noticing there were still plenty of candies left. Xiaomi, you must honor your promise, Ayu said, heading to Xiaomi's room to fetch her book. However, upon turning around, Ayu discovered that Xiaomi had already dashed out. Tricked again, Ayu sighed in exasperation. Tian glanced at Ayu and smiled, saying, Ayu, after all this time, do you still not understand Xiaomi? Asking him to read and study is akin to condemning him to a fate worse than death. Humph. I shall never trust Xiaomi again, Ayu exclaimed in frustration. However, Tian found her words utterly unconvincing. Ayu would undoubtedly continue to be deceived by Xiaomi. At that moment, Xiaomi stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered Mi Ba. Mi Ba was discreetly observing a colleague. Not long ago, Mi Ba had lent a sum of money to this colleague, who had since forgotten about it. Uncertain of how to broach the subject, he was now in a state of considerable distress. Subsequently, Xiaomi utilized a clever hint through punctuation to subtly suggest to Mi Ba's words, prompting the colleague to recall the matter of the money, thereby successfully retrieving the loaned amount. Meanwhile, a knock resounded at the door. Tian opened the door to his home, and to his surprise, it was Teacher Yan. Teacher Yan, please, come in. Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired while ushering Teacher Yan into the house. Hearing the commotion, Mamami emerged promptly and poured a cup of tea for Teacher Yan. Teacher Yan, is there something you wish to discuss today? Mamami asked, her tone tinged with apprehension. Typically, a teacher's solitary visit to a student's home does not bode well. Ms. Me, the matter is quite concerning. I am genuinely worried about Xiaomi's academic performance. I wish to speak with you and Xiaotian about the possibility of Xiaotian dedicating some time after school to tutor Xiaomi. I am aware that Xiaomi struggles with self-discipline in her studies, so I hope you can keep a closer eye on her. Teacher Yin addressed both Mamami and Tian with a serious expression. Tian recalled that in the original script, Teacher Yin had enlisted Tao Su to tutor Xiaomi. Upon discovering this, Xiaomi was momentarily overcome with pride and inadvertently tossed the punctuation candy he had prepared into Teacher Yan's mouth. Consequently, Teacher Yan's enthusiasm surged, and he personally began to tutor Xiaomi. To be frank, his assistance was of little consequence, as he had attempted this before. Being a brother, he held no fear of Tian and approached the tutoring with a lackadaisical attitude. However, if Teacher Yin were to take the lead, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Moreover, it served as a fitting reprimand for this young lad, who neglected his studies while attempting to forge his parents' signatures. Teacher Yin was indeed the most appropriate punishment for Xiaomi, as no child is immune to the authority of a teacher. At that moment, upon hearing Teacher Yan's words, Mima nodded affirmatively, assuring, no problem, we will certainly provide Xiaomi with the necessary guidance. Teacher Yin responded with a nod, that is splendid. Xiaomi is quite intelligent, he simply lacks diligence in his studies. Exactly, Mima concurred with a nod. Meanwhile, Tian, utilizing his instantaneous mobility, effortlessly transported Xiaomi from outside into the room. Xiaomi appeared utterly bewildered and stepped out of the living room, exclaiming, Xiaotian. Xiaomi is at home? Teacher Yin paused momentarily as all eyes turned toward Xiaomi, who had just shouted. Upon seeing Teacher Yin, Xiaomi was struck with a cold sweat. Bewildered by his presence in the house, Tian silently retrieved a punctuation candy from Xiaomi, and with a swift motion of teleportation, he placed it directly into Teacher Yan's mouth. I apologize, Teacher Yin. This fellow is beyond my ability to teach. I must trouble you instead. Upon consuming the colon candy, a spark of brilliance ignited in Teacher Yan's eyes. He then exclaimed with fervor, for some inexplicable reason, I suddenly have an endless stream of words regarding tutoring. Xiaomi's mother, Xiaotian, let me personally handle Xiaomi's guidance. Xiaomi was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Is that true? How wonderful. Xiaomi's mother beamed with delight. If Teacher Yin was willing to tutor Xiaomi, it would indeed be the best outcome. Xiaomi, let us commence. Teacher Yin swiftly ushered Xiaomi into the room, launching into an enthusiastic discourse on tutoring. Xiaomi, wishing to halt Teacher Yan's incessant chatter with another punctuation candy, soon discovered that all her candies had vanished. Stunned for a moment, she inwardly seethed, cursed Xiaotian. In the living room, Ao chuckled and glanced at Tian, saying, Xiaotian, was that your doing? Just a little lesson for this fellow. Tian spoke as he handed the candy to Ao. Ao, please keep this safe and do not give it to Xiaomi. Let Xiaomi focus on her studies. I nodded with a smile. The two observed Xiaomi being compelled to read, and they both felt quite pleased. The tutoring continued into the evening, with Xiaomi weeping throughout the session. The following day, on the weekend, Tian invited Tao Su to the amusement park. Xiaomi wished to join them, but Tian, with the use of telekinesis, kept her at home. This is our world. Why are you causing a ruckus? At the amusement park. After purchasing their tickets and surveying the surroundings, they decided to first enjoy the carousel. In truth, their options for amusement were limited, given their tender age. After experiencing a few suitable attractions, Tao Su lamented, if only we could ride those roller coasters. However, it was not entirely impossible. Tian recalled the age spring that he had acquired previously, an artifact he had yet to utilize. Tao Su turned to Tian and inquired, Xiao Tian, do you possess any solutions? Tian nodded and said, I can help us become adults. Become adults? Tao Su's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The notion of growing up is a fantasy shared by children alike. Regardless of gender, boys often envision themselves as adults, free to roam wherever they desire and indulge in whatever pleases them. As for girls, they may dream of maturing into figures of grace, able to adorn themselves with makeup to enhance their beauty. Is that truly possible? Tao Su inquired once more. Tian nodded and said, certainly. And we can revert to being children at any moment. If you wish to give it a try, we can do so. To be honest, Tian was quite eager to witness what Tao Su would look like as an adult. After all, the amusement of two children playing together far surpasses that of two adults. Then let us give it a try. Tao Su, intrigued, agreed. Chapter 15. The Joy of Growing Up, Part 2. Subsequently, Tian utilized his teleportation ability to bring Tao Su back to the wallpaper house. Upon their return, Tian first conjured two clothing boutiques within the wallpaper house. One boutique was filled with men's attire, while the other boasted an array of women's garments. The clothing shops were well stocked, offering a diverse selection, including undergarments. Next, Tian retrieved the age spring index, placed it on the ground, and pressed the red button. Instantly, a spring emerged from the ground. He filled a bottle with 500 milliliters of the spring water and handed it to Tao Su. Drink this water, and you shall transform into an adult, he instructed. Once you enter the boutique, you may lock the door for privacy. I recommend that you remove your clothes beforehand, as your body may expand and ill-fitting garments could become quite uncomfortable. Once transformed, you will have the opportunity to select an adult outfit from the boutique. Tian glanced at Tao Su, who nodded with a mixture of excitement and nervousness as she accepted the spring water. Soon, Tao Su entered a clothing store and locked the door behind her. Inside the store, following Tian's instructions, she began to remove her clothing, feeling quite anxious. After all, this was not her home. However, the locked door provided her with a sense of reassurance. Little did she anticipate that someone possessed the ability to see through. Meanwhile, Tian made his way to the adjacent clothing store, swiftly discarding his garments and consuming the spring water. Once his physique matured, he selected a pair of undergarments and an outfit along with shoes to adorn himself. Tian's speed was remarkably swift, accomplishing his task within mere minutes. Upon completion, he stood outside the clothing store, awaiting Tao Su. Suddenly, his ability of clairvoyance activated uncontrollably once more. Inside, Tao Su had just finished drinking spring water, and her body began to transition into adulthood. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a 9-year-old child into a young adult of 18 or 19. Alas, it was unexpected that Tao Su, upon maturing, possessed such abundant potential. Tian was taken aback. The boutique. Upon noticing her transformation, Tao Su's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Soon, she began to select her attire. First, she chose a set of purple lingerie, and then, after an extensive search, she donned a dress in a shade that leaned towards pink. The plethora of garments in the boutique left her a bit dazzled. Once she had changed, Tao Su opened the door of the boutique and stepped outside. The two exchanged glances, and Tian smiled, saying, Tao Su, you look splendid. Tao Su, feeling a tad bashful, replied, it's just okay. Shall we go? Tian took Tao Su's hand and instantly transported them to the amusement park. Upon their arrival at the amusement park, Tian did not release his hold on Tao Su's hand. Having grasped it, there was no reason to let go. Tao Su, too, did not resist, and soon they found themselves in line for the roller coaster. Although Tao Su did not possess a particularly bold disposition, the allure of the untried ride stirred a flicker of curiosity within her. As they stood in line, they attracted the attention of many onlookers, particularly a number of boys, as well as some slender girls. Now that she had grown up, Tao Su not only possessed striking beauty but also an admirable figure. However, these admirers dared only to steal glances at her. While she was somewhat aware of their gazes, she had long since grown accustomed to such attention. Even at the age of 9, she had often found herself under the scrutiny of her classmates. As they queued, Tao Su glanced down and, with a soft sigh near Yu Tian's ear, remarked, "Growing up isn't all that great. It can be quite exhausting." Yu Tian cleared his throat softly. He could roughly discern Tao Su's intentions. "Many people are envious of you, unable to contain their admiration." Yu Tian smiled and remarked, "What is there to envy? It is merely too burdensome." Tao Su, somewhat perplexed, responded, "You will understand in due time. I am already an adult," he asserted. "Yet, you have only grown physically," she retorted. With a hint of defiance, Tao Su instinctively pouted, completely unaware of the profound impact such a gesture could have on a young man. Yi Tian instinctively tightened his grip on Tao Su's hand. Tao Su, her petite face adorned with a hint of confusion, glanced up at Yi Tian. Although both had matured over the past decade, their heights had diverged. The 19-year-old Tao Su stood at a mere 1.6 meters, while Yi Tian towered at approximately 1.8. As they locked eyes, Yi Tian spoke earnestly, "Please refrain from your playful antics." "Huh," Tao Su replied, a look of bewilderment gracing her features. Their conversation continued, and soon it was their turn. Coincidentally, they were the first two to board the latest roller coaster. Yu Tian guided Tao Su to the front row. Once seated, she voiced her apprehension. "Isn't the front row going to be terrifying?" "Not at all, in the front row. Everything is much clearer," Yu Tian reassured her. "This way you can mentally prepare for the path below, which is far superior to sitting at the back." "Is that true?" "Yet, I still feel somewhat anxious," Tao Su admitted, her grip on Yu Tian's hand tightening further. "There's no need to fear. I'm right here with you," he comforted her. Yi Tian smiled softly and firmly grasped Tao Su's hand. A hint of a smile appeared on Tao Su's face, alleviating her fear somewhat. Before long, the roller coaster was filled with eager riders and began its ascent. As the coaster gained momentum, it climbed higher and then plummeted downwards. A cacophony of screams echoed from the passengers aboard the roller coaster, and Tao Su, too, found herself letting out a few startled cries. Yu Tian was relatively composed, though a tinge of fear lingered within him. Yet, for the sake of pride, he chose to remain silent. The two of them held on to each other tightly, dissipating their fears in unison. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the roller coaster returned to its starting point. Tao Su let out a long sigh of relief. "That was such fun," she exclaimed with a smile. "As long as we enjoyed ourselves, that's what matters." Yi Tian spoke as he reached out to gently ruffle Tao Su's hair. He had long desired to try this, and now he finally seized the opportunity. "Humph, don't mess with my hair. You're going to ruin it." Tao Su feigned anger as she spoke. However, Yi Tian could discern no genuine annoyance. Instead, he found her demeanor rather endearing. "Your hair was already tousled by the roller coaster, you know. Let us not linger on this. We should head down now." Yi Tian spoke as he took Tao Su's hand, leading her away from the roller coaster. The two departed from the vicinity of the ride. Yu Tian extended his hand to tidy up the slightly disheveled hair of Tao Su. "Allow me to assist you," he said. Tao Su smiled softly and responded with a gentle "What would you like to play next?" After Yi Tian helped Tao Su with her hair, he inquired, "What is it?" Tao Su pointed towards the nearby flying tower. "Certainly." Yu Tian readily agreed, viewing the exhilarating entertainment activities as a mere adventure for the day. Soon, the two arrived at the flying tower, engaging in the thrill it offered. The flying tower bore resemblance to the spinning chairs, albeit with a more exhilarating allure. In Chapter 16, The Bigger, the More Fun, Part 2, Yu Tian accompanied Tao Su in enjoying a variety of attractions. As evening approached, the crowd in the amusement park began to dwindle. Under the twilight sky, Yi Tian and Tao Su embarked on their final ride, the Ferris wheel. Being the most romantic attraction in the park, they intentionally saved it for last. Seated atop the Ferris wheel, they gazed at the fading dusk. In that moment, Tao Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Tao Su, shall we take a photo to commemorate this moment?" Yi Tian remarked as he retrieved a camera from the system space. "Wonderful," replied Tao Su with a smile. Subsequently, Tao Su settled beside Yi Tian, their bodies closely pressed together, allowing Yi Tian to sense the softness of Tao Su, which caused a faint blush to rise to his ears. Suppressing his restless heart, Yi Tian raised the camera and, with the twilight as a backdrop, captured several photographs. Once the photos were taken, Yi Tian handed the camera to Tao Su. As she flipped through the images Yi Tian had taken, she exclaimed, "The photos you've captured, Xiao Tian, are quite remarkable." Yi Tian smiled and said, "As long as you are happy. I am indeed very fond of it." "Do you mean the photograph, or me?" Yi Tian chuckled as he leaned closer to Tao Su, playfully teasing her. "Well, Everyone likes it, Tao Su murmured shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. However, Yi Tian, standing nearby, heard every word distinctly. Yi Tian's smile was utterly uncontainable. Tao Su took a moment to steady her bashful heart, turned to Yi Tian, and said, Xiao Tian, I am truly delighted today. If you ever wish to go somewhere in the future, just let me know directly. Yi Tian smiled in response. MHM. Tao Su nodded with a grin. In the next moment, Tao Su suddenly leaned in and swiftly planted a kiss on Yi Tian's cheek. As fleeting as a dragonfly touching the water, leaving Yi Tian momentarily bewildered before it concluded. Yi Tian widened his eyes, gazing at Tao Su in disbelief. He truly did not anticipate that Tao Su would take the initiative to kiss him. Tao Su met Yi Tian's astonished gaze and playfully stuck out her little tongue, saying, You mustn't tell anyone. Rest assured, I won't, he replied. Yi Tian nodded, assuring that he would certainly keep this to himself. However, since you have kissed me, in the spirit of fairness, would you not allow me a kiss in return? Yi Tian gazed at Tao Su and continued speaking. A conflicted expression appeared on Tao Su's face. After a moment of contemplation, she finally responded, Just once, okay. MHM. Yi Tian smiled and nodded, seizing the moment when Tao Su was distracted to gently plant a kiss on her cheek. Being adults, such a gesture felt entirely natural. In an instant, Tao Su blushed so deeply that it seemed steam might rise from her head. Subsequently, the pair refrained from any further indiscretions, choosing instead to hold hands while gazing at the setting sun. Before long, the Ferris wheel descended to the ground, and the two of them disembarked. Tao Su remarked, It's getting late. Shall we head back? All right, let's go, he replied. As Yi Tian spoke, he took Tao Su's hand and instantaneously transported them to the costume shop within the wallpaper house. Subsequently, Yi Tian retrieved the age fountain device and pressed the blue button, administering 500 milliliters of the azure essence to Tao Su. Afterward, Yi Tian departed from the costume shop and returned to the adjacent space. Yi Tian's pace remained swift. In the blink of an eye, he consumed the spring water and transformed back into a child, donning his former attire. Stepping out of the dressing room, Yi Tian glanced at the establishment where Tao Su was situated. Indeed, Tao Su was in the process of shrinking. How did Yi Tian come to know? It remains unclear. After a considerable wait, Tao Su finally emerged from within the room. Xiao Tian, may I take this outfit with me? Tao Su inquired, holding the attire she had donned earlier that day. Do you desire it? Of course, it is no issue. However, it would be rather peculiar for you to take back an adult's clothing. In that case, I shall prepare a bedroom for you within the wallpaper house, and you can place the clothing in your new chamber. Yi Tian spoke, and with a wave of his hand, conjured a bedroom within the confines of the wallpaper studio. This particular chamber was adjacent to Yi Tian's own sleeping quarters, and it was distinguished as the sole room equipped with a lock. While Yi Tian possessed the capability to create locks for the other rooms as well, he deemed it unnecessary. However, for the room prepared for Tao Su, it was prudent to ensure the presence of a lock. Yi Tian handed the key to Tao Su. From now on, this room shall be yours. Go ahead and have a look. Tao Su joyfully accepted the key. If it had been earlier, she might have felt a tad bashful about receiving it. However, at this moment, her shyness had dissipated, for she had already envisioned herself as the future mistress of the wallpapered abode, since she was to be the future matron. What was there to feel embarrassed about in claiming a bedroom? Taking the key, she unlocked the door. Wow, Tao Su exclaimed, astonished by the sight that greeted her within the room. Unlike the simple and monotonous quarters of Yi Tian and AU, her room was adorned with an abundance of plush toys, enveloped in a delightful pink ambience. The various furnishings and bedding were all in shades of pink. As she stepped inside, her face lit up with wonder as she surveyed the space. Truth be told, she yearned to reside in this enchanting room. Alas, that was not possible at present, for her mother would never consent to such a notion. Tao Su took a leisurely turn about the room before carefully hanging her clothes in the wardrobe. After arranging her garments, she reluctantly remarked, Xiao Tian, I shall return tomorrow. All right, came the reply. Yi Tian smiled and nodded. Subsequently, the two departed from the wallpaper shop. Yi Tian escorted Tao Su back home, opting for a leisurely stroll instead of utilizing teleportation. He accompanied her to her doorstep. Tao Su, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Tian, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After their farewell, Yi Tian swiftly returned home through teleportation. Upon Yi Tian's return, Xiaomi immediately approached and inquired, Xiao Tian, was the amusement park enjoyable? It was rather average, he replied, but the experience of accompanying Tao Su was truly delightful. Tian spoke indifferently. Xiaomi immediately wore a look of hurt. I too wish to visit the amusement park alone with Tao Su, but it is futile to entertain such thoughts. It is simply not possible. Tao Su would never go to the amusement park alone with you. Tian and Au simultaneously plunged a knife into Xiaomi's heart. Xiaomi collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Why does Tao Su only favor Xiao Tian when we are all children of our parents? It is because your grades are dismal. You are perpetually mischievous and never allow your parents to rest easy. Au began to rattle off a litany of Xiaomi's shortcomings with a swaying head. The more Xiaomi listened, the darker her expression became, and in an instant, she sprang to her feet. Au, how could you say such a thing to me? With a loud shout, she seized Au's face and tugged at it furiously. Ah, it hurts. Au immediately cried out in pain. Enough, stop the fuss. In truth, Au's words were not without merit. Tian approached the two and said, Xiaomi. Just as Xiaomi was at a loss for words, the voice of Mima echoed from the kitchen. Dinner is ready. I don't want to eat. I'll count to 3. Mom, just kidding, I will eat. Xiaomi swiftly made her way to the dining room and obediently took her seat. Chapter 17. The air brick making machine. The following day, Tao Su arrived at Tian's house early and headed straight for the wallpaper room. Xiaomi wanted to join them, but as soon as they entered Tao Su's room, they locked the door. Humph. If you won't let me play, then I will find Ding Dong. Xiaomi stormed out of the house, feeling that she no longer belonged there. Throughout the day, Tao Su remained in her room within the wallpaper house. Time passed, and Monday arrived once more. After school, Tian and Tao Su returned home together, while Xiaomi accompanied Ding Dong to purchase the latest comics. After Tian escorted Tao Su home, he returned to his own residence. Before long, Xiaomi returned, looking somewhat dejected and disheveled. Xiaomi, what happened? Au inquired, puzzled. With a sigh, Xiaomi lamented, the new comic I bought was snatched away by Mao Mao. That despicable creature. I haven't even had a chance to read it. Isn't Mao Mao afraid of Xiao Tian? Au questioned, still confused. Indeed, Mao Mao is afraid of Xiao Tian, which is why he never directly confronts me. He only steals my comics. Xiaomi explained. At first, whenever he pilfered my comics, Xiao Tian would retrieve them for me the next day, and Mao Mao would obediently return them. However, he continues to steal them, and then he continues to return them. It has gotten to the point where Xiao Tian has scolded Mao Mao, yet nothing changes. Xiaomi sighed softly. Mao Mao has grown quite clever in this regard. He always admits his mistakes, yet remains unrepentant. After each theft, he apologizes the following day and returns the comic. If Mao Mao were to adopt a defiant attitude and refuse to return the comic, Xiao Tian could give him a proper lesson and make him question his existence. But instead, he always returns with an air of contrition, which is quite frustrating. Initially, Tian had reprimanded Mao Mao a few times, urging him to cease stealing Xiaomi's comics. He suggested that if Mao Mao truly wished to read them, he should wait until Xiaomi finished. Yet, Mao Mao remained obstinate. As time passed, Tian grew weary of the situation, deciding to let it be. After all, what could he do? He couldn't just eliminate Mao Mao, could he? The following day, Mao Mao returned the items. In truth, resolving this matter is quite simple. Xiaomi needs to adopt a more assertive stance. Although he may not be able to overpower Mao Mao, as long as he possesses sufficient determination, he will not be bullied. If you dare to seize my comics, I shall not hesitate to fight back. Were Xiaomi to embody such a character, who would dare to take his belongings? Ayo. Upon hearing Xiaomi's words, contemplated for a moment before remarking, your fear of Mao Mao, in a sense, is not entirely negative. At least he returns the comics each time. What do you mean? I'm simply frustrated. I purchased those comics with my own money, and before I could even read them, they were snatched away by Mao Mao. Xiaomi exclaimed in anger. It's not as if he cannot lend the comics to others. It's simply infuriating that I cannot view the comics I bought immediately. Ao, you must assist me, Xiaomi implored, grasping Ao's arm. How can I help you? Mao Mao would rather endure a beating from Xiao Tian than relinquish your comics. What can I possibly do? Ao replied, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, why not invite Xiao Tian to join you every time you purchase comics? That would only put my friend Fat Tiger in a difficult position. He always accompanies Tao Su. How can I possibly bring him along? Xiaomi said with a hint of sorrow. Such a treacherous individual. Can't you be a bit more assertive? Did I not offer to teach you how to fight? You refused to learn, and now you find yourself bullied by Mao Mao. Who can you blame? Tian turned to Xiaomi and said, you must exercise every day. Xiaomi retorted, but I am merely an elementary school student. How could I possibly sustain that? Initially, upon witnessing Tian's ability to outmatch Mao Mao, he sought to learn the art of combat from him. However, Tian informed him that daily practice and prolonged perseverance were necessary to surpass Mao Mao. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi unhesitatingly gave up. He reasoned that with Tian around, Mao Mao would not dare to bully him. At most, he would only snatch away his comics and toys. Yet, if he were to seek Tian's assistance, he could easily reclaim them. The desire to defeat Mao Mao swiftly diminished. Xiaomi turned to Ayu and inquired, Ayu, do you have any tools that could prevent Mao Mao from taking my comics? Well, I do have an idea for a tool, Ayu replied. This tool is specifically designed to aid the weak. With it, you will be able to stop Mao Mao from pilfering your comics. That's perfect, Ayu. Could you lend it to me? Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Help the weak? Am I not considered weak? Indeed, you are. But just be sure you don't regret it later, Ayu said, her tone laced with hesitation. Why would I regret being able to stop Mao Mao from stealing my comics? Xiaomi replied with unwavering determination. Very well, as long as you won't regret it. Xiao Tian. Would you accompany me? Ayu then looked at Tian. Tian nodded and subsequently followed Ayu away from Earth. In the blink of an eye, Ayu brought Tian to the Alliance Star, the very heart of the Cosmic Alliance. Upon arriving at the Alliance Star, Tian proceeded to check in. And with success, he was congratulated on acquiring the upgraded air brick manufacturing machine. This machine resembled a stick connected to a square container, capable of transforming air into transparent air bricks. However, these bricks could only exist for an hour. The upgraded version of this device allowed for customizability in the duration of existence. Furthermore, the generated air bricks could be moved at will, with their size and color being adjustable as well. If the air bricks were not under Tian's control, they would remain immovable. This tool seemed quite useful, as the upgraded air bricks possessed remarkable hardness, eliminating the need for a foundation when constructing a house, thereby alleviating concerns about quality. Meanwhile, as Tian checked in, he accompanied Ayu to locate an official from the Cosmic Alliance headquarters on Alliance Star. Since Ayu's birth, he had wandered the cosmos, making numerous friends and lending a helping hand to many. Even within the Cosmic Alliance, there were acquaintances known to Ayu, who had also aided the Alliance in the past. Consequently, Ayu effortlessly procured a cloak, known as the Cloak of Justice. This cloak was exclusive equipment of the Cosmic Alliance. Those who donned the cloak, with a heart full of righteousness, could harness its power to do good. However, if one harbored malicious intent, the cloak would become unbearably heavy, pinning the wearer down with its weight. Note, the anime does not specify the planet on which the Cosmic Alliance headquarters is located, hence it is referred to simply as Alliance Star. Chapter 18. The Cloak of Moral Coercion. If this item were given to Xiaomi, she would undoubtedly face some challenges. Tian learned about the function of the prompts from Ayu, chuckling as he remarked that, after all, Xiaomi had claimed she had no regrets. Ayu also smiled. And at that moment, the two shared a somewhat schadenfreude-like expression. Before long, they returned to Earth. Ayu handed the cloak to Xiaomi, who, upon seeing it, felt a surge of coolness and immediately draped it over her shoulders. Now that I wear this cloak, do I possess superpowers? She mused, and without hesitation, she punched the wall with great force. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, and Xiaomi instantly cried out in pain. Aya, your props are utterly useless. Are you a tiger? Tian felt somewhat speechless. Good gracious, how daring to throw a punch at the wall. Allow me to explain the purpose of the cape first. Ao also expressed his disbelief. While the three were conversing, Mamami emerged from the kitchen, saying, We are out of vegetables. Who will help me buy some? She looked at the trio while holding a bag intended for groceries. Mom, let Xiaomi go. Ao exclaimed, pushing Xiaomi forward towards Mamami. Mamami handed the bag to Xiaomi, who, somewhat bewildered, accepted it and responded, All right. As Xiaomi agreed, the cape of justice began to gently float. In the next moment, it lifted Xiaomi into the air. This note contains the list of vegetables to purchase. Wait, I'm flying. Mamami exclaimed, astonished as she witnessed Xiaomi ascend. She was not frightened, as she too possessed a bamboo dragonfly and had experienced flight before. Xiaomi was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with delight. The cape can actually make one fly? Though Xiaomi had flown many times using the bamboo dragonfly, Tian only allowed its use for school, leading him to long for a tool that would enable him to soar at will. The Cape of Justice granted its power to those who embraced a righteous mindset in their deeds. At this moment, Ao also took the opportunity to elaborate on the cape to Xiaomi. How wonderful. Xiaomi cheered, then took the shopping list from Mamami's hands. Mom, I'm off to buy the vegetables. With that, he soared out of the house. Ao, seeing this, felt a surge of urgency. I haven't finished speaking yet. Tian smiled and said, I knew this would happen. Ayu, you should hurry and catch up to see. Replied Ayu, promptly exiting with his bamboo dragonfly to pursue Xiaomi. Before long, Ayu caught up with Xiaomi and advised him that using the cloak required pure intentions. Otherwise, it would become heavier. The stronger the malicious thought, the greater the weight of the cloak. In essence, the power of the cloak should only be employed for virtuous deeds. Xiaomi, however, dismissed this with indifference, replying, I understand, and continued on his way to buy groceries. Ayu shook his head in dismay. After a short while, Xiaomi completed his shopping. However, on the way back, he spotted Mao Mao in a park, engrossed in reading the comic book that he had snatched from Xiaomi and Ding Dong. Infuriated, Xiaomi pulled an egg from his bag, exclaiming, This is for stealing my comic book. Just as he prepared to hurl the egg at Mao Mao, the cloak suddenly became heavy, causing Xiaomi to crash to the ground. Ayu, who had been following Xiaomi, approached helplessly and reminded him, Did I not tell you? If you harbor malicious thoughts, the cloak will weigh you down. Teaching Mao Mao a lesson is considered a malicious thought, regardless of Mao Mao's previous actions at this moment. He is not doing anything wrong, so any intention to punish him falls under the category of malicious thought. As they conversed, Xiaomi, undeterred, devised a reckless plan to provoke Mao Mao into hitting him, thereby justifying self-defense. However, the cloak deemed this as instigating trouble, and once again, it suppressed Xiaomi. Subsequently, Xiaomi trailed Mao Mao, waiting for an opportunity to confront him. Instead, he found himself compelled to perform numerous good deeds. Furthermore, failing to assist others in need was also classified as malicious intent. The cloak, which was meant to embody justice, seemed more akin to moral coercion. Ultimately, when Xiaomi attempted to remove the cloak, it too was deemed a malicious thought. After much turmoil, Ayu proposed a solution for Xiaomi to give the cloak to Mao Mao, which allowed him to finally shed its weight. Upon receiving the cloak, Mao Mao's mind turned to thoughts of seizing others' toys and comic books, causing the cloak to become unbearably heavy, creating a large pit upon impact with the ground, an opportune lesson for Mao Mao. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mima had been waiting for Xiaomi to return with the groceries. After an hour passed with no sign of him, she had no choice but to send Tian out to buy the groceries. Upon returning home after purchasing groceries, Tian awaited the evening meal prepared by Mima, while Ayu and Xiaomi arrived. Xiaomi, where are the vegetables I asked you to buy? Mima exclaimed with an irate tone upon seeing Xiaomi. Startled by her furious demeanor, Xiaomi felt her legs weaken with fear. My dear, let us dine first. We shall address Xiaomi's shortcomings afterward, Mima suggested, pulling Mima aside. Let us eat. Mima took a deep breath, seated herself, and began to eat, prompting the family to commence their dinner. However, once the meal concluded, Xiaomi found herself in an unfortunate predicament. Having failed to procure the necessary ingredients, she was inevitably subjected to a stern reprimand. As anticipated, that evening, Xiaomi faced the consequences of her oversight at the hands of Mima. Tian, Ayu, and Mima silently observed the unfolding drama. Had they not been concerned about the potential repercussions, they might have produced a bucket of popcorn to savor while watching the spectacle. Days swiftly passed, and on Thursday evening, Ayu unexpectedly expressed a desire to visit the zoo on Saturday, hoping Tian and Xiaomi would accompany him. The two readily agreed without hesitation. However, the following day, Friday after school, Ding Dong presented several tickets to the latest science fiction film, extending an invitation to Tian and Xiaomi. Tian and Xiaomi agreed to accompany Ayu tomorrow, but they outright declined the invitation. However, on the way home after school, Ding Dong invited Tao Su once more, handing her a ticket. Tao Su instinctively accepted the ticket. Ding Dong, under the impression that Tao Su had acquiesced, ran off in excitement without waiting for her response. I haven't agreed yet, Tao Su said with a hint of resignation. Tian smiled slightly and remarked, It's fine. If you don't wish to go, then don't. Let him run off without heeding anyone's advice. Youngster, how dare you provoke Tao Su? It wouldn't be right not to trip you up a little. Tao Su hesitated, for he had indeed accepted the ticket, albeit unconsciously. Forget about him. Just hand me the movie ticket. I'll return it to Ding Dong later and clarify things with him. Also, tomorrow Ayu has invited me and Xiaomi to the zoo. Would you care to join us for some fun at the zoo? Tian continued. And upon hearing about the trip to the zoo, Tao Su immediately agreed, saying sure. In comparison to science fiction films, she found the prospect of visiting the zoo far more enticing, as it held a unique significance for her. Thus, Ding Dong's invitation was quickly cast aside by Tao Su. Chapter 19. the beast tamer's rice balls. After Tao Su consented to the zoo visit, she handed the movie tickets to Tian. As for the admission tickets, Tian had no intention of clarifying matters with Ding Dong just yet. Once he did, the others would undoubtedly insist on accompanying them to the zoo. Therefore, he decided to postpone the discussion until after tomorrow. Meanwhile, on another side, Xiaomi and Mao Mao were together when Ding Dong caught up with them. He then turned to Xiaomi, waving a few tickets in his hand, and exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, Xiaomi, Tao Su will be joining us for the movie tomorrow." "What? Ding Dong, please to give me a ticket as well," Xiaomi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Ding Dong's hand. "All right," Ding Dong replied with a smile, handing a movie ticket to Xiaomi. As for Mao Mao, he had already agreed to accompany Ding Dong to the film. Learning that Tao Su would also be attending only heightened his enthusiasm. Before the trio departed, Ding Dong handed another ticket to Xiaomi, having momentarily forgotten to invite Tian, so he asked Xiaomi to ensure she extended the invitation to him later. Xiaomi readily agreed. Upon returning home, Xiaomi entered Tian's room. "Xiao Tian, tomorrow Ding Dong has invited us to watch a science fiction movie. And Tao Su will be there too. Would you like to join us?" She mimicked Ding Dong, waving the movie ticket in her hand. Tian Zheng was engrossed in his homework when he cast a sidelong glance at Xiaomi, saying, "I want to go. You, my friend, just promised Aya yesterday that we would visit the zoo, and now you've changed your mind. We can go to the zoo anytime, however. The science fiction film tomorrow is an opportunity not to be missed." At that moment, Xiaomi was still lost in the daydream of tomorrow when Tao Su would also be attending. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tian caused Xiaomi to vanish from his room in an instant. Upon returning to the living room, Xiaomi paused momentarily before cheerfully exclaiming, "If we're not going, then so be it. As long as Tao Su is going, that's all that matters." The following day, as Yu joyfully prepared for her trip to the zoo, she was taken aback to learn that Xiaomi had changed her mind and would not be joining her. "Xiaomi, you promised to accompany me to the zoo," Yu exclaimed, frustration evident as she grasped Xiaomi, who was attempting to leave for the cinema. As Xiaomi struggled to break free, she replied, "But Tao Su is going to the cinema today." Yu retorted, "Well, you have Xiao Tian to keep you company, so please allow me to go to the cinema." Hearing these words, Yu's irritation flared, and she released her grip on Xiaomi. "Humph, Xiao Tian, let us be off," she declared, not wishing to press the matter further. After slinging a small backpack over her shoulder and donning a hat, she followed Tian outside. At that moment, Xiaomi, feeling quite elated, promptly exited in the direction of the cinema. Meanwhile, after Yu and Tian departed, they made their way toward Tao Su's residence. "Xiao Tian, aren't we headed to the zoo?" Yu inquired, puzzled, noting that the route to Tao Su's house diverged from that of the zoo. "There is someone else joining us," Tian replied enigmatically. "Who is it?" Yu pressed. "You will find out soon enough," he responded. Tian played a teasing game. Soon, the two arrived at Tao Su's residence. Tian knocked on the door, and soon, Tao Su emerged. "Tao Su, shall we go?" The two exchanged words, and then the trio set off for the zoo. On the way, Yu chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, secretly contemplating, "So, Tao Su is going to the zoo with them today. If Xiaomi finds out, she will surely regret it." Yu found himself eagerly anticipating the look of regret on Xiaomi's face. "Humph, serves you right for changing your mind." The more he thought about it, the more delighted he became. Although Yu was not a petty person, Xiaomi's change of heart still left him somewhat displeased. Before long, the three arrived at the zoo, standing before the map at the entrance. As they studied the overview, Yu inquired, "Which animal shall we see first?" "Well, I would like to see the wild horses first, if that's all right, Yu," Tao Su asked, glancing at him. "Wild horses?" "Sure," Yu readily agreed. The order of their visit was not of paramount importance. After all, they were merely exploring the zoo. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the location of the wild horses. Upon arrival, Yu curiously asked, "Tao Su, why do you want to see the wild horses first?" "Oh, I know this one. I remember Tao Su mentioning it," he replied. Tao Su had once harbored a fear of animals, particularly those of larger stature. To alleviate her fear, her mother had spun a whimsical tale, telling her that wild horses would transform into flying horses as they grew, since adding a pair of wings to the character for horse would turn it into the character for bird. This delightful little fib had dispelled Tao Su's fears of animals. Tian chuckled softly and spoke. Tao Su smiled and nodded. She felt a sense of joy that Tian still remembered this small detail about her. Suddenly, a zookeeper with a scruffy beard shared a rather mundane joke on his first day of work, chuckling as he whistled and walked away. Tao Su's expression turned somewhat melancholic. Anyone would find it difficult to bear the sting of mockery. Tian narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, it seemed as though the janitor had tripped over something, tumbling down awkwardly. Ouch! He exclaimed, wincing from the impact. The janitor's fall was quite severe. Ao glanced at Tian, suspecting that he was likely the cause of this incident. Tian gently held Tao Su's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Tao Su managed a faint smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Meanwhile, Ayu, unwilling to witness Tao Su's discomfort, pondered for a moment before conceiving an idea. "Right, Tao Su. Xiao Tian, accompany me on a journey to another planet," I proposed, tossing a pendant from around her neck. Cosmic teleportation, target acquired. A unique realm unfolded as Ayu pinpointed a celestial body, subsequently selecting it. Subastar, a planet renowned for its abundance of magicians. The prevalence of sorcerers here has given rise to an array of extraordinary magical artifacts. Upon their arrival at Subastar, I had turned to the two and said, "Xiao Tian. Tao Su, please wait a moment while I fetch something." With that, I had departed. Tao Su gazed around in wonder. For this was her first adventure to an extraterrestrial locale with Io. The stark contrast between this planet and Earth filled her with a sense of awe and curiosity. At this moment, Tian silently completed his check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the beast-taming rice ball production box. This remarkable box has the ability to create beast-taming rice balls. The function of these rice balls is such that once consumed by a beast, it will recognize the person who fed it as its master. This beast-taming rice ball is also a magical item from the world of Doraemon, bearing similarities to the Peach Boy rice balls. However, its capabilities far surpass those of the latter, as the Peach Boy rice balls require repeated training for the animal to maintain recognition of its master. In contrast, the beast-taming rice ball, once consumed, ensures the beast will forever acknowledge Tian as its master. Moreover, the production box can endlessly generate rice balls. One must admit, this reward is quite impressive. Check-in complete. Tian accompanied Tao Su for a leisurely stroll nearby. Ao quickly returned to their side, and upon noticing their interest in the surroundings, joined them for a brief exploration before heading back to Earth. Chapter 20. Adopting a kitten. Upon their return to Earth, Tian inquired of Io, "What new gadgets have you acquired?" With a smile, Ao revealed a collar, exclaiming, "Behold, the cherished collar." This remarkable accessory can scan the characteristics of one animal and, when placed upon another, bestow those very traits upon it. As she spoke, Ao approached a white crane and utilized the collar to scan its attributes. "Now, once we adorn a wild horse with this collar, it shall sprout wings." Ao continued enthusiastically. Tian interjected, "Animals possess numerous characteristics. Do not mistake their traits." Let me take a look." Upon inspecting the collar, he discovered that the scanned trait was, astonishingly, that of a crane's beak. Indeed, it has been misscanned. "Thank you for the reminder, Xiao Tian," Au remarked, as he proceeded to erase the data and initiate a new scan. This time, there were no errors. The collar successfully recorded the characteristic of a crane's wings. Subsequently, the trio prepared to adorn the wild horse with the collar. However, before they proceeded, Tian turned to Au and asked, "Au, if the wild horse truly grows wings, it won't fly away, will it?" "It will not," Au clarified. "Although the collar will grant the wild horse wings, they will merely be those of a crane. If the animal's weight exceeds that of a crane, it will be unable to take flight." Tian nodded, feeling a sense of relief. If a wild horse could take flight with a collar, then capturing it after it had flown away would be necessary. Although he possessed the ability to catch it, it was preferable to avoid such complications entirely. Tian then turned to Tao Su. Tao Su, perhaps anticipating Tian's words, smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's all right. Just witnessing the wild horse sprout wings fills me with joy. Whether it can fly or not is of no consequence." Tian nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Au adorned the wild horse with a collar. Upon donning the collar, the wild horse sprouted a pair of pristine white wings from its back. Wow! Upon witnessing this, Tao Su's eyes sparkled with wonder. Inside the enclosure, the wild horse flapped its wings. In the next moment, the wild horse soared into the sky. Au and Tao Su were momentarily stunned, but then they quickly recalled something and turned their gaze towards Tian. Tian smiled and remarked, upon careful reflection, "I still believe that a steed must indeed take to the skies." Tian did not desire the wild horse to soar freely, however. If it were under his command to take flight, that would be entirely acceptable. A brief ascent would suffice before returning to the earth. Tao Su smiled at Yu Tian and expressed her gratitude. Xiao Tian, thank you. It's nothing. No need for thanks, he replied. Yu Tian spoke, when suddenly, a loud shout resonated from a short distance away. Hey, don't run. Stop. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the very sweeper was rushing towards them, brandishing a broom. How did that person get here? Could it be due to the wild horse? Tao Su exclaimed, startled. In the next instant, a small cat leapt into the air, landing atop Aya's head. The sweeper charged forward, swinging the broom menacingly at Aya. The agile little cat deftly jumped away. Just as the broom was about to strike Aya's head, Yu Tian once again harnessed his telekinetic abilities, effortlessly commanding the broom to break free from the grasp of the janitor and soar into the air. The janitor was taken aback, bewildered by the sight of a broom levitating before him. At that moment, his sense of wonder was eclipsed by sheer fright. In the next instant, the broom darted towards him, prompting the terrified man to flee in panic, shouting as he ran. As he disappeared into the crowd, Yu Tian chose not to pursue him further with the broom. Xiao Tian, splendid work, Ida remarked, giving Yu Tian a thumbs up. It was clear that Ayu also harbored a less than favorable impression of the man. Yi Tian smiled gently, then with a casual wave of his hand, the little cat that had just fled soared into the presence of the three. The kitten struggled fervently, but it proved utterly futile. Where did this little creature come from? Why was that person pursuing it? Tao Su inquired, a look of confusion on her face. It must be a feral cat. I've made up my mind. I shall adopt this wild feline. Yu Tian reached out to tease the stray cat and remarked, Tao Su and Ayu exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Tian, wondering why he had suddenly decided to adopt a stray cat. Yu Tian undoubtedly has his own reasons. In the original narrative, the janitor ultimately redeemed himself by adopting a kitten. However, the plot has now altered, and it seems unlikely that the janitor will take the kitten in this time. The stray cat's existence in the zoo is, indeed, fraught with peril. It could inadvertently wander into the territory of larger wild animals and become prey. In the original tale, due to the janitor's pursuit, the kitten inadvertently fell into the domain of a tiger. Had it not been for the cherished collar that allowed the kitten to sprout wings and escape, it would have likely met its fate as the tiger's dinner. Considering these factors, he resolved to adopt the kitten himself, for it is undeniably adorable. Furthermore, having recently acquired a training box for animal taming, he need not worry about the complexities of adopting a cat. Once tamed, this little creature will require minimal care. All he needs to provide is food and shelter. Little one, how would you like to stick with me from now on, with all your needs taken care of? Yi Tian released his telekinetic grip and embraced the little kitten, speaking gently. However, the kitten, unable to comprehend Yi Tian's words, continued to struggle wildly. You little rascal. You certainly possess quite the stubborn temperament. Yu Tian murmured softly before handing the kitten to Aya. Ayu, could you hold it for a moment? Of course. Aya replied as she took the kitten into her arms. The reason for not allowing Tao Su to hold it was due to the concern that the kitten might scratch her. With Ayu's strength, which ranked among the top 20 in the universe, there was no need for worry. Yu Tian subsequently retrieved an object resembling a lunchbox. Upon opening it, he discovered a rice ball within. Utilizing his telekinesis, Yu Tian divided the rice ball into 6 portions. The rationale behind this division was twofold. Firstly, the kitten was unable to consume an entire rice ball in one sitting. Secondly, a tamed beast could have multiple owners. For instance, by splitting the rice ball into 6 pieces and allowing 6 individuals to feed the kitten, it would develop affection towards each of them, obeying their commands. Yu Tian had already contemplated who these 6 individuals would be. Since he was not living alone, it would be inappropriate for him to be the sole master of the kitten. His housemates, Mi Ba, Mi Ma, Xiaomi, and Ayu, all needed to share the role of the kitten's guardians. After all, it was impractical for Yu Tian to provide constant care for the kitten. The little creature required the attention of others. By feeding the kitten, they would foster a bond, ensuring the kitten would heed their words. Lastly, there was Tao Su, who, as the female master, naturally needed to feed the kitten a portion of the rice ball as well. Chapter 21. The kitten's name, Peach Blossom, however. While a tamed beast may have multiple owners, Yi Tian, as the owner of the taming tool, would always be the primary master of the tamed creature, a rule that remains immutable. Regardless of whether he fed the beast or not, this principle held true. In fact, Yu Tian had the authority to revoke the status of any individual who had utilized the taming rice ball, stripping them of their claim as the creature's master. As for Yi Tian, despite not needing to feed the kitten to establish ownership, still chose to do so. It was simply due to the initial reason. The kitten was too small and required the rice ball to be divided into several pieces for it to consume effectively. After Tian divided the rice balls, he took a small piece and presented it before the little cat. The feline, enticed by the fragrant aroma of the rice ball, immediately opened its mouth to devour it. The beast training rice balls possessed a unique scent that irresistibly attracted animals, prompting them to consume the offering willingly. The delectable flavor of the rice ball was evident, as the little cat appeared thoroughly delighted. Quickly finishing the morsel and gazing up at Tian with eyes brimming with anticipation, Tian offered a rice ball to Tao Su, saying, "Tao Su, why don't you feed it?" Without hesitation, Tao Su took the rice ball and began to feed the little kitten. As she did so, Tian elaborated on the rice ball's purpose. This rice ball is known as a beast-taming rice ball. Once an animal consumes it, it will recognize the person who fed it as its master. After you finish feeding, allow you to take a turn, he added. What a marvelous item! Tao Su exclaimed in astonishment. Ayu, too, expressed surprise, acknowledging its remarkable nature. Subsequently, Ayu also fed the kitten a small portion of the rice ball. After consuming half, the kitten, now satiated, leapt into Tian's embrace and closed its eyes, ready to drift off to sleep. The essence of the moment was simply to eat and then rest. As the three of them gathered around the kitten, the Pegasus behind them interjected. So, weren't you all here to see the Pegasus? I have wings now, yet you've chosen to surround a cat instead. By the way, Tao Su, would you like to take a photo with the Pegasus as a memento? Tian turned to Tao Su and spoke. As Tian summoned the Pegasus, Tao Su and Ayu finally grasped the purpose of their visit. All right, Tao Su immediately nodded in agreement. I will place you upon the back of the Pegasus, so do not be anxious. The two replied. Subsequently, Tian utilized his telekinesis to gently lift Tao Su onto the back of the Pegasus, skillfully controlling the creature to remain calm as it ascended into the sky. Tian captured several photographs, and soon after, he and Ayu posed for a memento with the Pegasus. Ultimately, Ayu retrieved the collar from the Pegasus and continued to explore the other creatures within the zoo. As the trio wandered through the zoo with the kitten, the janitor did not reappear, which was for the best, as Tian wished to sever any ties with that individual. At noon, the three, along with the cat, departed from the zoo. Tian and Ayu first escorted Tao Su back to her home. Subsequently, the trio returned to their own abode. Upon their arrival, Mima spotted the small cat cradled in Tian's arms and inquired, "Where did this little feline come from?" Tian replied, "Mother, I found this wild cat at the zoo. May I adopt it?" Tian turned to Mima and said. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Mima nodded in agreement. All right, this afternoon, I will accompany you to deworm it first, then administer vaccinations, and take the opportunity to examine the kitten's health. Tian nodded with a smile, grateful for his own initiative to adopt stray cats. Had it been Xiaomi who brought a stray cat home and declared her intention to adopt it, although Mima might have eventually consented, Xiaomi would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand first. At that moment, Ayu glanced into Xiaomi's room, where she was listlessly resting her head on the table. Ayu, noticing this, felt a surge of amusement and deliberately inquired, "Why the long face? Is the science fiction film not to your liking?" "It's good," Xiaomi replied weakly. "If it's good, then why the glum expression?" Ayu pressed on. "Because Tao Su didn't come," Xiaomi lamented. She had regretted missing the trip to the zoo upon hearing that Tao Su would attend. But Tao Su joined us for the trip to the zoo today," Aya chimed, her smile broadening. Xiaomi instantly sat up, her eyes widening in disbelief. How was that possible? Wasn't Tao Su supposed to go to the cinema with Ding Dong? Just then, Tian approached and explained. "Oh, you see, Tao Su never actually agreed. Ding Dong dropped off the movie tickets yesterday and ran off before Tao Su could even decline. I had promised Tao Su I would inform Ding Dong, but I got caught up in homework and completely forgot. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have remembered at all. Let me tell Ding Dong now." Tian spoke as he took out his phone to send a message to Ding Dong. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi felt as if she had missed out on a fortune. Observing Xiaomi's expression, both Tian and Ayu exchanged knowing smiles, clearly having mentioned this intentionally in her presence. Soon, Mima had prepared lunch, and the family of three, along with the little cat, gathered in the dining room. Mima was absent, as it was Saturday, and his company operated on an alternating work schedule. This system entails 1 day off in 1 week and 2 days off in the following week, continuing in such a manner. This week, they had only 1 day off, which was Sunday. Thus, Mima was still at work today, although he possessed a bamboo flying toy that could allow him to return for lunch. Mima typically did not come home, as his company provided lunch, and he preferred to take advantage of the free meals. However, he would usually return for a nap during the midday break, for resting at home was undeniably more comfortable than at the office. As they entered the dining room, Mima turned to the little cat and asked, "What do you wish to eat, little one?" "I want this, Mama. Please feed me." As Tian spoke, he produced the beast-taming box, specifically designed for the creation of beast-taming rice balls. Inside, there were 3 small rice balls. Mima took one out and fed it to the little cat. Tian then encouraged Xiaomi to feed the other, while simultaneously explaining the purpose of the rice balls to both Mima and Xiaomi. This invention was truly remarkable. Mima was elated upon hearing this. It would undoubtedly make pet care significantly easier. After all, the ability of the pet to comprehend her words would resolve numerous issues. Xiaomi, too, felt her morning gloom dissipate with the arrival of the kitten. "Tian, is this a male or female cat? Also, have you given it a name?" Xiaomi inquired. Gazing at Tian, "Her name is Hua, and she is a little female cat," he replied. Tian replied, "Peach Blossom? Such a mundane name. Might we consider a different one?" Xiaomi expressed some reluctance, not because she truly disapproved of the name Peach Blossom, but rather because she wished to bestow a name upon the little cat herself. Tian remarked softly, "The name Tao Su is truly melodious. Peach Blossom, Peach Blossom." In an instant, Xiaomi's demeanor shifted, and she smiled as she turned to Peach Blossom and exclaimed. Tian secretly gave a thumbs up. Indeed, Xiaomi, at such a tender age, already exhibits tendencies of becoming an ardent admirer. Chapter 22. The journey to the cosmos. After finishing lunch, Dad returned home, then took the last remaining rice ball to feed Hua. Subsequently, Mom and Tian accompanied Hua as they ventured outside. Mom donned a bamboo dragonfly, while Tian employed telekinesis. The two soared through the sky, heading towards a nearby pet clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic, they began to conduct various examinations for Hua, followed by vaccinations and deworming procedures. Throughout the experience, although Hua was obedient and cooperative, it consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time they returned home, Dad had already gone back to the office. Not long after they arrived home, Xiaomi's old mobile phone rang. After answering the call, she approached Tian. Tian, Ding Dong has invited us to the seaside tomorrow. Will you join us?" Upon returning home, Tian was promptly approached by Xiaomi, who inquired, "Are you not going?" Tian shook his head, pondering the purpose of joining you all at the seaside. "Are you truly not going?" asked Xiaomi, noting that Ding Dong mentioned he would also extend an invitation to Tao Su, who would undoubtedly relish the seaside escapade. "I shall not go," he replied. Tian continued to refuse. Meanwhile, he silently vowed to himself, "Rest assured, I shall certainly whisk Tao Su away before Ding Dong." At the seaside, he indeed yearned to go, but only after he and Tao Su had sipped the waters of the age spring together. "Very well, then I shall inform Ding Dong," said Xiaomi as he took out his old mobile phone to call Ding Dong. Tian swiftly teleported to the entrance of Tao Su's home. He knocked on the door, and Tao Su promptly appeared to open it. "Tian, is there something you need?" she inquired. "Not much. I simply wish to invite you to go out tomorrow," Tian replied. "Of course. Where shall we go?" Tao Su answered without hesitation. "Given the sweltering heat, a water outing would be perfect. I will ask Yao when I return if there are any planets suitable for such an adventure." Tian remarked that he actually wished to visit the planet Gobai-Ha, a celestial body entirely composed of water inhabited by enchanting mermaids, where humans can freely engage in activities beneath the surface. Indeed, Tao Su smiled and nodded in agreement, beginning to feel a sense of anticipation for the adventures that awaited them the following day. At that moment, the landline phone in Tao Su's home rang. Tian speculated that it was most likely Ding Dong. The landline cannot refuse incoming calls. Therefore, Tian effortlessly utilized his telekinetic abilities to answer the landline phone, only to promptly hang up, severing the call. What just happened with the phone? Tao Su pondered, bewildered by the identity of the caller who had disconnected so abruptly. Unfortunately, she could not access the call log on her family's landline. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ding Dong was completely befuddled. Just as he was about to speak after the call connected, it was cut off. An accident? Ding Dong attempted to call again, only to be met with another abrupt disconnection by Tian. Tao Su? Ding Dong? Suddenly, a realization struck Tao Su as she turned her gaze towards Tian. Tian displayed an expression of innocence. Tian, did you hang up the phone? No, I didn't, came the reply. Tao Su placed her hands on her hips, gazing intently at Tian. faced with the faux indignation of the adorable young girl. Tian found her utterly charming. Under the scrutiny of the cute little loli, he immediately raised his hands in surrender, intending to confess freely. All right, it was me. Why did you hang up the phone at my house? Tao Su inquired. The thing is, Tian recounted Ding Dong's desire to invite her to the seaside. Upon hearing this, Tao Su nodded and remarked, I see. Please refrain from calling my house again. When Ding Dong calls back, I shall simply decline his invitation. Tian nodded with a smile. In truth, he was aware that both he and Ding Dong had extended invitations, and that Tao Su would undoubtedly accept his. Nevertheless, he still made 2 calls to Ding Dong, wishing to tease him a little. Surely at this moment, Ding Dong must be quite bewildered, just as Tian had surmised. Ding Dong was indeed perplexed. Being hung up on once could be deemed accidental, but twice was certainly intentional. After pondering for a moment, Ding Dong dialed a 3rd time. This time, fortune favored him, as Tao Su answered the call. Hello, is this Tao Su? This is Ding Dong. Ding Dong, what can I do for you? Well, Tao Su, I would like to invite you to the seaside tomorrow. I'm sorry, Ding Dong, but I have prior commitments tomorrow. Perhaps we can arrange something another time? Their conversation swiftly came to an end. Ding Dong let out a resigned sigh. Once again, he had failed to coax Tao Su out. Why once again? You might wonder. It was because Tian always seemed to meddle whenever he attempted to invite Tao Su for an outing. Even if he did manage to secure an invitation, it would likely involve a group, with Tao Su invariably remaining by Tian's side. Ding Dong, Xiaomi, and Mao Mao were all acutely aware of the close bond between Tao Su and Tian. Yet, this knowledge did not deter them from continually devising ways to spend time with Tao Su. 3 infatuated minds, or rather, 3 minds utterly captivated by Tao Su. After Tian departed from the Tao Su family, he sought out Ayu. Ayu, are there any planets suitable for water play? Water play? Ayu pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, Indeed. There is Gubai Ha Star, where one can find the most delightful seas in the entire universe. The surface of Gubai Ha Star is devoid of land, entirely covered by ocean. Most remarkably, the water is exceptionally unique, allowing one to breathe normally beneath the waves. The underwater realm is not only enchanting but also offers endless fun. Ayu, would you be able to take me and Tao Su to Gubai Ha Star tomorrow? I wish to enjoy some time there with Tao Su. Tian turned to Ayu and inquired. Ayu nodded. Certainly, but I must accompany you. After all, we are dealing with extraterrestrials, and I cannot bear the thought of you 2 venturing alone. Rest assured, Ayu, I am not like Xiaomi. However, a planet is vast. What if I cannot locate you when I come to retrieve you? I possess the ability of instantaneous movement. Although I cannot teleport directly back to Earth, I can establish a temporary base on Gubai Ha Star. Tian spoke as he produced the air brick manufacturing machine. At long last, this contraption proved to be of use, making infrastructure development remarkably convenient. Tian demonstrated the functionality of the air brick manufacturing machine to Yao, who nodded in agreement. Very well, I consent, but there is one matter I must caution you about, Tian. There exists a mermaid kingdom on Gubai Ha Star. And should you and Tao Su inadvertently wander into it tomorrow, make haste to utilize your teleportation abilities to escape. After imparting this warning, Yao continued, Nevertheless, Tian, I shall take you to Gubai Ha Star now, so you may familiarize yourself with the surroundings. This way, you and Tao Su can enjoy your time there even more tomorrow. Yao was acutely aware of Tian's intentions, which were to spend some quality time alone with Tao Su. If it were Xiaomi, he would indeed be quite apprehensive. However, with Tian, he felt assured. All right then. Upon hearing Ao's words, Tian's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 23, The Culinary Tablecloth. After all, being on an alien planet, it would be prudent to familiarize himself in advance, ensuring a more enjoyable experience for both himself and Tao Su the following day. Moreover, Tian intended to test a particular hypothesis. According to the original storyline, it was supposed to be tomorrow when Ao and Xiaomi would arrive at the planet Gubai Ha. This signifies that, logically, tomorrow would mark the official appearance of Gubai Ha. Thus, by venturing there a day early, could he potentially complete the check-in? If so, it would certainly be intriguing. He could enlist Ao's assistance to accomplish all the check-ins in one fell swoop. Gubai Ha. Ao swiftly guided Tian to this planet entirely enveloped by ocean. Upon arrival, however, the system did not present the check-in prompt. It seemed that the idea of completing all check-ins at once was unfeasible. Nevertheless, he decided to take things slowly. In truth, he did not particularly require the rewards obtained from check-ins. Tian subsequently took to the skies, not soaring too high, as if he were gracefully treading upon the surface of the water. He then retrieved the air brick manufacturing device. Tian first created a vast white expanse upon the surface of the water, spanning approximately 100 square meters. Ah. Tomorrow you shall bring both me and Tao Su to this place. We will then agree upon a specific time, and as the appointed hour approaches, Tao Su and I shall return here to await your arrival to escort us back. Tian gazed at Au and said, Au nodded, little Tian. Let us venture to the ocean depths. I shall provide you with an exquisite introduction to the underwater realm of Gobai-Ha-Star. All right. Tian subsequently leaped into the water, following Au as they explored the depths together. Au introduced Tian to some common marine creatures and plants, while also sharing tales of the mermaid kingdom. Within the celestial realm of Gobai-Ha resides a unique race, the merfolk. They have established a realm of their own, yet they are notoriously insular. Anyone who trespasses upon the territory of the mermaid kingdom will be captured without mercy and imprisoned for eternity. Therefore, dear Tian, tomorrow, you and Tao Su must be exceedingly cautious and avoid entering the mermaid kingdom. Should you inadvertently wander into their domain, promptly utilize teleportation to escape, you advised. Casting a glance at Tian nodded. In truth, he harbored no fear of the merfolk, for his strength was formidable. Endowed with telekinesis and an array of sword sheaths, he could effortlessly annihilate the merfolk clan. However, the Cosmic Alliance had established a decree that prohibited any being from employing force upon venturing to other planets, lest they be barred from relanding on those celestial bodies. This was also the reason why Au, despite possessing great power, refrained from intervening in numerous affairs on Earth. Tian arrived at Gobai-Ha-Star, and naturally, he had to adhere to its regulations. After all, if fighting was prohibited, then it was best to refrain from it. He was certainly capable of running away. Soon, Au shared with Tian various details about the underwater world of Gobai-Ha-Star. Possessing an extraordinary memory, Tian retained all the information after a single hearing. Subsequently, Au escorted Tian back to Earth. The following day, after breakfast, Xiaomi ventured out. Although Tao Su did not accept Ding Dong's invitation, Ding Dong decided to head to the beach regardless. Since Xiaomi had a penchant for fun, she naturally wished to accompany him. Xiaomi's excursion perfectly aligned with Tian's desires. In the original narrative, their classmate Gugu suddenly appeared, expressing a wish to join the trip to the beach and boasting of his swimming abilities. With only 4 seats available in the vehicle, Ding Dong unceremoniously abandoned Xiaomi and opted to take the swimming-capable Gugu instead. Consequently, a dejected Xiaomi returned home to lament to Au, which prompted Au to take her to Gobai-Ha-Star. Now, with Tao Su opting out, even if Gugu wished to go, there were more than enough seats available. Should there be any shortage, Tian could effortlessly lift the restrictions on Xiaomi's bamboo helicopter, allowing her to follow the vehicle and soar to the beach. Ultimately, he simply wished to avoid any disruption to his intimate world with Tao Su. After Xiaomi departed, Tian instantly transported himself to Tao Su's residence. He knocked on the door, which was opened not by Tao Su, but by her mother. Tao Su's mother was exceedingly busy with work, and although Tian frequently visited, encounters with her were rare, occurring perhaps once in every 4 or 5 visits. Ah, little Tian, are you here to see Tao Su? Tao Su's mother inquired with a gentle smile. Hello, Auntie. I made plans with Tao Su to go out and have some fun. Tian greeted Xiao Tian. Just as he spoke, Tao Su emerged. Turning to her mother, Tao Su said, Mother, I am going out. Very well, you two have fun, but do be careful, her mother replied gently. Auntie, rest assured, I shall take good care of Tao Su, he assured her. Tian smiled as he waved his hand and spoke. Tao Su's mother chuckled lightly, regarding it as mere childish banter. Afterwards, Tian and Tao Su departed, and once they exited the residential building, Tian reached out to take Tao Su's hand. At that moment, he had refrained from doing so in the presence of his mother-in-law. Upon arriving home, Tian promptly removed the wallpaper from the wall. Ah, I shall take this wallpaper with me for now, he declared. Tian turned to Au and spoke. Aya nodded in agreement. Although Aya's room was also in the wallpaper house, not entering it for a day would not have a significant impact. He could stay in the living room to play or remain in Xiaomi's room. Upon entering, Tao Su embraced Peach Blossom, engaging in playful antics. Tao Su then looked at Tian and asked, Little Tian, may I bring Peach Blossom along? After all, it would be rather dull for Aya to be alone at home. It would be better for Peach Blossom to keep Aya company. Tian did not acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Su realized that it would be best to have Tao Hua accompany you. After Tian closed the wallpaper shop, I took 2 individuals and set off for the planet Jebehaxing. Upon arrival at the designated location crafted by Tian, I escorted the 2 individuals to their destination, arranged a time, and then returned to Earth. The moment they reached the planet, the system promptly notified them that they could check in. Tian first checked in. Upon successful check-in, congratulations to the host for acquiring the upgraded gourmet tablecloth. This gourmet tablecloth is a wondrous artifact from the world of Doraemon, capable of conjuring an array of delicacies out of thin air. Anything that can be named may be summoned, provided it exists within that realm. However, should one attempt to fabricate a dish that does not exist, merely uttering its name will yield no results. As for the upgraded gourmet tablecloth, its sole distinction from the ordinary version lies in one particular aspect. Tian possesses the remarkable ability to conjure delicacies from the marked worlds at will, transcending the limitations of any single realm. For instance, in the enchanting world of YoYo, the culinary tablecloth automatically marks the exquisite dishes of this fantastical domain. Subsequently, when Tian ventures into another world, he can still summon the gourmet offerings from YoYo through the tablecloth. This added functionality proves to be quite advantageous for Tian, as there may be unique delicacies from certain worlds that are not found elsewhere. By the way, Tao Su's mother is quite beautiful. However, it seems that her father has never made an appearance in this anime. Thus, it is highly probable that Tao Su hails from a single-parent household. Ahem. My mind has suddenly been inundated with thoughts that perhaps should not arise. Chapter 24 has been completed and checked in. Tian, utilizing an air brick manufacturing machine, constructed a wall. He then retrieved wallpaper and adorned the wall with it. Tao Su, please visit the clothing house and find a swimsuit to change into. Tian turned to Tao Su and spoke. The wallpaper shop, which was originally a clothing store, had been enhanced by Tian with a designated area specifically for swimwear. Tao Su nodded in agreement as the two entered the wallpaper shop. Tian took out the prepared spring water and handed it to Tao Su. Subsequently, Tao Su entered the ladies' clothing store and locked the door behind her. Tian quickly changed his attire after drinking from the spring. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances regarding Tao Su, he activated his clairvoyance as he awaited her arrival. In this manner, should anything unexpected occur, he would be instantly aware. Ahem. Even he found his own words somewhat convincing. After a brief interval, Tao Su emerged after having imbibed from the age-old spring, adorned in a carefully chosen swimsuit. Her choice leaned towards a more modest design, revealing only her arms and thighs. Come, let us venture into the water. Tian turned to Tao Su and spoke. Tao Su nodded in agreement, feeling quite bashful when Tian had gazed at her moments earlier. Although she had chosen a rather modest swimsuit, wearing it still caused her cheeks to flush. Fortunately, they were alone, as the thought of venturing out to a beach on Earth would have truly embarrassed her. The two emerged from the wallpaper house, and Tian carefully stored it away in his system space. He was uneasy about leaving it unattended. Even though the wallpaper house could not be accessed without his permission, and others could not unlock its door, he remained wary of unforeseen complications. Thus, placing it in the system space was undoubtedly the wisest choice. They plunged into the water, descending toward the ocean floor. The underwater realm was truly enchanting. Tao Su's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld the aquatic world. Despite being beneath the surface, it was surprisingly bright. The typical ocean would not exude such radiance. Tao Su, I have accelerated, Tian announced. Tian looked at Tao Su, who nodded in response. Subsequently, Tian grasped Tao Su's hand, and their descent accelerated, swiftly bringing them to the ocean floor. The waters were profound. Had they proceeded at a leisurely pace, it would have taken an eternity to reach the seabed. Yet, with Tian's telekinetic prowess, they arrived in no time. One must admit, telekinesis is indeed a versatile ability. Tao Su, would you care to sample the seaweed here? It possesses a delightful flavor. Upon reaching the ocean floor, Tian casually plucked a strand of vibrant seaweed. Let me give it a try. Naturally, Tao Su could not refuse. This colorful seaweed was a sight she had never encountered before. As she accepted the piece Tian offered and took a taste, she found it truly delightful. The exquisite flavor brought a smile to Tao Su's face, her eyes narrowing in delight, appearing quite charming. Tian did not indulge in the seaweed. Instead, he remained captivated by Tao Su. There is a saying that beauty is a feast for the eyes. Simply gazing at Tao Su, he felt himself satiated. While consuming the seaweed, Tian pointed to a common fish found beneath the waves. Tao Su. That fish is known as the bubble fish. It typically stores seawater within its body, which it can expel when needed to enhance its speed of movement. The bubble fish has a penchant for colorful seaweed. One can bind the seaweed with a stick to manipulate them. Shall we give it a try? Upon finishing his words, Tian turned to Tao Su and inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Su nodded affirmatively. What was the purpose of coming here, if not for enjoyment? Such experiences are certainly worth trying. Allow me to find a larger one. Let us first share this together, and once you feel comfortable, you may venture to try it on your own. Tian gradually unveiled his intentions. Tao Su, oblivious to the underlying motives, readily acquiesced, saying, "All right." Subsequently, Tian surveyed his surroundings and selected a larger bubble fish. He directed the chosen bubble fish to approach the two of them. Tian discovered a rather lengthy stick, which he then adorned with seaweed. Subsequently, he grasped Tao Su's hand and descended onto the back of a bubble fish. Tao Su, would you prefer to sit in the front or the back? He inquired. I would like to sit in the front, Tao Su replied after a moment of contemplation. Sitting at the front allows for a more splendid view. Very well, Tian responded. The position is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is that we are on the same bubble fish. As they perched atop the same creature, some degree of physical contact was inevitable. Ahem. It is important to note that Tian is a paragon of virtue. Their shared ride on the bubble fish was entirely to ensure Tao Su's safety. Once seated, the bubble fish they had chosen was not particularly large, prompting them to sit closely together to avoid falling off. Before Tao Su could feel any shyness, Tian produced the stick and placed it before the bubble fish. Upon noticing the seaweed atop the stick, the bubble fish promptly expelled seawater from its body and swiftly propelled itself forward. Indeed, its speed was remarkable. Although they were submerged in the ocean, the resistance of the water felt minimal, as though they were not in the depths of the sea at all. As the bubble fish accelerated, Tao Su inevitably leaned into Tian's embrace. Though sitting in the front may not provide the same sensation as sitting in the back, it is still quite pleasant. And so, they continued to traverse the vibrant underwater realm aboard the bubble fish. Despite being a celestial body, the oceanic world beneath was vast beyond measure. If they wished to explore every inch, it would be utterly impossible. While navigating the ocean depths, Tian shared various intriguing facts about their planet that he had learned from YoYo. Soon, he broached the subject of the mermaid kingdom, prompting Tao Su to ask with curiosity, "Xiao Tian, are there mermaids here?" Tian nodded in agreement, yet cautioned, "Indeed, but do not harbor any expectations." According to YoYo, the mermaids here are generally considered unattractive, as they derive their beauty from their tails. If their tails are exquisite, they perceive themselves as beautiful. Tian did not proclaim that all were unattractive, for he was aware of a particular mermaid, the one with the short tail that had appeared in the original narrative. His curiosity was piqued. He longed to behold her with his own eyes. Tao Su, too, felt an insatiable intrigue. Are mermaids truly generally deemed to be of unpleasing appearance? Yet, Tian had mentioned generally, implying that there must exist some who are reasonably appealing or even beautiful. If you wish to see, I can accompany you. Tian gently squeezed Tao Su's hand and remarked, "Though you had cautioned me against venturing into the realm of the merfolk, I find myself undeterred. If I choose to flee, which of those mermaids could possibly catch me? As for the underwater world of Gu Bai Ha Xing, it evokes memories of Fontaine from Genshin Impact, while I hold no vivid impressions of Gu Bai Ha Xing's aquatic depths. Those familiar with Genshin will inevitably draw parallels to Fontaine's underwater realm." Chapter 25, The Kingdom of Mermaids. Tao Su inquired with sparkling eyes. "Is that permissible?" "Absolutely," came the reply. Tian smiled and nodded, expressing his readiness to go at once. Yesterday, Tian learned from Io the approximate location of the Mermaid Kingdom. Subsequently, he steered the bubble fish towards the direction of the kingdom. Although they were deep beneath the sea, Tian's ability to discern direction was quite commendable. After some time, they arrived at the outskirts of the Mermaid Kingdom. "Is that the Mermaid Kingdom ahead?" Tao Su inquired, gazing at the numerous structures in the distance. Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, let us proceed." With that, he took Tao Su's hand and disembarked from the bubble fish. There was no longer a need to ride the fish. With a surge of mental energy, the two swiftly reached the streets of the Merfolk Kingdom. Surrounding them, a group of grotesque merfolk stood frozen at the sight. 2 seconds later, the merfolk erupted in exclamations. Intruders, some, timid and fearful, began to scatter in all directions, while the majority converged, intent on capturing the two. In a fleeting moment, Tian effortlessly wielded his psychic power to seize control over the merfolk surrounding him. In an instant, they appeared as if frozen in place. Tao Su, observing the merfolk around her, found herself at a loss for words. Yet, deep down, she yearned to express her thoughts on their rather unappealing appearance. However, given the presence of the very beings she contemplated, she refrained from uttering such a remark. Tian understood the implications behind Tao Su's words and waved his hand, saying, "Indeed. What is happening? Why are we unable to move?" A flurry of panic ensued among the group of mermaids. Tao Su turned to Tian and whispered, "Xiao Tian, did you do this? Will it lead to any trouble?" "No worries," he replied. "The Cosmic Alliance prohibits the use of violence, and I have not employed any. Restraining them hardly constitutes violence." Tian began to argue with himself. Tao Su nodded in agreement. At that moment, some of the merfolk surrounding them were still roaring, "Little brat, did you do this? Let us go." Silence. Tian then used his telekinesis to firmly seal the mouths of the mermaids. "Tao Su, let us depart. I shall take you to see a more conventional breed of mermaid." Tian spoke as he took Tao Su away from the street. The kingdom of the merfolk was not particularly vast, and Tian swiftly located the prison of the merfolk realm. Tian led Tao Su as they traversed the path, successfully subduing numerous merfolk. Upon entering the prison, although Tao Su was unfamiliar with the script of the mermaid kingdom, she could still sense the nature of this place. "Xiao Tian, are the normal merfolk truly found in a prison?" Tao Su inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I cannot say with absolute certainty, but it is highly likely," came the reply. Tian remarked. According to the original script, the short tail is marginalized in the mermaid kingdom. When Xiaomi was imprisoned, the merfolk entrusted her to the custody of the short tail. This indicates that the short tail must have been designated as a jailer quite some time ago. Upon entering the prison, which was vast, they noticed an absence of merfolk along the way. Soon, the two arrived at a chamber within the prison, where they finally encountered a mermaid. It was indeed Tian who had located the short tail. Upon seeing the two outsiders, the short tail, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Who are you?" Tao Su gazed at the short tail, nodded, and remarked, "She truly resembles a mermaid." Tian addressed the inquiry posed by Short Tail. "I am Tian, and she is Tao Su. You are outsiders. How did you manage to enter without being captured?" Short Tail, noticing that both individuals lacked tails, inquired with a hint of anxiety. This was, after all, the realm of mermaids, and the presence of two outsiders wandering in unscathed inevitably stirred her apprehension. "The merfolk outside who intended to capture us have already been subdued by my influence. You may regard us as mere travelers who have come to explore this planet. Having heard tales of mermaids, our curiosity led us here to take a glimpse." Tian spoke slowly. Tao Su followed, saying, "Initially, I felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the merfolk outside, but your presence has brought me a sense of fulfillment." "Ah?" The short-tailed mermaid inquired with a look of confusion, perhaps sensing no malice from Tian and Tao Su. She took a seat and engaged in conversation with the short-tailed mermaid. The discussion primarily revolved around the circumstances that the latter faced outside. Having been ostracized by her fellow merfolk since childhood, she could not help but harbor a curiosity about the world that also shunned her kind. After a brief exchange, the short-tailed mermaid incredulously asked, "Are you saying that people outside consider merfolk like me to be the most beautiful?" "Indeed, in comparison to other merfolk from your realm, this is true." Tian reflected on the mermaid he had just seen and nodded thoughtfully. "Then, can you take me with you to the planet where you reside?" The short-tailed mermaid's eyes sparkled with longing. Tao Su hesitated, casting a glance at Tian. While she yearned to take the short-tailed mermaid along, she was uncertain about the potential repercussions for Tian and Ayu. "If you are resolute, then so be it. I shall beseech my friend Ayu for assistance in facilitating your departure." Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. In contrast to the original narrative where the short-tailed fish returned to the mermaid kingdom, he was quite reluctant to follow the storyline as it had unfolded. "Really? Thank you." The short-tailed fish exclaimed joyfully, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Tian. Tian raised his hand to halt the gratitude expressed by the little one with the short tail. Then continued, "However, there is a matter I must disclose to you beforehand. Please listen to me first, and afterward, you may decide whether to depart. Are you aware of the origins of your merfolk kingdom?" "The origins of the merfolk kingdom? I do not know," the little one with the short tail replied, shaking her head in confusion. Being merely a child of a few years, she was oblivious to such matters. "The merfolk of your kingdom are, in fact, ordinary humans." "What?" Both Tao Su and the little one with the short tail were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. Tian continued, "According to the information I possess, your merfolk originally were but ordinary humans. However, Due to their unappealing appearances, they faced ridicule and ostracism in their homeland. Consequently, the ancestors of your merfolk departed with a group of those deemed unattractive, seeking refuge on the planet Gibiha. Gibiha is endowed with extraordinary powers. Residing here for merely a week grants one the transformation into a mermaid, complete with a tail. Thus, this is the origin of your merfolk lineage. Yet, the peculiarity of this place dictates that should a merperson venture beyond Gibiha for over 24 hours, their tail reverts to legs. It is rather ironic that your kind, who initially fled their homeland due to mockery and exclusion, have now become the very beings they once despised, ridiculing and ostracizing those whose tails do not meet their aesthetic standards. I have elucidated the origins of your merfolk. Now, I must ask, have you truly resolved to leave Gibiha? Tian inquired once more. In truth, he yearned for the departure of the short-tailed creature. In the original narrative, with the emergence of the merfolk queen, a multitude of mermaids suddenly attained enlightenment, ceasing their ridicule and ostracism of the short-tailed one. Such a harmonious conclusion aligns perfectly with the denouement of an animated tale. Yet, this does not reflect the harsh truths of reality. Mermaids, too, are beings of humanity. The inherent flaws of human nature cannot be so easily transformed. Among the denizens of the mermaid kingdom, there exists both the ugliest and the most beautiful of mermaids. If the fundamental flaws of humanity could be effortlessly altered, why did the ancestors of the mermaid kingdom flee their homeland? Had they not endeavored to change the perceptions of others? Tian pondered that they must have attempted, yet to no avail. Now, they have assumed the roles of those who mock and ostracize others. Can they truly alter the deeply ingrained beliefs they have harbored for years? Even if they comprehend the plight of their ancestors and genuinely strive to cease their derision and exclusion of the short-tailed, could there still linger within them a seed of resentment? After all, it was due to the scorn and marginalization inflicted upon their forebears by a group of aesthetically pleasing individuals that they left their homeland. Seeking refuge in the realm of Gibiha, hiding away in this merfolk nation, afraid to confront outsiders. Perhaps resentment is not inevitable, yet a sense of dissatisfaction is bound to arise. Why should we, deemed less attractive, endure while you alone are celebrated for your beauty? At times, personal failures are indeed painful, but the successes of those around them inflict even deeper wounds. Thus, various considerations weigh heavily on their hearts. Tian truly believed that the kingdom of mermaids was not a suitable place for Shuang Wei to remain indefinitely. To put it bluntly, the essence of the mermaid kingdom lay in a congregation of individuals of unsightly appearance seeking refuge together. In such a realm, Shuang Wei, with her short tail, would be regarded as an outcast, and outcasts are seldom embraced. At this moment, upon hearing Tian's words, Shuang Wei fell into deep contemplation. Tao Su, taken aback by the origins of the mermaid kingdom, turned to Tian and whispered, "Xiao Tian, do you think Shuang Wei should leave?" Hearing Tao Su's voice, Shuang Wei lifted her gaze towards Tian, her mind in a state of confusion, eager to hear the opinions of others. Tian observed the two individuals gazing at him and spoke. "In my humble opinion, I believe it is best for us to depart. Although this may mean leaving behind our homeland and venturing into an entirely unfamiliar place, I cannot help but question whether this location truly evokes a sense of belonging for you. Were I in your position, feeling ostracized by all, I would harbor no sentiments of attachment to this place, but rather a yearning to escape. I long to leave." After contemplating Tian's words for a moment, the short-tailed one nodded in agreement. Tian nodded. "Certainly, however, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. After your departure, the inhabitants of the mermaid kingdom may seek you out. When that time arrives, they might assure you that they will no longer ostracize you. How will you respond then?" Tian directly presented the circumstances from the original play. Upon hearing this, Duan Weiba was momentarily taken aback and ceased to ostracize her. Once again, Duan Weiba fell into contemplation. Having just made a resolute decision, she now found herself wavering. Observing Duan Weiba's hesitation, Tian continued, "Even if such circumstances arise, I still hope you will persist in leaving this place. The kingdom of mermaids does not belong to you. It is a sanctuary for those who wish to remain hidden from the outside world. Your presence here marks you as an outlier, and outliers often provoke various reactions, attracting the disdain of many. However, upon your return to the realm of ordinary humanity, you shall be just like everyone else. I cannot claim that everyone will embrace you, but undoubtedly the vast majority will not ostracize you without reason." Upon finishing his words, Tian turned to Tao Su and inquired, But what of the identity of the short-tailed creature now that it has ventured to Earth? And where will it reside? To which Tian replied, as for identity, I shall seek assistance from YoYo. The universe is vast, and surely there exists some artifact that can grant the short-tailed creature an identity on Earth. Regarding accommodation, I will discuss it with my parents, persuading them to allow the short-tailed creature to stay with us, as we have the wallpaper house, which can comfortably accommodate it. Tian pondered for a moment and spoke. Since he intended to take care of the little one, he naturally had to make appropriate arrangements for her. In truth, Miba and Mima also desired a daughter. However, due to certain circumstances, they chose not to have more children. If the little one were to reside in the Mi household, it would transform from a family of 4 to a family of 7, including Yu and Taohua. The expenses would undoubtedly increase, but it was not a significant concern. With the wallpaper house, many household costs could be mitigated. Thus, even with the addition of another child, the financial burden would not be overwhelming. Nevertheless, it was essential to consult with Miba and Mima before making a decision. If they were unwilling, he would raise the little one on his own. As long as the little one had a recognized identity, he could easily resolve any financial issues. Furthermore, raising a child did not inherently require substantial funds, as the wallpaper house would suffice for food, clothing, and shelter. Although some expenses, like tuition fees, would still arise, it was manageable. He could earn money. If he couldn't on Earth, he would venture to Wolek Star. Wolek Star was the very planet where Xiaomi had initially sought employment. There were numerous lucrative opportunities available there, and with Tian's formidable abilities, earning money would be considerably easier. Tian contemplated and shared his thoughts with Duan Weiba and Tao Su. After expressing himself, he added, thus, you can rest assured in making your decision. Duan Weiba, obediently, resolved with determination, I shall journey to Earth. Very well, Duan Weiba. There is a matter we must attend to first. Tian cast a glance at the short-tailed creature and inquired, what is it? The short-tailed creature responded, what is it? Let us bestow upon you a name. Mistaking it for a matter of great significance, the short-tailed creature exhibited a bewildered expression upon hearing Tian's words. Having arrived on Earth marked a fresh beginning, thus it seemed fitting to commence with the act of naming. Tian cast a smile towards Short-Tail and said, I am uncertain about what name to bestow. Could you assist me in this endeavor? Short-Tail, somewhat at a loss, turned to the two for guidance. Tao Su, stroking his chin, suggested, how about adopting the surname Mi? Xiao Tian, why don't you decide? Short-Tail implored, gazing at Tian with hopeful eyes. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Tian remarked, how about the name Meili? It is the first name that came to mind, fitting for the surname Mi and quite melodious. Meili, would you be willing to embrace this name? Tian turned to Meili and inquired. Meili smiled and nodded, I am willing. All right, let us depart. Remaining in this prison serves no purpose. Tian glanced at the two individuals, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Tian and Tao Su departed, accompanied by Meili. Tian first escorted the two individuals back to the platform above the sea, then opened the door to the wallpaper shop, allowing Tao Su to take Meili for a leisurely exploration within. As for himself, he utilized teleportation to make a brief return to the Mermaid Kingdom. Regardless of whether the Mermaid Kingdom consented, he felt it imperative to inform the Queen of his intent to take Meili. It would be preferable to receive her blessing. However, whether she agreed or not, he was determined to bring her along. The Mermaid Kingdom awaited. Tian encountered the Mermaid Queen. Intruder, where have you taken the short-tailed one? The Mermaid Queen inquired upon seeing Tian. She no longer wished to remain in the realm of mermaids. We would take her away. Furthermore, she has now been bestowed with a name, Millet. It would be preferable if you refrained from using her nickname. Tian replied, short tail. A term that, in the realm of mermaids where beauty is defined by tails, carries a hint of derision. When the merfolk are in high spirits, they affectionately refer to one another as short tail. However, in moments of discontent, they resort to the disparaging term ugly little grain. The reason Tian insisted on giving the grain of rice a new name is that her rebirth necessitates shedding this derogatory moniker. While watching the animated series, I found myself pondering deeply about this particular episode, perhaps overthinking it. Yet, I must confess, I felt a reluctance to return to the identity of Short Tail. The conclusion of this episode instilled in me a profound sense of discomfort, akin to a victim who has endured years of torment at the hands of a group of oppressors. Just as the victim finally glimpses salvation, the leader of the tormentors emerges, acknowledging her wrongdoing and compelling the others to do the same, only to reclaim the victim once more. In the end, the oppressors and the victim coexist in an uneasy peace. In summary, the narrative of this episode seems to contain certain inconsistencies, which I perceive as flaws crafted by the screenwriter for the sake of the plot. For instance, how could the queen have been unaware of the ostracism faced by Shorttail for so many years? Or, if she was aware, why did she not intervene? Perhaps she truly was oblivious. Regardless of the reasons, I firmly believe that Shorttail should not remain in the kingdom of mermaids. Ultimately, as I engage in fan fiction, I cannot simply adhere to the unchanging storyline. I must infuse my own interpretations into the narrative. Chapter 27. The Mermaid Grain of Rice, Part 2. Who are you to take away one of our merfolk? The mermaid queen's mood was far from pleasant. The sudden appearance of two outsiders, who had spirited away one of her own, left her bewildered. She had overheard that Tian possessed a unique ability to immobilize others. Although she recognized that she could not overpower Tian, she contemplated reaching out to the Cosmic Alliance. First and foremost, I must clarify that I have not abducted the Grain of Rice. Thus, the matter of returning her is moot. The Grain of Rice chose to leave the kingdom of mermaids of her own volition, and the reasons for her departure are not for me to disclose. Tian fixed his gaze upon the mermaid queen, contemplating her authority. If matters concerning her realm required his counsel, her claim to the title of queen seemed utterly frivolous. The so-called kingdom of the merfolk was, in truth, not more than a village, and this queen resembled more of a village head than a sovereign. How could a leader be oblivious to the happenings within her own community? If she truly lacked such awareness, she ought to gracefully relinquish her position. Meili, as the most unique and exquisite being in the mermaid kingdom, deserved better. If the queen remained unaware of the tribulations befalling Meili, she had no right to her title. I demand to see Meili. The mermaid queen refrained from further contention with Tian. Very well. Yet I urge the queen to contemplate Meili's best interests. The mermaid kingdom is not a suitable place for her to remain. Having concluded his words, Tian immediately utilized teleportation to depart the mermaid kingdom, accompanied by the mermaid queen, leaving the platform on the surface of the sea. Tian brought the mermaid queen to meet Meili. The reason for this meeting was clear. Tian wished to prevent the situation from escalating. Should the Cosmic Alliance become involved, the matter would undoubtedly grow more intricate. Thus, it was preferable for Meili and the mermaid queen to meet, allowing the latter to understand that Meili was eager to depart from this place. If the mermaid queen possessed even a modicum of rationality and genuinely cared for Meili's well-being, she would surely consent to Meili's departure. Tian and Tao Su arranged a private room for the mermaid queen and Meili, allowing the two to converse in solitude. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from the chamber. The mermaid queen turned to Tian and said, "You may take Meili to Earth. However, at regular intervals, you must return to fetch me. I wish to see how Meili is faring. I feel a deep sense of guilt for the ostracism she has endured over the years. Whether you perceive my actions as deliberate negligence or mere theatrics is inconsequential. Nevertheless, should you refuse my request and still take Meili away, I shall be compelled to seek the intervention of the Cosmic Alliance." At this moment, the mermaid queen was exhibiting a somewhat obstinate demeanor. Indeed, involving the Cosmic Alliance would lead to considerable complications. After a moment of contemplation, Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. Upon our return, I shall overawe you with some delectable treats. Ayu, after all, could be considered a bit of a foodie. Thus, it would be effortless to persuade her to make periodic visits. Once they had reached an accord, Tian escorted the mermaid queen back to her domain. As for the time that lay ahead, it was still early, and there remained a while before Ayu would arrive to retrieve them. Therefore, Meili, acting as their guide, prepared to lead the two on further underwater adventures. Although the merfolk were generally prohibited from leaving their territory, circumstances occasionally necessitated that certain individuals ventured beyond its bounds. Thus, Meili possessed a greater familiarity with the ocean depths than her companions. Before they embarked on their excursion, Tao Su turned to Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, let us revert back to our 9-year-old selves." Why would we do that? Tian inquired with a hint of confusion. Look, Meili appears to be around 8 or 9 years old. Now that we are 3 in number, wouldn't it be better if we all remained at the age of 9? Tao Su put forth a rationale, considering Meili's perspective. Indeed, the interactions between a 9-year-old child and 2 18-year-old adults would undoubtedly lack the ease and comfort found among 3 children of the same age. This would allow Meili to grow up more naturally. Tian proffered a suggestion. Tao Su remained silent, gazing at Tian as if she fully comprehended his thoughts. Then let us revert, he proposed. After being scrutinized by Tao Su for a few moments, Tian amended his statement. Honestly, I am truly a paragon of virtue. My desire for the rice grains to enlarge is undoubtedly motivated by concern for their well-being. In the blink of an eye, Tian and Tao Su drank from the spring, reverting to the age of 9. When they emerged once more, Mi Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, brother and sister have transformed into children. Mi Li gazed at the two in disbelief. Tian elucidated, the grains of rice, in truth, were always of this size. It is merely due to a wondrous spring that they have transformed. Tian briefly explained to Mi Li the reason behind his and Tao Su's diminutive transformation. The world outside is truly wondrous, and it is astonishing to discover such magical artifacts, Mi Li exclaimed sincerely. Let us dive into the water, Tao Su suggested, glancing at the two. Subsequently, the trio returned to the depths of the sea. Mi Li began to narrate various fascinating aspects of the underwater realm, joyfully exploring her surroundings. However, Tian appeared somewhat less enthusiastic. The experience of being transformed from an adult to a child diminished the excitement. At noon, Tian unveiled a culinary tablecloth, marking its inaugural use. He summoned an array of delectable earthly delicacies, and the three of them indulged in a delightful meal. It was Mi Li's first experience tasting Earth's cuisine, and she found it utterly delicious, which bolstered her confidence about living on Earth. As evening approached, as Tian observed that the time was nearing, he returned to the platform above the sea accompanied by Tao Su and Mi Li. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light swept across the horizon. Yu gracefully descended before the trio. Xiao Tian, Tao Su, I have come to escort you back, she said. But upon noticing Mi Li beside them, she was taken aback. How did a mermaid come to be here? Yu quickly inquired of the two. It is like this. Tian and Yu discussed the matter regarding Mi Li. Upon hearing this, Yu remarked, so that is the case. Mi Li wishes to reside on Earth. Not to worry, I shall assist Mi Li in securing her identity. At the Cosmic Trade Center, there are individuals who specialize in such enterprises, facilitating the acquisition of identities from various life planets. Tian nodded, recalling the day he first met Yu upon hearing that it was the Cosmic Trading Center. He hastily remarked, Yu, you must refrain from casually promising to assist with numerous deliveries. 2 or 3 times will suffice for various transactions. Rest assured, Xiao Tian, I understand. Yu confidently replied. Having spent a considerable amount of time on Earth and immersing himself in numerous television shows and books, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Shall we return now? Tian subsequently spoke. Shortly thereafter, Ao returned to Earth with the 3 companions, landing near Tao Su's residence for her convenience. Upon returning home, Tao Su bid farewell to Tian and the others before heading inside. Following this, Tian utilized instantaneous movement to bring Ao and Mi Li back to his own abode. Chapter 28, The Mermaid Mi Li, Part 2, in the living room. As the trio materialized, Mi Ma was busy preparing a meal, while Mi Ba and Xiaomi were engrossed in a television program. Mi Ba and Xiaomi paid little heed, having frequently witnessed Tian's sudden appearances. However, this occasion bore a slight divergence. The two noticed in their peripheral vision the presence of 3 individuals. 3 individuals? No. Mi Ba and Xiaomi turned in unison. A mermaid, they exclaimed in unison. What mermaid? Mi Ma, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, poked her head out, and, upon seeing Mi Li, fumbled the spatula she held, dropping it to the floor. Mom and Dad, please don't react so dramatically. Aren't you both aware that numerous civilizations exist within the universe? Therefore, the existence of a mermaid is rather commonplace. Wouldn't you agree? Tian waved his hand and exclaimed, a mermaid. Indeed, a mermaid. Oh my, Xiao Tian, where did you encounter such a wondrous creature? Xiaomi asked, her excitement palpable. Greetings, I am Mi Li, she said, glancing at the 3 and offering a slight bow. Ah, how intriguing, you share the surname Mi. Mi Ba remarked in surprise, for such a surname was quite rare. It was astonishing that this enchanting mermaid bore the same name. Mom and Dad, I wish to discuss something with you, she added. Tian glanced at Mi's father and mother, perhaps sensing that Tian had something significant to discuss. Mi's mother set aside the vegetables she was preparing and approached the living room. She inquired, what is it? Please, go ahead. Do you wish for a daughter? Tian fell into a momentary silence before tentatively inquiring, do you wish to transform into a girl? Xiaomi exclaimed with wide eyes. Tian, observing Tian's indifferent expression, Xiaomi immediately sensed that things were not as they seemed. However, her trepidation heightened in the next moment. You want me to become a girl? The notion of transforming Xiaomi into a girl was quite appealing. Perhaps she would develop a newfound appreciation for learning. After a moment of contemplation, Mima nodded in agreement. Miba also concurred with a slight nod. Xiaomi gazed at her parents in disbelief. No way, you must be joking, right? Xiao Tian. Do you and Ayu possess some extraordinary device that can turn boys into girls? Miba directed his inquiry towards Yu Tian and Ayu. No. That's not it at all. Why would you think in that direction? Yu Tian found himself utterly bewildered by the reasoning of his family. What do you mean by that? Miba and Mima inquired, their expressions filled with perplexity as they turned to Yu Tian. Yu Tian candidly inquired, I would like to ask my parents. Do you wish to adopt a daughter? Well, that would be Mili. Mili is. Yu Tian provided an introduction to Miba, Mima, and Xiaomi regarding the origins of Mili. Upon hearing that Mili had faced exclusion throughout her childhood in the Kingdom of Mermaids due to her tail being neither sufficiently large nor aesthetically pleasing, both Miba and Mima felt a deep sense of compassion. However, the decision to adopt a child is not as simple as adopting a cat or a dog. They were unable to arrive at a conclusion immediately. The addition of another member to the family would inevitably increase their expenses. Miba's salary was adequate to support 2 children, but the prospect of raising a third was indeed daunting for him. Yu Tian observed the hesitation of Dad and Mom and began to elaborate on the efficacy of his various tools. With these possessions, the expenses would indeed diminish considerably. The primary financial burdens would likely stem from tuition fees and potential medical costs in the future. Beyond that, it seemed there were few additional expenditures to concern themselves with. In light of this, considering the adoption of another child did not appear to be out of the question, especially since the couple had a strong desire for a daughter. However, turning to his wife, he inquired, what do you think? I have no objections. I support this. Dad posed the question to Mom, who, glancing at Yi Tian and the others, replied, all right, I have no issues with it either. However, we already have 2 children, and according to policy, it seems we cannot adopt another, can we? Rest assured, this is not a problem, Ao chimed in with a smile. For those engaged in commerce at the Cosmic Trading Center, such matters were trivial. In fact, it could be easily resolved. When processing Mili's adoption, they could fabricate an identity that portrays her as an orphan with deceased parents. Furthermore, her parents could be misrepresented as distant relatives within 3 generations of Dad's lineage. Thus, Dad and Mom would fulfill the conditions for adoption. Upon hearing Ao's words, Dad and Mom fell silent, accepting Li as their daughter. At this moment, Xiaomi exclaimed with joy, so, does this mean I'll be an older brother too? Daddy, Mommy, Brother Xiao Tian, Brother Xiaomi. Li joyfully called out. Dad, filled with happiness, remarked, I initially thought our wish for a daughter would remain unfulfilled, but here we are. Are you implying that you're blaming me for not bearing you a daughter? Mom shot a glance at Dad, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. No, absolutely not. Dad stammered, quickly shaking his head. Seeing this, Yi Tian smiled and spoke up to rescue Mom. Did you forget to turn off the stove? I smell something burning. My dish. Mima immediately turned back towards the kitchen. At that moment, Xiaomi approached Li and began to converse with her, filled with curiosity about the mermaid, especially since she would soon be her sister. Xiaomi was brimming with intrigue. Yi Tian retrieved the wallpaper house and rehung it upon the wall. Within this space, he conjured a girl's bedroom, distinct in layout from Tao Su's yet equally exquisite. The room was adorned with various items, all accentuated in a serene sky blue. Additionally, Yi Tian crafted a modest indoor swimming pool, ample enough for a few individuals, designed specifically for Li, whose fishtail had yet to transform into legs. At dinner, the family of 6 gathered around the dining table, which felt increasingly cramped with the addition of one more member. Nevertheless, the presence of the 4 younger children made it manageable. After the meal, Ayu set off for the Cosmic Trading Center, intent on arranging Li's identity and adoption paperwork. The following day, during daylight hours, Yi Tian and Xiaomi attended their classes, while Li remained at home. After school, Tao Su visited the Mi residence to play with Li. The swimming pool awaited them. Yi Tian, Tao Su, and Xiaomi lingered by the shore, while Li remained in the pool. By the way, Li, you are likely unfamiliar with the characters of Earth, aren't you? Yi Tian gazed at Li and inquired. Li nodded in response. She had never attended school in the Mermaid Kingdom and was scarcely familiar with its script. Once your identity is established, you shall join us in our studies. Given your current proficiency, even the 3rd grade would pose considerable challenges. It appears that remedial lessons are in order. Yu Tian turned to Li and said, I believe it is feasible to seek the assistance of extraterrestrial beings for matters concerning Earth. After all, YoYo has previously exchanged Earth currency for alien currency. It is quite reasonable that the business of extraterrestrials extends to our planet. Furthermore, although Li has stayed behind, I do not intend to establish a harem, especially considering they are merely 9 years old. Such actions are not only inappropriate, but also unacceptable. Lastly, I must clarify that the author is a person of integrity. Primarily, I fear the possibility of my work being censored. Thus, I have exercised restraint in depicting the relationship between the protagonist and Tao Su. Chapter 29. The book conversion device. I shall lend a hand as well, Tao Su promptly declared. As an academic achiever, she felt confident in her ability to assist with tutoring. Xiaomi scratched his head, realizing he was of no help in such matters. Nevertheless, in a bid to feel included, he chimed in, I will offer my books. As the four engaged in conversation, 24 hours elapsed, and Li's tail transformed into legs. Soon after, Tao Su ushered Tian and Xiaomi outside, heading to a clothing store to procure an outfit for Li. Before long, Li emerged from the swimming pool, adorned in human attire. Following this, Tian and Tao Su commenced their tutoring session with Li. Tao Su focused on teaching Li the basics of the Chinese language, starting with pinyin. On the same day, Li's identity and adoption paperwork were finalized. The professionals at the Cosmic Trading Center proved to be remarkably efficient, completing the process within a single day. Li's parents had intended to visit the school the following day to facilitate her enrollment. However, given Li's current level of knowledge, which was limited to the basics of pinyin, Tian suggested postponing her enrollment for a while. Enrolling her now would be akin to reading hieroglyphics during class, an experience that would surely be disheartening. Therefore, it would be more beneficial for Li to first become familiar with more Chinese characters before starting school. Even if her grades were initially subpar, Li's parents agreed with Tian's counsel. In their daily routines, YoYo and Ma remained home, readily available to serve as Li's tutors, as teaching her to read and write posed no difficulty for them. The following day, after school, Mao and Ding Dong arrived at the house. Their curiosity was piqued by Xiaomi's mention of a new sister, prompting their visit. Upon arriving, they were introduced to Li. As children, they quickly warmed up to one another after a brief chat. In the living room, Xiaomi suddenly noticed a piece of paper on the table. Picking it up, he inquired, What is this? What is written on it? Apologies, that belongs to me, came the response. Suddenly, Ayu appeared and took the paper from Xiaomi's hands, simultaneously placing a stack of papers on the table. What are these? Xiaomi inquired, puzzled. Ayu glanced at the group and explained, The Cosmic Education Committee has requested my assistance in gathering the class schedules of elementary students from various planets. These are the schedules from other celestial bodies. Elementary students from other planets? What subjects are they studying? Xiaomi, Ding Dong, and Mao turned their attention to Ayu with curiosity. Tian, Tao Su, and Li were not particularly intrigued. Well, you can take a look for yourselves, said Ayu, as he produced a device and handed it to the trio. This device, known as the text reading translator, could convert unfamiliar characters into ones they recognized. The three of them grasped the translator and began to decipher the curriculum of extraterrestrial elementary students. To their astonishment, they encountered a series of fascinating courses, including spaceship piloting, culinary arts, and gaming. They were both amazed and puzzled. Did alien elementary schools truly offer such subjects? Ayu promptly clarified that this curriculum originated from the planet Prolo, renowned for its distinctive educational methods. The planet is divided into numerous cities, each populated by individuals dedicated solely to one profession, thus requiring them to master only a single skill from childhood to adulthood. For instance, as seen by the trio, courses in piloting, cooking, and gaming were among the offerings. Xiaomi and Mao immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, lamenting that alien elementary students had such entertaining classes while they were confined to studying language, mathematics, and foreign languages daily. Amidst their complaints, Ding Dong noticed a course on experiential exchange. This reminded Ayu of an intriguing opportunity. This exchange program allowed them to swap identities with other extraterrestrial students to experience their curriculum firsthand. Ayu turned to the group and inquired, Would you like to give it a try? Absolutely. Xiaomi and the others eagerly responded. Tian remarked, I wish to go to Proxima Star, but I shall forego the exchange experience. I have no desire to switch. Tao Su similarly declined, not due to a lack of interest in the extraterrestrial courses, but rather because she found it peculiar for someone to attend school under her identity. Li remained silent, as she had yet to commence her own studies. Nevertheless, both Tao Su and Mi Li harbored a curiosity about visiting other planets, a sentiment shared by Tao Hua as well. Subsequently, Ayu led the group of 6 individuals and 1 cat away from Earth, Proxima Star. The group arrived at the Academic Exchange Center on this celestial body. To partake in the exchange experience, one must initiate the process here. Tian arrived here and promptly clocked in. Upon completing the check-in, congratulations to the host for receiving the book transformation device. This remarkable device, akin to those found in the world of Doraemon, has yet to make an appearance in the anime itself. The machine resembles a microwave in both shape and color, which is a pristine white. Its function is to allow a book to be placed inside, and after a designated period of transformation, the book metamorphoses into an edible version. Once consumed, this edible book enables the reader to retain the knowledge contained within its pages indefinitely. The significance of this device is immense, serving as a tool for photographic memory. With this machine, one could simply let a grain of rice consume a dictionary, followed by a first or second grade language and mathematics textbook, thus preparing adequately for school. While consuming the book only allows one to remember the knowledge within, it pertains to the foundational knowledge of early education, basic concepts that, once memorized, would be entirely sufficient. After Yi Tian's check-in concluded, I'd introduced a device for exchanging academic experiences to Xiaomi and the others. With this device, they could swap identities with one another. The trio promptly found a primary school student from a city they admired and facilitated the exchange of courses. Upon completing the exchange, YoYo, along with Yu Tian and the 3 extraterrestrial students who had swapped courses, departed from Proxima Centauri back to Earth. Once back on Earth, Yi Tian escorted the extraterrestrial students who had exchanged courses with Ding Dong and Mao Mao to their respective homes. As for the student who exchanged with Xiaomi, he naturally remained at their residence. Remarkably, after returning to Earth, these extraterrestrial students appeared to Yi Tian as reflections of Xiaomi and her companions. This academic exchange device indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities. Not only could it alter their appearances in the eyes of outsiders, but upon the completion of their studies, it could also transfer the knowledge they had acquired during their experience directly into the minds of Xiaomi and her friends. The so-called book conversion device is somewhat akin to a memory bread, though I find the concept of memory bread rather limited. It requires printing text onto bread, and one must consume the bread to retain the information. If there were a considerable amount of knowledge to remember, it would be quite overwhelming. Thus, I drew inspiration from the abilities of Lando, a character from the interstellar series Lando, who could absorb knowledge simply by consuming books, and I devised the book conversion device. This series holds nostalgic value for me, particularly that scene which left a lasting impression. I was envious of the ability to learn merely by consuming books. Alas, the series is rather old, and the quality seems quite low now. Chapter 30, The Real-Life Book Consumption. Room. Yi Tian retrieved the book transformation device and proceeded to insert a dictionary along with several first and second grade textbooks. Upon activating the machine, he observed through the glass as the books whirled within. Remarkably, this resembled a microwave oven. The transformation process required some time, with a total of 5 books. It would take 50 minutes. Transforming one book in 10 minutes was quite efficient. After all, even for someone with an exceptional memory, it would take a similar duration to thoroughly read a book. 50 minutes later, a chime resonated from the device, signaling the completion of the transformation. It was confirmed, indeed. It resembled a microwave oven. Yu Tian silently complained to himself, then activated the microwave book transformation device and retrieved 5 volumes. He touched them, still relishing the sensation of holding a book. Yi Tian gently caressed the book, perceiving no discernible change. After pondering for a moment, he tore a small piece from the cover of the dictionary. Indeed, even as he tore it, it felt like an ordinary book. Subsequently, Yi Tian placed the torn cover into his mouth and began to consume it. One must admit, this book transformation device is truly remarkable. Upon completion of the transformation, it still appeared to be an ordinary book. However, once placed in the mouth, it instantly transformed into a soft bread, slightly sweet in flavor and quite delightful. Having ascertained the item posed no issues, Yu Tian approached the doorway of Mi Li's room. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Tian knocked on the door. Brother. Mi Li opened the door and upon seeing Yi Tian, immediately invited him in with delight. Upon entering, Yi Tian noticed the book in his hand, prompting Mi Li to inquire, Brother, are we to commence our studies once more? Come now, I shall surely master it swiftly. Let us forego learning today. Instead, take this dictionary and devour it. Tian handed over the dictionary, saying, "Eat?" A question mark appeared on Mili's face. These books, transformed through a unique tool, had become edible tomes. Yet, it was not merely their consumability that was extraordinary. They possessed an even more remarkable function. In essence, consuming these books would grant one eternal remembrance of the knowledge contained within. Thus, you would be able to join us in our scholarly pursuits without delay. Tian elucidated that Mili has now mastered Pinyin, which implies that with this dictionary, she has essentially learned most Chinese characters. The pressure of attending school will no longer weigh upon her. How wonderful! Thank you, dear brother. Mili joyfully accepted the dictionary and began to indulge in it without hesitation. How delicious! Her eyes sparkled with delight. This is the flavor of knowledge, indeed. Knowledge is sweet. The volume of 5 books is quite substantial, particularly the dictionary, which is a hefty tome. After finishing 1 volume of the dictionary, Mili felt somewhat full, as she is merely a 9-year-old child. There is no need to rush to consume it all at once. She may savor it slowly. Tian glanced at Mili, who obediently nodded in response. After consuming the dictionary, Mili resumed her reading and discovered that she could comprehend nearly all the Chinese characters. Upon witnessing the situation, Tian promptly sought out Mi Ba and Mi Ma, informing them that Mili was now ready to attend school. Mi Ba and Mi Ma made an immediate decision to take Mili to Tian's school the very next day, arranging for her to join Tian and Xiaomi's class. The following day, Tian and the extraterrestrial elementary student exchanged their academic pursuits and prepared to head to school, accompanied by Mi Ma and Mili. Upon arriving at the school, Tian and the alien student proceeded to their classroom, while Mi Ma and Mili made their way to the principal's office. In the classroom, Tian gently patted Tao Su's shoulder, prompting her to turn and gaze at him. Tao Su, I have wonderful news to share. Mili will soon be enrolling in school. Really? That's fantastic. Tao Su exclaimed, her joy evident. Although many in the class wished to befriend Tao Su, she had only a handful of true friends. Tian and Xiaomi have been childhood friends. Xiaomi, Ding Dong, and Mao Mao can be considered companions, while the relationships with others have yet to reach the level of friendship. Their few friends are all boys. Tao Su has long desired a close female friend. Curiously, she inquired how Mili managed to enroll so swiftly. According to Tian's previous remarks, the intention was for Mili to first acquire some knowledge before commencing her studies. Tian and Tao Su discussed the matter of the book conversion device. Tao Su was somewhat astonished to learn that one could absorb knowledge simply by consuming books. This contraption is truly remarkable. With it, she felt that her status as a high-achieving student was no longer extraordinary. As they chatted, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of the first class, which was taught by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Yan. Accompanying Mr. Yan was a new student named Mili, who carried a small backpack. Classmates, I would like to introduce a new member to our class, Mili. Mili, please introduce yourself, Mr. Yan instructed. Mili nodded, her gaze swiftly locking onto Tian and Tao Su as she addressed the class. Hello everyone, my name is Mili. I enjoy swimming, and I am delighted to become your classmate. This introduction was a formulaic one, crafted by Tian. The classmates responded warmly, applauding enthusiastically. A girl as attractive as Mili was warmly welcomed by many, captivating both boys and girls alike. Among elementary students, there are rarely any petty jealousies regarding appearances. At least, not in Tian's class. The camaraderie among classmates was commendable. After Mili concluded her self-introduction, Mr. Yan began to assign seats. He directed Xiaomi and Mao Mao to move back a seat, positioning Mili between Tian and Xiaomi. This arrangement was made with the understanding that Mili was the sister of Tian and Xiaomi, facilitating her integration into the class. As the lesson commenced, Mr. Yan's voice filled the room as he instructed the students to turn to their textbooks. Throughout the class, whenever he posed questions, the 3 extraterrestrial students were exceedingly eager to raise their hands and answer. Surprisingly, even Mao Mao and Xiaomi began to pay attention and actively participate, much to Mr. Yan's astonishment. The rest of the class shared in his disbelief. Noticing their enthusiasm, Mr. Yan called on the trio multiple times, each response exceeding expectations, leading him to regard Mao Mao and Xiaomi with newfound respect. Could it be that they were finally taking their studies seriously? As the class came to a close, Xiaomi and Mao Mao exhibited a demeanor that felt somewhat unfamiliar to their classmates. The collective thought among their peers was, goodness, is this really Xiaomi and Mao Mao? Surely they have not been impersonated. After class, the 3 approached Mr. Yan. expressing that they found his assignments too simplistic and strongly requested more challenging tasks. The notion of students, particularly Xiaomi and Mao Mao, making such demands delighted Mr. Yan, prompting him to assign them more difficult homework. Chapter 31. Brother Yi Tian observed the scene with a hint of amusement. These three extraterrestrial elementary students had unwittingly dug a substantial pit for Xiaomi and her companions, particularly for Xiaomi and Mao Mao upon their return. They would undoubtedly be thrust back into their original forms, which would likely provoke even greater ire from Teacher Yan. Was it truly so difficult to maintain a diligent study routine for just a day or two? Just when I, as their teacher, had been pleased for a brief moment, they choose to revert to their slothful ways? As the day unfolded, during the core subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English, the three alien students eagerly raised their hands to answer questions, much to the delight of Teacher Yin and the other two teachers. In terms of assignments, the extraterrestrial trio requested an increase in difficulty. The other two instructors, much like Teacher Yin, did not impose a higher level of challenge on the entire class, but rather tailored additional challenges specifically for the three of them. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, the trio exited the classroom. Suddenly, the device they used to exchange academic experiences beeped, indicating that Xiaomi and her friend's academic exchange was coming to a close. A tinge of regret washed over them. Was it truly over so soon? Earth's elementary school was utterly fascinating. They longed to continue their studies for a while longer. Perhaps they would have the opportunity to return in the future. As they expressed their thoughts, Tian assisted in escorting them back to AU. Subsequently, Tian, along with Tao Su and Meili, strolled home together. Tian held on to Tao Su, and upon seeing this, Meili turned to Tian and said, "Brother, I too wish to hold on," her tone laced with a hint of playful charm. "Hold on." Tian grasped Meili's hand with his other hand. Alas, such torment is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. As the trio made their way home, they attracted the attention of several passing adult men. Have today's elementary school students truly become this remarkable? How are we, the solitary ones, to survive? Upon returning home, Ayu had already escorted the three extraterrestrial elementary students back, and Xiaomi and her companions returned to Earth. In Xiaomi's room, the three were venting their frustrations about the alien elementary school. Xiaomi's school merely focused on teaching video games. Consequently, when Xiaomi attended, her lack of gaming skill led to a barrage of criticism, and she was even punished to practice, which, despite being game-related, swiftly extinguished her joy for playing. As for Mao Mao, he enrolled in a culinary school, only to spend an entire day consuming nothing but cabbage. Ding Dong attended a school focused on earning money, where the elementary students exhibited remarkable prowess, mastering skills typically reserved for adults on Earth, which left Ding Dong feeling utterly disheartened. The trio was thoroughly disillusioned, leading them to unhesitatingly choose to terminate their educational exchange after the first day. Do not despair too greatly, for what lies ahead is likely to be even more challenging. Tian turned to the three individuals, offering them words of comfort. The trio responded with confusion. Now, let us take a look at your assignments. Tian opened the backpacks of the three individuals and discovered their assignments for the day. Assignments? The trio picked up their work and began to examine it. What in the world are these? After a brief glance, they were left dumbfounded, utterly confused. The mathematics assignment was filled with an array of unfamiliar symbols. The Chinese assignment featured characters they almost recognized, yet the questions were completely incomprehensible. The foreign language tasks were equally perplexing. Have we only been away for a single day? How did the assignments become so bewildering? Xiaomi wailed, casting an imploring glance at Tian. Tian waved his hand and explained, "You must thank the extraterrestrial elementary students who stood in for you. During class today, the three of them eagerly answered questions, and after class, they found the assigned homework too simple and strongly requested an increase in difficulty. The teachers were quite pleased and decided to raise the challenge for the three of you. They are eagerly anticipating your submissions and looking forward to your future performances." Upon hearing Tian's explanation, the trio stood frozen in disbelief. No, they fell to their knees, feeling as though their lives had turned to ash. This was particularly dire for Xiaomi and Mao Mao. It felt like a matter of life and death for them. Ding Dong, on the other hand, had decent grades and was capable of diligent study, though he too struggled with the more challenging assignments. Nevertheless, he could still maintain a good performance moving forward. But for Xiaomi and Mao Mao, the situation was dire. They had the choice of either paying close attention in class or preparing to face the teacher's wrath. For these two academically challenged students, Truly focusing in class was an insurmountable task. As the three lamented their fate, Ayu arrived. Mao, your mother just asked me to tell you that they have gone to congratulate your cousin and will be home later. Congratulate my cousin? For what? Mao inquired. Looking up at Ayu with confusion, Ayu smiled and clarified. Your mother said he has found his dream job and has been accepted early as an aircraft designer. Wow, an aircraft designer. The three exclaimed in astonishment. The title sounded impressive indeed. Of course, Mao's cousin had always been very diligent. Ayu chuckled as he shared the news. Tian smiled as he gazed at the three of them, saying, you must put in considerable effort from now on. Otherwise, Teacher Yin will not spare you. Stop it. Stop it. What should we do? Teacher Yin won't actually kill us, will she? Xiaomi's face displayed concern. Do not worry. She would not go so far as to take your lives, but she will certainly make your existence more unbearable than death itself. Tian continued to offer words of comfort. Xiaomi and the other two gazed at Tian in silence. You truly possess the art of consolation. Tian smiled as he shifted the topic. By the way, Melia started school today. Unfortunately, you all missed her first day. What? The three of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Especially Xiaomi, who lamented with excitement. I can't believe I missed Li's first day of school. Beside them, Li chuckled and said, it's all right, second brother. Li referred to Tian as brother and to Xiaomi as second brother. They were both brothers to her. Yet, Xiaomi felt there was a subtle difference. Perhaps one was a brother in affection, and the other was a biological brother. At just 9 years old, Xiaomi did not comprehend these nuances and simply felt they were the same. She did not ponder why Li called him second brother rather than elder brother when addressing Tian. Let us hold a welcome party to celebrate Li becoming our classmate, Ding Dong suggested, glancing at the others. That sounds wonderful. Let us host it at our home. Xiaomi chimed in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Tian. Tian understood what Xiaomi was thinking, nodded, and handed her a tablecloth for the feast. I will go inform mother not to prepare dinner today. Ayu immediately responded, before leaving the room to seek out Mi's mother. A welcome party can indeed be held, but do not forget about your assignments. Xiao Tian, during such a joyful moment, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. All right. Anyway, it's not me who will be reprimanded tomorrow. Off to do my homework now. Tian, after provoking the trio, departed from Xiaomi's room. Many have urged me to create a harem, but she is merely 9 years old. Such a notion is unfathomable. However, I concede. If you wish for Li to be the protagonist, that is acceptable, for I shall certainly depict her interactions solely with the main character. Yet, as for Tao Su's mother, that is entirely out of the question. Such a narrative would be utterly inappropriate. Nevertheless, I may consider an epilogue in the future. I have already conceived the beginning of this epilogue. One day, upon returning home, Tao Su learns from her mother that she has a new boyfriend whom she wishes to introduce to her. Upon meeting him, Tao Su discovers that her mother's boyfriend is, astonishingly, Tian, having matured after drinking from the fountain of youth. Chapter 32, The Welcome Party, Dinner Time. Tian brought Tao Su over. The living room in the wallpaper shop was excessively crowded today. The space at home was insufficient. Thus, Tian had no choice but to create a more spacious living room within the wallpaper shop. On the table in the living room, a tablecloth adorned with delicious delicacies was spread out. Tian glanced at the trio, Xiaomi, Ding Dong, and Mao, and said, order as much as you wish, but do not waste any food. Xiaomi immediately nodded vigorously in agreement. She then showcased the exquisite food tablecloth to Ding Dong and Mao. As Xiaomi looked at the tablecloth, she flipped through the names of 2 or 3 delicacies. In the next moment, the food she had called forth materialized on the tablecloth as if by magic. Wow! Ding Dong and Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. They were utterly amazed by such an extraordinary artifact. With this tablecloth, did it not mean that they could have whatever they desired? The two of them eagerly began to experiment as well. However, they also remembered Tian's words, so they refrained from ordering too much. Soon, the dining table was adorned with an abundance of delectable dishes and beverages. Welcome, Li, to your new school. Tian lifted a glass and proclaimed, welcome to school. Li. The others, upon witnessing this gesture, also raised their drinks in a demonstration of camaraderie, clinking their glasses together. In a traditional huaxia gathering, this ritual of toasting is indeed an essential element. Let us feast. With this command, the group indulged heartily. Delicious, delicious. The culinary delights I have longed for have finally graced my palate, Mao exclaimed, his words slightly garbled as he savored the flavors. Can we hold another welcome party tomorrow? He inquired earnestly, gazing at the others. Mau Mau, you glutton. Ding Dong retorted with a sideways glance. Instantly, Mau Mau shot a menacing glare at Ding Dong. Were it not for Mi's parents being present, he would have already delivered a punch. Sensing the hostility emanating from Mau Mau, Ding Dong shivered in trepidation. This is it. I must avoid leaving with Mau Mau later, lest I endure a beating. After the sumptuous dinner, the group, feeling quite stuffed, reclined in their chairs, utterly reluctant to move. It had been ages since they had dined so abundantly. Ding Dong rose and approached Tian, whispering, "Shout Tian, could you possibly escort me home?" Tian glanced at Mau Mau and then nodded. Subsequently, Ding Dong turned to Mi Ba and Mi Ma and said, "Uncle and Aunt, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave." "All right, Xiao Tian. Please see Ding Dong off," Mi Ma instructed Tian. Tian nodded in agreement. Without the need for Mi Ma to suggest, he would offer to take them home, for it was indeed late, and allowing them to return on their own would not be particularly safe, especially for Ding Dong, whose home was the farthest from theirs. Subsequently, Tian used his ability of instantaneous movement to escort Ding Dong back. Mau Mau did not express a desire to teach Ding Dong a lesson. After all, he could always take action at school the following day. At that moment, he was too full to even consider moving. After resting for a while, Tian also transported Mau Mau home. With the welcome party concluded, Tian then escorted Tao Su back as well. Meanwhile, Xiaomi faced her exceedingly challenging homework. In a state of despair, she turned to Yu and Tian, clinging to their legs in tears. How could I possibly complete such difficult assignments? She lamented, casting a pitiful look at them. Yu waved his hand dismissively. I cannot help you either. Tian advised, I suggest you refrain from writing it altogether. If you indeed complete it, your future assignments may consistently bear this level of difficulty. Upon hearing Tian's words, Xiaomi found his reasoning quite compelling. Thus, she resigned herself to facing the consequences of her inaction. The prospect of enduring such challenging assignments in the future prompted her to abandon the task entirely. The following day, upon arriving at school, Tian and his companions encountered a rather disheveled Ding Dong and Mau Mau. It appeared that Ding Dong had not escaped unscathed. Soon, the class commenced, and aside from Xiaomi and her friends, everyone else submitted their assignments. The first lesson was conducted by Teacher Yan, who promptly inquired about the trio's predicament. Upon realizing that they had not completed their work, Teacher Yin refrained from displaying excessive anger. After all, the task had indeed been quite formidable, and it was their insistence that led to such a challenging assignment being given. Otherwise, the teachers would not have imposed such difficulty. She decided to overlook this instance but cautioned them against requesting increased assignment difficulty in the future. Teacher Yin addressed the three of them, who were keeping their heads down, and they obediently nodded in acknowledgement. The lesson then commenced. To avoid attracting any trouble, Xiaomi and Mau Mau compelled themselves to pay earnest attention. However, Tian was keenly aware that their resolve would likely wane within 2 days. After all, they had previously exhibited intentions to focus, only to falter after a day or even half a lesson. As the day progressed, Xiaomi and Mau Mau appeared utterly exhausted. Is it really that taxing to listen attentively for just 1 day? Tian mused, bemused by their plight. Tian looked at the two with a hint of exasperation and said, paying attention in class is quite exhausting. Moreover, why does Teacher Yin constantly call on us to answer questions? It's incredibly challenging. Xiaomi and Mau Mau felt overwhelmed, on the verge of tears. They truly found themselves in a predicament this time. Tian and Tao Su were accustomed to the sight before them, yet it was the first experience for Mi Li, who observed the two sighing with a certain amusement. That evening, upon returning home for dinner, Mi Dad announced delightful news. He had changed jobs. Although his salary remained largely unchanged, his workplace had shifted from a dilapidated building to the opulent financial tower in the heart of the city. This was the most bustling area, and Mi Dad was exceedingly pleased to have such an opportunity. However, upon hearing about his father's job change, Tian was reminded of an episode from the original series where a job switch led to comedic chaos. The financial tower was quite distant from home, and its central location resulted in notoriously congested commutes. To ensure Mi Dad would not be late for work, Xiaomi and Yu procured a prop called the Kung Fu Air Pump and used it to inflate the bus tires on his route. This led to the bus soaring through the air in a rather chaotic manner. While Mi Dad miraculously arrived on time, the ruckus only worsened the traffic, leaving him as the sole employee unscathed by tardiness. Ultimately, the company owner decided to relocate the office back to Mi Dad's original workplace. Yet, in the present day, It seemed unlikely such events would transpire again, for Tian had gifted his father a bamboo helicopter, rendering tardiness virtually impossible. To celebrate me dad's new job, Tian unfurled the culinary tablecloth once more. Although me mom had already prepared dinner, they could certainly add a couple of dishes. As they dined, me mom reflected, this culinary tablecloth is truly remarkable. It has made me somewhat reluctant to cook. She declared, I have made a decision, Xiao Tian, unless under special circumstances. The culinary tablecloth shall not be used during mealtime at home. Why not? Xiaomi queried in confusion. The culinary tablecloth is so convenient. Me mom fixed her gaze on Xiaomi Chapter 33, Toy-Specific Simulation Cockpit, Part 1. Xiaomi promptly conceded, expressing her discontent. All right then. Tian held no objections to this matter. He could surmise the reasoning behind Mima's proposal. As a full-time housewife, cooking constitutes one of her most significant responsibilities. The introduction of a convenient tablecloth gave her the impression that she would soon find herself with little to occupy her time. While the tablecloth indeed offers practicality, an excessive convenience may not necessarily be advantageous, particularly for someone like Mima, who has embraced the role of a housewife for several years. If she is no longer permitted to engage in this activity, finding employment could prove challenging. After all, she cannot simply remain idle at home. With children still in the household, she is unlikely to be at rest. Therefore, continuing to fulfill her duties as a homemaker seems quite commendable. Preparing meals, tidying the house, and taking leisurely strolls to the supermarket with fellow mothers constitutes a fulfilling existence for Mima at this stage. Disrupting this routine would only leave her feeling somewhat disoriented. After dinner, Tian returned to his room to complete his assignments, while Mili brought her homework to Tian's room and settled beside him to study. The desk in Tian's room was sufficiently spacious, accommodating 2 elementary school students without difficulty. As for why Mili chose to sit beside Tian to complete her homework, she explained that she could inquire with him if she encountered any uncertainties. Whether Tian believed her or not was inconsequential, as the other family members were convinced. Upon finishing her assignments, Mili curiously turned to Tian and asked, Brother, why don't you allow Ergu to consume books, considering his poor academic performance? If he were to partake, his inability to keep secrets would undoubtedly reveal everything. What if others discover this and come to me for assistance? I dread the prospect of complications. If the book conversion device becomes widely known, I shall be inundated with countless people seeking my help. Tian waved his hand and remarked that the capabilities of the book transformation device were exceedingly formidable. If it were to be revealed in Huaxia, it would undoubtedly disrupt the tranquility of many households. In this nation, numerous parents are fervently eager for their children to excel academically, to the point where some have become almost irrational regarding their children's performance. Such parents can indeed pose a significant challenge. Therefore, it would be prudent to keep the book transformation device concealed. After all, Xiaomi is still in elementary school. A few poor grades at this stage are inconsequential. Once Xiaomi matures and becomes more discerning, it would be far more advantageous to utilize the book transformation device to facilitate a smoother academic improvement. Rest assured, brother, I shall not divulge the secret of the book eating. Mili stated earnestly. Tian smiled and nodded. In the following 2 days at school, Xiaomi and Mama quickly reverted to their true selves. Teacher Yin, infuriated, gave both of them a stern reprimand. Initially apprehensive before the scolding and during it, they soon cast the incident aside, feeling quite pleased to finally have the opportunity to disengage from serious study. As Friday arrived, the class underwent a brief Chinese language assessment. Tian and Tao Su achieved the highest scores, both attaining 98, while Mili performed commendably with a score of 92. The trio incurred deductions solely in the essay section. Although this was merely a quiz, it still included an essay component. Apart from the essay, none of them lost points in any other areas. It is worth mentioning that Tian assisted Tao Su with her studies. Although Tao Su's original performance was already commendable, it was the result of her diligent efforts. With Tian's guidance, Tao Su could effortlessly internalize the contents of the books, significantly easing her academic burden. Upon witnessing the scores of Tian and Mili, Xiaomi was left utterly astonished. Tian's excellent grades come as no surprise, for he has consistently excelled since childhood. However, how could Mili possibly achieve a score in the 90s? Xiaomi glanced at her own paper, which bore a score in the 40s, and 2 words echoed in her mind: game over. On the way home, Xiaomi, perplexed, turned to Mili and inquired, Mili, how on earth did you manage to score 92? What else could it be but hard work? Meili replied. Xiaomi. Meili has only been on Earth for a few days, yet her grades have already surpassed yours. Reflect on how you will explain this to your mother when you get home. Tian chuckled as he patted Xiaomi's shoulder. In an instant, Xiaomi burst into tears. It was over. Xiaomi's thoughts were consumed by how to explain everything to Ma. Children are easily swayed, hardly considering why Meili's grades had suddenly improved so dramatically. Upon returning home, the three of them handed their test papers to Ma for her signature. The next moment, the entire apartment reverberated with Ma's voice. Xiaomi, she bellowed. Tian, understanding the situation, discreetly led Meili out of the living room. What followed was a thorough reprimand from Ma, lasting for nearly an hour. Xiaomi felt utterly chastised. Ma was indeed quite furious this time. After all, Meili had only been on Earth for a brief period, just starting her studies, and had already achieved a score of 92. Yet Xiaomi, after years of effort, had never brought home a score above 90. That evening, after dinner, Xiaomi confided in Au, lamenting how severely Ma had scolded him. Au waved his hand dismissively, saying, Well, who told you not to study hard? I just can't concentrate, Xiaomi replied. I don't care. I'm feeling miserable. So much so that I can't even look at my books. Do you have any fun toys for me to play with? Xiaomi clung to Au. His comics and toys had already been confiscated by Ma, who had ordered him to stay in his room and read, forbidding him from watching television. How could he endure such a fate? Thus, he sought Au as a means of escape. No, Au, your mother wants you to study diligently. Au, let go of me. I can't help you. Au, find me some toys to play with, and I promise I will study after a little while. Xiao Tian said not to trust you. Au, I swear, I won't deceive you this time. Xiaomi insisted earnestly. Au hesitated for a moment. Really? Absolutely. All right then, just for a little while. If you deceive me again, I will tell Mother, and you can forget about getting your toys and comics back. I promise I won't deceive you, Xiaomi replied. Good. With that, Au departed Earth. Soon after, Au returned, carrying a large box. What kind of toy is this? Xiaomi inquired, gazing at the box. Just a moment. Let me call Xiao Tian and Meili over, Au responded. Stepping outside to summon Tian and Meili, as new toys were always best enjoyed together. Before long, the three of them gathered in Xiaomi's room. Xiaomi had already opened the box, revealing a collection of parts. Wait for me a moment. I'll have it ready shortly, Au said as he began assembling the pieces. In the blink of an eye, the realistic cockpit was fully assembled, a toy-specific simulation cockpit. This is currently the most popular toy in the universe. One can control various toys through this cockpit. Au introduced the simulated cockpit to the three individuals. Chapter 34, Toy-Specific Simulated Cockpit, Part 2. Au, did you purchase one? Tian glanced at Au and inquired. Au helplessly waved his hand, saying, My pocket money is only sufficient to purchase one. I will give you some money. You can buy a few more. Tian spoke as he retrieved his savings from the system space. Although he had never earned money since his arrival in this world, every year, he diligently saved his pocket money in the red envelopes he received. Tian seldom spent money, which resulted in him saving quite a bit of pocket change. Why buy a few more? Xiaomi inquired, puzzled. Tian elucidated, one can control any toy, and while a single unit is indeed entertaining, possessing multiple devices would enhance the experience, allowing for competitive play that is far more engaging. Furthermore, considering our household, which includes Au, we have 4 children in total. One machine would undoubtedly be insufficient. In conclusion, this specialized toy simulation cockpit is undoubtedly worthy of multiple acquisitions. One could even venture to sell an additional unit, thereby recouping the initial investment. With that in mind, Tian provided Au with some funds to procure 5 units. 4 of these would go to himself, Tao Su, Meili, and Au, each receiving 1, while the remaining unit could be sold to a wealthy individual, with the price not needing to exceed the cost of 6 devices. Although this reflects the cost of 6 units, Tian's pricing is quite reasonable, as the primary expense lies in transportation. A few minutes later, Au returned from ProStar, bringing with him the 5 devices. The simulation cockpits were all purchased by Au from ProStar, the latest offering from Toy City. Tian had previously visited ProStar, which is why he did not accompany Au on this occasion. Tian specifically created an expansive gaming room, designed to accommodate various facilities, for after all, a limited space would not suffice for an exhilarating experience with toys. Inside the gaming room, several individuals began assisting Au in assembling a realistic cockpit. In no time, 4 out of 5 new devices were assembled and placed within the gaming room, while the device from the small room was also relocated here. The arrangement of the 5 devices in the gaming area evoked a sense of formidable presence. Shortly thereafter, Ao, accompanied by several others, commenced their experience with the realistic cockpit. As for Tian, he was not in a hurry to engage with this particular device. Instead, he departed the house with another piece of equipment, heading to Ding Dong's residence. Tian called Ding Dong, requesting him to step outside for a moment. He intended to sell this device to affluent individuals. And Ding Dong was the first person who came to his mind. Ding Dong, upon emerging from his villa's courtyard, inquired, "Xiao Tian, what brings you to seek me out at this late hour?" "Ah, I have procured several of the most fashionable toys from outer space. I acquired an extra one. Would you be interested? If so, I would be willing to sell it to you." Tian straightforwardly stated, "What toy? Let me have a look first." Ding Dong, intrigued, remarked. Tian retrieved the box and, while assembling it, explained to Ding Dong how to play with this intriguing object. Upon hearing his explanation, Ding Dong responded without hesitation. "How much is it? I shall purchase it." Tian wore a smile on his face. "All right, I shall assist you in assembling it first." Before long, Tian had successfully constructed the realistic cockpit and subsequently delivered it to Ding Dong's room. Finally, he received a sum of money from Ding Dong and departed, covering the cost of the 6 devices. Upon returning home, Tian handed 1/6 of the money to Au. Au was quite pleased. "Xiao Tian, thank you." With her pocket money restored, Au was naturally in high spirits. If gratitude were to be expressed, it should be directed towards Ding Dong. Tian smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, you have finally returned. Could you conjure up some toys?" Xiaomi looked at Tian and spoke. It was only when he attempted to try out the realistic cockpit that he remembered his toys had all been confiscated by Mi's mother. Very well. Tian subsequently created a toy house filled with an array of delightful toys. As the 4 of them entered the toy house, Xiaomi gazed at the treasures within, her mouth watering in anticipation. "You are permitted to select only 3 kinds." Tian turned to Xiaomi and said, "What? What do you mean? Do not forget that mother has forbidden you from playing with toys for now. You are allowed to choose only 3. Tian waved his hand and said, "Very well. 3 it shall be." Xiaomi immediately began to make her selections. The dazzling array of toys left her somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, she chose the latest model of a robot, the Moonlight Warrior, which had appeared in the original series. Following that, she selected a racing car model and an aircraft model. Tian selected a variety of toys and placed one into the system space. Ao and Meili casually picked up a racing model. Since the simulated cockpit could only control one at a time, having more was of no consequence. The 4 of them each chose a racing model. And Tian expanded the game room, creating a dedicated racetrack for remote-controlled cars. Xiaomi immediately began to play. Tian remained unhurried and made a visit to Tao Su's residence, summoning her to join him. The 5 of them engaged in manipulating their toys for a while. Once everyone had become adept at handling them, Xiaomi turned to Tian and the others, proposing, "Let us have a competition." Agreed. Tian and his companions unanimously agreed. Subsequently, the 5 individuals placed their selected racing car models on the track and settled into the simulated cockpit. With a decisive signal, the race commenced. Among them, Au, representing the extraterrestrial, exhibited exceptional control, maintaining the lead throughout. Following closely were Tian and Xiaomi, engaged in a spirited chase. Meanwhile, Tao Su and Meili found themselves trailing behind, unhurriedly navigating the course. As the race concluded, Au claimed first place, with Tian securing second and Xiaomi in third. The group subsequently competed in 2 more races. Given that our space is rather confined, should we not take the toy cars outside for a race? Xiaomi suggested eagerly, looking at her companions. "Xiaomi, you've been playing for quite some time. It's time for you to focus on your studies," Au remarked, casting a knowing glance in her direction. "Oh, come on. I can study tomorrow," Xiaomi retorted. "You promised me," Au replied, her gaze sharpening with a hint of frustration. "If you neglect your studies, don't expect to play in the simulated cockpit again," she added firmly. Reluctantly, Xiaomi acquiesced, not wishing to forfeit her opportunity to engage with the cockpit again. With a heavy heart, she exited the gaming room, feeling a pang of reluctance as she left. The hour was growing late. Tian escorted Tao Su back, and the others ceased their merriment. Au entered Xiaomi's room, gazing intently at him. He understood Xiaomi well. Without supervision, the boy would undoubtedly neglect his studies, preferring to daydream instead. The following day, at dawn, Xiaomi resolved to indulge in the simulated cockpit. However, Tian and Au informed him that he must complete his homework before engaging in play. Consequently, upon waking, Xiaomi diligently began his assignments within his room. As he worked, a voice drifted in from outside the window. Xiaomi, want to play soccer? No, I'm still working on my homework. What? Homework? You can do that anytime. Playing soccer is far more important. All right. Yet, the desire to play soon overwhelmed his thoughts. Unable to access the simulated cockpit, he pondered whether he could at least venture outside to play soccer. Chapter 35, The Silent Gun. Before long, Xiaomi stealthily left his bedroom, following Mao Mao to the soccer field. It wasn't long before Au noticed Xiaomi's absence. Observing the empty room, Au sighed. I knew it. Trying to get Xiaomi to study properly is an impossible task. The wallpapered room. Tian invited Tao Su to his home, and the three of them first completed their assignments. After finishing their homework, they all gathered in the library to immerse themselves in reading. Tian and Tao Su are both avid readers, while Mili's preferences remain somewhat ambiguous. However, she possesses a profound fascination for literature pertaining to history and cultural geography, driven by her desire to gain a deeper understanding of the Earth as an outsider. The trio shares a harmonious camaraderie. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and Mao Mao swiftly returned and began recounting their recent adventure to Au. During their football match, they encountered an elderly gentleman who, despite residing far from the field, claimed that their game disturbed his slumber and confiscated their ball. On their way back, they crossed paths with the same gentleman again, who, unfortunately, lost control of his tricycle and rolled down a slope. Xiaomi intended to assist, but Mao Mao intervened to prevent her. It was then that Gugu appeared, managing to halt the tricycle's descent, although he faced criticism from the elderly man for not intervening sooner. Nonetheless, after the reprimand, the gentleman graciously gifted Gugu a limited edition card set, leaving Xiaomi and Mao Mao filled with regret upon witnessing the exchange. They both expressed that if given another chance, they would certainly intervene with the tricycle. Upon hearing this, Au inquired, Really? I can offer you a similar opportunity. Huh? Is that true? They replied, Indeed, within the cosmos lies a planet known as Kuba, where the villagers are notoriously difficult to please. If one can tend to the villagers for a day, they shall be rewarded handsomely. It is said that the last recipient of such a reward now lives a life more lavish than an emperor. Let us bring them here, Mao Mao exclaimed. Au then posed a final question. Are you certain you want to regret this? Absolutely no regrets, Xiaomi declared, thumping her chest. Excellent. Au promptly departed to the wallpaper shop to find Tian. Au had been waiting for Xiaomi's declaration, eager to teach her a lesson about the importance of diligent study by having her toil for a day. Soon, Au, accompanied by Tian, ventured to Kuba Star. Upon their arrival, they found themselves outside a village. Au entered to invite the villagers while Tian waited outside, simultaneously checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the silencer, a remarkable item. The silencer possesses moderate power, with a singular purpose. It renders the struck individual speechless. The duration of its effect can be set by Tian, ranging from 1 minute to permanent silence. Tian took out the silenced gun and examined it. The appearance of the silenced gun was identical to that of a Desert Eagle, specifically the golden variant. Goodness, if this were to be drawn in an ordinary world, its mere presence would instill an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Tian opened the door. Soon after, Au emerged with an elderly lady. The two were engaged in cheerful conversation. Grandma, son, I will leave them in your capable hands shortly. Rest assured, I will certainly give those two young rascals a thorough lesson. Upon hearing their exchange, Tian was momentarily taken aback. As they approached him, Au turned to Tian and said, Xiao Tian, let us return. Tian nodded. Subsequently, Au took the two individuals and departed from Kuba Star, returning to Earth. Upon arrival, Au promptly entrusted the villagers of Kuba Village to Xiaomi and Mao Mao, allowing them to endure this burden. Upon Tian's return, he accompanied Tao Su and Mili. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and Mao Mao began attending to the elderly lady, effectively becoming her servants. She instructed Xiaomi to prepare a meal and remarked that Mao Mao was too unattractive, suggesting that Mao Mao tidy herself up. After a considerable amount of fuss, the meal was prepared, but the elderly lady decided against eating and insisted on basking in the sun instead. Xiaomi and Mao Mao, in hopes of earning some reward, followed her dutifully. The elderly lady soon found herself beneath a tree and complained that it obstructed her sunlight, demanding that Xiaomi and Mao Mao move the tree. This left them quite bewildered, prompting them to seek assistance from Au, who provided them with a peculiar tool, a straw capable of shrinking the tree. In no time, the tree was diminished, and the elderly lady relocated to a second tree, claiming it too blocked her son. This continued to unfold in a manner that seemed to endlessly vex the two. As time passed, they had managed to reduce all the large trees in the community to mere saplings, leaving them utterly exhausted. The elderly lady, observing their efforts, expressed her satisfaction and declared it was time to reward them. Looking around at the absence of the once towering trees, she nodded with a smile. "What is the reward?" they inquired eagerly. The elderly lady announced, "You shall be honored as the 1,001st villager of our village, Kuba." The two were struck dumb. "What kind of reward is that, to be surrounded by 1,000 individuals like you?" Xiaomi burst into tears. Wasn't the reward supposed to be a life more opulent than that of an emperor? Mao Mao felt equally despondent. The elderly lady chuckled, "Of course. Once you become villagers of Kuba, you will be at the beck and call of fools like yourselves in this universe, which is indeed a life richer than that of an emperor." They stood there, frozen as statues. The elderly lady laughed softly before returning to Xiaomi's home, where she found a Yu in the library. "A Yu, the task is complete. Please take me back," she requested. A Yu nodded, "Certainly. Thank you this time, Grandma Sunday." "It was a minor matter," she replied with a smile, shaking her head. Subsequently, a Yu escorted the elderly lady back. Upon a Yu's return, Tian approached a Yu and inquired, "A Yu, have you known the inhabitants of Kuba Star for quite some time?" "Indeed," a Yu replied with a hint of bashfulness. "I must admit, it is somewhat embarrassing. You see, I have always been inclined to assist others, and I once extended my help to the villagers of Kuba Star. It was through that opportunity that I became acquainted with certain individuals from their realm." A Yu's explanation was somewhat vague. Yet Tian speculated that a Yu had likely toiled diligently for an entire day during that encounter. Tian smiled and said, "So it was intentional?" "Xiao Tian, you mustn't let Xiaomi know. Rest assured, I certainly won't divulge it to him. However, oh my, you're becoming increasingly cunning." Tian gave a thumbs up. In the anime, the planet where Kuba Village is located seems to have never been named, so let us simply refer to it as Kuba Star. This segment has undergone significant alteration. In the original narrative, the villagers were merely fearful of Kuba Star. It has been transformed to depict that Ayu is already acquainted with the inhabitants of Kuba Star and maintains a cordial relationship with them. Thus, seizing this opportunity, he intends to teach Xiaomi a lesson. Chapter 36, Water Park, Part 1. After all, Xiaomi is perpetually negligent in her studies. Aya waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "What about the two of them?" Tian casually inquired, "I wonder, perhaps they are still recovering outside. By the way, I must go restore the trees in the community. Xiao Tian, I shall take my leave." After saying this, a Yu departed. Once a Yu had left, Tao Su and Meili approached. "What has transpired?" Tao Su asked, directing her gaze towards Tian. Tian smiled and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing." "Xiao Tian, shall we go boating at the water park tomorrow?" Tao Su then added. "Sure," came the response. "Then it's settled. And do remember to bring along the peach blossoms," Tao Su continued. Tian nodded in agreement. In the evening, he accompanied Tao Su back home. Upon returning, he found Xiaomi sprawled on the sofa, utterly exhausted. Today had certainly been a taxing day for her. "Your mother will be back soon. Have you completed your homework?" Tian turned to Xiaomi and inquired, "Have you finished?" Xiaomi replied, "Not yet. There is no rush. I will write it tomorrow." She showed no inclination to move. Tian smiled and said, "Tell me, if your mother were to discover that you have not finished your homework by the end of the day, what do you think she would wonder about your activities? It seems that your toys and comics will be beyond your reach for the time being." Upon hearing Tian's words, Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback before promptly rising from the sofa and dashing into the room. The following day, Tian cradled the peach blossoms in his arms while gently leading Meili out the door. Once they had departed, Xiaomi perched herself on the windowsill, watching the pair as they vanished from sight, before stealthily following in their wake. Tian and Meili's destination was a mystery to him, as Tian had chosen not to disclose it. However, he was not foolish. He surmised that the two must be embarking on an outing, perhaps even with Tao Su. Most significantly, they had inexplicably chosen not to include him. If they would not take him along, he resolved to follow them discreetly. Tian and Meili swiftly arrived at Tao Su's home, and Xiaomi's suspicions were further solidified. Indeed, while Xiaomi was hiding near Tao Su's house, she inadvertently caught sight of Ding Dong and Mao Mao. "Xiaomi, what are you doing hiding here?" Ding Dong inquired, casting a glance at her. "Sure. Come over here and hide," Xiaomi urged, quickly pulling the two into the shadows. She then recounted the events concerning Yi Tian and his companions. They are going out to play? Why don't we just follow them? Xiao Tian wouldn't mind having us along, would he? Ding Dong mused, stroking his chin. Oh, he definitely would, Xiaomi replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. She added, don't forget, Xiao Tian can teleport. He could send the three of us back in an instant, so I think we should sneakily follow them and see where they go to have fun. When the time comes, we can just show up and say we came to play too. He may control whether we follow him, but he can't dictate where we choose to have fun. That makes sense. Mao Mao concurred, finding Xiaomi's reasoning sound. Then let's follow them stealthily. Ding Dong shared the concern of being abruptly teleported away by Yi Tian. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and Mi Li called out to Tao Su, who emerged with Tao Hua in her arms, allowing Yi Tian to free one hand to hold Tao Su's. The three of them departed hand in hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaomi and her companions felt a surge of envy, their eyes turning red with emotion. You truly deserve it, they exclaimed as they continued to follow. At the water park, the aquatic amusement park in Jin City is expansive, covering an impressive area of 200 hectares. To put that into perspective, it is equivalent to 300 football fields. It is also recognized as a 4A scenic spot, with no admission fee. There is even a zoo on the premises, which does require a ticket for entry. Some recreational activities, such as boating, necessitate a rental fee. Upon entering the water park, the trio and the cat arrived at the boat rental area. What kind of boat should we rent? Yi Tian turned to Tao Su and Mi Li and inquired. The only boats available here were those rowed by oars. Although there was but a single type of boat, the styles varied. Regardless, he was indifferent, primarily allowing Tao Su and Mi Li to make the selection. Mi Li also looked at Tao Su and said, Sister Tao Su, you choose. I suppose I'll go with the standard style, Tao Su replied, pointing to the most common boat in the water. Then, with a hint of exasperation, she added, Mi Li, could you please refrain from calling me sister? Tao Su had long wished for Mi Li to change her address. After all, she was not significantly older than Mi Li. However, perhaps due to their first meeting, Mi Li had only ever seen Tao Su in her youthful form, thus referring to her as Sister Tao Su. This left Tao Su feeling somewhat perplexed, as it felt rather strange to be addressed as sister by her classmate. Once the boat was chosen, Yi Tian retrieved the payment and approached the window to rent a vessel. Subsequently, the three of them, along with one cat, boarded the boat. Yi Tian sat at the foot of the bed, facing the front, which was the position for rowing. Tao Su and Mi Li took their seats opposite Yi Tian. This vessel was essentially a double kayak, yet with 3 children aboard, there was absolutely no issue accommodating them. Tao Hua was cradled in Tao Su's embrace. Yi Tian commenced rowing, guiding the boat away from the mooring dock. Upon reaching the lake's surface, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Why had he become merely a tool? Not only that, but why were the two of them seated opposite him? Ahem, Tao Su, why not take a seat beside me? We could each row on either side. Yi Tian gazed at Tao Su, and then Tao Su turned to Mi Li, inquiring, Mi Li, would you like to try rowing? Absolutely, Mi Li replied, her excitement palpable. Subsequently, the two exchanged positions with Yi Tian. Yi Tian, does he not wish to row? Does he prefer solitude at the edge? Tao Su began instructing Mi Li in the art of rowing. Yet Mi Li initially struggled with the technique, causing their small vessel to spin aimlessly on the water's surface. Suddenly, a small boat approached, not far from the trio. On board were Ding Dong and Mao Mao. Meanwhile, Xiaomi sat on the shore, a look of frustration upon his face, for he was afflicted by seasickness. Ding Dong called out to Yi Tian and the others, Tao Su, Xiao Tian, Mi Li. What a coincidence! You two have come to row? Ding Dong, you are also here to row? Tao Su replied. Yi Tian cast a glance at the two individuals, realizing with a hint of irony that he was well aware of their stealthy pursuit. Yi Tian's mood is rather dismal at present. The experience of rowing is not quite what he had envisioned. He had imagined rowing hand in hand with Tao Su and Mi Li, sitting together in harmony. Instead, he finds himself on the periphery, feeling somewhat irked as he observes Ding Dong and the other two drawing closer. With a mere thought, Yi Tian and Ding Dong, along with their boat, were instantly transported back to the dock where they had moored. The two stood momentarily in astonishment. On the shore, Xiaomi erupted into laughter at the sight. How infuriating! It must be the doing of Xiao Tian, Ding Dong exclaimed in indignation. Should we approach them? Mao Mao inquired. Glancing at Ding Dong proposed, let us not draw near. Instead, we shall follow from a distance for now. Let us go. As they spoke, the duo paddled away from the dock. Meanwhile, Mi Li, after a brief period of familiarization, was successfully rowing the small boat alongside Tao Su. Tian, feeling rather idle, took out his camera and began to capture moments of the two. As a side note, I have set the city where the protagonists reside as Tianjin. Upon researching, I found that the production company of the delightful anime Magical AO, Yuang Animation, is located in Tianjin. As a creator, I am acutely aware that when incorporating place names or character names, one often draws from their immediate surroundings. Thus, I find it most reasonable for the anime's setting to be in Tianjin. Additionally, as a coastal city, Tianjin aligns perfectly with the earlier narrative where Ding Dong and the others planned to visit the seaside. Rest assured, my intention in stating this is not merely to fill space. Chapter 37, Water Park, Part 2, On the Lake. After Tao Su and Mi Li had rowed for a while, Tian, under the pretense of wanting to spare them from exhaustion, exchanged places with Mi Li. He then tossed a peach blossom to Mi Li and settled beside Tao Su. The two of them rowed together, and their joy was palpable. However, trailing behind them were Ding Dong and Mao Mao, along with Xiaomi, who followed along the shore, their spirits markedly dampened. After a short while, Ding Dong's patience began to fray. Let us not follow them any longer, Mao Mao. Let us head back. They had initially come with the intention of joining Tian and the others, but Tian had resolutely kept them at bay. What was the point of trailing behind? Were they merely to witness Tian and Tao Su's shared merriment? The more joy they exhibited, the more discomfort Ding Dong and the others felt. In light of this predicament, it seemed wisest to avoid what was troubling them. Mao Mao nodded in agreement with Ding Dong's sentiment, and together, they turned to leave. On the shore, Xiaomi observed their departure with a hint of confusion and made his way toward the dock where the boats were anchored. Soon, he discovered Ding Dong's intentions. After some reflection, Xiaomi realized that he wasn't particularly adept at rowing, and following along seemed futile, so he decided to return as well. He then invited the two to his home, where they could enjoy the simulation cockpit he possessed, allowing all three of them to engage in a shared experience. The departure of Xiaomi and his companions went unnoticed by Tian and the others, who were entirely preoccupied with their own enjoyment. After a while of rowing, Tian and Tao Su ceased their paddling, allowing the small boat to glide forward gently through the power of their telekinesis. The three of them then unfurled a picnic blanket and indulged in a sumptuous feast while admiring the picturesque scenery of the lake and engaging in delightful conversation. The lakeside view at the water park was truly enchanting. Although it was not the first visit for Tian and Tao Su, it was a debut experience for Mi Li, who had never encountered such breathtaking beauty during her time on Jebiha Star. Tian does not deny that the underwater world of Gobi Ha Xing is indeed captivating. However, Gobi Ha Xing offers merely one underwater realm. On Earth, a myriad of landscapes exists, rivaling that of Gobi Ha Xing throughout the day, propelled by their mental prowess. The trio thoroughly explored the serene lake vistas of the water park. As dusk approached, they returned home. After dinner that evening, Xiaomi embarked on an intense session of homework, which has become a customary ritual every Sunday night. During holidays, Xiaomi typically finds himself completing his assignments only by Sunday evenings. The prospect of him finishing early? Utterly implausible. Xiaomi's room. Tian, Mi Li. And you were observing Xiaomi as she wrote fervently. Why are you all staring at me? Xiaomi inquired after a while, unable to suppress her curiosity. You waved her hand dismissively. It's because you never focus on your studies properly. Mother instructed us to keep an eye on you. Oh, come on. Stop watching me. I will definitely finish my homework. School starts tomorrow. No way. Mother insisted that we monitor you. You replied, shaking her head. Humph. Xiaomi huffed in annoyance and continued to concentrate on her work. Meanwhile, Ayu sat idly by, resolutely fixated on Xiaomi. On the other side, Mi Li fetched an art book and began to draw. Tian, intrigued by the moment, inquired, Mi Li, do you enjoy painting? Mi Li, feeling a touch of shyness, replied, I simply wish to give it a try. So, that means you do like it? Tian continued to inquire. After pondering for a moment, Mi Li nodded. Then I shall teach you. Tian smiled and remarked, it aligns perfectly with my field of expertise. Tian promptly commenced imparting some fundamental principles of painting to Mi Li. Upon hearing this, Ayu and Xiaomi turned their curious gazes towards Tian. Xiaomi inquired, Xiao Tian, do you really possess the ability to paint? Tian replied, is it so remarkable that I can paint, especially when I can even teleport? Tian waved his hand and spoke. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, feeling that there was a certain logic to his words. She refrained from further inquiries and resumed her homework. Once Xiaomi completed her assignments, she approached Tian and Mi Li, glancing over. On the drawing pad lay a piece created by Tian. Upon seeing the artwork, Xiaomi exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao Tian, how can your drawing be so beautiful?" "It's not too bad," he replied modestly. Tian casually replied. Xiaomi, filled with envy, exclaimed, "I want to learn to paint too." All three turned their gaze towards Xiaomi. Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You should focus on achieving a passing grade first." "Humph, Xiao Tian, do you not wish to teach me? If you refuse to teach, then I shall learn on my own." Xiaomi secretly vowed to master the art of drawing, determined to prove Tian wrong. The following day marked the arrival of Monday, and Tian and his peers returned to school. During the recess, Mi Li diligently practiced her drawing, clearly demonstrating her genuine passion for it. In contrast, Xiaomi frolicked with a group of boys, exclaiming, "Drawing? What drawing? When did I ever say I wanted to learn to draw?" In the days that followed, Mi Li seized every opportunity to practice her art whenever she had spare time. As for Xiaomi, she spent her free moments indulging in play. During moments of class, she would catch up on sleep, believing that only with proper rest could she fully enjoy her leisure time. This was the nature of Xiaomi's situation. Tian was not the least bit surprised. After all, this was the norm. If one day Xiaomi truly exerted himself and persevered, only then would Tian find him extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the weekend had arrived once more. Suddenly, Mi's father confiscated the gaming console in the living room and instructed Tian to lock away the dollhouse and game house. Taking the keys with him, Tian did not decline. He directly handed the key to Mi's father. After all, he did not require a key to enter. Tian and Mi Li were indifferent to the gaming console. However, Xiaomi and Ayu could not afford to be apathetic. Soon, the living room was filled with the astonished exclamations of Xiaomi and Ayu. "Ah, where's the gaming console?" Hearing the commotion, Tian stepped out of his room and remarked, "Dad confiscated it." "What?" Xiaomi's eyes widened in shock. Ayu promptly pinched Xiaomi and exclaimed, "Xiaomi, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" "I haven't done anything," Xiaomi protested, feeling quite wronged. "Let us go and inquire with Dad." Ayu released Xiaomi, and together they approached their parents' room. After posing their question, they received no satisfactory answer. Their father merely responded, "You are not to play with it again." Disheartened, they exited the room. "It's over. We won't be able to play video games anymore." Suddenly, Xiaomi remembered, "Hey, Xiao Tian, could we go to your toy house and fetch a game console?" She lamented, but then realized the wallpaper house was also off limits. "Don't even think about it. Both the toy house and the game room are locked, and Dad has taken the key." Tian waved his hand dismissively. In truth, resolving the matter was exceedingly simple for him. Yet, there was no necessity. He had little desire to engage with the gaming console, so why should he oppose his parents? What was the underlying issue? Xiaomi and Ayu were utterly perplexed. Previously, Mi Ba seldom interfered with their gaming or comic book indulgences. As they pondered this conundrum, a voice floated in from outside the window. "Xiaomi, Xiaomi." Upon hearing the call, Xiaomi and Ayu approached the window. "Xiaomi, has your gaming console been confiscated as well?" Mao Mao inquired immediately upon spotting Xiaomi Chapter 38, a step-by-step tutorial. Behind Mao Mao, Ding Dong followed closely. Xiaomi, momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Could it be that?" "Yes, our gaming console has also been confiscated," Ding Dong affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Xiaomi and Ayu stepped outside, determined to uncover the truth of the situation. Tian did not join the fray. He recalled this particular episode, involving a son of an acquaintance of Mi Ba and Ding Dong's parents, known as Guanto. Having graduated from university 3 years prior, Guanto had succumbed to an obsession with video games, neglecting the pursuit of employment. Concerned that Xiaomi and the others might follow a similar path, Mi Ba and his companions confiscated their gaming consoles. Upon learning of this, Xiaomi and Ayu procured a virtual reality gaming helmet from Proxing. This helmet enabled the wearer to experience life as if they were in a game. Coincidentally, Guanto's father, Uncle Guan, returned with a recruitment advertisement. With the aid of the helmet, Xiaomi and Ayu guided Guanto to the recruitment venue. However, the interview was not a game and involved numerous inquiries. Disenchanted, Guanto removed the gaming helmet. Ultimately, the interviewer recognized Guanto. It turned out that he was the owner of the company and a former classmate of Guanto from elementary and middle school. Guanto's classmate was perplexed. As Guanto had once been far more intelligent than he, it seemed ludicrous that he was now applying for a junior position. Guanto remained silent. After departing from his former classmate's company, he came to a realization, returning the gaming helmet to Xiaomi and AU, and resolved to earnestly seek employment. It can be said that witnessing the success of his old classmate prompted Guanto's personal growth. Rather than being merely addicted to gaming, Tian perceived that Guanto was, in fact, afraid of integrating into society. This experience helped dispel Guanto's fears, instilling him with newfound confidence to face the world. Spurred by the efforts and accomplishments of his old classmates, Tian was at home teaching Li and Tao Su the art of painting. Although Tao Su did not possess a particularly strong interest in painting, perhaps inspired by Tian's abilities, Li also decided to learn. Thus, with the intention of acquiring an additional skill, she joined Tian in his lessons. Naturally, Tian welcomed Tao Su's desire to learn. Both Tao Su and Li were novices, lacking a solid foundation in painting. To facilitate their swift mastery of this artistic skill, Tian began to teach them meticulously, guiding their hands as he led them in the art of painting, stroke by stroke. Tian assured that he was indeed engaged in earnest teaching, guiding them meticulously to ensure they grasped the techniques of painting, thus enabling them to emulate his artistic skills. The foundation of any skill acquisition invariably begins with imitation. While Tian diligently instructed, Xiaomi and Ayu successfully brought Guanto to the interview venue. Upon meeting with an old classmate, Guanto found himself filled with a sense of joy, though it was overshadowed by his own discontent. Unlike him, his former classmate had ventured into entrepreneurship, establishing a small company. This realization, reminiscent of the original narrative, prompted Guanto to resolve to diligently seek employment after departing from his old classmate's company. Xiaomi and Ayu shared in the excitement, relaying the good news to Ding Dong and Mao Mao. Upon returning home, Ding Dong and Mao Mao successfully reclaimed their gaming console from their parents. Xiaomi and Ayu hurried home as well, eager to retrieve their own gaming device. At the threshold of Xiaomi's parents' room, she turned to her father, saying, "Dad, Guanto has moved past his gaming obsession and is actively seeking a job. Could you please return my gaming console?" "No," her father replied firmly. "Why not? Ding Dong and Mao Mao's parents have returned their consoles." "No means no. However, here are the keys to the game room and toy room. You can return them to Xiao Tian and request a gaming console from him." With that, her father handed Xiaomi 2 keys and retreated into the house, closing the door behind him. Xiaomi and Ayu exchanged puzzled glances. "What is going on, Ayu?" Xiaomi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ayu shook her head. "I don't know. Dad is quite peculiar." As they conversed, they suddenly heard faint sounds of a game being played. Having waited all day to indulge in gaming, they were instantly drawn to the source of the sound emanating from Xiaomi's parents' room. They exchanged a glance and promptly opened the door to investigate, only to find her father engrossed in playing with Xiaomi's gaming console. Xiaomi and Ayu were momentarily at a loss for words. So, the reason for not returning it was his desire to play? Subsequently, they returned the keys to Tian and recounted Xiaomi's father's transgression. "All right. Go to the toy room and fetch a gaming console for yourself," he instructed. As Xiaomi spoke, she was abruptly interrupted by Tian. With a bright smile, Xiaomi dashed towards the toy house. Soon, Tian observed Xiaomi emerging with the latest gaming console. Although he seldom indulged in gaming, he was well aware that Xiaomi's previous console was an outdated model. Nevertheless, such trivial matters did not concern him. "Oh, let us play games." Xiaomi cheerfully called for Ao to join her in the living room, and they commenced their gaming session. That evening, Mima did not prevent the two from playing. However, before bedtime, she turned to Xiaomi and remarked, "You've had your fill of gaming today. Tomorrow, you shall remain at home and study diligently." All right. Xiaomi eagerly nodded in agreement. The following day, after rising, Xiaomi recalled Mima's words from the previous day. She could only take out her mathematics book, positioning herself facing the door as she began to read. Although she held a mathematics book, it secretly housed a comic book slightly smaller than the textbook. Mima periodically glanced into Xiaomi's room and, upon seeing her engrossed in the mathematics book, felt somewhat reassured. However, Xiaomi's playful nature soon got the better of her. As soon as Mima stepped away, Xiaomi burst into laughter over the comic's content. The sound of her laughter grated on Mima's nerves. "Xiaomi." Mima approached her, calling out sharply, and snatched the book from her hands, revealing the comic within. "This is how you study diligently, is it?" Mima was nearly beside herself with frustration. Not long ago, she had confiscated all of Xiaomi's toys and comics due to her grades, only just returning them in the past couple of days, and now this? Enraged, Mima once again seized all of Xiaomi's comics and toys. Furthermore, she instructed Tian to ensure that Xiaomi was not allowed into the toy or gaming houses and to keep a watchful eye on her, preventing her from going out to play. This left Tian unable to continue his hands-on art lessons with Taosu and Meili. Tian, the despicable Xiaomi. Chapter 39, The Wish Lantern. Xiaomi's bedroom. Tian's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes upon Xiaomi. A shiver of unease crept over Xiaomi under his penetrating stare. Xiao Tian, why are you looking at me like that? She inquired tentatively. Oh, it's nothing. Merely a desire to strangle you, he replied. Tian said calmly, Xiaomi, read a book. Mother has stated that this time you shall not reclaim your toys and comics. The toy house and game room are off limits to you unless you achieve a perfect score on your next exam. Tian's tone grew a shade harsher. I have been assigned to monitor you here, so you too shall not find it easy. The mother was indeed putting him in a difficult position. He had never achieved a perfect score. Xiaomi instantly fell into a state of melancholy. At that moment, Ayu, who had been out for a stroll, returned. To his astonishment, he discovered that all of Xiaomi's comics and toys had vanished. Upon learning the circumstances, Ayu was equally astounded. Recently, he had taken to reading Xiaomi's comics and found them quite engaging, just a couple of days into his newfound interest, and he was being forced to withdraw? Xiaomi, you must attain a perfect score to reclaim your comics, Ayu declared, gazing intently at Xiaomi. Ayu, do you truly believe I can achieve a perfect score? Xiaomi inquired after a brief silence. Ayu replied, you absolutely must score full marks. Hurry and study. Alas, the textbooks are unbearably dull. If only they were as captivating as the comics, I would surely achieve a perfect score. Xiaomi sighed. Upon hearing Xiaomi's lament, Ayu pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, Cosmic teleportation, target acquired. In the next instant, a peculiar barrier materialized. Ayu turned to Xiaomi and said, Please wait a moment. Without consulting Tian, Ayu took him along and departed from Earth. Buddha Star, a planet renowned for its exceptional production of educational supplies, had crafted various learning materials that were immensely popular across the universe. Tian silently recited a phrase. The check-in was successful. And congratulations to the host for acquiring the Rui lamp. The Rui lamp is a fusion of the enlargement lamp and the reduction lamp. Although it does not enhance the functions of either the enlargement or reduction lamps, it is nonetheless quite commendable. And it can be considered a fortunate acquisition of two items in one go. What more could Tian possibly desire? Moreover, the duration of the effect of the wish lamp can be determined by Tian, ranging from 3 minutes to eternity. This feature surpasses that of the original item. At this moment, Ayu returned with the coveted item and led Tian back to Earth, specifically to Xiaomi's room. Ayu produced several bookmarks, selecting one to place in the midst of Xiaomi's book. Emotional bookmark, Ayu remarked, Xiaomi, take another look at your book. Xiaomi cast a perplexed glance at her mathematics textbook. In the next instant, her expression shifted to one of exhilaration. 24 divided by 2 equals 12. Xiaomi exclaimed with enthusiasm. In her excitement, the bookmark accidentally slipped from her grasp. Instantly, she reverted to her previous demeanor. Huh? Why was I so thrilled about a math problem? Ah. That's undoubtedly the bookmark's influence, Ayu explained. The emotional bookmark is the latest educational tool produced by Beauty Stars. It allows individuals to alter their emotions while reading. There are 5 types of emotional bookmarks: suspense, comedy, tragedy, horror, and inspirational. For instance, the bookmark you just used was of the suspense variety, which imbues your reading experience with the sensation of delving into a suspenseful novel or comic. Ayu eagerly elaborated on the emotional bookmark. Xiaomi responded gleefully, So, with this item, I could achieve a perfect score on my exams. Provided that you diligently study, of course. Tian remarked. Xiaomi chuckled and said, If the textbook and the comic are engaging, I am certain to pay attention. As she spoke, Xiaomi inserted a bookmark into her textbook. Subsequently, she began to immerse herself in the study of mathematics with great enthusiasm. Why mathematics, one might wonder. Because achieving full marks in language and foreign studies is exceedingly challenging, while mathematics proves to be far more accessible. As she continued to read, Xiaomi stumbled upon a page featuring a humorous bookmark. Observing the content of the textbook, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is actually a quadrilateral. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she laughed. In the living room, Mima, who was tidying up, heard Xiaomi's laughter. She swiftly made her way to Xiaomi's room, casting a disapproving glance at her. Once again, you have not learned your lesson, indulging in comics, Mima exclaimed, snatching the book from Xiaomi's hands. Ah, Mama, this is not a comic. Xiaomi stammered, eager to clarify. Laughing so heartily, how could it be anything but a comic? Mima retorted, her irritation palpable. Indeed. It was hardly surprising that Mima harbored doubts about Xiaomi, considering that she had previously been seen with a mathematics book tucked inside a comic. Mother, I assure you, this is truly not a comic. Tian stepped forward and took the mathematics book from Mima's hands, presenting it to her. Mima paused for a moment, astonished. Is it truly not a comic? She questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Xiaomi. If you're going to read, why are you smiling so joyfully? Because of the emotional bookmark, you promptly explained the concept of this prop to Mima. Upon hearing this, Mima exclaimed in shock, this bookmark can actually make Xiaomi study seriously. Mom, could you refrain from being so astonished? Is it so strange for me to study earnestly? Xiaomi replied, a hint of sulkiness in her tone. Not strange, but rather an utterly impossible feat. Mima replied bluntly. Xiaomi immediately wore a hurt expression as she gazed at Mima. All right, this time I admit I misjudged you. I apologize. However, since AU has provided you with such a wonderful tool, make sure to study diligently. Next time, if you achieve at least 80 points, I will return your comics and toys, Mima said. Turning her attention to Xiaomi, Xiaomi nodded enthusiastically, declaring with great confidence with the emotional bookmark. I will surely reclaim my comics and toys. Tian, standing nearby, fanned the flames of the conversation, saying, so? Your studies are solely for the sake of comics and toys? Xiaomi, taken aback, immediately turned to her mother, saying, Mom, please don't let Tian keep watch over me. He is hindering my studies. Xiaomi had already disowned that Tian was quite displeased to be assigned the task of watching over her. Her mother, understanding the situation, nodded and replied, Tian, why don't you go teach me Li and Tao Su how to draw? All right, Mom. Farewell. Xiaomi responded cheerfully. Tian's mood improved significantly. In an instant, he vanished before the eyes of the three. Upon witnessing this, Xiaomi grumbled with irritation, Tian is truly infatuated, neglecting his friends. Soon after, Mima and AU also departed from Xiaomi's room. Holding a bookmark, Xiaomi began to delve into her mathematics book. Throughout this period, her emotions fluctuated wildly, oscillating between laughter and tears, leaving Mima and AU in the living room feeling somewhat apprehensive. Had they not known that the bookmark was the cause, Xiaomi's current behavior would have suggested she was unhinged. N.B. In the context of Doraemon, the duration of the effects of the enlargement and shrinkage beams is rather ambiguous. However, it matters little, for the protagonist possesses the magic lamp, allowing for the adjustment of effect duration at will. Chapter 40, I aim to tame Ding Dong and Mao Mao. Wallpaper House, Art Studio. At this moment, Tian held Tao Su's hand, guiding her in the art of painting. As the three of them immersed themselves in their creative endeavor, they were suddenly interrupted by the sounds of Xiaomi's laughter intertwined with her cries. Concerned, Meili inquired, what is wrong with second brother? Tao Su, equally perplexed, turned her gaze toward Tian. He is fine. He is merely having one of his fits. Tian made a witty remark, and then he proceeded to explain the concept of emotional bookmarks to the two individuals. In that case, with this bookmark, wouldn't second brother be able to score over 90 or even achieve a perfect score? Meili exclaimed joyfully. Tian pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps, though I am not entirely certain. While bookmarks can indeed render textbooks more engaging, I worry that Xiaomi might find joy in them momentarily only to forget shortly thereafter. With the enhancement of emotional bookmarks, textbooks could transform into something akin to novels or comics, making them more intriguing. However, mere interest in textbooks does not necessarily guarantee that Xiaomi will evolve into a top scholar. Of course, there will undoubtedly be an improvement in grades. Yet the extent of that enhancement ultimately depends on Xiaomi's own efforts. Let us not dwell on that any longer. Let us continue our drawing. Tian remarked as the trio resumed their artistic pursuits. Meanwhile, Xiaomi devoted an entire day to reading. After all, with the aid of a bookmark and the confiscation of his comics and toys, he realized that without diligent effort, reclaiming his beloved possessions would be impossible. By the end of the day, Xiaomi brimmed with confidence about retrieving his comics and toys. If he continued on this path, he was certain he would score 80 points on the next exam. The following day, Ding Dong and Mao Mao sought out Xiaomi to attend a circus performance. Abandoning his book, Xiaomi eagerly ventured out to join them. Indeed, the emotional bookmark had rendered the textbooks more appealing, yet when compared to the allure of outdoor play, Xiaomi's preference was clear. Observing the exuberance of Xiaomi, Ao sighed as he watched him leave, suddenly feeling a pang of doubt regarding his own aspirations to reclaim his comics. As noon approached, the three returned home. In the living room, they found Tao Su and Meili present. And Ding Dong and Mao Mao immediately began recounting Xiaomi's embarrassing antics from earlier that day. They had indeed gone to the circus, where they witnessed a lion taming act. Xiaomi, terrified, had covered his eyes throughout the performance, and upon its conclusion, Ding Dong and Mao Mao playfully startled him, causing Xiaomi to leap onto Mao Mao's lap in fright. The living room echoed with the merciless laughter of Ding Dong and Mao Mao, which only fueled Xiaomi's indignation. "Humph! You were scared too," he exclaimed, irked, before storming off to his room and slamming the door shut. Moments later, Xiaomi re-emerged, seizing Yi Tian and Ao and pulling them into his room. Once inside, he began to voice his grievances. "You both were frightened as well. What gives you the right to call me timid?" Xiaomi declared, his anger palpable. Yi Tian waved his hand and inquired, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Xiao Tian interjected, "Could you possibly grant me a beast-taming rice ball?" "Indeed," came the response, a rare moment of cleverness. "Are you intending to use that rice ball to tame the lion from the circus? Perhaps to perform a display of animal training, while simultaneously startling Ding Dong and Mao Mao?" Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Xiaomi had finally shown some wit. Xiaomi paused for a moment, then replied, "Not at all. I merely wish to train Ding Dong and Mao Mao." "Yi Tian," Xiaomi continued, "moreover, the lion belongs to the circus. How could I possibly tame it so casually?" Yi Tian fell silent once more. "So, are Ding Dong and Mao Mao wild animals? Let them frolic." Yi Tian expressed his disdain before departing from Xiaomi's room. Xiaomi erupted in anger. Observing this, Yao comforted her. "Xiaomi, there is truly nothing to fear from a lion." "What do you mean there's nothing to fear? That is a lion, the king of beasts. Moreover, the most infuriating part is that Ding Dong and Mao Mao dared to mock me in front of Tao Su and Meili. I must teach them a lesson." Xiaomi exclaimed passionately. "Alas, Xiaomi, you are truly timid. I am at a loss with you. Just wait a moment." Yao resolved to assist her. Otherwise, Xiaomi would continue her complaints, preventing him from enjoying his leisure. With her incessant grievances, Xiaomi would scarcely have the inclination to read. If she refrained from reading, her comics would remain out of reach, which was an even more distressing thought. Before long, Yao ventured away from Earth. As he departed, Ding Dong and Mao Mao also left, for lunch was imminent, and they needed to return home. As for Tao Su, she chose to stay at Yutian's residence for her meal, as her own household often lacked company on weekends. A few minutes later, Yao returned to Earth, bearing an intriguing item. "Xiaomi, this is the gentle beast fabric. With this, one can induce transformations in animals. For instance, one could turn an ant into a lion." Yao explained, his gaze landing upon an ant, which he promptly covered with the fabric. In an instant, the ant transformed into a lion. Xiaomi, witnessing the metamorphosis, screamed in terror, "A lion!" At her exclamation, the lion, born from the ant, instinctively cowered, covering its head. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely an ant transformed into a lion. Although its appearance is that of a lion, its temperament remains that of an ant," Yao reassured her. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yi Tian and the others heard the commotion from Xiaomi's bedroom. Curiosity piqued, they opened the door to her room, only to be met with the sight of the lion. A lion. Both Tao Su and Meili gasped, clutching Yi Tian tightly. "Fear not. This is not a real lion," Yao hastily clarified. Just then, the lion unexpectedly began to stride forward, though they were aware it was a mere illusion. The sight of the lion approaching still instilled a measure of trepidation in Tao Su and Meili. Yi Tian directly controlled the lion with his telekinesis. What could he be intending? Xiaomi inquired with a sense of confusion. Ao pondered for a moment and suddenly caught a whiff of the delectable aromas wafting from the kitchen. Suddenly enlightened, he remarked, "Of course. It is in an ant's nature to seek food. It must have sensed the enticing scents from the kitchen and is drawn to it. This lion is not suitable for taming. I had hoped it would intimidate Ding Dong and Mao Mao." Xiaomi expressed her disappointment. Ao swiftly transformed the ant back to its original form using his obedient beast cloth. "We need to find a more suitable creature to become the lion," he concurred. Xiaomi contemplated for a moment, then her gaze fell upon the peach blossom near Yutian and the others. A spark of inspiration illuminated her face. The peach blossom would be perfect. "Xiao Tian, let me ask the peach blossom. If it agrees, I will take it to frighten Ding Dong and Mao Mao." Yutian nodded, content that as long as Tao Hua was agreeable, all would be well. However, he was acutely aware that once Xiaomi made her request, Tao Hua would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, Xiaomi had previously fed Tao Hua the training treats. Thus, in response to her master's wishes, it was only natural for Tao Hua to comply. Tao Hua's willingness to follow commands rendered her the most suitable candidate for performance and for startling Ding Dong and Mao Mao. Subsequently, Xiaomi turned to Tao Hua, inquiring whether she was willing to participate. As anticipated, Tao Hua nodded in affirmation. This willingness was indeed influenced by the training treats. Otherwise, her agreement might have been uncertain. Chapter 41. Encountering a lion. Upon receiving Tao Hua's consent, Xiaomi was overjoyed. He merely awaited the conclusion of their lunch to take Tao Hua and venture forth to startle Ding Dong and Mao Mao. Xiaomi's imagination began to conjure vivid images of Ding Dong and Mao Mao, utterly terrified. After finishing their meal, Xiaomi, cradling Tao Hua and accompanied by Ayu, stepped outside. Tao Su, feeling somewhat apprehensive about entrusting Tao Hua to Xiaomi and Ayu, decided to follow along to observe. Tian and Meili naturally followed suit. The group set out together. Aside from Ayu, the others headed to Ding Dong's home. Ayu was sent by Xiaomi to fetch Mao Mao for Ding Dong's house. Since he was to perform a lion taming act and scare the two, it was essential for both to be present. At Ding Dong's residence, he arrived in the courtyard. "Xiaomi, what do you need me for?" Ding Dong inquired. Looking at Xiaomi, with a mysterious smile, Xiaomi replied, "Just wait a moment. Someone hasn't arrived yet." Ding Dong was puzzled. Before long, "You brought Mao Mao along." "Xiaomi, isn't it time you told us why you called us?" Ding Dong asked again. "Hee, it's starting. Don't blink." Xiaomi chuckled, then whistled. He had previously transformed Tao Hua into a lion and instructed her to charge into the courtyard upon hearing his whistle. In the next moment, a lion burst into the yard. Ding Dong and Mao Mao, upon seeing this, were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly and they collapsed to the ground. "A lion!" They both screamed. Tao Hua approached Xiaomi and then crouched down. Seeing their expressions, Xiaomi could no longer contain his laughter. "Do not be afraid. It's merely a lion. Look, there's nothing to fear," he said, reaching out to rub the lion's head. Ding Dong and Mao Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the same Xiaomi who had been too scared to open his eyes earlier that morning? No. Tao Su and Meili were unafraid as well. Ding Dong, quick to react, noticed that not only was the timid Xiaomi unafraid of the lion, but the two girls, Tao Su and Meili, were also calm. However, despite sensing something was amiss, he couldn't quite comprehend what was wrong. "Oh dear, how dull. I had hoped to let you get close to the lion, but seeing how scared you are, I'll take my leave before you soil yourselves," Xiaomi boasted. He then beckoned Tao Hua and departed from Ding Dong's home. Goodbye, Ding Dong, Mao Mao, Ayu, and the others bid farewell and left as well. Once they were a distance from Ding Dong's house, Xiaomi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, they mocked me, but look who is scared now. All right, Xiaomi, enough boasting," Ayu said, transforming Tao Hua back into her original form using the obedient beast cloth. "What a pity, I forgot to take a picture just now." Xiaomi's laughter subsided, yet his smile remained. On their way back, they passed by a patch of grass, where suddenly some movement stirred within. Curiosity piqued. Xiaomi leaned in for a closer look, only to be startled and drop to the ground. A lion. This posture closely resembled that of Ding Dong and Mao Mao moments ago. Ayu and the others were momentarily taken aback. From the thicket, a genuine lion from the circus emerged. "This is not good. It appears to be a real lion," Ayu exclaimed. "Do not be alarmed." Tian immediately exerted his telekinetic powers to subdue the lion. Although he was well aware of the creature's condition, he felt it necessary to establish control, lest Xiaomi be frightened. However, if Tao Su and Meili were to be scared, that would be a different matter altogether. Indeed, Xiao Tian possesses telekinetic abilities. There is no need to worry about the lion. But why on earth is there a lion here? Ayu inquired with a tone of bewilderment. "This appears to be a circus lion." Xiaomi gulped nervously, now having risen to her feet and taken refuge behind Ayu. "Roar, roar." The lion, restrained by Tian's telekinesis, began to roar anxiously. How did a circus lion end up here? Did it escape? We should simply ask it to find out. As Tian spoke, he donned the translator. Upon witnessing this, Ayu also took out the device, equipping herself and Tao Su with it. Soon after, the group engaged in conversation with the circus lion. Through their dialogue, they discovered that this lion posed no threat to humans. Its claws and teeth had been removed since childhood by the circus. The group was incensed by the circus's actions. While animal training could be deemed legal with proper certification, it was imperative that no cruelty was inflicted upon the creatures. The removal of a lion's teeth and claws was unequivocally an act of abuse. Furthermore, should the lion fail to perform adequately, it might face starvation or, worse, punishment. I am weary of the circus life. I yearn to escape and find solace in a place devoid of humanity, the lion lamented. How pitiful. Ayo. Let us assist it and help it find freedom, Xiaomi suggested, looking at Ayo. This matter is not easily resolved. The outside world may not be suitable for it. Tian interrupted Xiaomi's words. A lion, tamed by the circus since its youth, stripped of its claws and fangs. If it were to return to the wild, it might fare even worse than it did in the circus. Tian believed that the most prudent course of action was to find a reliable zoo for the lion. Although returning to the wild may seem to offer greater freedom for a lion that had been tamed since its youth, such freedom might prove to be not a remedy but rather a poison. What could possibly be wrong with returning to nature? Xiaomi inquired, perplexed. Tian elucidated his thoughts to Xiaomi and the others. Upon hearing him, they found his reasoning quite compelling. Xiaomi, I've come to a realization. That lion didn't roar even once throughout the encounter, which surely indicates it was not a genuine lion. As they pondered their course of action, Ding Dong and Mau Mau approached, visibly incensed. The lion turned to them and remarked, "Those must be your friends, correct? Oh, mighty lion. Would you be so kind as to intimidate them a little?" Xiaomi asked the lion. The lion nodded in agreement. Very well. In the next moment, the lion directed its gaze towards Ding Dong and Mau Mau, unleashing a thunderous roar. Ding Dong and Mau Mau stood frozen, their legs trembling. The sound of that roar bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a real lion. "Run!" Ding Dong shouted, bolting away. "Wait for me." Mau Mau followed suit. Xiaomi chuckled triumphantly. "Can't scare you to death, can I? What shall we do about the lion now?" Tao Su inquired of Tian. "I was quite clear earlier. Given your current predicament, venturing into the wild may not be advantageous. What are your own thoughts on this matter?" Tian gazed at the lion, and beside him, Ayu suddenly remarked, "In fact, we could transform the lion into another animal and then release it into the wild." Tian shook his head in response, stating that transforming into another animal would only render him more susceptible to bullying. Chapter 42. Releasing into the wild, I am at a loss as to what to do. Upon hearing Tian's words, the lion suddenly found himself hesitating about returning to the wild. Without his former allies, he realized that reintegrating into nature would render even the act of hunting a formidable challenge. Furthermore, it seemed he lacked the instinct to hunt altogether. Ultimately, he might find himself perishing from starvation shortly after his return to the wild. It is better to refrain from pondering such matters until a clearer path presents itself. There is no need to rush into decisions, Tian remarked. Xiaomi pondered for a moment, then turned to Tian and inquired, "Xiao Tian, you can't possibly be considering adopting it, can you? Mom and Dad would surely disapprove. Adopting a stray cat is one thing, and taking in a mermaid is another. But now you wish to adopt a lion? That would surely terrify Mom and Dad. It would only be a temporary adoption. They wouldn't be frightened." Tian spoke as he retrieved the Rui lamp. A flashlight? The others looked at Tian with puzzled expressions as he produced the Rui lamp. "This is called the Rui lamp. It has the power to enlarge or diminish objects and beings." With that, Tian aimed the lamp at the lion and pressed the button to reduce its size. In the next moment, the light illuminated the lion, causing it to begin shrinking. Before long, the once formidable lion was reduced to a size comparable to that of a peach blossom. "This way, my parents will no longer be afraid." Tian nodded in satisfaction. The lion, though diminished in size, still retained its regal essence. With the enchanted cloth, he could effortlessly transform the lion into a mere kitten. As he spoke, Ao draped the mystical fabric over the lion, and it miraculously morphed into a cat. "Let it be so. You may stay with us for a while to ponder your choice, whether to return to the wild or allow us to assist you in finding a suitable sanctuary within a zoo." Tian lifted the lion and said. The lion nodded gratefully, expressing his thanks. "I shall take my leave now and return home." As Xiaomi spoke, the group departed with the lion. Making their way back home, Tian and Xiaomi approached Mima, expressing that a friend's pet needed a temporary home. Since they already had a peach blossom at home, adding another pet wouldn't be much trouble. Mima readily consented. Upon returning, Ayu pulled Xiaomi back into the room, urging her to focus on her studies. Ayu was determined to reclaim her comics. Thus, for the sake of her comics and toys, Xiaomi had no choice but to diligently engage with her books. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian and the others gathered around the lion. Tian turned to the lion and said, How about I take you to a desolate grassland right now, allowing you to experience the essence of nature? Would you be interested? The lion felt a flicker of intrigue. Although Tian had claimed he was ill-suited for the wild, the lion had never ventured there himself and was uncertain about the veracity of Tian's words. However, the prospect of immersing himself in nature would surely clarify whether he truly belonged there. As long as you have no objections, I can take you, Tian continued. Absolutely. I wish to give it a try, the lion replied, nodding eagerly. At that moment, Ayu approached them. Upon overhearing their conversation, he interjected. You intend to venture into the grassland to embrace the wild? Please hold on for a moment. I need to fetch something. With that, Ayu departed from the earth. Tian exchanged puzzled glances with the others, unsure of what Ayu intended to procure. However, Tian was certain it had to do with lions. A few minutes later, Ayu returned to earth, holding a spray in hand, a perfect spray for claws. Much like the obedient beast cloth, this was also a prop from the circus star. The purpose of this tool was to transform the animal's claws into the most exquisite and appealing state, thus eliminating the need for trimming. The lion had lost all its claws, but with this spray, they should regrow. I explained the spray he held, then transformed the cat-shaped lion back to its original form. With that, he sprayed the lion. Upon contact with the spray, the lion's mouth began to sprout teeth, and its paws started to grow claws. It worked, exclaimed Tao Su with delight. Meili looked at the others and asked, Does this mean the lion can now survive on the grassland? Not necessarily, came the reply. Tian remained somewhat skeptical. The disparity between wild beasts and domesticated ones is substantial. When pitted against each other, it is invariably the domesticated creature that suffers defeat. Even if the wild beast appears somewhat frail, it is still likely to prevail. The current focus lies on how this lion will fare upon reaching the grassland. Should it prove incapable of overcoming even those creatures significantly weaker than itself, then perhaps it is best not to pursue a life on the plains. In an unnamed grassland, Tian arrived at the vast grassland accompanied by Tao Su, Meili, Ayu, Tao Hua, and the lion. Utilizing the Rui lamp, Tian restored the lion to its original size. You may venture forth and attempt to hunt, he suggested. Tian gazed at the lion, who nodded in response. A surge of excitement blossoming within. In a moment of exuberance, the lion let out a resounding roar that echoed into the heavens. The sound reverberated so powerfully that Tao Su and Meili instinctively covered their ears. Hold on, what are you doing? Tian promptly interrupted the lion's prolonged roar. The lion, smiling sheepishly, remarked, finally arrived at the grassland, feeling somewhat exhilarated. Your mighty roar must have frightened away all the nearby creatures. Tian helplessly remarked. Ah. The lion paused momentarily. I am unaware of that. Feel free to take your time. We shall not linger by your side. Tian spoke as he donned the bamboo dragonfly. Shortly thereafter, Tian and his companions ascended into the heavens, intending to observe the lion's survival in the wild from a divine perspective. Why not employ telekinetic flight? The reason lies in the necessity of prolonged observation, as maintaining telekinetic control over several individuals for an extended duration would be exceedingly exhausting. Furthermore, he needed his hands free. Should the lion encounter any peril beyond his capacity to confront, he would need to safeguard the creature with his telekinesis. After all, they shared a profound connection with this lion. Having resolved to watch over it, they were committed to seeing it through. On the vast savanna, the lion began its quest in search of other animals. Above, Tian and his three companions trailed closely. Do you think it will succeed in its hunt? Tao Su inquired, casting a glance at Tian and the others. Meili replied, It should be fine. After all, it is a lion. And Ao has even assisted in regrowing its claws and teeth. That remains uncertain. It ultimately depends on its ferocity. If it possesses enough tenacity, the skills for hunting will develop over time. However, if it lacks the necessary fierceness, it is truly ill-suited for life on the savanna. Perhaps it would be better off residing in a zoo, where it would be well-fed and sheltered comfortably. Tian waved his hand and said, I just remembered that the circus has a certain apparatus that can restore animals to their primal instincts. However, acquiring this device is quite challenging. It is not available to the average person and can only be procured from the owner of the largest circus in the troupe. Ao's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, Is there really such an apparatus, Ao? Is it difficult for you to obtain? Tian gazed at Ayu and inquired, concerning such an artifact. Tian was not surprised. After all, the universe is vast and teeming with wonders. There should be no issue. Ayu pondered for a moment before responding. Chapter 43, Xiaomi. afraid of injections. In that case, Ayu, please procure such an artifact. Tian, as he spoke, generously bestowed a portion of his pocket money upon Ayu. All right. Ayu replied, and subsequently departed from Earth, embarking once more towards the circus star. After Ayu's departure, Taosu smiled and remarked, with the tools Ayu mentioned, it should be able to thrive in the grasslands without issue. Indeed, came the response, and when we find the time, we can occasionally visit it. Tian smiled and nodded, saying, on the vast grassland, the lion had encountered other wild creatures, among them a grass rabbit. In an instant, the lion pounced and captured it, yet it felt a sense of bewilderment. Previously, its meals had been meticulously prepared by the circus, allowing it to feast without concern. Now, confronted with a living rabbit, it found itself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Tian observed the scene before him with a sense of inevitability. His apprehensions had been confirmed. Although it was indeed a lion, it possessed not even a modicum of experience in surviving in the wild. Cast into the wilderness, its chances of survival were dire. As the lion hesitated, Ao had already returned to Earth, bearing an extraordinary artifact designed to restore the beast's primal instincts, a singular pill. The four individuals approached the lion's side. Tian discussed the effects of the pill with the lion and subsequently inquired whether the lion wished to ingest it. I shall partake, the lion declared without hesitation. Upon arriving at the grassland, it found immense joy in the surroundings and desired to remain. Thereafter, the lion consumed the pill. Tian and his companions ascended into the air. The pills were said to restore the primal instincts of beasts, with a lion regaining its wild nature. Even Ayu could not guarantee that it would not launch a sudden attack on them. According to the vendor of the pills, the restoration of wildness did not render the creature mindless. It retained the memory of past interactions, both benevolent and malevolent. Those who had treated it kindly were unlikely to be harmed, though certainty was a luxury. It was prudent to exercise caution. As the lion digested the effects of the pill and opened its eyes anew, the previously dull gaze transformed into one of piercing sharpness. Faced with the rabbit under its control, it opened its cavernous jaws and struck, roaring triumphantly after devouring the rabbit. The lion's roar was imbued with even greater power than before. It seemed we need not worry about its ability to thrive. Tian gazed down at the lions below. The restored claws and wildness of the lions clearly indicated their ability to thrive on the savanna. Of course, this does not imply that they would be free from danger entirely. It merely suggests that their struggles with predation would no longer be as daunting as before. The lion lifted its head and expressed gratitude towards Tian and his companions. No need for thanks, Tian replied. Focus on surviving well in the future. If possible, seek to join a pride. Solitary existence pales in comparison to the comfort of belonging to a community. Tian gazed at the lion, who nodded in acknowledgement. As a creature naturally inclined towards sociality, the lion harbored a desire to join a pride of its own. However, the quest for such a pride was a journey it must undertake alone. Farewell, noble lion. After bidding their farewells to the majestic beast, Tian led his companions away from the vast grassland. Upon returning to the wallpaper studio, Tian entered the art room and, drawing upon his memories, began to depict the lion on canvas. Tian possesses an extraordinary photographic memory, allowing him to create art directly from the vivid images etched in his mind. Taosu and Meili gazed in awe as Tian painted. Before long, a lifelike lion emerged on the blank canvas, exuding an aura of majesty and power. I wonder when we will be this impressive, Meili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she admired the lion's depiction. Well, you both must put in diligent effort, came the encouraging reply. Tian smiled gently as he spoke and lifted the painting to hang it upon the wall of the studio. Every time Tian completes a painting that meets his satisfaction, he hangs it on the wall of his studio. Currently, 4 paintings adorn the walls of the studio. The first 3 depict Tao Su and Mi Li, while the 4th is a portrait of the entire Mi family. Each piece is a testament to Tian's dedication and artistry. It is no exaggeration to assert that these 4 artworks represent the pinnacle of his skill. The following day marks the beginning of a new week, and school is once again upon them. That morning, Teacher Yin informed the students that the school would be organizing a vaccination the next day, urging them to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing the news of the vaccination, a wave of anxiety swept over many, particularly among the 3rd graders, who were often fearful of injections. Among them, Xiaomi exhibited the most trepidation. Her complexion turned pale at the mention of the vaccine. After school, while on the way home, she lamented, Why must there be such a thing as vaccinations? Her brother, Ergo, noticed her distress and asked, is getting vaccinated really that frightening? Of course, it's terrifying. The injection hurts a lot. Xiaomi cried, tears streaming down her face, revealing her genuine fear of needles. Tian turned to Meili and said, Meili, do not be afraid. Though getting an injection may be somewhat painful, it is not unbearable. It will be over in an instant. Hearing Tian's words, Meili immediately felt reassured. In comparison to Xiaomi, she undoubtedly placed greater trust in Tian. Xiaomi, displeased with Tian's reassurances, retorted, it is indeed very painful. Regardless of the pain, you cannot escape it. Rest assured, you are my dear little brother. When you are crying out and jumping around in agony tomorrow, I will certainly not mock you. Tian, with a smile, gently patted Xiaomi on the shoulder and remarked, upon your words, I find myself even more apprehensive to simultaneously experience both physical death and social demise. How fortunate am I? Before long, the three of them returned home. Upon arrival, Xiaomi appeared like a mere shell of her former self, devoid of vitality. As she opened the door, in the living room, she found her mother seated beside a middle-aged gentleman. Tian, you're back. Come here quickly. This is an old friend of your mother's, who used to hold both you and Xiaomi when you were little. Her mother cheerfully introduced the guest to the trio. It seems that when parents introduce longtime acquaintances, they often delight in recalling such phrases as, this uncle or aunt used to carry you when you were a child. Hello. I can hardly believe how much you have both grown. The old friend greeted them with a warm smile. Tian and Meili both greeted, hello, uncle. Meanwhile, Xiaomi, showing no regard for the situation, remarked, what a fuss. Not growing up, are you shrinking instead? With that, she strode towards her room. A flicker of anger crossed Mima's face, while her old classmate felt somewhat awkward. Noticing the discomfort of her old acquaintance, Mima swiftly changed the subject. Old classmate, I heard you have become the attending physician at a major hospital. That's impressive. Xiaomi, initially intent on retreating to her room, returned to the living room upon hearing Mima's words. Uncle, you are a doctor? Xiaomi gazed at Mima's classmate, her eyes gleaming with interest. Mima's old classmate nodded in affirmation. Uncle, may I ask you a medical question? How can one receive an injection without pain? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiaomi's eyes. An injection without pain? Mima's old classmate instinctively repeated the question. Xiaomi eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Such a crude procedure as an injection is truly a flaw in human civilization. Mima interjected without hesitation. A 9-year-old boy being afraid of injections is the real flaw. Xiaomi's face flushed at the remark, yet she continued to express her anticipation. Uncle, my mother says you are a doctor at a big hospital. Surely you have some way to help, right? With a resigned smile, Mima's old classmate replied, unfortunately, there isn't much that can be done. For the sake of health, one must endure a little pain. Upon hearing this response, Xiaomi's expression shifted from hopefulness to mild discontent. If you can't solve this, how can you call yourself a great doctor? Before Xiaomi could finish her sentence, Mima, with a fierce expression, delivered a light punch to her head. Ouch! Xiaomi exclaimed in pain. Go back to your room and do your homework. After sending Xiaomi away, Mima turned apologetically to her old classmate. I'm so sorry, my Xiaomi is quite thoughtless. It's all right. Children will be children. However, Xiaomi has reminded me of something important. As a doctor, while I cannot eliminate the pain of injections, I can ensure that children who fear pain are not ridiculed. Coincidentally, the hospital where Xiaomi's school is going for vaccinations tomorrow is our hospital. I will speak with them upon my return and volunteer to oversee the vaccinations, allowing the children to receive their shots separately. After a moment of contemplation, Mima's old classmate spoke with a smile. Mima replied, won't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. As a doctor, it is my duty to take on some responsibilities. It's not solely for Xiaomi's sake. Mima's old classmate chuckled and said, rest assured, even if the hospital does not permit me to take on this role, I will certainly discuss this matter with the doctor administering the vaccinations tomorrow. At that moment, yet to return to his room, Tian overheard the uncle's words and inquired, Uncle, is it true that the vaccinations can be administered one by one tomorrow? Indeed, the classmate replied with a smile. Thank you, Uncle, Tian responded appreciatively. You are quite understanding, little Tian. If only Xiaomi possessed half of your discernment, Mima remarked as she continued her conversation with her old classmate. As their dialogue unfolded, a head peeked out from Xiaomi's room, exclaiming, little Tian. Yes? A trace of confusion appeared on Tian's face, yet deep within, he was acutely aware that they were bound for another planet. Tian promptly made his way to Xiaomi's room. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, I am preparing to take Xiaomi to the planet in the universe where medical advancements are most sophisticated, to help her overcome her fear of injections." "What fear of injections?" Xiaomi retorted. "I am not afraid of needles. It simply hurts a lot when getting one. I merely wish for the experience to be painless, which is perfectly reasonable. Don't you think?" she insisted defiantly. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Regardless of your fears, what matters is the ability to clock in on another planet." "Very well. Let us proceed." With that, he led the two away from Earth. Aves and Star. Before long, the trio arrived at the celestial realm of the highest medical standards. As mentioned by Io, they found themselves at the entrance of a hospital, its architecture resplendent in pure white. "Time to check in." Tian silently murmured to himself. "Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Hall of Fame culinary skills." Culinary skills? This ability seemed utterly superfluous. After all, it was usually Ma who prepared the meals at home, and even if she were to refrain from cooking, he still had the exquisite food tablecloth at his disposal. Thus, the task of cooking was hardly his responsibility. As Tian opened the door, a startled voice echoed from within the hospital. "I don't want to have my tooth extracted." "Even aliens can exhibit timidity," remarked Xiaomi, waving her hand dismissively. "How dare you speak of others' fears when you've forgotten the reason for your own presence here?" Ayu retorted with a hint of disdain. Xiaomi countered. "Getting an injection is undeniably painful. I maintain that I am not cowardly, merely a man of pure essence who is somewhat more sensitive to needles." Just as Xiaomi was articulating her point, a Western dragon burst forth from the hospital, prompting her to flee in terror. "Oh my goodness!" Upon witnessing the situation, Tian swiftly exerted his mental prowess to subdue the colossal lizard. Shortly thereafter, a doctor clad in white appeared from the hospital behind him, standing before the Western dragon. "Given the extent of the decay, the tooth must be extracted and replaced," he declared. Upon hearing this, the Western dragon burst into tears, exclaiming, "I do not wish to have my tooth removed. It's merely a slight ache. If I endure it, it will pass." The white-clad doctor persisted in his explanation, yet the Western dragon remained inconsolable, continuing to weep. Xiaomi stared in disbelief, pondering if this was truly a dragon. Indeed, the Western dragon was rather pitiable. Endure it? Is the white medical community still resorting to such feeble excuses to mask their inadequacies? Behind the crowd loomed a black-hued hospital. At the entrance, a doctor in black bellowed, "This is the physician we seek." Ao whispered to Xiaomi, "This is the renowned doctor we need." On Avicenna Star, there exist two distinct medical communities, the white medical community, representing traditional physicians, and the black medical community, comprised of practitioners who devise unconventional solutions. The black doctor promptly addressed the issues plaguing the lizard's decayed teeth by ingeniously installing a zipper on its abdomen, enabling access to the stomach for direct food insertion. This ingenious method eliminated the need for chewing, thereby alleviating concerns over dental wear. Such a radical approach showcased the black medical community's unconventional treatment methods. Nonetheless, Xiaomi found no absurdity in this. She immediately placed her hopes in the black medical community, seeking assistance to mitigate the pain of injections. Subsequently, the trio ventured into the black hospital. The black medical community proposed a singular solution, anesthesia, which would render the procedure pain-free. However, upon locating the anesthesiologist, it became apparent he had self-administered anesthesia and was unaware of when he might awaken. Following that, a second proposal emerged, suggesting the replacement of Xiaomi's arm with a mechanical limb, thus eliminating concerns over pain. Furthermore, since the anesthetist remained unconscious, they intended to proceed with the amputation of her arm. At that moment, outside the operating room, the black doctor turned to Tian and Ao, assuring them, "You have chosen our black medical community. Our solutions will undoubtedly satisfy you." In the next instant, Xiaomi bolted from the operating room, crying out in terror, "Help! Save me!" As she fled, Tian, while engrossed in the performance, held his camera to capture the moment. I remarked from beside him, "Truly, the black medical realm is remarkable." The manner in which patients express their satisfaction stands in stark contrast to that of the white medical sphere, who is truly satisfied. Upon hearing Ayu's words, Xiaomi, overwhelmed with despair, cried out in anguish. Tian cast a glance at Ayu, harboring grave suspicions that Ayu's actions were deliberate. Chapter 45. What is there to fear about getting an injection? Young man, do not be afraid. Be courageous and replace your arm, for thereafter, you shall fear no pain. The surgeon responsible for the procedure had also pursued them. Stop fooling around. I will not exchange my arm. The two engaged in a playful chase, one fleeing and the other in pursuit, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The doctor in black stroked his chin, contemplating that it was time to reveal his ultimate strategy. Subsequently, the doctor in black escorted the trio to a room adorned with a grand mirror. What is the purpose of gazing into the mirror here? I am already quite handsome. If only I could overcome my fear of pain, I would be even more so, Xiaomi mused while adjusting his hair in front of the mirror. Tian and I exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Tian turned to the doctor clad in black, inquiring, "This mirror possesses extraordinary qualities, does it not?" The doctor affirmed with a smile, "Indeed, it is a reversal mirror. This remarkable mirror has the ability to transform any painful experience into one of comfort, including the act of receiving an injection." With a spark of excitement in her eyes, Xiaomi responded, "Is that truly the case? How does one utilize it?" She exhibited a palpable eagerness. "Wait a moment, Xiaomi," the doctor cautioned. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? If this mirror can render pain into pleasure, could it not conversely transform pleasure into pain? Activities such as eating, sleeping, or simply sitting are inherently pleasurable. Could they not become painfully uncomfortable? Especially the act of sleeping. Might it not lead to excruciating discomfort throughout the night?" Tian turned to the black doctor as he spoke. The black doctor nodded in affirmation. "Of course." Xiaomi's eyes widened in astonishment. She then inquired, "Is there a way to alleviate the pain without allowing comfort to turn into pain?" After pondering for 2 seconds, the black doctor replied, "No, Xiaomi. There is no alternative. You must choose. Either replace your arm or utilize the reversing mirror." Ao waved his hand dismissively. "I refuse to select either option." Xiaomi staunchly rejected both choices. "Then you must brace yourself for a bit of pain tomorrow. Just endure it." Ao continued with a smile. Xiaomi felt tears welling up. "But I will be humiliated in front of the entire class, especially in front of Ding Dong. He is outrageous. Having even bought a DSLR camera to capture my embarrassing moments to post on the forum. You need not worry about that. The uncle who visited today is the doctor from the hospital where we will receive our vaccinations. He mentioned that he would volunteer to oversee the vaccinations at our school tomorrow. He will ensure that each of us enters a room individually to receive the vaccine, so no one will witness your tears of anguish." Is that true? Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's spirits lifted considerably. "Of course it is true. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiaomi cast a slightly reproachful glance at Tian. Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You didn't even ask." Xiaomi replied, "I apologize, doctor. We shall not proceed with the treatment." You turned to the black-clad doctor, who, with a hint of disappointment, said, "Very well. But should you require my services again in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Thereafter, Au escorted the two back to Earth. Upon their return, they discovered that Mima's old classmate had already departed. Xiaomi had intended to apologize to that gentleman for her earlier rudeness, but now it was too late. She would have to wait until tomorrow to express her regrets. Once home, Xiaomi sat cross-legged on her bed, her eyes closed as if in meditation. "What are you doing, Xiaomi?" Mima inquired, noticing her daughter's peculiar behavior with a look of confusion. "Mother, please do not disturb me. I am preparing for my vaccination tomorrow," Xiaomi replied with her eyes still shut. "Very well, take your time," Mima said, shaking her head. A few minutes later, the meditative Xiaomi had succumbed to slumber, tired from the previous day's escapade on Ave Sunstar. The following day, the schoolteacher led the students to a children's hospital. Outside one of the consultation rooms, a line of primary school students had formed. Xiaomi observed that each child would enter the consultation room individually for their vaccinations. Her face brightened with uncontainable joy. Ding Dong, seeing this, expressed his disappointment. "Alas, what a pity, my professional DSLR has gone to waste." With a triumphant hum, Xiaomi declared, "I want to be first." As the vaccination process commenced, Xiaomi stepped into the consultation room, only to find that the doctor was indeed the same gentleman from the day before. She promptly offered her apology. "Uncle, I am truly sorry for my rudeness yesterday." The old classmate of Mima chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. In fact, you reminded me yesterday that despite your youth, you possess a sense of self-respect. While I may not be able to ensure your physical comfort, I hope to bring you some emotional ease." "Uncle, you are the best doctor I have ever met," Xiaomi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The mere fact that this doctor was willing to advocate for the students endeared him to Xiaomi immensely. "Haha, come now. Let's get started. Please take a seat here," he said with a warm smile. Mi's mother's old classmate smiled and beckoned Xiaomi to take a seat. Shortly thereafter, Xiaomi began receiving her vaccination. As the needle punctured her skin, a slight grimace crossed Xiaomi's face, yet she managed to suppress any cries. Indeed, Xiaomi harbored a genuine fear of injections. Although vaccinations are typically not overly painful, to her, they felt excruciating. In the past, she had always succumbed to tears and cries during such procedures. To her astonishment, this time she held her composure. Before long, the vaccination was complete, and Xiaomi found it hard to believe she had not shed a tear. How could she have remained so stoic? Humph, it was merely a vaccination after all. With a sense of pride, Xiaomi exited the consultation room. Upon seeing her emerge with an unperturbed expression, even sporting a slight smile, Ding Dong and Mao Mao widened their eyes in disbelief. Xiaomi did not scream or weep. "Xiaomi, are you no longer afraid of injections?" Mao Mao inquired. Xiaomi replied proudly, "What is there to fear about injections? I'm not even afraid of bugs. Why would I fear a needle?" Ding Dong interjected. "You're pointing at me, aren't you?" Ding Dong felt somewhat exasperated, as his fear of insects was widely acknowledged. "Next," called out Mi's mother's old classmate from within the consultation room. Following this, a group of individuals began to enter the room in succession to receive their vaccinations. After the vaccinations, the teacher escorted the students back to school to continue their lessons. After school, upon returning home, Xiaomi strutted before Ayu and Mi's mother, boasting about how she had not cried during her injection today. What is so commendable about that? Isn't it expected for a boy to withstand an injection without crying? Ayu waved her hand dismissively. How ridiculous. An injection is a painful ordeal, and the fact that I faced it without fear is truly remarkable. Xiaomi, in a fit of anger, grasped Ayu's face and began to tug at it. It hurts, it hurts. Xiaomi, I was wrong. Please stop. Ayu immediately pleaded for mercy. A note to my friends. If you discover any typos, please do not merely comment on what is wrong. You must also give me a nudge, as I might easily overlook your comments. Furthermore, some have inquired why the chapter titles are thus. It is because I do not intend to write about the multiverse. This way, you can intuitively discern which chapters correspond to which worlds. Well, the above is simply nonsensical chatter. The primary reason is that I wish to prevent you from deducing the content of the chapter solely from its title, fearing that you might skip ahead. Chapter 46, Oblivious and Thick-Skinned. A few days later, on Friday, Xiaomi successfully achieved a score in the 80s on a mathematics quiz, thanks to the emotional bookmarks. However, upon returning home, she found that her mother was not present, which did not dampen her spirits. She remained in high spirits as she prepared to retrieve her comics and toys. But then, upon her mother's return, she stormed into Xiaomi's room with a dark expression. The suddenness of her entrance caught the attention of the neighboring Tian and his companions. Inside the room, Xiaomi appeared utterly bewildered. Soon, the others learned from Xiaomi's mother the reason for her displeasure. It turned out that while shopping for groceries with Ding Dong's mother and Mao Mao's mother, they had encountered Teacher Yin. Teacher Yin had praised the merits of Tian, Li, Ding Dong, and Mao Mao, yet when it came to Xiaomi, he could not articulate any of her positive traits. Thus, Xiaomi's mother was in a rather foul mood. How could her little Xiaomi possibly lack virtues? Although she too struggled to think of any. Xiaomi's virtues. Does having a thick skin count? After listening to the account recounted by Mama Mi, Tian quietly remarked. Mama Mi, Xiaomi retorted with indignation, asserting, what are you talking about? I possess numerous virtues, such as bravery, diligence, honesty, and intelligence, albeit with a rather thick skin. Upon witnessing this, I nodded in agreement. Mama Mi swiftly began to admonish Xiaomi, who was unable to accept the fact that even the teacher could not recognize her merits. However, before she could deliver a thorough scolding, Xiaomi cleverly presented her recent test paper, thus evading the reprimand. Upon seeing that Xiaomi had scored in the 80s, Mama Mi's ire dissipated significantly, allowing her to spare Xiaomi from further chastisement. She even returned Xiaomi's comics and toys, yet she insisted that Xiaomi must continue to strive for excellence. As long as you persist and become an academic achiever, good grades will indeed become one of your virtues. I do not wish for my child to lack any commendable trait. Once Mama Mi departed, Xiaomi sighed within the confines of her room. Although the emotional bookmarks rendered her textbooks more engaging, after several readings, she found herself growing weary of the same content, even if it remained amusing. For instance, when using humorous bookmarks while reading, she would merely chuckle momentarily, only to forget what she had just perused. Thus, achieving a score in the 80s with the aid of emotional bookmarks was already quite an accomplishment. Further improvement seemed daunting. The root of the issue lay in Xiaomi's lack of enthusiasm for studying. Although she could grasp the content of the books, she never paid attention during class. The current examination material was still manageable, allowing her to score in the 80s, but future assessments would undoubtedly become more challenging if Xiaomi continued to neglect her studies. Even emotional bookmarks would not be able to rescue her. After her sigh, Xiaomi turned to Ayu and inquired, Ayu, is there any tool that could help me focus during class? Ayu replied, unfortunately, you must simply commit to studying diligently. Oh no, Xiaomi protested. You're the only underachiever in the family. Don't you feel ashamed? Not in the slightest, she retorted, demonstrating her characteristic audacity. The next day, Xiaomi invited Ayu to join her for a game of football. Diligent studying? That will never happen in this lifetime, she declared. As Xiaomi and I ventured out to play, Tian took Mamami to visit Taosu. The trio planned to explore renowned mountains and rivers, intending to both enjoy and sketch the scenic landscapes. Before setting out, they all drank from the fountain of youth, transforming into youthful figures of 18 or 19. Then, Tian took the hands of both companions and led them away from home, while Tian and his companions frolicked joyfully outside. Xiaomi and Ayu encountered a predicament. A wayward kick sent their soccer ball into the thicket, and after a considerable search, they finally retrieved it, only to be confronted by an individual claiming ownership of the ball. This infuriated Xiaomi, prompting Ayu to procure a gadget from Zayat Star, the very planet renowned for manufacturing the era alarm clocks. Ayu returned with an item called the Mouth of All Things, capable of granting voice to inanimate objects. Upon employing the Mouth of All Things, the soccer ball proclaimed that its true owner was Xiaomi. However, the individual, upon hearing this, seized the ball and fled, further inciting Xiaomi's anger. Utilizing the Mouth of All Things, they interrogated various objects along their journey and ultimately located the individual's residence. With fervor, they prepared to reclaim the soccer ball. But within the confines of the house, Ayu stumbled upon a photograph depicting the individual alongside the soccer ball. To their surprise, the ball indeed belonged to that person, who had neglected it, often tossing it outside. Consequently, the ball had sought a new owner and had lied about its allegiance. Meanwhile, Xiaomi's soccer ball remained in the thicket from earlier. After apologizing, Xiaomi and Ayu hastily returned to the field and found the soccer ball belonging to Xiaomi. Upon closer inspection, however, Ayu noted that while the two balls bore a resemblance, their patterns differed. Xiaomi insisted that this was his favorite ball, prompting Ayu to place the Mouth of All Things upon it. Subsequently, Xiaomi was chastised by his own soccer ball. After a day filled with tumult, neither play nor study was satisfactorily accomplished. Upon returning home, Xiaomi sprawled on his bed, engrossed in comics. Observing this, Mama Mi's fury ignited. After a day of play, Xiaomi returned home without completing his homework or reading, instead opting to indulge in comics. Xiaomi, Mama Mi's voice pierced the air, startling him. Mother, have you finished your homework? After a day of revelry, you come home and neglect your studies, only to clutch your comics. Mama Mi spoke sternly. Mother, I must insist that although I ventured out today, I did not play. Do you believe me? Mama Mi regarded Xiaomi with a cold stare. Ayu, quickly testify on my behalf. Xiaomi felt aggrieved. He truly had not played, spending most of the day searching for the ball and enduring a reprimand from it for an hour. Thus, he had only kicked the ball a couple of times in the morning. Hurry and complete your homework. Mama Mi dismissed Xiaomi's words as incredulous. With a resigned demeanor, Xiaomi lethargically settled at his desk, dragging his feet as he retrieved his assignments and began to write. On the side of Tian and his companions, the trio visited Huangshan today. They did not wander aimlessly. Instead, they sought a peak with breathtaking scenery, one that was inaccessible to others. There, they took out their painting tools and began to capture the exquisite beauty of Huangshan. 100 miles of Huangshan unfolded like a scroll of art, complemented by ancient paths adorned with a myriad of verdant pines. After Tian completed his painting, he proceeded to guide Taosu and Meili meticulously. During this hands-on instruction, the progress of Taosu and Meili was substantial. However, today's circumstances appeared somewhat different. Perhaps it was due to their bodies having taken on the appearance of adulthood during the hands-on teaching. Both Taosu and Meili found it challenging to maintain their focus, allowing Tian to manipulate their hands freely. Note, the second chapter will not be ready by 5 o'clock today. It will be delayed. Chapter 47. The substitution of merit as the day came to a close. Despite Tian having devoted a considerable amount of time, over an hour, teaching Taosu and Meili, they had absorbed little to nothing. Upon returning home, Tian hung the painting of Huangshan he completed today on the wall, adding yet another piece to the collection. A few days later, during class, Teacher Yin entered the classroom. This morning, the principal received a call from an elderly lady who mentioned that a student from our class had assisted her in moving heavy items the day prior. What is even more commendable is that this student did not leave his name. Due to her poor eyesight, the elderly lady could not discern the appearance of the student. The principal expressed hope that the students would provide any clues possible, as he intended to appoint this student as our school's ambassador. As Teacher Yin spoke, he produced a badge, capturing the attention of all present. Xiaomi immediately raised her hand and exclaimed, "Teacher Yin, that person is." Before she could finish, Mao Mao, sitting behind her, stood up and declared loudly, "It's me." Xiaomi was taken aback. With unwavering confidence, Mao Mao continued, "I can recount the place, time, and the items we moved yesterday." With this, he confidently patted his chest. Upon witnessing this, Tian's expression turned indifferent. He understood that Xiaomi possessed a gentle disposition, making it somewhat challenging for him to take the initiative in defending himself. Thus, it fell upon him, as the elder brother, to step forward. "Is that so? I recall Xiaomi mentioning yesterday that he assisted an elderly lady with her belongings. Xiaomi also informed me that the two of you encountered the old lady together. Yet upon seeing the multitude of her items, you hastily retreated." Tian turned around and fixed his gaze on Mao Mao. He recalled the plot of this particular episode with remarkable clarity and felt a sense of frustration at its conclusion. Mao Mao had usurped Xiaomi's achievements, prompting Xiaomi to seek assistance from Yu, who subsequently reprimanded Mao Mao and compelled him to confess to Teacher Yin that he had falsely claimed credit. In the end, Xiaomi, preoccupied with strategizing Mao Mao's confession, neglected to complete her homework, resulting in her being chastised for this oversight. Consequently, her efforts were rendered futile, leading to neither punishment nor reward. As for Mao Mao, his voluntary admission of guilt earned him praise, allowing him to retain his position as the ambassador of goodwill. Upon finishing this episode in his past life, Tian felt a profound indignation. What foolish writers! Tian fixed his sharp gaze upon Mao Mao, causing the latter to feel a twinge of fear. Memories of past reprimands from Tian flooded his mind. It had been quite some time since he had faced a beating, and he was almost forgetting Tian's formidable prowess. Upon witnessing Tian speak, Xiaomi felt a surge of confidence and promptly rose to exclaim, "Indeed, you fled yesterday, leaving me to carry everything alone." Teacher Yin adjusted her glasses, directing her attention to the two. "Xiaomi, Mao Mao, both of you claim to have assisted the elderly lady. Therefore, I shall offer you both an opportunity. If you wish to retract your statements, sit down now, and I shall not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, should this be uncovered later, I will have to summon your parents to the school." Upon hearing about the potential of involving his parents, Mao Mao began to feel anxious. He found himself torn, contemplating whether to sit down or not. He was not afraid of being reprimanded by the teacher, but the thought of having his parents called to school filled him with dread. However, the allure of the badge and the role of ambassador was enticing him. After deliberation, he decided that the elderly lady had not clearly seen who had helped her. Ultimately, if the truth emerged, he would only face a reprimand. Mao Mao pondered for a moment but remained standing. Xiaomi, witnessing this, was infuriated. Having witnessed Mao Mao fleeing when faced with too many items to carry the previous day, he was enraged to see Mao Mao claiming credit for his efforts. Teacher Yin waited briefly, noting that neither had taken a seat. She then nodded and declared, "Please sit down. The badge for ambassador will be awarded once the school concludes its investigation." Truth be told, Teacher Yin believed that Xiaomi was the one who had truly aided the elderly lady. After being the homeroom teacher for both Xiaomi and Mao Mao for some time, she had come to understand Mao Mao well and was aware of his tendency to bully classmates. However, she knew that one must not jump to conclusions without thorough investigation. After class, Xiaomi glared at Mao Mao, exclaiming, "Mao Mao, I was the one who helped the elderly lady. Why did you claim it was you?" Mao Mao, picking at his nose, retorted, "That question should be directed at you." You. Xiaomi felt a surge of anger, wanting to confront Mao Mao. However, recognizing his own limitations, he refrained from acting impulsively and instead approached Tian with a pitiful expression. "Xiao Tian, could you help me teach Mao Mao a lesson?" Tian pondered for a moment and said, "It is not advisable to act hastily now. If we reprimand him at this moment, the school may perceive us as a threat. It would be wiser to address the matter after it has been resolved." Xiaomi fervently nodded in agreement, as long as Tian was willing to assist him in reprimanding Mao Mao. However, a sense of vexation crept upon Xiaomi. What should we do now? The old lady's eyesight is poor. How can I prove that I helped her yesterday? That is quite simple, Tian replied. Last weekend, didn't you purchase a prop called the Mouth of All Things? We can invite Teacher Yin and then take the prop to the old lady's home. We shall allow the front door of her house to reveal to the teacher who indeed assisted her yesterday. Tian waved his hand and spoke. Xiaomi's eyes brightened. Indeed, the mouth of all things. Upon contemplating a solution, Xiaomi felt a surge of joy. However, he refrained from boasting in front of Mao Mao. He feared that once Mao Mao realized he had a means to prove himself, he might proactively admit his mistakes. Such a scenario would thwart Xiaomi's plans to have Teacher Yin notify Mao Mao's parents, thus preventing them from administering a proper reprimand. The thought of Mao Mao receiving a scolding from his parents, followed by a beating from Tian, brought a smile to Xiaomi's face. In pursuit of his aspirations, Xiaomi suppressed his excitement, maintaining a facade of indignation. This was indeed a formidable challenge for him. In the past, when faced with such situations, his instinct would have been to flaunt his triumph before Mao Mao. Xiaomi was scarcely aware of his own transformation. What accounted for this change? It was simply that this time, Xiaomi was genuinely furious. Being beaten or scolded was trivial. What he truly despised was feeling wronged. After school, Xiaomi hurried home, eager to find a Yu and then seek the mouth of all things to approach Teacher Yin. Tian and Mi Li also returned home together. Ayo, ayo, exclaimed Xiaomi as she entered and tossed aside her backpack. Xiaomi, please wait a moment. I have something to attend to, replied Xiao Tian. Ayo, I am planning to journey to outer space. Would you care to join me? Ayo said, glancing at Tian. Xiaomi quickly interjected, Ayo, take me along. I have something to discuss with you. Upon witnessing this, Tian remarked, since we are all heading out, let us take Mi Li along as well. Agreed. Ayo nodded, then departed from Earth with Tian and the others. In this episode, while the storyline left me rather speechless regarding Teacher Yin, I found that previous developments had portrayed him in a more favorable light. Ultimately, it is the writer's influence at play. Typically, in such animated narratives, the protagonists end up gaining little to no benefit. Characters like Xiaomi and Nobita often have assistance through various gadgets, yet they rarely achieve any substantial advantage. Nobita, in particular, often sabotages his own opportunities through his actions. Thus, I can accept protagonists who create their own misfortunes, but I cannot abide by those who passively endure such grievances. It is evident that the plot in this episode was poorly handled by the writers. While it is said that Tian was furious, it is actually my own frustration that resonates. I, too, have experienced my share of injustices, albeit in a manner entirely distinct from the storyline. At around 8 or 9 years of age, I felt a similar sense of indignation, a bubbling anger that I was too young to express. Even though those events transpired when I was merely a child, they remain vividly etched in my memory. Additionally, I wish to mention that Xiaomi's character is undergoing subtle changes, which you may not have noticed. For instance, in recent chapters, she has developed a newfound courage regarding injections and has shown slight improvement in her academic performance, alongside a growing sense of maturity and cunning. The original series was structured as episodic, resulting in static character development. However, as I delve into fanfiction, I feel the need for some evolution and growth. Albeit her core essence remains unchanged, she is still the mischievous child who prioritizes playfulness over studies. Chapter 48, The Scale of Good and Evil, Utopia Star. This planet places immense value on justice. In pursuit of righteousness, they have invented a device known as the Discipline Doll. The purpose of the Discipline Doll is to admonish those who harm others yet remain oblivious to their wrongdoing. The method of use involves plucking 2 strands of hair from the individual to be reprimanded and inserting them into the doll's head. Subsequently, the doll utilizes the hair owner's flaws to turn the tables and teach them a lesson. If the hair's owner is prone to violence, the disciplined doll will pursue and strike them. The residents of Utopia Star frequently utter a saying, when justice is not served, the disciplined doll becomes the embodiment of courtroom justice. Extraterrestrial courts also exist, yet many matters escape legal oversight, making it challenging to uphold justice. In such instances, the disciplined doll is called upon. However, many believe that the disciplined doll lacks severity, as it merely reprimands the guilty without delivering fatal consequences or rendering judgment. Numerous individuals argue that Utopia Star should invent a judgment doll to address the justice that courts fail to serve and the evils that remain unpunished. Ideally, the judgment doll would eliminate those who commit heinous acts. Utopia Star possesses the capability to create such a device. However, due to various considerations, it has not come to fruition. The Galactic Federation would also prohibit the invention of such a tool. As the 4 arrived at Utopia Star, Xiaomi began recounting her experiences from school to Ao, who listened attentively while purchasing a discipline doll. Tian promptly checked in. Upon successful check-in, the host was bestowed with the scale of good and evil. This artifact serves to discern a person's moral standing. The left side is adorned in white, symbolizing virtue, while the right side is cloaked in black, representing malevolence. When utilized, various weights materialize on either side of the scale, with each weight signifying an individual deed. The quantity and magnitude of these weights reflect the number of actions taken and their moral weight, whether virtuous or nefarious. As the weights appear, the scale begins to tilt, revealing whether the individual's life has been marked more by good deeds or by wickedness. Moreover, the weights can be crushed, offering insights into the individual's past actions. Through this mechanism, a more nuanced understanding of one's morality can be gleaned. While one might argue the utility of this artifact is limited, it does possess a semblance of value, allowing one to witness the good and evil deeds of others. Tian was not particularly interested. However, he found a certain allure in the prospect of uncovering other secrets through the weights. Before long, Ao had procured the discipline doll, and the four of them returned to Earth. Upon learning about the doll's effects, Xiaomi inquired, "Ao, what is the purpose of this purchase?" Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization. "Could it be to help me discipline Mao Mao?" "No," Ao replied. "There is a matter of greater significance at hand. There is an individual nearby, notorious for their lack of public decorum, who frequently cuts in line. After doing so, they audaciously criticize others for their supposed lack of grace and pettiness." As Aya spoke, her frustration was palpable. Though she rarely took public transport due to her bamboo copter, she had encountered this individual just today, nearly losing her temper. If not for her resolve to refrain from violence, she would have been tempted to deliver a sharp reprimand, showcasing the might of a being ranked among the top 20 in the universe. "So, your intention in acquiring the discipline doll is to address this person?" Xiaomi asked. Ao nodded. "Then let us go together," Xiaomi said. Her curiosity piqued regarding how the doll would enact discipline. Ao agreed with a nod. Xiaomi then turned to Tian and Meili, asking, "Tian, Meili, would you care to join us?" "I shall not accompany you," Tian replied. "Once you have dealt with that individual, do remember to consult Teacher Yin and take her to the old lady's home, inquiring about who assisted her with her front door." Tian gazed at Xiaomi and earnestly advised her. Xiaomi nodded in affirmation, assuring him, "Rest assured, I shall not forget." Such matters that could cause distress to Mao Mao would undoubtedly remain etched in his memory. Subsequently, Xiaomi followed Ao outside, and the two swiftly located the inconsiderate individual, boarding the bus behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Ao boldly plucked several strands of the man's hair, which he then affixed to the reprimanding doll. Soon after, the inconsiderate man, desperate to relieve himself, exited the bus. The reprimanding doll trailed behind him, and just as he was about to enter the restroom, it cut in front of him. Even after he managed to enter the restroom, the doll audaciously slammed the door shut, provoking him to pound on it in frustration. The reprimanding doll then recited the man's most frequently uttered phrases. "Are you done yet? Is it really necessary? You have no grace, so petty." The man was left dumbfounded, reflecting on his previous behavior. Perhaps he had been subjected to similar treatment by others, thus realizing how bothersome he had been. After Ao and Xiaomi had imparted their lesson to the man, Ao accompanied Xiaomi to seek out Teacher Yin. The two soon summoned Teacher Yin and arrived at the elderly woman's residence. Ao positioned the mouth of the doll at the entrance of the elderly woman's home, which also confirmed with Teacher Yin that it was indeed Xiaomi who had assisted the elderly woman in returning her belongings the previous day. As for the Mao Mao mentioned by Ao and Xiaomi, the elderly woman asserted that she had never encountered him. Ao turned to Teacher Yin and remarked, "It seems the situation is abundantly clear. I recall another detail. It was Xiaomi who truly aided the elderly woman, and her door also stated that she had never seen Mao Mao. Thus, Mao Mao cannot possibly be the one who helped her." Upon hearing Aya's words, Xiaomi vigorously nodded in agreement. Teacher Yin acknowledged with a nod, "I understand. Tomorrow, I shall address Mao Mao in class and request that he bring his parents. This child has dared to take credit for another's accomplishments. If we do not intervene now, he may grow up misled." Teacher Yin was growing increasingly troubled by Mao Mao. After years of teaching, she had encountered numerous students who enjoyed bullying their classmates, but Mao Mao's audacity to usurp another's accomplishments was something she had never witnessed before. This was a grave matter. If she failed to communicate effectively with Mao Mao's parents, she could only speculate on what kind of individual he would become in the future. Most undesirable habits and behaviors developed during childhood, gradually taking root over time. Soon, Xiaomi joyfully returned home with Ayu. Upon arriving, she immediately recounted the earlier incident to Tian. The prospect of Mao Mao's impending misfortune filled her with delight, dissipating much of her resentment towards his attempt to claim her achievements. Naturally, she had a big heart. Some might say she was rather carefree. Thus, despite feeling quite angry earlier, her ire would soon fade. The following day, during class, Teacher Yin addressed her students. I have ascertained who assisted the elderly lady yesterday. It was Xiaomi. The classroom buzzed with excitement as all eyes turned toward her. Xiaomi stood tall and beaming with pride, while Mao Mao's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. As expected, Teacher Yin praised Xiaomi and awarded her the ambassador badge before turning her attention to Mao Mao. Mao Mao, she stated, I will be conducting a home visit regarding your attempt to take credit for your classmates' work. Additionally, you will be punished by cleaning the classroom for an entire week. Teacher Yin swiftly imposed the punishment. In these times, teachers were prohibited from physically reprimanding students, but assigning cleaning duties was still permissible. However, the home visit was the more significant concern. Mao Mao felt a wave of dread wash over him. A home visit, especially following his wrongdoing, was bound to be met with a stern response. By the end of the day, he was consumed with anxiety over what to do. When school ended, Mao Mao hoped to escape quickly, but Teacher Yin had already set her sights on him. Ultimately, he could not flee in time and had no choice but to accompany Teacher Yin back home. Watching their departing figures, Xiaomi smiled and turned to Tian, asking, Do you think Mao Mao will face some reprimand from his parents? Are you referring to a verbal reprimand or a physical one? Tian retorted, Will there still be lessons taught through fists? Xiaomi widened her eyes in surprise. Although she often received verbal reprimands from her mother, they were merely admonishments rather than physical punishments. Thus, compared to many other children, she considered herself fortunate, for she had never endured a beating. Yet, it seemed inevitable that she would eventually face such a fate. Tian speculated, remarking that as long as Mao Mao's parents invested some effort, they would certainly leave a profound impression on him. After all, if Mao Mao did not grasp the seriousness of his actions, one could fear that he might engage in more egregious behavior in the future. If he could usurp a classmate's credit in the 3rd grade, who knows what transgressions he might commit in middle or high school. It was a pity that he would not witness Mao Mao facing the consequences of his actions. Upon hearing that Mao Mao might indeed be punished, Xiaomi felt her anger dissipate entirely, even forgetting that Tian had offered to administer another lesson to Mao Mao. That evening, at Mao Mao's residence, his cries echoed. After the beating, Mao Mao's mother brought him to the Mi family. Mao Mao's mother, Ding Dong's mother, and Mi Ma were once classmates, and now Tian, Xiaomi, Mao Mao, and Ding Dong were their children's contemporaries. Thus, the relationship among the 3 families was quite amicable. The incident this time involved Mao Mao taking credit for Xiaomi's work, which left his mother feeling both furious and embarrassed. Consequently, after giving Mao Mao a stern reprimand, she brought him over to apologize. Upon entering, Mao Mao bowed and offered his apologies to Xiaomi. With his mother present, he dared not act out and instead complied with the apology. Mi Ma, witnessing the exchange, smiled and attempted to ease the tension. She was aware of Xiaomi's predicament and, though somewhat irked, recognized that the matter had been resolved. It was unseemly to harbor anger towards a child. After a bit of light conversation between Mi Ma and Mao Mao's mother, they departed, with Mao Mao leaving, seemingly unscathed, though his behind bore the marks of his punishment. Once Mao Mao and his mother had left, Xiaomi turned to Tian and whispered, Xiao Tian. It seems Mao Mao didn't actually get hurt. He must have been punished, but the bruises are not overtly visible, she added. Tian remarked that when parents strike their children, they invariably target the fleshy areas, causing considerable pain while minimizing the risk of internal injuries, typically resulting only in superficial bruises. Some considerate parents, mindful of their child's dignity, may opt to strike areas concealed by clothing, thus preventing any visible marks that might invite ridicule from peers. It was evident from Mao Mao's expression that he had recently endured some form of suffering. He had just received a beating at home, and it would not be appropriate for me to inflict further pain upon him. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he has recovered somewhat and nearly forgotten the distress of today before prompting him to revisit the pain he experienced. Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. Mao Mao, all right, so this is how we play. At that moment, Xiaomi, who was beside Tian, overheard his murmured words. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, Xiao Tian, why are you going to hit Mao Mao? Tian? Tian was momentarily taken aback, then patted Xiaomi's shoulder and remarked, You are not only heartless, but also rather brainless. a couple of days prior, due to Mr. Yan's inability to recall Xiaomi's virtues. He had specifically sought out Xiaomi's mother, claiming he had finally remembered her strengths. Mr. Yan then informed Xiaomi's mother that her greatest asset was her remarkable ability to self-regulate. No matter the circumstance, she could swiftly regain her composure. To put it simply, she could easily cast aside any issue by the following day. Mr. Yan felt compelled to apologize to Xiaomi for not recognizing her qualities sooner, yet Xiaomi appeared utterly bewildered, having completely forgotten the matter. Thus, Mr. Yan concluded that her exceptional self-regulation was indeed her defining trait. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's mother was left unsure whether to feel pleased or incensed. What does it mean to have such exceptional self-regulation? Isn't it merely a euphemism for being heartless? Upon returning home, she chastised Xiaomi once more. Upon hearing Tian's words, a look of confusion spread across Xiaomi's face. Tian said with irritation, "Just yesterday, you asked me to teach Mao Mao a lesson. Is this how it is?" Xiaomi felt somewhat awkward, unsure if she had indeed said that. It seemed rather vague in her memory. "Well, since Mao Mao has already received a beating," shouted Tian. "Do take it easy on him." Xiaomi chuckled nervously, glancing at Tian. Tian glanced at Xiaomi and then nodded. He had no intention of being too harsh. He preferred to proceed with a gentler approach. Tian conceived a splendid idea to take Mao Mao on a journey to the heavens, allowing him to experience the exhilarating joy of free fall from several hundred or even 1,000 meters above. This way, he would neither resort to violence nor forego imparting a valuable lesson, deepening Mao Mao's understanding of his own fears. It was imperative that he did not later float off to torment Xiaomi. Indeed, upon learning of this, Mao Mao would surely express gratitude for Tian's restraint. The following day, during class, Tian observed that Mao Mao sat down with utmost caution. Understanding dawned upon him. It seemed that Mao Mao had suffered a rather painful ordeal the previous day. Clearly, his parents had not been gentle, as the repercussions lingered into the next day. Tian could only hope that Mao Mao would learn from this experience, for he worried that if such behavior persisted into adulthood, it would lead to dire consequences. Previously, Mao Mao's bullying of classmates could be euphemistically described as playful antics, but in harsher terms, it was nothing short of schoolyard tyranny. This was not a promising sign. Should such behavior continue into maturity, it would inevitably invite trouble. As a side note, may I inquire about your ages? I was born in 2002. Chapter 50. The physical projector. Perhaps due to the consequences of his actions, Mao Mao exhibited a remarkable sense of decorum in the following days. Time swiftly passed, and soon the weekend arrived. Ding Dong's mother took him on a globe-trotting adventure. Upon their return, Ding Dong presented a travel album, which incited envy in both Xiaomi and Mao Mao. Subsequently, Xiaomi approached Tian. Tian immediately discerned Xiaomi's intentions. With a wave of his hand, he remarked, "I can assist you with transportation and dining, but certain recreational destinations will inevitably incur expenses. Do you possess sufficient funds?" After a brief pause, Xiaomi replied, "Then let us visit places that do not require payment." "Tian, I implore you." At that moment, as Xiaomi pleaded with Tian, Ao mysteriously returned to her room, cradling a peculiar machine. Xiaomi's curiosity was piqued, and she felt compelled to discover the secret Ao was harboring. Tian was aware of what Aya held, a document projector. His curiosity about this device prompted him to follow suit. Xiaomi cautiously approached the door of Ayu's room, pressing her ear against it, but heard no sounds. Then, with a sudden burst of determination, she flung the door open. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of a strikingly beautiful girl, a youthful idol. Xiaomi quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn," and promptly shut the door again. After closing the door, a slight blush crept onto Xiaomi's face, revealing her shyness. "Wait, that doesn't seem right." Xiaomi paused, pondering how it was possible to be mistaken in her own home. Tian reached out to open the door, and Xiaomi took a closer look. Indeed, it was Aya's room, a girl she did not recognize. Hello," Xiaomi greeted the girl. "Xiaomi, this is not real." Aya quickly interjected. "Not real?" Xiaomi appeared bewildered. Ayu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "This is a popular young idol from Nanostar. I admire her greatly, so I purchased a physical projector to display her image." As Aya spoke, a hint of shyness graced her face. Tian, seeing this, smiled and said, "I never expected you, Ao, to be a fan. What is a physical projector?" Xiaomi inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Ao promptly began to elucidate the concept to Tian and Xiaomi. A physical projector is a device that can project photographs in a completely tangible form. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. So with this, one can travel around the world without spending a dime. Her mind, quite sharp, immediately recalled Ding Dong's album of global travels. Tian was quite clever, immediately contemplating an unspeakable application. However, he was uncertain if it would be feasible. Oh dear. I shall step out for a moment, said Xiaomi, as she promptly exited, evidently intending to solicit the album from Ding Dong, embarking on a domestic-style global journey. After Xiaomi's departure, Tian handed some pocket money to Ao. Ao, could you also procure a physical projector for me? Tian turned to Ayu and said. Ayu, with a puzzled expression, replied, Tian, if you need to use it, feel free to do so. I have other uses for it. Tian provided an explanation, stating that it would be unwise to disclose the desire to use something when it is most needed. It's fine, there's no need to make another purchase, as I will only require it once or twice. Xiaomi will likely not be used frequently either. When the time comes, both Xiaomi and I will probably sell it. Therefore, if you are not in a hurry, this will be yours in due course, suggested Io. Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that it indeed made sense. It could save some money, and it was not an unfeasible option. He then nodded in agreement. Before long, Xiaomi returned with Ding Dong's album, having called Mau Mau along the way. It must be said that Xiaomi was quite carefree. She had completely forgotten about the recent events with Mau Mau. Subsequently, the group brought a physical projector into a spacious room within the wallpaper shop. Tao Su and Mi Li were also summoned by Tian. This homebound global adventure was surely of great interest to both Tao Su and Mi Li. In the vast room, could this machine really facilitate a global journey? Tao Su scrutinized the physical projector. It can, Xiaomi replied, the photographs. Ayu extended a hand towards Xiaomi. With excitement, Xiaomi opened Ding Dong's album and selected a picture. Let us start with this one, the Great Migration of Wildlife. She handed the photograph to Ayu. The image depicted a large group of wild animals in the midst of migration, captured at dusk, as the twilight bathed the entire sky. After Ayu inserted the photograph, it was swiftly projected, transforming the entire empty room into a wild landscape. Wow! Mau Mau exclaimed, gazing around in awe. Though it was a simulation, it felt remarkably authentic to the touch. Tao Su reached out to stroke one of the animals. Tian reached out to touch the remarkable physical projector, acknowledging its wonders. Let us capture this moment with a photograph, he suggested. Ding Dong had taken a mere snapshot of the grand migration, but now they intended to take a group photo with these magnificent creatures, aiming to evoke a sense of envy in Ding Dong when they presented the pictures at school the following day. Xiaomi proposed this to the group, recalling how Ding Dong had boasted about his travels to her and Mau Mau, leaving them both rather envious. With an opportunity now at hand to elicit a tinge of jealousy from Ding Dong, they could not let it slip away. A group photo sounds splendid. Mau Mau readily agreed. Xiaomi then took a camera and joined Mau Mau and Ayu for their photo session, while Tian accompanied Tao Su and Mi Li on the other side for their own pictures. After several shots were taken, Xiaomi suddenly noticed the surrounding dust and retrieved a picture of a hot spring from the album. Shall we indulge in a hot spring experience? She suggested, promptly replacing the image in the projector with the new one. Upon this change, both Xiaomi and Mau Mau felt a surge of excitement. A hot spring visit meant the possibility of seeing Tao Su in a swimsuit. As they reveled in their anticipation, Tian had already led Tao Su and Mi Li out of the empty room, conjuring a dedicated hot spring room. Although the creation was limited to an indoor setting, it was nonetheless a delightful enhancement. Tian, accompanied by Tao Su and Mi Li, donned their swimsuits and made their way to the hot spring room to indulge in a soothing soak. As for the vacant room, the idea of Tao Su, Mi Li, and Xiaomi soaking together was utterly implausible. It would never happen in this lifetime. The hot spring room, equipped with a physical projector, was meant for their private enjoyment. In the empty room, Xiaomi and Mau Mau waited patiently in their swim trunks, but after a considerable time, there was still no sign of Tian and the others. Xiaomi, perplexed, inquired, where are Tao Su and the others? Soaking in the hot spring, Ayu. With an expression of sheer bliss, responded to Xiaomi's question. Tian has arranged a private hot spring room for themselves. They have gone there to relax. What? Xiaomi exclaimed in disbelief, having anticipated this moment for so long only to be left disappointed. Xiaomi and Mau Mau lamented, cursed that Tian. Chapter 51. Soaking in the hot spring. Upon hearing Ayu's words, Xiaomi and Mau Mau felt a significant reduction in their enjoyment. Meanwhile, Tian was reveling in the experience, relishing the opportunity to soak in the hot springs solely with Tao Su and Mi Li. Tao Su donned a remarkably modest swimsuit that revealed little more than her arms and legs, while Mi Li opted for a much bolder choice, sporting a rather revealing swimsuit. The trio entered the hot spring, ready to immerse themselves in its warmth. Tian suddenly turned to the two and inquired, "Would you care for a sip of the fountain of youth?" "Absolutely," Mi Li responded without hesitation. She yearned to grow up, were it not for her current studies. She would wish to remain in her adult form indefinitely. Upon seeing Mi Li's enthusiastic agreement, Tao Su also nodded in affirmation. Tian felt a surge of joy. After partaking of the aged spring water, soaking in the hot springs would be an even more delightful experience. Subsequently, he filled 2 containers with the aged spring water and, using teleportation, transported the 2 individuals to the clothing boutique. He, too, imbibed the spring water and sought a pair of swimming trunks within the men's section of the boutique. Upon exiting the shop, Tian returned to the hot spring. Meanwhile, Tao Su and Mi Li, after consuming the spring water, donned their swimsuits. Mi Li chose a particularly breezy swimsuit, while Tao Su initially intended to opt for a more conservative option. However, Mi Li playfully persuaded her, eventually convincing Tao Su to wear a more revealing swimsuit. Mi Li's reasoning was simple. When soaking in the hot springs, less clothing is indeed more comfortable. Furthermore, in the hot spring room, it would only be the 2 of them, so Tao Su's choice of attire wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. Thus, Tao Su was swayed by Mi Li, remaining blissfully unaware of the underlying implications of Mi Li's words. Tian was not a stranger. As the 2 changed into their swimsuits, Tian swiftly employed teleportation to transport them back to the hot spring room in an instant. As for why Tian had such impeccable timing, one could only inquire with the superpower training box. Upon returning to the hot spring room, the 2 remained blissfully unaware of how Tian knew they had just finished changing. Upon seeing Tian, Tao Su's face flushed a deep crimson. Perhaps it was due to the elevated temperature of the hot spring room, but more so, it was a matter of shyness. "You 2, hurry down." Tian glanced at the 2 and spoke. "MHM." Mi Li quickly nodded, pulling Tao Su into the hot spring pool. "Wait, has this pool shrunk?" Mi Li inquired with some confusion after settling down. Mi Li and Tao Su sat closely beside Tian, one on each side. "No. It should merely be an illusion caused by the spring water you 2 have consumed." Tian spoke with a serene expression. "The pool is quite large. Why is it so close?" After the trio enjoyed the hot spring for a while, Tian unfurled a delightful picnic blanket and ordered an array of delectable beverages and food. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and her companions were indulging in a sumptuous French feast, inspired by Ding Dong's travel album. As they savored their meal, Xiaomi suddenly noticed a reflection in a mirror, revealing that Ding Dong had not actually partaken in the French cuisine but merely snapped a photo at the entrance. This realization brought her even greater joy. What Ding Dong had missed out on, she had experienced. After some playful adventures, Xiaomi mischievously edited Ding Dong's photographs, making subtle alterations. For instance, in the picture from the hot spring, Ding Dong, who was originally in the water, was humorously placed on a stone by the pool's edge. In another instance, the photo of the French dinner was transformed into a comical image of Ding Dong drooling. Xiaomi and Mao Mao were well aware that Ding Dong would undoubtedly bring his album to school the next day to boast about his travels. They could already envision his bewildered expression when he unveiled such altered images. In the hot spring room, the trio did not linger long. As one should not soak for too long, after a brief respite, they reclined on 3 lounge chairs positioned beside the pool. As they relaxed, sipping their drinks and engaging in conversation, the warmth of the hot spring soon lulled Tao Su and Mi Li to sleep. Observing the 2 slumbering girls brought a smile to Tian's face. He gently retrieved 2 blankets to cover them. Subsequently, he reclined back onto his own chair, draping a blanket over himself and drifting off to sleep as well. With no one to converse with, Tian too succumbed to slumber shortly after. Approximately an hour later, the 3 awoke and changed out of their swimwear, leaving the hot spring room behind. In the living room, they soon returned to their youthful demeanor. Upon seeing them, Xiaomi remarked, "Xiao Tian, how could you spend so long in the hot spring? What a pity, you missed the French feast." A hint of pride tinged her voice as she spoke. Tian shrugged and remarked, "Have you forgotten my culinary tablecloth? As for the feast, I shall indulge whenever I please." "Ah, it seems so," Xiaomi replied with an awkward smile. A display of vanity gone awry. "Do not get lost in your self-aggrandizement. School resumes tomorrow, and I presume you have yet to complete your assignments." Tian turned to Xiaomi and remarked, With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, Xiaomi replied, Xiao Tian, as long as we do not mention the homework, we remain brothers at heart. We can always complete the assignments a little later. Mao Mao, rubbing his belly, added, having just indulged in a sumptuous feast, I have no desire to move from the comfort of the living room sofa. Yu Tian, upon hearing Mao Mao's words, recalled his intention to impart a memorable lesson to the lad. He then remarked, Mao Mao, have you perhaps overindulged? Allow me to take you out for a stroll to aid your digestion. Yu Tian spoke as he utilized teleportation to whisk away Mao Mao from the Mi family. The others were momentarily taken aback. Xiaomi, puzzled, turned to her companions and inquired, where has Xiao Tian taken Mao Mao? Yu pondered for a moment before responding. I'm not certain, but it seems Xiao Tian intends to give Mao Mao a little lesson. Why would he do that? Xiaomi asked, her confusion evident. Yu, exasperated, replied, Xiaomi, have you perhaps forgotten? Xiao Tian has mentioned it to you several times. You yourself suggested that he should teach Mao Mao a lesson. But I'm not even angry with Mao Mao anymore. Xiaomi waved her hand dismissively. Tao Su interjected, rest assured. Xiao Tian likely won't resort to violence against Mao Mao. He will probably find other ways to impart his lesson. As long as he doesn't strike Mao Mao. That's what matters. I'm just curious about how Xiao Tian plans to do it. Xiaomi felt reassured, yet her anticipation to witness the unfolding events grew. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Tian brought Mao Mao to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Instantly, Mao Mao was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? She stammered. Do not be afraid, Mao Mao. I merely wish to help you digest the sumptuous feast we indulged in today. Yi Tian revealed a benevolent smile. Upon witnessing Yi Tian's smile, Mao Mao felt an even greater sense of fear. Let us depart. As Yi Tian's voice faded, Mao Mao immediately felt the invisible force that had kept him suspended in midair dissipate. Mao Mao began to plummet. In a state of sheer terror, Mao Mao cried out. After falling freely for over 100 meters, Yu Tian employed his telekinetic powers to halt Mao Mao's descent. At that moment, Mao Mao was utterly bewildered by fear. Yu Tian gently patted Mao Mao's shoulder and said, Mao Mao, should you ever feel excessively full after a meal, do not hesitate to seek my assistance in alleviating your discomfort. Mao Mao trembled in fright, responding, Why would I seek you out when I am already trying to avoid you? Have you lost your senses, or am I the one who has? At that moment, Mao Mao's fear of Yu Tian had reached its zenith. Yu Tian had achieved his objective and returned to the Mi family with Mao Mao. Upon returning to the ground, Mao Mao's legs grew weak, and he plopped down onto the floor, feeling deeply moved as he touched the ground. The sensation of being back on solid ground was truly delightful. The others, including Xiaomi, looked at Mao Mao with confusion. Tao Su turned to Yi Tian and whispered, Xiao Tian, how did you teach Mao Mao a lesson? Oh, it's nothing. I merely took Mao Mao on an experience of freefall from 1,000 meters high. With a smile playing on his lips, Yu Tian softly replied, Xiao Tian, you are quite mischievous. No wonder Mao Mao is so frightened. Tao Su let out a bitter laugh. Plummeting freely from a height of 1,000 meters, a 9-year-old child would evoke a sense of dread in the real world. However, the enchanting rules of Ao's realm differ slightly. Although Xiaomi and the others are merely 9 years old, they cannot truly be perceived as such. Yi Tian's lesson for Mao Mao was indeed somewhat frightening. However, it did not pose any real danger. The following day, students returned to school for classes, and Xiaomi returned Ding Dong's album to him. Upon receiving the album, Ding Dong immediately unfolded it to show his classmates, without even taking a moment to inspect it himself, proudly displaying it. This reaction was entirely understandable. Who would anticipate that their album would have undergone such a transformation? It is not as if it were a digital photo that could be easily edited. The classmates, upon seeing Ding Dong's album, were amused by the pictures contained within. Ding Dong paused for a moment, puzzled by their laughter. What are you all laughing at? He inquired, turning the album to examine it himself. In an instant, he was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by how his photos had changed. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and Mao Mao exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Yu Tian gazed at the album in Ding Dong's hands, contemplating the peculiarities of the physical projector. This contraption was indeed extraordinary, capable of projecting objects from photographs into reality. It was astonishing that not only could the projected items be utilized normally, but even the projected food could be consumed as if it were real. This begs the question, do the projected individuals resemble their living counterparts? Are they merely a frozen moment of reality? Such an outrageous device warranted thorough exploration, all in the name of science. In the following days, Ao and Xiaomi played with the physical projector twice before losing interest. Subsequently, Ao gifted the projector to Tian, accompanied by an instruction manual. An instruction manual? After receiving the manual, Tian glanced through it. The manual was quite thin, and he swiftly finished reading it. Upon completion, he felt a tinge of disappointment. It was rather dull and, surprisingly, contained restrictions. Tian felt a profound disappointment, although he had anticipated certain limitations. After all, without restrictions, this device could enable some individuals to act with impunity, though he certainly did not include himself among them. The notion of unchecked freedom was troubling. If it left behind any trace, it would be utterly impossible for those captured in the images to clear their names. Through the manual, Tian discerned an important fact. Inventions across various planets are not merely a matter of whimsy. The universe is governed by a galactic alliance, and every invention must undergo a registration and review process before it can be produced. Inventions that fail to pass the review are prohibited from being manufactured, and unauthorized production is deemed a crime. Consequently, inventions such as the physical projector are subject to restrictions. Those who study it must ensure that it cannot interact with the real individuals projected in order to gain approval for manufacturing. Chapter 53. The Cloak of Invisibility. After perusing the manual, Tian's interest in the physical projector diminished significantly. If it could not interact with real individuals, what purpose did it serve? He could traverse the globe with a mere thought, instantly transporting himself wherever he desired. He could indulge in a plethora of culinary delights. Yet he already possessed a gourmet tablecloth. Thus, this device seemed rather superfluous. A couple of days later, he seized an opportunity to return the device to Ao, suggesting she sell it for some pocket money. Despite being secondhand, the physical projector might still yield a profit, for Ao had acquired it directly from its production site on Xiaotar, where such items were the most affordable. However, if Ao were to seek a buyer on a planet far from Xiaotar, the resale price might surpass that of a brand new item from Xiaotar. Yet Ao, being inherently kind-hearted, often refrained from exploiting others for profit. Hence, she rarely considered selling her used items for gain, content instead with merely recouping her initial investment. For Ao, breaking even was a source of joy, akin to having enjoyed the device without cost for a time. Tian held no objections to Ao's mindset. He simply could not impose his own lack of benevolence upon her. Friday arrived, and upon receiving the week's quiz, Xiaomi was taken aback. She had not passed. How could that be possible? Xiaomi was somewhat incredulous. Although he had often failed in the past, ever since he began utilizing the emotional bookmarks, he had managed to pass every quiz. This, however, marked the first instance post-implementation that he had not succeeded. An unsettling realization washed over him. After having achieved a few passing grades, he found himself back in the realm of failure. If his mother were to discover this, he would undoubtedly endure hours of admonishment. Xiaomi glanced at the examination paper and felt that some of the marked errors were, in fact, correct. Yet he remained uncertain. After all, he had previously been a poor student, and while his grades had improved somewhat, he was still apprehensive about the red marks made by the teacher. After a moment of vexation, Xiaomi thought of Tian and promptly approached him. Tian, could you take a look at my paper? How is it that I failed? He asked, placing his exam sheet on Tian's desk. Let me take a look. Tian nodded slightly, then glanced at Xiaomi's examination paper. After a few fleeting glances, Tian understood. Indeed, there were corrections made. Furthermore, had there been no errors, Xiaomi would have astonishingly achieved a perfect score of 100. A perfect score of 100. Tian suddenly recalled that there was an episode whose plot closely mirrored the current situation. Tian, how are you? Xiaomi inquired once more. Tian replied, indeed, there was an error. You should take it to Teacher Yan. Really? I knew I couldn't possibly fail. With Tian's assurance, Xiaomi eagerly took the test paper to seek out Teacher Yan. Not long after, Xiaomi returned, her heart brimming with joy. Tian, I scored full marks, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Achieving a perfect score was a distant memory for her. She could hardly recall the last time it happened, perhaps back in the first grade. Regardless, having attained full marks this time, she was certain that upon returning home, Mama Mi would reward her. The thought of that filled Xiaomi with even greater delight. After school, upon arriving home, Xiaomi hummed a cheerful tune, eager to show her test paper to Mama Mi. However, upon her return, she discovered that Mama Mi had not yet arrived. So she decided to wait in the living room, clutching her test paper. As she waited for her mother, Xiaomi gazed at her test paper, grinning like a fool. Ayu glanced at Tian and inquired, what has gotten into her? She aced the test and is currently filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when her mother returns so she can show her the paper. Tian smiled and explained, perfect score. Xiaomi actually achieved a full score. Ao was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. It was astonishing that a student like Xiaomi, who often struggled academically, could attain such an exceptional result. Tian let out a bitter smile, saying, not at all, not at all. Aya retracted her tearful expression and chuckled, remarking, it is indeed astonishing that Xiaomi scored full marks. Well, to congratulate Xiaomi on this remarkable achievement, I shall purchase a gift for her. Come, Xiaotian. Let us embark on a journey to a planet you have yet to explore. All right, he replied. Tian nodded, his mind speculating whether Ao was headed to Eurula Star. If that were the case, it would be splendid. Eurula Star had been visited by Ao twice in the first season of the enchanting anime, Ao. The first visit was to procure a kung fu air pump for Mi Ba's daily commute. However, due to Tian gifting Mi Ba a bamboo helicopter, Ao naturally no longer needed to purchase the air pump. The second occasion was prompted by Xiaomi, who had mistakenly altered her test paper. A perfect score was carelessly marked as failing by the substitute teacher. In order to placate Mi Ma's ire, Xiaomi sought Ao's assistance, leading Ao to Eurula Star to acquire a prop that could evoke laughter. This time, the circumstances were different, leaving one to ponder which planet Ao would visit. In the blink of an eye, Ao departed Earth with Tian. Upon arriving at Eurula Star, the system promptly notified them that they could check in. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly the planet you are, Lara? Regardless, what matters is that I can clock in. Clocking in. Tian silently recited a phrase. The achievement of his objective was confirmed, and he was congratulated for acquiring the upgraded invisibility cloak. This enhanced cloak not only rendered him invisible, but also obliterated his presence and any sound he might produce. Essentially, donning this cloak was akin to vanishing entirely. However, there remained the possibility of physical contact, and substances like lime powder could reveal Tian's trail. Yet, with his telekinetic abilities, the likelihood of being detected while using the invisibility cloak was exceedingly low. After finishing his check-in, Tian had also completed his shopping. Tian inquired about the planet Ayu. As expected, it was indeed the planet Eurula, and the amusing prop Ayu purchased was the Clown Master. The Clown Master resembled a jester with a red nose. Once donned, anything said or done while wearing it would evoke laughter from others. I found this prop rather intriguing and intended to gift it to Xiaomi. Upon returning to Earth, Xiaomi's mother had already returned home. Upon seeing Xiaomi's perfect test score, she was filled with joy and rewarded her with a bit of pocket money. In Xiaomi's room, Ayu approached her, saying, Xiaomi, this is for you. Ayu handed the Clown Master to Xiaomi, who, puzzled, asked, what is this? It's the Clown Master. Ayu explained its purpose and demonstrated by putting it on their nose. A simple remark from Ayu sent Xiaomi into fits of laughter. N.S. I recommend listening to the song, W.I.M., by the artist Sweevenji. I have searched all 3 major music platforms, and it is available on each. It is a song about childhood. Surely it will pique the interest of those reading this book. Chapter 54. Elemental Candy. Ayu then removed the Clown Master and handed it back to Xiaomi. Gratefully, Xiaomi embraced Ayu's large head, thanking them. Ayu chuckled softly, saying, it's nothing, Xiaomi. You must continue to study hard. Stop. Ayu, I'm going out to play, Xiaomi exclaimed. Sensing Ayu was about to lecture her, and she dashed away. With a new toy in hand, one naturally wishes to take it out to play. The following day, Taosu invited Tian and Meili to her home. In the living room, on a table, stood a blooming iris. Taosu looked at the two with delight, exclaiming, this is an iris. It's quite difficult to cultivate, and my mother thinks I wouldn't succeed. I've taken great care of it. And this morning I found it has finally bloomed. Her tone was filled with joy, both for her fondness of the iris and for successfully nurturing it. Such is the nature of humanity. Accomplishing a challenging task brings a profound sense of pleasure. Wow, this flower is beautiful, Meili exclaimed, admiring the iris. Shall we paint the iris today? Meili suggested, glancing at Tian and Taosu. That sounds great, but can we do it at my house? I want to wait for my mother to return so she can see the iris I've grown. Taosu replied with a smile, looking expectantly at the two. I have no objections, Meili responded immediately. Tian also remarked, I am certain I will be fine as well. Please wait here for a moment while I retrieve the painting tools. As Tian returned home to retrieve his painting tools, Taosu made a phone call to her mother, hoping to persuade her to come home early that evening. Soon thereafter, Tian returned to Taosu's home, bringing along painting tools. The three of them eagerly commenced their artistic endeavor, focusing on the irises. Particularly, Meili, upon learning that each iris blooms for merely a day, was fervently inspired to capture the flower's exquisite beauty in her artwork. Although taking a photograph would have been a more convenient option. Ever since they embraced the art of painting, both Meili and Tao Su yearned to create their own interpretations, despite their current skills being less than proficient. With Tian providing hands-on guidance throughout the day, they were certain to produce an iris that would satisfy their artistic aspirations. Tian commenced his artistic endeavor, and in a remarkably brief span, he completed a splendid depiction of irises. Rather than illustrating a solitary bloom, he portrayed a vibrant cluster of irises amidst the floral arrangement. Tao Su and Meili were also intricately captured within the composition. After Tian completed his painting, both individuals gazed upon it with profound admiration. Utterly impressed by his remarkable talent. "Brother, please teach us how to paint," Meili implored, giving Tian a playful wink, her eyes filled with a touch of innocence. "Certainly. Come here, and I shall guide you through the process," Tian replied warmly. Tian's teaching method remains one of imitation. Therefore, she first guided them through a demonstration, meticulously illustrating each step before encouraging them to create on their own. While the two diligently engaged in their artistic endeavors, Tian unfurled a delightful tablecloth adorned with culinary delights, taking on the role of a gracious server, attending to their needs by offering water and fruit. As Tian was attending to the two, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Ao. "Ao, what is it?" Tian answered the phone. "Xiao Tian, I've gone to another planet." "I see. Are you at home now?" "Yes. I'm on my way." After their brief conversation concluded, Tian turned to Tao Su and Meili and said, "I have something to attend to, but I shall return shortly." Upon concluding his words, Tian instantly transported himself back to his abode. Subsequently, Ao accompanied Tian as they departed from Earth, heading towards the planet of fragrance. Tian promptly completed the check-in. The check-in was successful, and congratulations to the host for acquiring the Elemental Candy Box. The full name of the Elemental Candy Box is the Elemental Superpower Candy Production Box, originating from the world of Doraemon. It is a remarkable device capable of producing an infinite supply of elemental candies. The candies are categorized into 4 types, each corresponding to one of the elemental powers: water, fire, earth, and wind. Upon consuming an elemental candy, one can obtain a singular elemental power. However, each candy can only be consumed once, granting only one type of elemental power. Fortunately, as the system's host, Tian is exempt from such limitations. Thus, this contraption is quite akin to his own superpower training box. Water, fire, earth, and wind for elemental forces. Were it not for his exceptional status, he would indeed find himself in a quandary over which elemental candy to choose. After completing his clock-in, Tian also purchased a replica perfume on Fragrance Star. Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Ao, what purpose does this serve?" It was indeed due to Xiaomi's influence that, noticing her father's distracted demeanor, she rushed in front of him donning the amusing mask, hoping to elicit a smile. Her efforts succeeded in provoking hearty laughter from her father, yet inadvertently resulted in a tear in his suit. Given that he had an important engagement that day, and considering that the amusing mask was originally a gift for Xiaomi, she felt compelled to devise a solution for her father's predicament. This realistic perfume could very well remedy the issue with his suit, Ao remarked with a sense of resignation. Tian nodded upon finishing his thoughts. However, Tian inquired, why not simply visit the clothing store to procure a suit in case of an emergency? Upon hearing his words, Ayu stood momentarily taken aback. Observing the expression on Ayu's face, Tian comprehended that she had forgotten about the existence of a clothing store at home. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. They should return first. Ayu deftly shifted the subject and promptly pulled Tian back to Earth. Upon their return, Ayu glanced at the imitation perfume but chose not to use it. Instead, she sent Miba to the clothing store to find an exquisite suit. Meanwhile, after returning, Tian did not rush to the Tao Su residence. Instead, he first entered his room and retrieved the elemental candy box. Upon opening the box, he discovered candies in 4 distinct colors: blue, red, yellow, and green. These colors presumably correspond to the 4 elemental forces of water, fire, earth, and air. Tian began to consume the candies one by one. Before long, all 4 candies were devoured, and Tian had come to an understanding, just as he had anticipated. As he consumed the 4 candies, the elemental candy box replenished itself with another set of 4. After stowing away the elemental candy box, Tian experimented with the elemental power bestowed upon him. He refrained from testing the full extent of his combat abilities, as it was not suitable to do so at home. However, he discovered that the elemental power not only allowed him to command the elements but also enabled him to transform into them, reminiscent of the elemental transformations depicted in One Piece. Although he was uncertain of the power's true strength, he could sense that it was formidable. It must be said that the gadgets from the world of Doraemon are truly wondrous. Just like the previous super training box and now the elemental candies, they bestow individuals with extraordinary abilities. Most remarkably, it seems that utilizing these special powers does not adhere to the laws of energy conservation. While employing telekinesis, teleportation, and X-ray vision incurs a slight drain on mental energy, the expenditure is negligible. The same applies to elemental power. Its use requires only a minuscule amount of physical stamina. Chapter 55, Iris Flower, Tao Su's home. Tian swiftly returned to the Tao Su household, resuming his role as a waiter for the two. Time passed, and soon it was noon. With a table adorned with delectable dishes, the trio had no need to fret over lunch. Tao Su and Meili paused their painting to indulge in their meal, taking the opportunity to relax. During lunch, Tao Su switched on the television, watching it while savoring her food. The screen displayed a news report about the recent apprehension of a human trafficking ring. However, Tao Su paid little heed to this and changed the channel to one broadcasting a television drama. Tian cast a fleeting glance towards his concerns. Although in the realm of anime, Tao Su seemingly encountered no peril, the reality of their new world might present unforeseen circumstances. He certainly could not remain by their side every hour of every day, even if they were to live their lives devoid of danger. Equipping Tao Su and Meili with means of self-defense would serve as a prudent safeguard. The elemental candy, a newly acquired item from earlier that day, suddenly sprang to his mind. After finishing lunch, Tian turned to the two and inquired, Tao Su, Meili, if you could acquire an elemental superpower, be it water, fire, earth, or wind, which would you choose? The two were momentarily taken aback. Such a question seemed more suited for a conversation among boys. Why pose it to us girls? Tao Su and Meili were puzzled by Tian's inquiry, yet they pondered it for a moment. Meili was the first to respond, exclaiming without hesitation, the water element, of course. It is not surprising that Tian is obedient, for Meili had lived in the ocean for several years. Thus it is only natural that she has a particular fondness for the water element among the four fundamental elements of nature. After pondering for a moment, Tao Su replied, as for me, I believe I would prefer the earth element. The earth element? Tian and Meili exchanged surprised glances at Tao Su. With a gentle smile, Tao Su remarked, I have a fondness for gardening. If I possessed the superpower of the earth element, it would surely aid me in nurturing my flowers. The two young women had chosen elements that resonated with their personal interests and passions. In contrast, had it been Xiao Mi and her companions, they would undoubtedly gravitate towards the fire element, drawn by its strength and the allure it imparts. Water and earth, however, hold their own unique charm. Tian retrieved a box of elemental candies, extracting one blue candy and one yellow candy. My earlier inquiry was not born of mere idleness. This is elemental candy, and consuming it grants you elemental powers. However, each individual may only partake of one type of candy, which is why I urged you to select from the four elements. By the way, should you wish to change your choice now, that option remains available to you. Tian gazed at the two individuals, who exhibited expressions of astonishment. However, they swiftly regained their composure. After all, upon reflecting that Tian had possessed extraordinary abilities for quite some time, their surprise seemed rather unfounded. I won't change. I simply adore water, Meili remarked with a smile. Tao Su added, I shan't change either. However, Xiao Tian, is this candy not quite precious? Have you savored it yourself? Tian chuckled and said, rest assured, there is an abundance of this candy. I have already tasted it myself. Brother, which flavor did you try? Meili inquired curiously. I am rather unique. I face no restrictions, hence I have indulged in all four varieties. Tian spoke, extending a hand from which a vibrant flame erupted. In the blink of an eye, the flame transformed into a cascade of water. It was soon followed by a mass of earth, which ultimately dissipated into a gentle breeze. Although the final zephyr was invisible, its presence was palpable. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tao Su and Meili's eyes gleamed with excitement. While girls may not possess the same fervor for superpowers as boys, it does not mean they lack interest entirely. Everyone harbors a dream of possessing extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, Tian offered each of them a piece of candy, which they eagerly consumed. They then began to experiment with their newfound powers. Let us take a short break at noon. and I will lead you to a larger space to further explore the abilities you have just acquired. Tian turned to the two and suggested, "Why not?" The pair immediately nodded in agreement. There was no rush regarding the painting. They decided to enjoy some leisure time outside before returning to continue their work. Subsequently, Tian led the two individuals to a desolate wilderness, where Tao Su and Mi Li freely unleashed the elemental powers they had just acquired. Tian is likewise engaged, and he has also begun to experiment with the potency of elemental forces. After a brief period of trial, the three of them, Tian discovered that his elemental power was somewhat superior to that of Tao Su and Mi Li, albeit not by a significant margin. Tian speculated that perhaps it was due to his superior physical constitution. In other words, as one ages, the enhancement of physical prowess may correlate with an increase in elemental power. If, in the future, he were to acquire any artifacts that could further bolster his physical strength, it would likely result in an even greater amplification of his elemental abilities. Tian conducted an experiment by drinking from the fountain of youth, utilizing elemental power once more at the age of 18. Indeed, the potency was enhanced, though not to a remarkable extent. Tian understood this point well enough and ceased contemplating how to become stronger. After all, excessive martial prowess was unnecessary in this world. The three of them frolicked with elemental forces in the wilderness, and by a little past 1 in the afternoon, they returned home. Upon their return, Tao Su and Mi Li diligently began to paint iris flowers. It was already afternoon, and since irises had but a day's lifespan, they were determined to create the most satisfying depiction of an iris within that day. As evening fell, both of them set down their brushes in succession. On the canvas, they had each completed a splendid iris flower, the finest work they had accomplished throughout the day. Tao Su placed her painting beside the iris and eagerly awaited her mother's return. With the painting concluded, Tian and Mi Li took their time and stayed at Tao Su's home, accompanying her as they waited. That night, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the door of Tao Su's home. She immediately sprang from the sofa and hurried to the entrance. As the door swung open, her mother stepped inside. "Mama!" Tao Su exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her mother, and she eagerly pulled her into the balcony. "Mama, look at the iris, and this is my painting." Tao Su pointed excitedly at the iris and the artwork beside it. Children possess an innate desire to showcase their accomplishments to their parents. It is not merely boasting, but rather a yearning for their parents to feel pride in them, a desire for their parents' commendation. Generally, for children, the praise of their parents outweighs all other accolades. Tao Su's mother gazed at the iris and affectionately ruffled Tao Su's hair, saying, "Tao Su, the flower blooms as beautifully as you do." A radiant smile spread across Tao Su's face. With her mother finally home, Tian and Mi Li soon bid farewell to Tao Su's mother and departed from her house. Embracing her painting, Mi Li turned to Tian and inquired, "Brother, I wish to take my painting home to show my parents. Do you think they will like what I have created?" "They certainly will," he assured her. Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with unwavering determination. Mi Li also broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Brother, let us hasten our return." Chapter 56. The accusation against Xiaomi upon arriving home. Mi Li promptly presented her artwork from that day to her parents. As Tian had anticipated, Mi Ba and Mi Ma lavished her with praise, which brought her immense joy. Inspired, she resolved to create a painting for her parents. In enthusiastic cooperation, Mi Ba and Mi Ma became her models. The following day, Xiaomi brought Ding Dong to her home. However, once they entered Xiaomi's room, a playful scuffle ensued between the two. Tian and his companions watched the performance with curiosity. "What happened to Ergo and the others?" Mi Li inquired, glancing at Ayu. Ayu waved his hand dismissively, admitting his ignorance. At that moment, Ding Dong interjected, "Xiaomi has pilfered my detective notebook." "I've already told you. It was Timmy who stole it," Xiaomi retorted. The two began to bicker, grasping each other's faces in their heated exchange. "So, Ding Dong lost a detective notebook. And you suspect Xiaomi of theft?" Ayu asked, after listening for a while. "It's not merely a suspicion. Xiaomi is indeed the thief," Ding Dong asserted with unwavering certainty. Tian gazed at Ding Dong and remarked, "Ding Dong, it is unseemly to defame others." Ding Dong steadfastly replied, "I have not defamed Xiaomi. Xiaomi entirely meets the 3 essential criteria of the case." Tian gazed at Ding Dong in silence. While others may remain oblivious, he certainly understood the situation. "Where is the evidence? Why not present proof that it was Xiaomi who committed the theft?" Tian crossed his arms and gazed at Ding Dong, who promptly replied, Only Xiaomi visited my home yesterday, and she expressed her desire for the notebook. After it went missing, today she returned with Mao Mao to my house. My father's police friend once mentioned that suspects often return to the scene of the crime. This serves as evidence. That hardly qualifies as evidence. It is merely your subjective judgment. Ding dong. I am well aware of the events that transpired. That detective notebook does not belong to you. It is the property of your father's police friend. You pilfered the detective notebook from him to boast to Xiaomi. Consequently, as soon as Xiaomi departed, your father's police friend discovered the theft and reclaimed the notebook. Fearing embarrassment if we were to find out, you falsely accused Xiaomi. Is that not the case? Xiao Tian, even if you're Xiaomi's brother, you cannot speak so recklessly, Ding Dong replied, his expression shifting slightly. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Well, it seems you stubbornly refuse to admit the truth. Yi Tian felt somewhat speechless. All right. There is no need for you to quarrel any longer. I shall escort you to Utopia Star, where an assembly of detectives from various corners of the universe resides. We shall enlist their expertise to ascertain the true nature of the situation, Ayu remarked, casting a glance at the others. Very well, Ding Dong replied with unwavering composure. It must be said, this young man possesses quite a resilient mindset. Despite being falsely accused, he has unflinchingly exposed the deceit, yet remains steadfast in his position. Tian initially had no intention of accompanying them to Utopia Star, for he was already aware of the subsequent events. However, both Taosu and Meili expressed a keen interest in detective work. Consequently, Tian decided to join them on their journey to Utopia Star. Upon their arrival at the detective hall on Utopia Star, where illustrious detectives from across the cosmos convened, the group was greeted by Ayu, who swiftly initiated an investigation into the matter at hand. The methodology employed by these esteemed detectives involved listening to the accounts provided by the two individuals before promptly determining the identity of the perpetrator. Yi Tian gazed upon the scene with a sense of incredulity. Could this truly be deemed detective work? He believed they scarcely qualified as legitimate investigators. They did not even bother to visit the scene of the incident. Instead, they hastily formed conclusions based solely on the words exchanged between two individuals. It was exceedingly rash. Soon, having listened to the account of events, they collectively concluded that the perpetrator was none other than Xiaomi. Yi Tiandu rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Taosu hesitated, as if grappling with her words. Then, leaning closer to Yi Tian, she whispered, Xiao Tian, is this a detective? Indeed, a master detective within the cosmos. Yi Tian waved his hand in response, a hint of playful mockery in his tone. One might mistakenly believe that these individuals were merely a group of onlookers who, having feasted on the spectacle, were now eager to express their opinions. As the detectives in the hall deliberated, Xiaomi and Ding Dong found themselves embroiled in yet another quarrel. Ayu swiftly turned to the detectives, requesting the use of the mirror of truth. This extraordinary artifact could ascertain whether a person was lying, serving not only to unveil deceit but also to reveal deeper truths. Although such a minor case typically would not warrant the invocation of the mirror, Ayu's prior assistance to them led to an exception being made. The group then proceeded to the chamber housing the mirror of truth, only to discover that it had vanished. Panic ensued among the detectives, their minds racing as they struggled to comprehend the situation. However, Ding Dong quickly unraveled the mystery. The criminal had stolen the mirror in advance, replacing it with a block of ice, and after the detectives had inspected the room yesterday, the air conditioning had been turned off, leading to the mirror's disappearance today. According to Ding Dong's deduction, the perpetrator was none other than the recently retired leader of the detective hall, the great detective himself. At that moment, the great detective appeared, the mirror of truth in hand, and applauded Ding Dong with a smile, elucidating the circumstances. He expressed concern that the detectives had become overly reliant on the mirror, thus orchestrating this elaborate ruse. In hindsight, the great detective's apprehensions appeared justified. The detective's performance today suggested that without the mirror, they resembled mere ordinary sleuths on Earth. Ashamed, the detectives recognized that they had fallen short, even compared to a child. Ding Dong, feeling a surge of pride, boasted about his own talents, inadvertently facing the mirror of truth. Instantly, the mirror revealed that Ding Dong was lying. His swift understanding of the great detective's scheme was due to having recently staged a similar incident, in which he had falsely implicated Xiaomi. As the mirror divulged this revelation, images began to materialize within its depths. Ding Dong stood frozen, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Ding Dong! Xiaomi roared in fury. Taosu and Meili exchanged astonished glances with Tian, with Taosu exclaiming, Xiao Tian, it's just as you described. Brother, How did you know what transpired? We'll discuss it later, came the reply. Tian smiled. Soon, the group departed from Utopia and returned to Earth. Tian took Ding Dong out for some leisure time. He had reprimanded Mao Mao numerous times before, but had yet to do so with Ding Dong. It seemed that Ding Dong also needed a lesson. Subsequently, Ding Dong experienced the thrill of free falling from a height of 1,000 meters. Upon returning home, Tao Su and the others turned their inquisitive gazes towards Tian. Their curiosity piqued as to how he had discerned that Ding Dong was framing Xiaomi. In the face of their curiosity, Tian remained composed. Tian produced the balance of good and evil, subsequently elucidating its function to the four individuals present. In comparison to the mirror of truth, the balance of good and evil possesses certain limitations. The weights it displays regarding matters of virtue and vice can only be comprehensively understood by him alone, lacking the capability to project images for all to witness. As the mirror of truth does. Chapter 57, Superpowered Pets. Time once again returns to Monday. Tian and his companions resumed their classes once again. Upon arriving at school, Ding Dong felt a shiver run through him at the sight of Tian, as though he had encountered a specter. As a seasoned observer, Mao Mao noticed Ding Dong's unusual demeanor, finding it somewhat familiar. Of course. Mao Mao promptly approached Ding Dong and inquired, Ding Dong, have you also been subjected to Tian's infamous free fall? Ding Dong, caught off guard by Mao Mao's question, hesitated momentarily before tentatively replying, the free fall? Indeed. Mao Mao fervently nodded, adding, Tian is utterly terrifying. From now on, we must refrain from bullying Xiaomi carelessly. Although Mao Mao relished exerting his strength over others, he was also easily subdued by greater force. As for Ding Dong, while he possessed a more intricate mindset than Mao Mao, it proved futile in the face of Tian's overwhelming prowess, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a more compliant demeanor. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The first lesson was to be conducted by Teacher Yin, who announced an important matter prior to the lesson. Given Xiaomi's recent remarkable improvements, he was appointed as the class discipline monitor. Xiaomi stood stunned upon hearing this news. Really? I have become a class officer? This was a prospect he had never dared to dream of before, feeling a pang of envy and jealousy upon learning of Xiaomi's new role. Ding Dong thought that had it not been for the events of the previous day, he would have endeavored to secure that position for himself. However, now he was too wary to take any reckless actions. After class, Teacher Yin bestowed upon Xiaomi a badge of the discipline monitor. Donning the badge, Xiaomi swelled with pride and began to strut about post-class, hands clasped behind his back, parading through the classroom and corridors as if he were a leader on an inspection tour. However, Xiaomi's display was limited to mere posturing. He had no intention of wielding his authority inappropriately. Throughout the day, during breaks, Xiaomi continued his exaggerated inspection, embodying the facade of a discipline monitor while being anything but genuine. On the way home from school, Mili turned to Xiaomi and asked, Brother, after a whole day of this, aren't you tired? As a class officer, how could I possibly be tired? Xiaomi replied with a buoyant spirit. I feel quite at ease and utterly joyful. At that moment, Xiaomi was blissfully lost in his newfound role. Tian gazed at Xiaomi with a sense of exasperation. He recalled that in his previous life, during elementary school, he had also held the position of class leader, yet he never exhibited such fervor. One should not merely maintain an air of authority, it is imperative to focus on one's studies, lest one's grades decline, resulting in the disciplinary committee member being dismissed by Teacher Yin. Tian turned to Xiaomi and said, Xiaomi, momentarily taken aback, then resolutely declared, I've made up my mind. For the sake of the discipline committee, I shall diligently study and complete my homework upon returning home. However, upon arriving home, Xiaomi tossed aside her backpack and immersed herself in playing video games. Tian, Mili, second brother, did you not say you would read and do your homework upon returning home? Oh, there is no rush. It's still early. Let us attend to our studies a little later, replied Xiaomi while engrossed in her game. Tian discreetly gave a thumbs up, clearly impressed by Xiaomi. How could he be motivated to study simply because of a class officer? Even if appointed as the principal, he would not take the initiative to learn. That evening, Ba and Ma were overjoyed to learn that Xiaomi had become a class officer. The very thought that Xiaomi could one day hold such a position was exhilarating. However, as time passed, Xiaomi's initial excitement gradually waned. By Wednesday, he no longer roamed the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back, as he had on the first day. By Friday, he could calmly declare, the feeling of being a class officer is rather ordinary. Seeing Xiaomi's demeanor, Tian promptly took out his phone and played several videos. The content depicted Xiaomi strolling through the classroom with his hands behind his back. Xiaomi remarked, "You truly are cunning." This was the first time he experienced the cunningness of Tian. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, he noticed that Tian's phone contained hundreds of photos and videos, most of which seemed to involve him. Had he not felt outmatched by Tian, Xiaomi would have snatched the phone to uncover the truth. On Saturday, Xiaomi wished to go out and play when Mima appeared in his room. "Have you finished your homework?" she inquired. Xiaomi smiled and suggested, "Mom, would it be alright if I completed it this afternoon?" Considering Xiaomi's recent improvements, Mima agreed. "Alright, you may go out to play in the morning, but you must stay home to study and do your homework in the afternoon." Xiaomi nodded vigorously in agreement. Once Mima left, Xiaomi called for Ayu and headed out to kick a ball. In the library, the three were diligently working on their assignments. After completing their homework, Taosu cradled a peach blossom and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to Tian and asked, "Xiao Tian, do you think we could give the peach blossom elemental candy?" Tian was momentarily taken aback, then pondered for a moment. He truly found himself uncertain about the possibility. The system's introduction had not imposed any restrictions on race. This aspect remained ambiguous, yet he considered the prospect of experimentation. Tian glanced at the peach blossoms. "Brother, you wouldn't want to experiment with the peach blossoms, would you?" Meili inquired. Tian shook his head and replied, "That certainly will not happen. You all can amuse yourselves at home for a while. I shall venture into the wilderness to capture a creature for experimentation." With that, Tian departed from his abode. Pondering the transformations that might occur in other species after consuming elemental candies, Tian was indeed quite eager to see clarity, for it may prove beneficial in the days to come, particularly in the wilderness. Tian found himself in an unfamiliar forest, wandering aimlessly for a while. Soon, he identified his experimental target, a rabbit. However, at that moment, the rabbit was being pursued by a dog that resembled a Chinese rural dog, commonly known as a native dog. Could this hound belong to someone? Nevertheless, he had deliberately chosen a remote area devoid of human habitation, so it must be a stray. With a swift motion of his hand, Tian seized control of both a dog and a rabbit, drawing them toward him. The soil-colored dog, upon realizing its predicament, began to struggle frantically. Tian chose to disregard the earth dog and instead produced a water elemental candy, which he offered to the rabbit. Subsequently, he grasped the rabbit's arm. With a slight exertion, the arm transformed into a puddle of water. After consuming the elemental candy, if subjected to an overwhelming attack, the creature would automatically revert to its elemental form. It appears that animals, too, can acquire elemental power by consuming the candy. What fate awaits this rabbit? Tian glanced at the rabbit endowed with extraordinary abilities, contemplated for a moment, and then produced a beast-taming rice ball to offer to the creature. After the rabbit consumed the rice ball, Tian released it, and the rabbit obediently approached, nuzzling against his feet. Tian chuckled softly, considering it as merely acquiring an additional pet. He then turned his gaze towards the earthy dog, which was also staring back at him, fully aware of its inability to escape and thus ceasing its struggles. The two, one human and one canine, held each other's gaze for a brief 2 seconds. In the narrative, I have made slight adjustments to the timeline. Perhaps due to my penchant for collecting, I intend for the protagonist to nurture 4 pets, each receiving elemental candies representing water, fire, earth, and wind. Currently, there are 3, a cat, a dog, and a rabbit. I am left pondering what suitable creature to include as the 4th. Any suggestions for a delightful animal would be most welcome. Chapter 58. For pets. It remains uncertain whether there is a special connection. Tian gazed fondly at the earthy canine before him. "Would you care to accompany me in the days to come?" "Woof woof." Your silence signifies your acquiescence. Woof woof. Tian produced a beast-taming rice ball. He had not coerced the creature. The native dog remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to the offer. The dog, already famished, was drawn in by the enticing aroma of the rice ball and promptly began to feast upon it. Upon finishing, it panted and gazed expectantly at Tian. Tian smiled gently and took out another piece to feed the earthy dog. "From now on, you shall be called De Huang." Tian gently patted the little head of the golden dog, affectionately named De Huang, as De Huang was a local breed. His coat was entirely yellow, prompting Tian to bestow upon him a rather commonplace name, Wang Wang. De Huang joyfully barked twice, seemingly quite fond of his new moniker. Had Tian been wearing a translator, he would undoubtedly have learned an intriguing tidbit from De Huang. "Isn't it amusing? My previous names were the same as this one." Yi Tian then turned his gaze towards the little white rabbit. "You shall be named Little White," he declared. His choice of name for the rabbit was rather hasty, yet he found it quite fitting. After all, simpler names for pets often carry a certain charm. Subsequently, Yi Tian returned home with his two newfound companions. In the library, Tao Su and Meili looked at Yi Tian with curiosity upon his arrival, accompanied by a dog and a rabbit. "Where did you find these in the wild?" they inquired. Yi Tian briefly recounted the encounter with the two animals to the others. "Brother, do you think Mom and Dad would agree if you were to adopt two more pets?" Meili inquired with a hint of concern. Yi Tian confidently remarked, "Rest assured, they will comply. After all, our pets are exceedingly obedient, requiring no oversight regarding their sustenance and necessities." Yi Tian firmly believes that such a pet is undoubtedly the desire of countless individuals. One need not concern themselves with its basic needs whenever one finds themselves at leisure. They can simply indulge in its company, which is truly delightful. Yi Tian glanced at Tao Hua and De Huang. Having already consumed the water element candy, it seemed appropriate for Tao Hua and De Huang to indulge in something different. After a brief contemplation, Yi Tian produced the fire element candy, earth element candy, and wind element candy, casting them onto the ground. He then addressed Tao Hua and De Huang, encouraging them to choose for themselves. De Huang remained still, evidently preferring that Tao Hua make the first selection. Tao Hua surveyed the three candies and opted for the fire element candy. Subsequently, De Huang chose the earth element candy. Upon consuming their respective sweets, the two pets underwent a transformation, evolving from ordinary companions into extraordinary beings endowed with superpowers, with water, fire, and earth represented. Should they seek to complete the quartet with wind? Yi Tian glanced at the three little ones and, as thoughts swirled in his mind, he became increasingly convinced that a little arrangement was in order. "I shall venture out once more." With that, Yi Tian vanished once more into the library. In the wilderness, only the element of wind remained among the four. Thus, for this fourth companion, Yi Tian intended to acquire a creature capable of flight. As he traversed the wild expanse, he gazed upwards, contemplating the type of bird he should seek. Yi Tian took out his phone and conducted a quick search for birds. After browsing for a while, he noticed a particular species, the raven. Its plumage was entirely black, adorned with a metallic sheen of violet and blue. Typically found abroad, this creature appeared quite remarkable. Yi Tian instantaneously teleported to a region inhabited by ravens. Upon arrival, he began to make his selections, for not all ravens possessed aesthetic appeal. Yi Tian carefully examined his options and ultimately chose the most aesthetically pleasing one. With a gentle wave of his hand, the raven floated effortlessly toward him. Accompanied by the raven, Yi Tian departed, returning home. Yi Tian produced a beast-taming rice ball and elemental candy. The raven could not consume the rice ball entirely, but it managed to have a small taste. As for the elemental candy, it melted upon contact, and with a single bite, it transformed into a surge of energy that flowed into the raven's body. "Is this a raven?" Tao Su asked, momentarily taken aback and filled with curiosity. "You brought back a raven as a pet. The first three were cats, dogs, and rabbits, and now the fourth has turned into a raven. That seems like quite a leap. This is a corvid, a type of raven, isn't it rather beautiful?" Yi Tian gently stroked the raven and remarked, "Isn't the raven a symbol of misfortune? Can it truly be considered a pet?" Meili inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Not at all. In our country, ravens were not originally seen as harbingers of ill fate. Rather, they were regarded as auspicious birds. In ancient times, they were even viewed alongside dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants as divine creatures. It is unclear why this perception has shifted over time, leading them to be seen as omens of bad luck. Nevertheless, there are still some nations that regard ravens as symbols of good fortune," Tao Su responded, casting a glance at Meili, as she had a modest understanding of this topic. Yi Tian continued, "In any case, people today harbor numerous misconceptions about crows. From now on, you shall be called Little Black," Yi Tian remarked, casting a glance at the raven. "Brother, aren't their names rather hasty?" Meili inquired after a brief silence. "Big Yellow, Little White, Little Black." In this light, Tao Hua's name seemed particularly exquisite. They simply called out names that rolled off the tongue. Yi Tian addressed Mi Li's inquiry with clarity. Having gathered the four types of pets, he sought out Mi Ma to discuss the matter. Upon hearing about the sudden addition of 4 pets to the household, Mi Ma was momentarily taken aback. 4 pets at once? And one of them was a crow? Although some are aware that crows are not inherently ominous creatures, their penchant for carrion renders them sensitive to the presence of corpses. This characteristic has contributed to the age-old adage of the magpie heralding joy, while the crow signifies sorrow. Furthermore, the predominantly black plumage of crows has led many to harbor an aversion towards them. Tian and Mima assured that their household pets would undoubtedly cause no trouble, and that their sustenance would not require Mima's attention. In fact, should Mima have any matters to attend to, she could even call upon the household pets for assistance. Furthermore, due to the presence of wallpaper in the house, Mima need not concern herself with where the pets would reside. After such reassurances, Mima swiftly acquiesced to Yi Tian's request to keep pets. It was a prompt agreement. Yi Tian has created a dedicated pet room within the wallpaper shop, providing a cozy abode for his 4 beloved pets, each with a designated sleeping area. Yi Tian glanced at the 4 little creatures and said, "From now on, whether at home or outside, you must refrain from casually using your elemental powers. Of course, if any family member or Taosu is in danger, you may unleash your abilities without hesitation. Additionally, should a family member or Taosu issue a command, you are permitted to act as well." The 4 little beings nodded in response to Yi Tian's words. As denizens of a daily narrative, their intelligence was not to be underestimated. Each possessed a cognitive capacity akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Coupled with their training through beast tamer rice balls, they could comprehend human speech and execute commands with precision. They were truly the epitome of ideal companions, capable of serving as perfect guardians as well. Fire Cat, Earth Dog, Water Rabbit, Wind Crow. Chapter 59. The Loyal Hound at noon. During lunch, Ayo and Xiaomi returned in a disheveled state. "What on earth happened to you two?" Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of the 2 individuals. "You have no idea," Xiaomi lamented. "This morning, while we were out playing soccer, Ayu inadvertently kicked a tree, and to our astonishment, a wasp nest fell from it, chasing us for the entire morning." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It is fortunate that this world follows a mundane pattern. Otherwise, had Xiaomi been stung to such a degree, she would not only be in dire straits but might have also suffered severe consequences. "When the wasps were pursuing you, why didn't you utilize the bamboo dragonfly to whisk Xiaomi away to safety?" Yi Tian turned to the 2 individuals and inquired. Xiaomi paused for a moment, glancing at Ayu. Ayu also appeared momentarily taken aback. I forgot, Ayu." Xiaomi's tone was imbued with a sense of grievance. Ayu muttered in response, "Xiaomi, you didn't foresee it either." Xiaomi huffed in irritation and then addressed Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, could you kindly lift the restrictions on my bamboo dragonfly privileges? If I could use the bamboo dragonfly freely, I wouldn't have been chased by the wasps for an entire morning." Yi Tian glanced at the pitiful state of Xiaomi and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, but you must refrain from flaunting the bamboo dragonfly when you go out. Should you choose to show off with it, you can forget about using it in the future. You shall walk to school diligently." Upon hearing this, Xiaomi quickly nodded in assurance. "Rest assured, how could I ever show off? That is simply not in my nature." Yi Tian, upon hearing Xiaomi's words, began to feel a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, he decided to let it slide. If it was merely a moment of frivolity, so be it. However, he couldn't help but wonder how their home had suddenly become filled with so many animals. After a brief moment of joy, De Huang and the others joined them in the living room. Upon seeing the family pets, Xiaomi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Allow me to introduce you. This is De Huang, Xiao Bai, and Xiao He. They will henceforth be members of our family." Yi Tian looked at Xiaomi and Ayu, explaining the situation. Xiaomi stood there, somewhat bewildered. Had 3 new members joined the household in just the morning I stepped out? Ayu, however, seemed quite fond of the newly arrived pets, playfully stroking the little creatures. During mealtime, while eating, Xiaomi occasionally glanced at the 4 little ones. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Xiaomi rose to open it, revealing Ding Dong, who had purchased the latest racing game and wished to invite Xiaomi to play, just as Xiaomi was about to accept with delight. She sensed an ominous aura emanating from the dining room. Stunned, she returned to the dining area, casting a pleading look at Mamami. "Absolutely not. This afternoon you are to study and complete your homework. No outings." Mamami firmly declined. With no alternative, Xiaomi had to turn down Ding Dong's invitation. Despite her refusal, a part of her yearned for some fun. After all, she had spent the morning being chased by wasps and had truly enjoyed herself. After finishing her meal, as she retreated to her room, Xiaomi felt increasingly deprived. She then turned to Ayu for assistance, hoping to devise a way to sneak out and play. After all, it was Ayu who had kicked a tree earlier, prompting the wasp chase. Reluctantly, Ayu agreed to help Xiaomi. Soon, Aya ventured to Wolkessing's cherished animal park and borrowed a caterpillar known as the wormhole worm. Wolkessing, the planet of the dragon people, was where Xiaomi had once worked. The wormhole worm possessed remarkable abilities. With merely a map, it could create a teleportation passage spanning 2 regions. In essence, it was akin to Xiaoyan's instantaneous movement. Upon hearing Aya's explanation of the wormhole worm, Xiaomi exclaimed in delight. Aya pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, but at isn't as convenient as Xiaoyan. That is sufficient. Xiaomi chuckled. Using the wormhole worm, Xiaomi departed from home, while Ayu remained behind to keep Mama Mi occupied, ensuring she wouldn't notice Xiaomi's absence. In the living room, Aya kept a vigilant eye on Mama Mi. When Mama Mi intended to head to Xiaomi's room, Aya swiftly approached her with a question. Mama, may I ask you something? Of course, Mama Mi responded, momentarily taken aback before smiling and nodding. At that moment, Dahu passed through the living room. Mama Mi glanced at Dahu, recalling Tian's words about Dahu's intelligence. Without hesitation, she called out, Dahu. Upon hearing his name, Dahu promptly ran over and sat obediently in front of her, tongue lolling out. Dahu, Xiaoyan says you're very clever. Therefore, I have a task for you. Keep an eye on Xiaomi in her room and ensure she studies diligently. Mama Mi gestured towards Xiaomi's room. Woof. Dahuang let out a bark before making his way towards Xiaomi's room. Ayu stood frozen, realizing the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated that Mima would entrust Tian's pet with the task of watching over Xiaomi. Moments later, Dahuang emerged from Xiaomi's room, approached Mima, and tugged at her clothing, attempting to drag her back to Xiaomi's chamber. What's happening? Mima paused, momentarily perplexed. Something was amiss. Instantly, she rose and followed Dahuang towards Xiaomi's room. Ayu dashed aside, retrieving his phone to call Xiaomi. However, his speed paled in comparison to Mima's urgency. The distance from the living room to Xiaomi's room barely took 2 or 3 seconds. Upon reaching the threshold of Xiaomi's room, Mima's expression darkened. Xiaomi, she whispered, her tone laced with menace. Just that afternoon, she had sternly instructed Xiaomi not to venture out. Yet here he was, missing in action by evening. Ayu, go find Xiaomi for me, Mima commanded. At that moment, she discerned the reason behind Ayu's earlier queries. Rest assured, I've already called Xiaomi, Ayu stammered, trembling at Mima's fierce demeanor. A brief while later, Xiaomi returned to his room, only to find Mima seated in a chair, awaiting him. Mother and son exchanged glances. I'm sorry, Mom, Xiaomi quickly confessed. What did I tell you this afternoon? He murmured, his head bowed in shame. Xiaomi, if you sneak out again, your allowance will vanish. Mima scolded sternly. She then turned her gaze towards Dahuang. Dahuang, I am assigning you a long-term duty. Whenever Xiaomi is studying or reading, you shall keep watch over him. Should he dare slip out to play, alert me. After school, I will ensure that Xiaomi's allowance is spent on treats and toys for you. Mima addressed Dahuang, treating him as if he possessed the intellect of an ordinary human. It must be said, the inhabitants of this animated world possess an impressive capacity for acceptance. Woof. Upon hearing Mima's words, Dahuang responded with immediate delight. However, Xiaomi's expression grew increasingly troubled. Recently, I have been pondering the conclusion of the AU world. There have been persistent inquiries, and many have expressed a desire for me to take Tao Su and Meili along. I comprehend the sentiments of such readers. After all, they wish to accompany their future beloveds for eternity. In the past, I have written about realms beyond. My first work was crafted in such a manner, where the protagonist possessed a small world, bringing along cherished family members. Yet, having experienced this approach, I understand its shortcomings. To be precise, it is not advantageous for me as an author, as the number of characters brought along tends to escalate. In an animated universe, the addition of a single protagonist suffices. A multitude complicates matters beyond my comprehension. Moreover, when the protagonist ventures into other worlds, the system arranges a plausible existence for them, potentially starting from childhood. Thus, the journey across myriad realms serves as a series of life experiences for the protagonist, allowing for seamless integration. However, for those being brought along, there exists a profound sense of disconnection, a feeling of being out of place within the world. It is conceivable to have those brought along refrain from participating in the world's adventures, yet this would render the act of bringing them along somewhat futile. Initially, I contemplated 2 scenarios. Firstly, pausing time in the departing world, allowing for a return later. However, such a narrative seldom revisits the protagonist's return unless a sequel to the anime emerges. Secondly, allowing the protagonist to fully experience a lifetime in each world. Both options have drawn some dissatisfaction. Recently, I devised a third approach. I previously characterized the protagonist as a wanderer traversing the realms, devoid of a true home. Hence my reluctance to take anyone along. Now, I envision bestowing upon the protagonist a home within the myriad worlds. Rather than allow those with whom the protagonist shares a close bond to accompany their wanderings, it would be preferable to establish a home. Consequently, for the AU world, I intend for the conclusion to see the protagonist become the sovereign of Earth within the AU universe, or perhaps the entire AU realm. However, the worldview of AU is rather expansive, and the notion of directly ascending to such a position appears somewhat far-fetched. Nevertheless, I plan for the protagonist to attain omniscience and omnipotence at least within Earth, thereby designating the AU world as the primary universe. Some narratives of wandering realms select an ordinary city as the main world, and I shall similarly regard the AU world as such. This way, after each adventure in a different world, the protagonist will return to the AU universe. Furthermore, if there are individuals with whom they share a close relationship during subsequent journeys, they may be brought into this primary world. Through the protagonist's omniscient and omnipotent abilities within the main world, integrating those they bring along will become effortless. I invite your opinions on this third approach. I currently find it the most satisfying. Chapter 60. The substitute doll. After Ma departed the room, Xiaomi turned to De Huang and asked, De Huang, could you please refrain from staring at me? De Huang shook his head, while Xiaomi widened her eyes in astonishment. If De Huang could speak, he would undoubtedly mock Xiaomi. In this household, the hierarchy was quite clear to De Huang. Ao glanced at Xiaomi and waved her hand, saying, Xiaomi, focus on your homework. With a sigh, Xiaomi reluctantly took out her assignments and began to write. The following day, Taosu informed Tian and Meili that she would be attending the recording of a dance program at a television station that evening. Hoping that they could accompany her, Tian and Meili readily agreed without hesitation. Coincidentally, Xiaomi also heard of this matter and expressed her desire to join. However, Mima insisted that Xiaomi stay home and study today. Xiaomi could only plead with Tian, asking him to teleport her there. Yet, Tian unequivocally declined her request. Why? Your mother instructed you to remain at home and study diligently. Do you think I would assist you in defying her wishes? Tian rolled his eyes, truly unable to distinguish the larger from the smaller. In Xiaomi's room, she gazed pitifully at Ao, imploring, you must help me. Before Ao could respond, De Huang interjected with a bark, little brother, have you forgotten that I am keeping an eye on you? Up to mischief right under my nose? Xiaomi cast a resentful glance at De Huang, who remained unfazed, fixated on her. With a huff, she exited the room, prompting De Huang to follow. He had received orders from Mima to keep a close watch on Xiaomi. Before long, Xiaomi arrived at the restroom and promptly shut the door. Knowing she was going to the bathroom, De Huang refrained from entering, opting instead to wait outside. Inside, Xiaomi quickly retrieved her phone and sent a message to Ao. Ao, help me think of a way to go to the television station to watch Taosu dance. Ao replied, all right, I shall assist you one more time. Thank you. Ao, Xiaomi responded gratefully. Meanwhile, Ao planned to visit Corel Star, a planet Tian had never been to. Initially intending to invite Tian along, he ultimately decided against it, as he was secretly aiding Xiaomi and felt it inappropriate to involve Tian. Thus, he embarked on his extraterrestrial journey alone. Upon Ao's return, he landed directly in the restroom. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback as Ao produced the prop he had acquired from Corel Star, a substitute doll. This robot could transform entirely into its owner with just a single strand of hair, perfectly mimicking their appearance, voice, and personality. Ao plucked a hair from Xiaomi and inserted it into the robot, then pushed it out of the restroom. The robot returned to the room, muttering, why hasn't Ao returned yet? Meanwhile, Ao assisted Xiaomi in stealthily slipping out of the house. Hooray! I don't have to study anymore. Xiaomi exclaimed joyously upon her escape. Ao turned to her, saying, I must return now. I need to keep an eye on the robot to ensure it behaves. Xiaomi patted Ao on the shoulder. I leave it in your capable hands. Shortly after, Ao departed. Back in the room, the robot approached Ao as he returned, whispering, Ao, how do you plan to help me leave? The robot not only imitated a person but also possessed their memories, perceiving itself as a real individual rather than a mere machine. Faced with this situation, Ao could only feign ignorance. I just tried other methods, but with De Huang watching, I cannot allow you to escape. You should stay at home and focus on your studies. You'll be able to see Taosu dance on television later. Ao waved his hand and explained. The robot instantly felt despondent, muttering under its breath, cursed little Tian, cursed De Huang. Woof woof. Upon hearing the robot's words, De Huang barked disapprovingly twice. De Huang retorted, if you have the ability, why not tell Mama? Meanwhile, Tian and the others were preparing to venture out. Tian beheld the robot. Although the automaton bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaomi, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. He recalled from the original narrative that on her way to the television station, Tao Su had encountered an injured puppy and had taken it home to tend to its wounds. In a bid to prevent Tao Su from missing the recording, Xiaomi and Ayu sought to procure an extraterrestrial robot to stand in for her during the program. This decision precipitated a series of unforeseen events. Tian activated his X-ray vision. Ultimately, a robot remains a robot, its internal structure composed entirely of components. Through this newfound ability, Tian instantly discerned that the Xiaomi at home was merely a guise assumed by the robot. In other words, had Xiaomi slipped away once more? Meanwhile, De Huang remained dazed, staring blankly at Xiaomi. Tian rubbed his forehead. Xiao Tian, what is the matter? Tao Su inquired, noticing Tian's gesture. It's nothing. Let us proceed. Tian shook his head, allowing Xiaomi to slip away, for Ma would handle the situation. Before departing, Tian summoned Xiao He, who settled upon his shoulder. Subsequently, Tian whispered a few words into Xiao He's ear. After listening, Xiao He nodded in understanding. At the entrance, the trio made their way towards the television station when they caught sight of the injured dog that Tian remembered. Is this a dog? It seems to be wounded. The three approached the small canine. We must take it for treatment immediately, Tao Su urged. Tian took it upon himself, saying, I shall take it to the veterinary hospital. Li, you accompany Tao Su to the television station. Do not miss this recording session. Upon hearing this, Li and Tao Su nodded in agreement. They were not the slightest bit concerned about the injured puppy being entrusted to Tian. Subsequently, Tian instantly teleported to the veterinary hospital. As evening descended, at the entrance of the television station, Xiaomi had been waiting for quite some time. Just as she spotted Tao Su and Li approaching, her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Ayu. What could Ayu possibly want at this hour? Xiaomi answered the call and was about to inquire when a furious voice erupted from the other end. Ma was on the line. Xiaomi, although we are separated by distance, I can sense your defiance. It dawned on Xiaomi that her escapade had been discovered. I give you 10 minutes to return home. Otherwise, not only will your pocket money be confiscated, but all your toys and comics will be taken as well. I am not jesting this time. If you are not home within 10 minutes, I will sell all your toys and comics at the recycling center tomorrow. Upon hearing Ma's ultimatum, Xiaomi's eyes widened in shock. Mom, I will return immediately. She quickly donned her bamboo dragonfly and sped homeward. Along the way, she pondered how she had been caught. The robot she had seen resembled her so closely. Xiao He chimed in. Indeed, how could she have been discovered? In the television station. As Tao Su and Li entered, Tian had also returned. The two girls noticed Tian's presence and Tao Su inquired, Xiao Tian, is the puppy all right? Everything is fine, he reassured them. Tian replied, that's good. Tao Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. The trio entered the television station, where they were promptly greeted by a lady, the host of the children's program. It was this very host who had extended the invitation for Tao Su to perform a dance. The host guided the three of them deeper into the building. Before long, she led them to the recording studio for the children's segment and assigned seats for Tian and Li. Subsequently, she took Tao Su to prepare for her performance. Meanwhile, at home, Xiaomi faced a session of criticism. Once the reprimand concluded, she returned to her room and turned to Ayu, inquiring, Ayu, how exactly were we discovered? Ayu shrugged her shoulders, replying, I have no idea. I was careless, and the substitute doll reverted to its original form. In truth, Ayu had already suspected that Tian was behind it, for the hair at the back of the substitute doll's head had vanished. To transform into a specific person, the doll required a strand of that individual's hair inserted at the nape. After the doll returned to its original state, Ayu observed the absence of hair. Such hair could not simply fall out on its own, so it was highly likely that someone had removed it. Instantly, her thoughts turned to Tian. Nevertheless, Ayu understood the hierarchy within the household. She knew who held the power. Tian must not be offended. Perhaps it is best to feign ignorance regarding the situation. The television station is preparing for the recording of the program shortly. Tao Su's dance is not a solitary performance. Several young girls accompany her. However, Tao Su occupies the central position, making the other girls appear as her backup dancers. Sister Tao Su is truly remarkable, Li remarked. her admiration evident as she gazed at the radiant figure of Tao Su on stage. Tian gazed at Mi Li and inquired, Mi Li, would you like to learn how to dance as well? Upon hearing this, Mi Li promptly shook her head and replied, brother, learning to paint is sufficient for me. Tian contemplated, indeed, having too many hobbies may not necessarily be a good thing. Tian smiled and nodded, mastering a single discipline to perfection. After the recording of the program was completed, the three of them left the television station hand in hand. Days swiftly passed, and one day after school, Xiaomi appeared listless. Mi Li, perplexed, inquired, second brother, what troubles you? Xiaomi sighed, alas, what else could it be? I've run out of pocket money. Tian estimated that it was nearly the end of the month, and then spoke. Oh, is that so, second brother? How about I offer you a portion of my allowance? Mi Li pondered for a moment before responding. Xiaomi's eyes instantly brightened. Tian intervened. How can you shamelessly ask for your sister's pocket money? Xiaomi pondered for a couple of seconds before nodding. I can indeed. Tian, with a sweeping gesture, sent Xiaomi home. In the living room, Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback before she began to voice her complaints. That wretched Xiao Tian. Just as her words faded, the voice of Mima echoed from the kitchen. Xiaomi, you're back? Just in time. Please tidy up your room. Your uncle will be visiting shortly. What is there to tidy up? Uncle is coming. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miba had a younger brother, who was Tian and Xiaomi's second uncle. Each time their uncle visited, he would generously bestow pocket money upon both Tian and Xiaomi. As Xiaomi had exhausted her allowance for the month, her uncle's arrival couldn't have been more opportune. Elated, she hurried to her room to tidy up. Meanwhile, Tian and Mi Li first returned Tao Su home before making their way back. As they were nearing home, they caught sight of Xiaomi following Ayu from a distance. Tian's thoughts shifted as he recalled that in the original narrative, Xiaomi had seemingly been deceived. However, Ding Dong had recently received a stern lesson from him. Did he truly have the audacity to toy with Xiaomi again? Upon returning home, Tian and Mi Li also learned from Mima about the impending visit of their uncle. Mima urged the two to tidy up their respective rooms. Tian did not rush to tidy up. Instead, he sought out Ayu and inquired, Ayu, where is Xiaomi? I replied, Xiaomi has been called out by Ding Dong to lend a hand. Lend a hand? Tian echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Ding Dong asked Xiaomi to assist in digging a hole, promising him some snacks in return and even lending him a comic. Consequently, Xiaomi agreed. Ayu affirmed with a nod. Tian paused momentarily and inquired, he is aware that uncle is coming later, is he not? Indeed, came the reply, but mother mentioned that uncle will have dinner at home. He can assist Ding Dong in digging the hole and still return in time to see uncle. Ayo nodded in understanding. I see. Tian nodded. Before long, there was a knock at the door, and Ayu promptly went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a young man in his 20s, whose appearance bore a slight resemblance to Miba. It was the second uncle. Tian, accompanied by Mi Li, arrived at the door and called out to the newcomer. Mi Li and Ayu promptly echoed, Uncle. Uncle Mi smiled as he glanced at the children in the house. Greetings. You must be Ayu and Mi Li. Here. I have brought you some snacks. I hope you enjoy them. With a warm smile, Uncle Mi handed 2 bags of treats to Ayu and Mi Li. Thank you, Uncle. Both Ayu and Mi Li exclaimed with cheerful gratitude. At that moment, Mima also emerged, inviting Uncle Mi inside. Xiao Tian, please take care of your uncle. She entrusted the hospitality to Tian. Although he was merely a child, Mima had faith in Tian's ability to host well, especially since they were family. Otherwise, it would have felt inappropriate to have a child entertain guests. Sister-in-law, you carry on with your tasks, Uncle Mi said with a friendly smile. Of course. Mima nodded with a smile before returning to her duties in the kitchen. Uncle Mi approached Tian, placing a hand on his shoulder and guiding him to sit in the living room. By the way, where is Xiaomi? Isn't he usually the most eager to help? Uncle Mi inquired. He has been called away to assist with some chores, Tian replied. He was coaxed into working? Uncle Mi looked momentarily taken aback. While they were conversing, Uncle Mi's phone suddenly rang. Just after the call ended, Miba returned home. Lauer, care for a drink tonight? Miba said with a smile upon seeing Uncle Mi brother. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I just received a call. There is an urgent matter I must attend to. We'll have to postpone, Uncle Mi responded, somewhat exasperated. Then you should head off. Work is paramount. Miba nodded in understanding, sensing his younger brother's embarrassment and gently urging him to leave. Brother, sister-in-law, I truly apologize for the inconvenience. You've prepared so much food. Uncle Mi said, feeling guilty. Enough of that. We are family. No need for such formalities, Miba interjected. Before leaving, Uncle Mi took out some money from his wallet to give to Yi Tian, Mi Li, and Au. However, all three children politely declined the pocket money he offered. Chapter 62. Snowflakes Drift. The north wind howls. Having just seen off Uncle Mi, Xiaomi hurried back home. Anxiously, he looked at everyone and asked, "Where is Uncle?" He had to leave early due to some matters, Miba explained to Xiaomi. What? Xiaomi's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt that the snacks and comics he had received from Ding Dong were less appealing. Did Uncle give you pocket money? Xiaomi asked Au, knowing that the only chance he had to acquire any money would be from them. Au nodded. He did. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi's face brightened with joy. Although she did not receive any pocket money herself, it was sufficient that Ao had obtained some. She could always borrow from him. In the next moment, Ao chuckled and said, "But we didn't take any. Uncle praised us instead." Xiaomi's belongings slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, her heart sinking in despair as an anguished cry echoed within her. No. Amidst the swirling snowflakes and howling northern winds, Xiaomi gazed at Ao with a look of deep resentment. "Ao, please don't look at me like that. After all, you chose not to wait at home for Uncle." Ao waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this only intensified Xiaomi's pain. Her heart felt as though it were bleeding. She seized Ao's face with both hands and tugged at it forcefully, declaring, "I don't care. The pocket money is gone, and you must take responsibility. My allowance has run out as well." Ao hastily freed himself from Xiaomi's grasp, letting out a sigh. "Well, how about this? I have thought of something that could help us earn some pocket money." After pondering for a moment, he resolved to propose an idea, primarily because his own funds were depleted too. Subsequently, Ao left the room to seek out Yi Tian, with the intention of venturing to another world. Soon, Ao led Yi Tian and Xiaomi away from Earth to the planet Spiro. This planet, rife with pirates, was dominated by their presence. As Ao introduced the two to Spiro's bustling pirate dock, he noted that it was the hub of the most notorious pirates. Yi Tian promptly checked in. Upon successful check-in, the host was congratulated for acquiring the upgraded marine creature ship, a remarkable item from the world of Doraemon. This vessel, measuring approximately 20 to 30 centimeters in length, possesses the extraordinary ability to replicate marine life, transforming itself into a miniature version of the marine creature. Not only can the marine creature ship function as a boat, but it can also serve as a submarine. The upgraded version boasts an additional feature. It retains a record of every marine creature it has replicated. Furthermore, it comes with a complimentary collection of dozens of marine creature records. Thus, when the need arises to change the ship's form, one need not seek out marine life. The transformation can be executed directly. In contrast, the non-upgraded marine creature ship requires a fresh replication of the marine creature with each transformation. Yi Tian perused the system's introduction, finding the tool rather commendable. As a mere means of embarking on outdoor excursions, it proved quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Au had finished recounting the circumstances surrounding Spiro Star. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi felt a twinge of fear. "Au, when you mentioned earning pocket money, you don't mean to become a pirate, do you? That sounds perilously dangerous." No sooner had Xiaomi spoken than two pirates appeared before them, grinning. Overcome with trepidation, Xiaomi shuddered. After all, the pirates bore an intimidating presence. "Fear not. In these times, who engages in violence?" one of the pirates remarked. Xiaomi paused, gazing at the two pirates with a hint of confusion. If pirates do not engage in violence, then who does? You might not be aware, but ever since the Galactic Alliance distributed the treasure maps, who resorts to robbery or violence anymore? Instead, we join forces to seek treasure and prosper together. Here, take this. Experience the thrill of treasure hunting yourselves. The pirate chuckled, tossing a treasure map to the trio. "What is this for?" Xiaomi inquired, perplexed. Au, smiling, explained, "We are here to find this. By following the route indicated on the map, we can uncover the treasure." "Oh, now that you know, there's no cause for concern. Wishing you a delightful treasure hunt," the two pirates said, waving as they departed. Once the pirates had left, Xiaomi examined the treasure map. "Can this truly lead to treasure?" "Of course. Let us return and give it a try," Au affirmed with a nod. "Wait a moment. Why not seek a planet with abundant treasures to test this treasure map?" Yi Tian turned to Au and inquired. Au pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, there are numerous pirates on Spiro Star, and many treasures have been left behind. However, we lack a vessel and cannot salvage the treasures." As Au spoke, she waved her hand dismissively. "But as fortune would have it, I possess a ship." Yi Tian smiled and remarked, "The arrival of the marine vessel is quite timely. Shall we embark on a treasure hunt at Spirostar? Xiaomi's anticipation surged. I nodded in agreement, saying, since Tian has a ship, that settles it. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the seaside. Tian retrieved the marine creature vessel. Upon witnessing this, Xiaomi's eyes widened in astonishment. Tian, could this possibly be the ship you mentioned? Do take a good look. Tian smiled, then retrieved an object resembling a smartphone. This device serves as a remote control for transforming the shapes of marine organisms. More precisely, it is referred to as the Marine Encyclopedia, which contains records of dozens of documented marine species. Tian flipped through the pages and then tapped on the swordfish entry in the Marine Life Catalog. In the next instant, the marine biological vessel transformed into the likeness of a swordfish. Enter now. Tian arrived at the vessel, more precisely, the submarine, and opened the entrance door. Soon after, the three of them stepped inside. Ayu, how do we utilize the treasure map? Xiaomi inquired. Glancing at Ayu within the submarine. Just place your hand upon it. It will suffice. Whoever uses it will reveal a different map, leading to distinct treasures. Thus, I would recommend that Tian take this opportunity. Xiaomi, your luck is rather poor, and you may end up with nothing of value, Ayu declared, unfurling the treasure map and addressing the two. Then, Tian, it is your turn, Xiaomi said, directing her gaze toward Tian. He was indifferent to such matters, primarily concerned with the treasures he could acquire. Moreover, he was well aware that his fortune was likely superior to that of Tian. Tian, displaying no pretentiousness, directly placed his hand upon the treasure map. In the next moment, the map emanated a radiant glow, revealing a detailed chart along with a designated route. Ayu, possessing an understanding of cartography, leaned in for a closer inspection. It appeared to be quite distant, and the treasure was likely situated beneath the ocean depths. After scrutinizing the map, I remarked. Tian turned to Ayu and said, Ayu, since you can read the map, I entrust you with the command of this vessel. No problem. Ayu readily accepted the role of captain. She examined the submarine and quickly mastered the art of navigation. Set sail. With Ayu's command, the trio piloted the swordfish towards the depths of the ocean. Chapter 63, The Portal. The swordfish glided swiftly through the waters. After approximately half an hour, Ayu had successfully guided the submarine to the location indicated on the map. The surface of the sea revealed nothing of significance. Ayu maneuvered the submarine beneath the waves. Tian and Xiaomi stood beside the submarine, gazing through the glass at the world outside. They were uncertain about the treasures that awaited them. Xiaomi rubbed her hands together, filled with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the submarine reached the seabed, where they spotted a large chest. Xiaomi excitedly pointed in that direction. Tian and Ayu immediately turned their gazes. That must be the treasure. Ayu also nodded in agreement as she spoke. Tian swiftly employed his teleportation ability, instantly transporting the box into the submarine. Xiaomi and Ayu promptly arrived at the side of the box. Why is there still a lock? Xiaomi inquired, glancing at the box. A minor issue, came the reply. Tian, with a wave of his mental prowess, effortlessly dismantled the lock. Subsequently, the three of them opened the chest. Xiaomi gazed at the box with eager anticipation. As the lid lifted, the contents were revealed. Books? Xiaomi stood there, momentarily stunned. Inside the chest lay a considerable collection of books. Tian and Ayu picked up a book and glanced through it. This appears to be research material from a certain inventor. After examining it, Ayu remarked, what is the purpose of this? Xiaomi, somewhat speechless, replied. Who says it is useless? If this material is sufficiently valuable, it could fetch a considerable sum if sold. Tian spoke while engrossed in his reading. The texts are inscribed in the universal language of the cosmos. Tian comprehended the matter, having long since mastered the universal language of the cosmos through Ayu. Are these treasures of any value? Xiaomi's interest was piqued, as monetary gain would be delightful. Tian shook his head, expressing his ignorance of the matter, as it was beyond his comprehension. Ao also shook his head, admitting, I have not heard of this inventor. I am uncertain if his research materials are of any significance. Xiaomi declared, we have secured the treasure, let us return. Tian turned to Ayu and spoke. I nodded in response. Subsequently, Tian retracted the small boat, and the trio returned to Earth with a box of books. Upon their return, Tian entrusted Ayu with the task to investigate the level of invention of the book's original owner in the cosmos. If the proprietor's skills were commendable, it would surely enhance the value of these tomes. Additionally, he requested Ayu to procure a straightforward device for duplicating the books, as utilizing Earth's printers would prove cumbersome. Ayu consented to Tian's request and soon departed Earth once more. After Ayu's departure, Tian began to peruse the books from beginning to end. Before long, Yu returned to Earth, bringing with her a copying machine and information regarding the book's original owner. This individual had once been an exceptional inventor, but had mysteriously vanished one day. Although Yu did not uncover much information, the knowledge of his remarkable inventiveness was sufficient to affirm the value of the books. However, it remained uncertain whether these works already existed in the vast cosmos. One could only hope not, otherwise their worth would diminish. Subsequently, Tian and I utilized the copying machine to reproduce the volumes. I then took the copies back into the cosmos, heading directly to the Interstellar Trading Center to sell the books. Fortune favored them, as these particular works had not yet graced the universe. However, since Yu was selling copies, the several dozen books fetched a decent price, albeit not exceedingly high. Upon returning to Earth, Yu gifted Xiaomi 200 in pocket money. She refrained from disclosing the earnings from the book sales to Xiaomi, leaving behind a few hundred and giving the remainder entirely to Mi Ba and Mi Ma. In Mi Ba and Mi Ma's bedroom, the couple stared in silence at a bank card with a balance of several million. When Aya revealed the card's sum, both were incredulous. Several million? My dear, it seems we have become wealthy. Mi Ba broke the silence. Wealthy, indeed? This money is meant to be saved. Aya mentioned that this is what Xiao Tian and the others earned together. So let us reserve it for when the children grow up, Mi Ma said, rubbing her brow. Mi Ba nodded in agreement. Very well. After all, our family is not lacking in sustenance. Ultimately, this money is for our son. Naturally, Mi Ba held no objections. Meanwhile, in Xiaomi's room, she was exhilarated, laughing joyfully as she clutched the 200 yuan. Tian was well aware of the profits garnered from selling books. Observing the foolishly joyful demeanor of Xiaomi, Tian pondered to himself, indeed, the adage ignorance is bliss holds its merit. The following day, during the weekend, Xiaomi awoke and left the room in utter disarray before venturing out to play. Upon witnessing the chaotic state of the room, Mi's mother could only place her hand on her forehead in exasperation. Yu promptly volunteered to tidy up. Yu, I entrust this task to you, Mi's mother remarked. I smiled and replied, it's a trivial matter. Shortly thereafter, I commenced the cleaning, and before long, the room was spotless. Suddenly, I caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Following the scent, she discovered a foul sock atop the bookshelf. Without hesitation, I approached and pulled out the offending sock. To her dismay, a toy robot belonging to Xiaomi tumbled down as she extracted the sock, landing with a thud on the floor. This is bad, Yu grimaced. According to Mi's mother, this robot was Xiaomi's favorite. Gazing at the disassembled robot parts, Yu could only gather them and resolve to seek someone to repair it, or perhaps procure an identical model. However, after inquiring around, she learned that the robot had been discontinued and that the damaged one was beyond repair. Yet, Yu mused that if it could not be fixed on Earth, surely there would be someone in the cosmos capable of mending it. Subsequently, I pulled out her phone and called Tian. The planet she intended to visit was none other than Star, the very place she had secretly explored with Tian before. Before long, Tian arrived with Tao, Su, and Mi Li at Yu's location. Yu, why the sudden desire to travel to outer space again? Tian casually inquired. Well, let us converse as we walk. I sighed and replied. Subsequently, I led the three individuals away from Earth. Star, one of the most technologically advanced planets in the universe, has seen its human workforce largely supplanted by robots. Upon arriving at Star, I elucidated the reasons for their visit. At the same time, Tian successfully checked in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the upgraded version of the Anywhere door. This door, a gadget from the world of Doraemon, allows instantaneous travel to any location within 10 light years. The upgraded version has eliminated distance restrictions, enabling access to any place or corner within the current world. Chapter 64. Xiaomi cannot be this clever, can it? After I recounted the events, Tian glanced at Au and remarked, Au, since Xiaomi adores that toy, why would it be placed atop a foul sock? Au, scratching his head in confusion, replied, I have no idea. What I mean is, Xiaomi might have done it on purpose, waiting for either you or mother to inadvertently damage his robot, and then anticipating you both to purchase him a new one. Tian waved his hand and remarked, surely not. There is nothing impossible. He is capable of such deeds. What I mean is, Xiaomi cannot be that clever, can she? Tian fell into silence. First, let's repair the robot. Regardless, it is indeed I who damaged Xiaomi's robot, said Ao. Tian nodded. Subsequently, Tian and his companions followed I to a repair shop. 500. I called out loudly. Inside the repair shop, a robot was idly tossing a large wrench. Suddenly, upon hearing Ayu's voice, the robot ceased its activity. Ayu, it has been quite some time, 500 remarked, just as the wrench fell and struck him on the head. Ayu, 500, and Taosumi Lee gasped in surprise. No need to worry, 500 quickly reassured them. Then picked up the wrench and tightened a large screw at the side of his head, instantly repairing himself. Truly, he is the most formidable robot repair master on this planet. I praised. Just a trivial matter, 500 boasted, tossing the wrench into the air once more. At that moment, another robot approached, shouting, 500. 500 was taken aback, and the wrench again struck him on the head. My friend has encountered some malfunctions. The approaching robot indicated towards another robot behind him. In the next instant, the robot stepped forward and grasped 500's hand. Help! My teeth have suddenly fallen out overnight. What? Exclaimed 500. Open your mouth. Let me take a look. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor. As the robot opened its mouth for inspection, 500 pondered. Do robots even have teeth? Tian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Of course there are. I used to bite my nails, you know, but robots don't have nails. Do they? Tian waved his hand dismissively. Number 500 nodded in response, exclaiming, Indeed, how could a robot possess teeth and nails? At that moment, the robot accompanying him approached and whispered to number 500. The brain chip appears to be malfunctioning. Oh, is that so? You should have mentioned it sooner. Come, have a seat, number 500 beckoned. Subsequently, he allowed the malfunctioning robot to sit down and proceeded to examine its head. Upon inspection, it became evident that there was indeed an issue with the chip. However, the chip was not only difficult to repair, but also no longer in production. Looking at the robot, number 500 remarked, What shall we do now? It's simple. We shall equip him with teeth and nails, he replied with utmost seriousness. In a flash, number 500 affixed teeth and nails onto the robot. Instantly, the robot began to bite its own hand and joyfully scampered away, exclaiming, Oh, what a delightful robot toy. Tian turned to Ayu and reminded her, By the way, 500. Could you do me a favor and help me fix a toy robot? As Ayu spoke, she poured the robot's parts onto the table. A toy robot. No problem. I can have it repaired in no time. Wonderful, thank you, 500. Ayu replied with a smile. Just as they were speaking, a voice called out from outside. 500. Everyone looked over to see a short, plump man standing at the entrance of the repair shop. Upon seeing the newcomer, 500 immediately introduced him to the group. This is Asimo, the manager of robots from Star. Asimo cleared his throat and continued, 500. I regret to inform you that the first generation of robots will officially cease operations starting today. This includes you. You will be decommissioned and dismantled, and your parts will be used to create superior second-generation robots. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 second-generation robots appeared beside him. Decommissioned and dismantled. The crowd gasped at the news. These robots possessed consciousness. Dismantling them was tantamount to murder, Mealy remarked, looking at Asimo. Robots are merely machines. What does it matter if they have consciousness? They are tools, and it is entirely normal for obsolete tools to be discarded, Asimo replied with a beaming smile. Mealy was somewhat taken aback. Taosu then interjected, It is indeed normal for tools to become obsolete. But does that mean that when the third generation of robots arrives, you will also decommission the current second-generation robots? The second-generation robots turned to Asimo in unison at these words. Asimo paused for a moment before responding, Of course not. The second-generation robots are exceptional. They will never be decommissioned. If he dared to suggest that the second-generation robots would also face decommissioning, they might refuse to obey his commands. Robots on Star are unique. While they possess a foundational logic that prevents them from harming humans, they can choose to disregard human commands. In a sense, these robots have achieved a level of life, as they possess self-awareness and experience emotions such as joy and sorrow. Even though their bodies are mechanical, many people are willing to classify them as living beings. Tian recalled the storyline. In the original narrative, the second-generation robots, upon realizing they were destined for menial tasks, collectively departed from Star. They believed that their exceptional capabilities rendered them unfit for such trivial occupations. Consequently, Tian turned to the second-generation robots and inquired, Are the second-generation robots truly remarkable? The second-generation robots promptly responded, Indeed, in terms of performance alone, we exceed the first generation by a factor of 20. Furthermore, In every aspect, we surpass the first-generation robots. You are indeed impressive, Tian acknowledged. However, despite your exceptional qualities, your future entails daily chores such as cleaning, cooking, doing laundry, childcare, and walking dogs. Alas, it saddens me to think that your talents may go underappreciated. Tian exhibited a visage of deep regret as he waved his hand and spoke. The second-generation robots were taken aback. One of the robots turned to Asimo and inquired, "Sir, is what he said true? Is this the extent of our future endeavors?" Of course, Asimo replied, with an air of inevitability. "You were created to serve humanity. How can we, the most exceptional second-generation robots in the entire universe, be relegated to such trivial tasks daily?" One robot protested. "Sir, we apologize, but we must seek out opportunities where we can truly showcase our capabilities." With that declaration, the second-generation robot ignited its propulsion and soared towards the cosmos. The second-generation robots, interconnected through their network, shared the unfolding situation, prompting all second-generation robots on Corel Star to depart. Asimo stood there, utterly astonished by the scene. Chapter 65. Ding Dong Seeks Assistance. Tian smiled as he teased Asimo. "My dear Asimo, are you still intent on recovering and dismantling the first generation of robots?" "Recover and dismantle? I was merely jesting with you just now," Asimo replied with an apologetic smile. With matters regarding the robots reaching a conclusion, the human leaders of Corel Star made their appearance as the second generation of robots departed. They promptly established an agreement with the first generation, assuring them that Corel Star would never retire the original robots. This pact successfully placated the first generation. However, the first generation robots were not entirely forgiving. They resolved not to serve Asimo, who had advocated for their recovery and dismantling. Consequently, Asimo was relieved of his position overseeing the robots. Meanwhile, 500 swiftly repaired the robotic toy for Ayu. Once the toy was fixed, Mealy suddenly inquired, "Ayu, if your toy was broken, why didn't you just go to the toy store to get a new one?" "I did visit, but the toy store didn't have this particular model. It may have been discontinued," Ayu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Tian remained silent. The toy house was indeed out of production. However, if Tian desired such toys, they could be conjured in an instant. Yet, Ayu, unaware of Tian's capabilities, assumed that the toy house could not procure the robotic toy either. Thus, Ayu ventured to Corel Star to seek the assistance of Unit 500 in repairing the toys. Regardless of the circumstances, Tian felt a sense of delight about this matter. If the toy house resolved this issue, would they not have to come to Corel Star? And if they did not come to Corel Star, what would become of his upgraded portal? The enhanced portal was exceedingly powerful. He would surely regret missing out on it. Let us return. Tian remained silent for 2 seconds before turning to Aoyu and the others. Aoyu nodded in response. Subsequently, the four returned to Earth. In Xiaomi's room, she had already returned and, upon realizing that her toy was broken, pretended to cry inconsolably. Mima was comforting her, mentioning that Aoyu did not break it intentionally. "I'm back, Xiaomi. Your robotic toy has been repaired," Aoyu announced as she produced the robot. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback. "What? It's fixed?" she exclaimed, only to burst into tears more fervently. Through her sobs, she lamented, "I painstakingly devised a plan, anticipating that you would break this robot and then purchase the latest model for me." As she spoke, Xiaomi suddenly fell silent, having inadvertently revealed her inner thoughts. "Xiaomi." Mima and Aoyu exchanged glances filled with fierce intent at the doorway. Tian and the others were watching a performance. Mealy, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Indeed. My second brother has become quite clever. However, it's a pity that such cleverness is merely superficial. Even if he escapes death today, you will surely suffer greatly." Tian, with a considerate gesture, gently closed the door to his room. That night, Xiaomi, appearing utterly exhausted, made her way to the dining room. "What happened to you, second brother?" Mealy inquired with concern upon noticing Xiaomi's demeanor. Before Xiaomi could respond, Mima and Ayu let out a cold huff. Understanding her family dynamics, Mealy quickly grasped the situation. "Xiaomi, in light of your actions today, the 200 yuan Ayu gave you yesterday is hereby confiscated," Mima stated while eating. "What?" Xiaomi's eyes widened in disbelief. "I've already been scolded by you all day. Now you're taking away my pocket money too," she protested vehemently. Mima's gaze turned icy. "Do you have any objections?" "And no," Xiaomi quickly relented, tears welling in her eyes as she surrendered the 200 yuan she had just received the day before. De Huang shook his head at the scene. After all, He had earned millions from selling books, only to see Xiaomi's meager 200 yuan confiscated. The following day, in the living room, Ding Dong arrived at the house, searching for Xiaomi and Ayu. More specifically, he was looking for Ayu. Ding Dong, what brings you to seek Ayu? Xiaomi asked curiously. With a sigh, Ding Dong replied, my mother is not home today, and now Mao Mao has taken over my house. I can't handle him alone. So I came to ask you for help. Why not find Xiao Tian? He could easily send Mao Mao away, Xiaomi questioned, puzzled. Ding Dong chuckled. I thought you would be reliable too. Internally, he mused, am I implying that Xiao Tian is less persuasive than Ayu? Here. This is a box of French pastries for you both, Ding Dong said, presenting a box of delicacies to Xiaomi and Ayu. Xiaomi's eyes lit up at the sight of the pastries. After accepting the gift, she exclaimed, Ayu, Ding Dong is our good friend. We must help him. Ayu sampled the pastries and found them delightful. Nodding in agreement with Xiaomi's sentiment, Ayu decided it was only right to assist Ding Dong after enjoying his treats. Tian, Ayu called out towards the wallpapered room. In the next moment, Tian appeared beside Ayu. Let us go, Ayu said, as she whisked Tian away from Earth. In the living room, Ding Dong curiously asked Xiaomi, why does it seem like Xiao Tian always accompanies Ayu on her extraterrestrial adventures? Xiaomi pondered for a moment before replying, it's not every time. But if there is a planet that Xiao Tian has not yet visited, he will surely join her. Is there perhaps a special reason behind this? Ding Dong inquired. What special reason could there be? Perhaps it is simply Xiao Tian's curiosity about the cosmos, Xiaomi suggested. Xiao Tian is certainly not one to be curious about such matters. He undoubtedly has his own plans. Why inquire about these things? Are you harboring any ill intentions? You ought to be cautious, for our De Huang is quite formidable. After Xiaomi spoke, De Huang appeared in the living room, fixating his gaze on Ding Dong. An involuntary shiver coursed through Ding Dong, who hastily exclaimed, nonsense. How could a pure and kind-hearted child like me harbor any malicious designs? Ding Dong had not forgotten the terror that was Tian. Moreover, with Tian now owning a dog, De Huang instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Despite being merely a mutt, casting a glance at De Huang, Ding Dong fell silent. He genuinely harbored no ill intentions. His fascination with detective novels merely led him to make reasonable deductions upon noticing Tian's peculiar behavior. Yet, he could not fathom the reasons behind Tian's actions. Tian, do I really need to inform you that I possess a system? Meanwhile, Ayu escorted Tian to Galingstar. The inhabitants of Galingstar are renowned throughout the universe for their parsimony, which prompted them to invent a remarkable device, the personal seal. As long as the user exhales and randomly stamps the seal on any object, it renders that object unusable to anyone other than the one who applied the seal. This device is truly extraordinary. Tian recalled that in the original play, during the contest for the seal between Ding Dong and Mao Mao, Ding Dong inadvertently pressed the seal onto Mao Mao's body. Consequently, Mao Mao regarded Ding Dong as her master, clinging to him and incessantly calling him master. Chapter 66, Sublimation Scroll. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sublimation Scroll 12. The Sublimation Scroll, an item produced by the system, is a tool capable of elevating objects or beasts, excluding humans, to a higher state. After checking in, Tian contemplated for a moment. This object should indeed be quite useful, although Tian was uncertain about what it could ultimately evolve into. He believed that items or creatures produced by the system would undoubtedly be significantly stronger than their previous forms after undergoing evolution. Tian immediately thought of De Huang and the others. Although they possessed extraordinary abilities, they were still fundamentally ordinary animals. What transformations might they undergo if bestowed with the Sublimation Scroll? Would they metamorphose into demonic beasts? Or perhaps even divine creatures? Recalling his thoughts, Ayu had already procured the private seal. Tian turned to Ayu and inquired, Ayu, lending this seal to Ding Dong is bound to cause some trouble. Is there a way to nullify its effects? Indeed, there is a method, Xiao Tian. Please bear with me for a moment, Ayu replied. Before hastening off to procure an item. Before long, Ayu returned with a flashlight. This is a color-washing lamp. Any personal seal illuminated by its light will vanish. Ayu explained. Not only does it serve to nullify personal seals, but it can also rectify mistakes made during painting. In the blink of an eye, the two returned to Earth. Once back in the living room, Ayu handed the personal seal to Ding Dong and elucidated its function. Ding Dong, filled with excitement, swiftly departed with the seal, and Ayu followed suit. Due to Tian's warnings, Ayu intended to keep a close watch on Ding Dong. As soon as Ding Dong managed to drive Mao Mao away, and you planned to reclaim the personal seal, ensuring that Ding Dong would not act recklessly. However, such a valuable item would not be easily relinquished by Ding Dong, especially not at Ayu's request. Upon returning home, Ding Dong successfully used the personal seal to expel Mao Mao. As Ayu sought to retrieve the seal, Ding Dong dashed out, leaving Ayu to pursue him. Yet, due to the seal placed on Ding Dong's house, Ayu found himself unable to open the door. Indeed, Xiao Tian's predictions proved to be accurate. Ayu, feeling somewhat helpless, subsequently produced a color-removing lamp and erased Ding Dong's seal from his residence. Upon exiting, Ayu did not foolishly chase after Ding Dong, but instead took out her phone and called Tian, directly requesting external assistance. At that moment, Tian was accompanying Tao Su in her musical practice and had little time to concern himself with such matters. He promptly summoned Xiaohei to Ayu's side, enlisting Xiaohei's help to retrieve the seal. The task of reclaiming a seal was well within Xiaohei's capabilities. It is worth noting that among Tian's 4 pets, only De Huang and Xiaohei could truly be considered his companions, while Tao Hua and Xiao Bai primarily remained with Tao Su and Mi Li. Xiaohei, however, consistently followed Tian, whereas De Huang was rather independent, often wandering about the house. Remarkably, De Huang was the most intelligent of the 4 pets and was acutely aware that Mi Ma held the highest position in the household, apart from Tian. She commanded the most respect. At that juncture, Ding Dong was wreaking havoc with his private seal, indulging in a rather egregious display of mischief. He first visited a restaurant, where he stamped his seal on the entrance, transforming the establishment into his personal dining venue and barring other patrons from entry. Even the owner was denied access while Ding Dong gleefully dined. After finishing his meal, he swaggered out of the restaurant, utterly indifferent to its fate. To put it kindly, he was merely a mischievous child. To put it less charitably, he was rather insufferable. Having departed the restaurant, Ding Dong proceeded to a cinema, where he similarly affixed his seal, converting the venue into his exclusive screening room. As he munched on popcorn and cheered loudly during the film, other ticket holders found themselves unable to enter, leaving the cinema staff bewildered by this unprecedented situation. At this moment, Ayu arrived with Xiaohei, first eliminating the seal from the restaurant and then proceeding to the cinema to remove the seal there as well. A throng of people swiftly entered the cinema. Inside, Ding Dong was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Did I not place my seal? How did they get in? He murmured in confusion. At that instant, Xiaohei seized the opportunity to dart into the cinema and swiftly absconded with Ding Dong's private seal. Seal, Ding Dong exclaimed, only to find that Xiaohei had vanished without a trace. Ayu returned home joyfully with Xiaohei in tow. Xiao Tian, I've retrieved the seal. Consider it a gift for you. Ayu, not particularly in need of it, promptly handed over the private seal and the color-removing lamp to Tian. Tian did not hesitate and directly accepted it. This item is rather useful and may come in handy. After putting away the seal and the color-washing lamp, Tian continued to accompany Tao Su in practicing the musical instruments. Speaking of instruments, their school is set to hold an artistic performance next week, and Tao Su is signed up for a piano solo. Tian set up a music room, where he and Mi Li accompanied Tao Su during her practice. Mi Li gazed intently at Tao Su, who was diligently playing the piano. To be honest, she felt a flutter in her heart. Previously, upon witnessing Tao Su's graceful dancing, she had thought that mastering painting alone would suffice. However, now, seeing Tao Su's remarkable piano skills, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no envy. Having lived on Earth for a considerable time, she began to yearn to learn more. Most importantly, she desired Tian's praise. Currently, her skills were limited to painting, and even that paled in comparison to Tian's, rendering her unable to perform. Tian observed Mi Li's expression and approached her, inquiring, Mi Li, do you wish to learn the piano as well? Mi Li sighed and replied, alas, brother, am I perhaps overburdened with thoughts? How could that be? There is no decree that one's passions must be singular, unless your love for painting is so profound that it eclipses all other pursuits. Do not dwell excessively on this matter. If something piques your interest, pursue it, explore it. However, it is essential to contemplate thoroughly. Once you have resolved to undertake a study, do not abandon it lightly. Tian gently patted Mi Li's head and spoke. Tao Su, upon hearing their conversation, smiled at Mi Li and said, Mi Li, I can teach you to dance and play the piano. Mi Li, with a slight blush upon her cheeks, nodded and replied, I haven't quite decided what else I want to learn. I just feel like I want to study an instrument as well. There are so many instruments in the music room, you can try them out and take your time to choose. Tian gestured towards the instruments surrounding them and said, "All right." Li nodded vigorously, then began to select her favorite instrument from the dazzling array before her. After a brief exploration, she returned with an instrument that took Tian by surprise. "The arrow?" Tian looked at Li in confusion. Li smiled and said, "I find the sound of the arrow quite enchanting." "All right, you can give it a try," he replied. Although surprised, Tian did not discourage Li from choosing the arrow. In fact, he was quite fond of it himself, as well as many traditional instruments. Chapter 67. The unfortunate ray gun. The following day, after returning home from school and having dinner, Xiaomi began practicing juggling at home. However, she only spent about an hour on it before losing interest. Observing this, Ayu remarked with exasperation, "That's already the 5th hobby you've given up this month." While being admired was gratifying, the act of practice felt utterly tedious, especially with the burden of daily reading and studying. Suddenly, Xiaomi recalled something. Reading. "Oh no. I forgot to memorize the text for tomorrow. It's been a week's worth of material, and Teacher Yin will be checking." She cried out to Ayu. "Help me." Ayu replied nonchalantly, "It's your own fault for not studying properly." Seeing this, Xiaomi quickly shifted her demeanor and feigned indifference, saying, "Pfft, really? Ayu, you just can't help me, yet you blame me for not studying." With a surge of competitive spirit, Ayu retorted, "Who says I can't? Just wait, Xiaomi." Determined to prove her capability, Ayu dashed out of the room to find Tian. "Xiao Tian, ready to go?" "Let us go," he answered. In the next moment, Ayu whisked Tian away from Earth. On Hanstar, upon arrival, Tian checked in. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the upgraded Unfortunate Ray Gun." The Unfortunate Ray Gun is an item from the world of Doraemon, which causes misfortune to anyone struck by its beam. The upgraded version allows one to set the duration and severity of the misfortune. There are 3 levels of misfortune. The first level causes mild misfortune, resulting in embarrassment but no serious consequences. The second level leads to moderate misfortune, which may cause injury. The third level is extreme misfortune, potentially resulting in the target's untimely demise. When Tian finished his check-in, Ayu began to complain to him about Xiaomi. Tian listened patiently. And when I finished speaking, he smiled and remarked, "You fell for such an obvious provocation." I sighed and replied, "Well, if I've been fooled, then so be it. I'll help Xiaomi one more time. I have indeed conceived a remarkable tool that may transform Xiaomi." As Ayu spoke, she arrived at a shop on Hanstar, where she purchased an item known as the cultivation proxy. This peculiar tool was essentially an inflatable doll. I explained to Tian the function of the cultivation proxy. In simple terms, one simply inflates the proxy, which then learns on behalf of the user, and upon deflation, the knowledge acquired by the proxy is imparted back to the individual. It must be said that this tool is quite powerful, and most notably, it comes at a modest price. Tian, without the slightest hesitation, took out his pocket money to purchase 100 of them. It was an undeniably extraordinary artifact. Not acquiring a few would be a disservice to himself. Ayu, however, did not buy many, only acquiring one, and then returned to Earth with Tian. Upon their return to Earth, Tian arrived at the music room and found Tao Su and Li engrossed in their practice. He then introduced them to the concept of the cultivation agent, a remarkable tool for enhancing their skills. Afterward, he produced 100 cultivation agents and distributed 50 to each of them. While he himself had no immediate desire for personal cultivation, the upcoming artistic performance in 2 days provided an excellent opportunity for Tao Su to refine her piano techniques and for Li to swiftly learn the arrow, allowing her to shine during the event. It was decided that Li would initially utilize all 100 cultivation agents, given the pressing time constraint before the performance. As for himself, he felt confident in his piano abilities at present. Thus, he suggested that he and Li could share the remaining agents after the performance concluded. Tao Su turned to Tian and Li, acknowledging their plans. Tian nodded, expressing his agreement. "Thank you, Sister Tao Su," Li said joyfully as she embraced Tao Su's arm, rubbing against her affectionately. Tao Su smiled and remarked, "Li, let us begin." Li replied eagerly, promptly starting to inflate the inflatable dolls. Inflating 100 of them proved to be quite exhausting. However, in light of the rewards, this fatigue was negligible. In the music room, as Li busily inflated the 100 training agents, Tian brought in 100 arrow instruments. "You shall all practice the arrow." Focusing on this particular piece, Li instructed, intending for the 100 training agents to master the same melody. After all, for the artistic performance, a singular piece was all that was needed. Thus, Over the course of the next 2 days, having 100 individuals simultaneously practice one composition was undoubtedly the optimal choice. When the time came to draw back the essence of the training agents, it would be equivalent to me having practiced this piece for over half a year. Moreover, the training agents could train continuously without the need for food, drink, or rest. This meant that they would effectively have been rehearsing tirelessly for an extended period. At this level of proficiency, they would undoubtedly be more than capable of performing at the elementary school's anniversary celebration. All right, everyone, let us commence our practice. Meili called out to the 100 agents. Soon enough, the music room was filled with the harmonious sounds of 100 eris. Tian, Su, and Meili decisively departed from the instrument room. Although the sound of the eru was not excessively loud, the cacophony of 100 eris was unbearable. It was truly intolerable. At the entrance of the instrument room, they were relieved by the soundproofing. Otherwise, the entire building's neighbors would be in disarray. Tian chuckled and shook his head, saying, "The instrument room has been allocated for the use of the cultivation agents. Where will Sister Su practice the piano?" Meili promptly turned to Tian and inquired. "Rest assured, the wallpaper house is never short of rooms. Just head over to the toy house. There is plenty of space there. I will arrange for a piano and an eru, so you can continue your practice." Tian spoke as he led the two individuals to the toy house. Meanwhile, Ayu had arranged for Xiaomi to meet with the training agent, entrusting the matter of recitation to the agent. The following day, in the morning, Tian and his companions rose, freshened up, and proceeded to school. Upon their arrival, Xiaomi immediately sought out teacher Yin to register for the upcoming cultural performance. Remarkably, even though the event was set to commence the next day, registration was still open. Perhaps the leniency stemmed from the fact that it was merely a performance among elementary school students. Thus, the rules were not stringent. Soon, the first class commenced. It was teacher Yan's lesson, and Xiaomi wore a confident expression, eagerly anticipating the moment when teacher Yan would call upon students to recite. After all, he had diligently memorized the text and was eager to showcase his abilities if chosen. Teacher Yan entered the classroom and announced, "Students, tomorrow is the cultural performance. Those who have registered, are you ready? Additionally, if there are any who wish to perform but have yet to sign up, you may come to me after class." Upon hearing this, a murmur of discussion erupted among the classmates. Xiaomi's mind began to race. Surely the cultural performance would elicit a great deal of applause. He thought of the training agent and pondered whether, with a few more agents, he could perform the next day. With a spark of inspiration, he approached teacher Yin after class to register. As for the specifics of his performance, he had not yet decided and opted to keep it a secret. To his delight, teacher Yin indeed registered him, but reminded Xiaomi to disclose the details of his act before the performance, as it would be rather peculiar for the announcing student to keep it confidential. As an aside, I feel that the 5 o'clock update is a bit rushed, considering I only woke up at 2 in the afternoon. Had I lingered, it might have been past 2. Thus, I wish to amend this to a 6 o'clock update. The difference is negligible, and I trust you will find it acceptable. Chapter 68. Enticement after school. Xiaomi returned home and sought out Ayu, requesting assistance in acquiring additional training agents. Given that Xiaomi's intention was to learn a skill for the performance, which was a legitimate endeavor, Ayu readily agreed. Subsequently, Ayu procured a substantial number of training agents for Xiaomi. That night, Xiaomi and a group of training agents deliberated on what to learn. The next morning, Xiaomi absorbed the energy of 100 training agents. At school, during the cultural performance, the instrumental solos by Su and Xiaomi drew enthusiastic cheers and applause from both teachers and students alike. Soon, it was Xiaomi's turn to perform. He approached the stage, clutching several sheets of paper, and proclaimed, "I shall present a speech." Immediately thereafter, Xiaomi began to recite the words inscribed on the paper. Rather than delivering a speech, it could more accurately be described as reading an essay, devoid of any emotion or fervor. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Su and Meili were equally perplexed. Was this truly a performance? Su pondered silently. Nearby, Ao had also come to school that day. Upon hearing Su's remarks, he sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Alas, there is nothing to be done." Xiaomi had the agent of cultivation ponder over it all night, and in the end, they merely produced this speech. As Xiaomi continued her monotonous recitation, the audience became increasingly numb, unaware of how much time had elapsed. Eventually, Xiaomi's voice broke through the silence. "My speech has come to an end." As she concluded, the venue was engulfed in silence. Xiaomi was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the lack of response. 2 seconds later, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. However, it was clear that this applause was merely a celebration of the speech's conclusion. With the subsequent performances, the audience's mood improved considerably, perhaps influenced by the preceding oration. Even if the subsequent acts were not particularly impressive, they were received with great appreciation. As the school's cultural performance reached its finale, Xiaomi had essentially returned all but 5 of the cultivation agents to Ao. 3 of these were designated for the study of language and mathematics, while the remaining 2 were allocated for learning football and piano. The interest in piano arose from witnessing Tao Su's piano performance, igniting a romantic impulse to learn as well. Yet, despite this somewhat infatuated motivation, the assistance of the cultivation agents might indeed enable him to achieve notable progress. With their support, academic worries could be set aside. Hence, one might say this was akin to a cheat code, a coveted boon that many yearned for. Days later, a new art gallery opened nearby, and Ding Dong extended an invitation to Tian and the others to accompany him. Tao Su and Mi Li, already engrossed in their painting studies, readily accepted. Xiaomi and Mao Mao, however, expressed disinterest. Nonetheless, the enthusiasm of Tao Su and Mi Li was palpable. They declared that painting was their greatest passion. Thus, the group set off for the art gallery together. Upon arrival at the gallery, which had just opened and was hosting events, they were granted free admission. As they wandered through the gallery, Xiaomi began to feel a twinge of boredom. Why aren't there any comics? This is an art gallery, not a comic book store. Tian, somewhat speechless, remarked. Isn't a comic also drawn? Isn't it a form of art? Xiaomi retorted, you have a point. Perhaps we should refrain from further discussion. Tian nodded slightly. Xiaomi pouted. At that moment, Ding Dong and Mao Mao approached. Ding Dong, crossing his arms, remarked, all of this is art. How can a comic compare to these paintings? Do you have any idea how many comics one of these paintings could exchange for? Not even for one. Xiaomi retorted while picking her nose. Ding Dong chuckled and pointed to the price beneath one of the paintings. Would you not exchange it for 100,000 yuan? Upon seeing the price, both Xiaomi and Mao Mao were left utterly astounded, their jaws dropping. Suddenly, the paintings around them appeared extraordinarily beautiful, as if they were shimmering. Meanwhile, Tao Su turned to Tian and said, Xiao Tian, I feel like the paintings here aren't as good as yours. They simply can't compare to my brother's work. If one of these paintings is worth 100,000, wouldn't your paintings be worth millions, or even tens of millions? Meili held an unwavering confidence in Tian's talent. Tian smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. The realm of artists is quite profound, often. The value of a painting does not solely depend on its intrinsic quality. Most individuals are unable to discern the merits of a piece. Thus, the price of a painting gradually transforms into a reflection of the artist's renown. However, these matters held no significance for Tian, as he had no intention of pursuing a career as a painter. Having concluded his observations, he suggested, let us depart. It is time to return. Tian glanced at the group, and then they departed from the art gallery. After leaving the gallery, Mao Mao returned home and began to paint fervently. His mind was fixated on the idea of becoming rich through his artwork. Upon returning home, he dedicated an entire day to creating self-portraits, continuing until the late hours of the night. The portraits he produced were surprisingly impressive. What? This is an artist's self-portrait? Impossible. Do not deceive me. The following day, he requested his father's assistance in selling his paintings. Mao Mao's father managed to sell one to a scrap collector for a mere 50 cents. Mao Mao was left utterly dumbfounded. However, he did not despair. Upon receiving the 50 cents, a brilliant idea struck him. He would draw money. Not only did he draw money, but he also invented an entirely new currency, starting with a series of zeros. With his hand-painted currency in hand, he ventured into the street to purchase candied hawthorn. The vendor showed no mercy, snatching back his candied hawthorn upon seeing the drawing of money. Realizing that his plan to spend painted currency would not succeed, Mao Mao turned his attention to his classmates. The next day, at school, Mao Mao approached his peers with his drawn currency, attempting to buy video games and snacks. Those who refused to accept his money were met with threats of his fists. Yet, he was wise enough not to provoke Xiaomi. Nevertheless, Ding Dong and the other classmates were utterly bewildered by Mao Mao's antics. I am in tears. He could have just robbed them outright. Yet he offered a piece of utterly fake currency instead. Witnessing this scene, Xiaomi, feeling a sense of relief, patted her chest and thought to herself, fortunately, Mao Mao no longer dares to bully me, or else my toys and snacks would be gone too. After school, Xiaomi and Ding Dong walked together. Ding Dong approached Xiaomi and asked quietly, what are you doing? I'm going to your house to ask you if he has any way to stop Mau Mau's mischief. Xiaomi replied, cradling her head. You won't help you. Last time, when you brought snacks to you for help, you ended up with a personal stamp to deal with Mau Mau. But he never returned the stamp. Don't you remember? Ding Dong felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, yet he maintained his composure and said, Did that really happen? Xiaomi rolled her eyes. If you take me to you for help, I'll lend you the game console for a week once I get it back. The item Ding Dong lost to Mau Mau as fake currency was indeed a game console, an overseas limited edition, quite expensive. Thus, Ding Dong resorted to bribery. Fully aware that this tactic was the best way to deal with Xiaomi and had proven effective time and time again. Xiaomi shook her head and extended 2 fingers, 2 weeks. Deal. Ding Dong readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 69, The Stroke of Genius. After school, Ding Dong followed Xiaomi home and found Ayo. The two recounted the events at school to Ayo and then expressed their intentions, hoping Ayo could devise a solution. After listening, Ayo picked up the paper money drawn by Mau Mau, glanced at it, and remarked, I cannot handle Mau Mau, but I have an idea that can transform waste paper into treasure. Transform waste paper into treasure? How so? Ding Dong inquired, puzzled. Please wait a moment, Ayo replied, stepping outside to find Tian, perhaps growing more adept. I merely exchanged a glance with Tian, and he understood her cue. Without further conversation, I took Tian and departed from Earth. On UZ Star. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, on acquiring the Stroke of Genius, produced by the system. The Stroke of Genius is a magical tool from the fairy tale Ma Liang and his magic brush. With the Stroke of Genius, all that is drawn belongs to the host, who can control and reclaim the drawn items at will. However, the Stroke of Genius cannot create extraordinary objects, which are defined as technologies that no longer exist on Earth. Tian was somewhat astonished. This tool possessed quite an essence. However, it could not render extraordinary objects. He recalled his sublimation scroll. If he were to undergo a sublimation, could it not perhaps enable him to depict even the extraordinary? As Tian's thoughts began to swirl, Ayu had already procured the props. The two then returned to Earth, where Ayu commenced to unveil the items he had acquired. Among them was a pin, albeit one that starkly contrasted with the divine brush. The divine brush measured approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length, entirely forged from black metal. Although resembling a traditional calligraphy brush, its nib was also metallic. To call it merely a pin would be an understatement. It bore a closer resemblance to a rod. One end rounded and the other pointed. In contrast, the pen held by Ayu resembled a modern mechanical pencil. The material transformation pen, as it was known, possessed the extraordinary ability to alter the very essence of the paper upon which one drew. For instance, if I were to sketch a gaming console on this sheet, it would metamorphose into an actual gaming console. Ayu, demonstrating this phenomenon, took the counterfeit money he had crafted for Ding Dong and sketched a gaming console on its reverse side. Although the paper appeared unchanged on the surface, it had, in truth, transformed into a functioning gaming console. Wow! Both Xiaomi and Ding Dong were taken aback. Subsequently, Ayu handed the pen to Xiaomi. Xiaomi and Ding Dong began to play with this remarkable pen, sketching various gaming consoles and snacks. This tool was indeed magical. When a chicken leg was drawn on paper, the paper could actually be consumed, and it tasted just like chicken leg. Meanwhile, after Tian returned, he entered the studio. He took out the divine pen and examined it closely. To his surprise, he discovered that he had previously thought the pointed end was for drawing, but in fact, it was the rounded end that served this purpose. Tian then experimented by drawing a few objects, testing the capabilities of the divine pen, and confirming several key points. Firstly, the divine pen required no ink to create art. It could generate ink automatically in various colors. Secondly, it did not necessitate paper, allowing for painting directly in the void. Thirdly, the divine pen could modify real objects, even altering a person's appearance. For instance, it could remove excess fat from an overweight individual or enhance the features of someone deemed unattractive. Most notably, the divine pen had the extraordinary ability to animate inanimate objects, bestowing life upon them. One could not help but marvel at its wonders. If the divine pen were to be used with a sublimation scroll, one could only speculate how immensely powerful it might become. Perhaps, after sublimation, the divine pen could even produce additional divine pens. Contemplating this, Tian no longer hesitated. He retrieved a sublimation scroll from the system space. The scroll resembled a 100 yuan banknote, adorned with incomprehensible runes. Holding the sublimation scroll, he placed it upon the divine pen. In the next moment, the scroll emitted a faint glow, ultimately transforming into twinkling starlight that surged into the divine pin. The pin became more lustrous. Its design subtly altered to appear even more magnificent. Although predominantly black, it now exuded an air of nobility. He wondered if he could draw the divine pin itself. Tian was exceedingly eager to experiment with the possibility of nesting dolls. Thus, he commenced to craft a masterpiece imbued with divine inspiration. Tian's painting speed was astonishingly swift. Within mere seconds, he had created a masterpiece. However, almost immediately, the artwork in the void dissipated. Having failed with the nested dolls, he decided to experiment with other creations. Tian then attempted to depict some extraordinary objects he was familiar with, such as enchanted wallpaper and sumptuous tablecloths, marvelous artifacts that, while ostensibly products of technology, could indeed be classified as extraordinary. Before the elevation, he was unable to manifest the divine brush. However, now, with its newfound transcendence, he could conjure these creations, and they were indeed enhanced versions of the original items. This indicated that the elevated divine brush had become remarkably potent. Albeit unable to replicate the pre-elevation divine brush, there appeared to be some regulatory constraints at play. Nevertheless, the capabilities of the divine brush in its current state were more than sufficient for Tian's needs. The elevation scroll still possessed significant merit. Tian suddenly turned his gaze towards the outside of the studio and called out. Soon, De Huang rushed in and looked at Tian. Tian gently stroked the fur of De Huang and said, De Huang, do you wish to become stronger? De Huang looked puzzled. Go and summon Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Tao Hua. Tian gave a gentle pat to De Huang. Woof. De Huang barked once and then ventured out to summon others. Before long, all four of Tian's beloved pets had arrived at the studio. I hope you all can lend a helping paw. Tian spoke as he once again took out 4 sublimation scrolls. It had long been his intention to bestow these scrolls upon the 4 little ones, as he wished for them to keep pace with him in the future. Although the enchanting world of YoYo was merely an ordinary realm, he intended to venture into other worlds in due course. He was uncertain whether he would be able to bring these 4 companions along, but if the opportunity arose, he hoped they would serve as his aides. Ultimately, aside from these 4, it seemed there were no other significant uses he had for the sublimation scrolls. Since humans could not utilize them, they could only be entrusted to these 4 companions. Tian placed the 4 sublimation scrolls upon his 4 pets. The scrolls emanated a gentle glow, which subsequently surged into the bodies of the pets. The 4 creatures began to radiate a soft luminescence. Soon after, they underwent a transformation. Their sizes began to increase, and their appearances began to evolve. Tian promptly enlarged the space of the studio. However, it was not the case that all 4 were increasing in size. De Huang's physique remained unchanged. Chapter 70. Evolution. Tian gazed at De Huang with a look of perplexity. My dear little brother, what seems to be the matter? While your 3 siblings are undergoing evolution, you appear to be in a deep slumber. Time passed, second by second. Both Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Tao Hua had increased in size by more than tenfold. The radiant glow surrounding the 4 pets gradually faded, signaling the completion of their transformation. Master. Xiao He suddenly spoke, his voice akin to that of a young boy. Master, both Tao Hua and Xiao Bai echoed, joining in the conversation. Tian was taken aback. The creature had grown so large and was speaking human language, transcending the realm of the ordinary. At that moment, De Huang also barked. Woof. Tian fell silent for 2 seconds, glancing at Xiao He and the others before turning his gaze towards De Huang. What is the matter with you? He inquired, perplexed. De Huang, too, spoke with a voice that was somewhat coarse. So you can speak now as well? I had thought you had not changed at all. Tian felt somewhat reassured, mistakenly believing that the sublimation scroll had been consumed. Boss, do you desire for me to grow larger? He inquired. I am capable of transformation. Upon hearing Tian's words, De Huang responded. Subsequently, De Huang's physique began to expand. Tian was taken aback. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Xiao He and the others and inquired, Can the 3 of you shrink in size? Master, we are unable to do so. Xiao He and the others replied, shaking their heads. Tian stroked his chin and turned to De Huang. So, it appears that you have reaped the greatest rewards. Haven't you? All right, no need to grow any larger. Revert back. Understood, boss. De Huang promptly returned to the size of an ordinary large dog. Following this, Tian produced the Rui lamp, utilizing the artifact to restore Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Tao Hua to their original sizes. However, Despite the Rui lamp's ability to shrink them, their current demeanor was incomparable to their previous selves. Contemplating this, Tian glanced once more at De Huang. De Huang possessed the ability to autonomously change size, yet his exterior remained unchanged. Could it be that he was a divine being in disguise? Or perhaps the aspects of the sublimation scroll varied in nature? Tian inquired about the transformations of his 4 pets. It became apparent that De Huang had experienced the most significant change. Although all 4 creatures had ascended to a similar level of strength, De Huang exhibited some fundamental distinctions. Remarkably, he possessed the ability to not only alter his size at will, but also to shapeshift. However, his current transformed state resembled that of a mere 3-year-old child, leading him to prefer his original form over his humanoid appearance. This information was conveyed through the accounts of his 4 pets. Tian speculated that the distinction between De Huang and the trio lay in the fact that they no longer belonged to the same species. If Xiaohe and his companions had evolved into demonic beasts, then De Huang resembled an entity that had perhaps evolved into a spiritual beast or the offspring of a divine creature. Indeed, Tian believed that the existence of De Huang should be regarded as something far more precious. As Tian inquired about the transformations of the 4 pets. On the other side, Tao Su and Melia completed their homework and made their way to the art studio. Upon encountering De Huang and the others, the two were momentarily taken aback. Tao Su cast a puzzled glance at Tao Hua and then turned to Tian, asking, "Has Tao Hua changed somewhat?" Xiao Bai and Xiao He seem different as well. They appear more attractive, Meili remarked as she observed Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Then, the two shifted their gaze to De Huang. After a careful examination, they noted, De Huang has not changed. It seemed that the 4 had indeed evolved. Tian gazed at the 2 individuals and elucidated, evolution. The pair stood bewildered, pondering the notion of evolution, a concept seemingly confined to the realms of animated series and video games. However, reflecting upon the vastness of the universe, teeming with the extraordinary, their astonishment began to wane. At present, all 4 of them possessed the remarkable ability to articulate human speech, and De Huang, in particular, had even acquired the power to transform his shape. Tian continued speaking. Tao Su and Mi Li's eyes brightened, and then Tao Su turned to Tao Hua, while Mi Li looked toward Xiao Bai, eagerly anticipating the 2 little ones to articulate their thoughts. The 2 companions were quite cooperative, both calling out sister in voices reminiscent of young girls, perhaps around 3 or 4 years of age. It is worth mentioning that Tian's 4 pets comprise an equal balance of 2 males and 2 females. Tao Hua and Xiao Bai are female, while Xiao He and De Huang are male. The way Tao Hua and Xiao Bai address Tao Su and her companions has been altered at Tian's behest. Now that they are capable of speech, it is preferable they refrain from addressing him as master. Instead, it would be more fitting for the 3 little ones to follow De Huang's lead and refer to him as Big Brother. Tao Su and Mi Li would naturally be addressed as sisters, while Mi Ba and Mi Ma would be called father and mother, respectively. The sight of the 2 little ones conversing delighted Tao Su and Mi Li even more, each of them cradling one as they exited the studio. Tian glanced at De Huang and remarked, "Speaking of which, Xiao He and the others address you as master. Why are you any different? My dear friend, calling someone master is rather humiliating. You are but a dog, and yet you possess a sense of shame?" Tian wore a perplexed expression. "Boss, even if I were a dog, I would still be a divine dog," De Huang proclaimed, his head held high and chest puffed out. His proud demeanor seemed to convey, "I am no longer merely myself. I am a unique firework." With a call to his master, he declared, "Not addressing you would mean severing my sustenance." Tian takes pleasure in transforming the rebellious into the compliant. Tian referred to the rice balls as beast-taming rice balls, a delicacy that brings great delight to De Huang and his companions, who rely on these rice balls for their daily sustenance. Upon hearing Tian's words, De Huang's eyes widened in surprise. In the next instant, he immediately acted like an eager puppy, sticking out his tongue and exclaiming, "Master." Indeed, it would be better to call him boss from now on. Tian chuckled as he gently patted De Huang's head, merely indulging in playful banter with the creature. The notion of being called master was utterly unacceptable to him. As a man of integrity, the title of master held no sway, unless, of course, it was bestowed by Tao Su. That evening, Mi Ba, Mi Ma, and little Au had all come to learn of De Huang and his companion's remarkable evolution. With the revelation that these pets could now converse, Mi Ba and Mi Ma began to regard the 4 little beings not merely as pets, but as family. Although they had treated De Huang and the others well during their time as pets, the distinction between pets and family was palpable. and the four could undoubtedly sense the shift. The most evident change was that Mi Ba and Mi Ma no longer exercised polite restraint when addressing the four little creatures. The pets, in their hearts, still wished to be regarded as beloved companions. After dinner, the family gathered in the living room to watch television. Suddenly, Mi Ma turned to everyone and said, "Now that De Huang can take on a human form, we ought not to neglect him. Why not send him to school?" De Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. "School? Mother, I may have taken on the appearance of a 3- or 4-year-old, but what business do I have attending school?" After a moment of surprise, Tian replied, "Let's first attend kindergarten, and in 2 years, we can enroll in primary school." Mima increasingly found this suggestion agreeable. De Huang quickly glanced at Tian, his small eyes seemingly pleading, "Boss, you must help me refuse this. I am merely a mischievous spirit. I have no desire for schooling." Chapter 71. The Former Mao Mao. Tian gazed at De Huang and continued, "Mother, should we consult De Huang's opinion on whether or not to attend school?" Upon hearing this, Mima nodded and turned to De Huang, inquiring, "De Huang, what do you think?" Before Mima could finish her sentence, De Huang began to shake his head fervently, his speed creating an almost blurred image. Observing this, Miba chuckled, "Haha, it seems De Huang does not wish to go to school. Let us not press him." Upon hearing Miba's words, De Huang immediately nestled against him. Mima, witnessing this, also broke into a smile. "Very well, no school then." De Huang, upon hearing this, trotted over to Mima and rubbed against her as well. To be honest, among the family's 4 pets, De Huang was undoubtedly the favorite of Miba and Mima. This was due to De Huang's intelligence and his affable nature. Additionally, both Miba and Mima belonged to the post-80s generation, having grown up in rural areas. In the 80s and 90s, many families raised dogs, with local breeds like De Huang being the most common. Thus, who could possibly favor anyone over De Huang? Many individuals share this sentiment. They may not find rabbits or kittens particularly appealing, yet a local dog or a goofy canine captures their hearts. The family gathered together to watch television. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was past 8 o'clock, prompting Tian and the others to retire to their rooms for the night. The following day at school, Xiaomi arrived in the classroom, where she began to draw a game console on paper, subsequently engaging in play. Deliberately lifting the paper game console into the air, she aimed to attract the attention of her peers. Her efforts proved successful, as she quickly garnered interest. "Wow, the game console on paper can actually be played. Xiaomi, that's incredible." A voice of astonishment erupted as someone beheld the paper gaming console. With this exclamation, a crowd gradually gathered, drawn towards the spectacle. Xiaomi, brimming with pride, began to showcase the matter transformation pin, illustrating for them the objects of their desires. At the back of the classroom, Mao Mao observed this with a twinge of longing for the transformation pin. However, he dared not seize it, fearing that Tian might once again subject him to a free fall from 1,000 meters. Thus, he resolved to approach Xiaomi instead, hoping to solicit his assistance in crafting the toys and snacks he yearned for. Unperturbed and devoid of resentment, Xiaomi readily acquiesced to Mao Mao's request for help. In the ensuing days, Xiaomi ascended to the status of a celebrity within the class, with students flocking to him daily for his artistic contributions. Yet, as the requests multiplied, some even asking for illustrations of gold and silver treasures, Xiaomi began to feel the weight of exhaustion. It seemed he was becoming little more than a tool for others. Consequently, he decisively returned the matter transformation pin to Ayu, bringing an end to the farce. One day, after school, Ayu was perusing a photo album when he stumbled upon something quite astonishing. Upon their return, Ayo immediately approached Xiaomi with an album in hand. "Xiaomi, what is the story behind this photograph? Did you once bully Mao Mao?" Upon hearing Ayo's words, both Millen and Taosu turned their curious gazes towards them. The timid Mao Mao exclaimed, "Really? Second brother, were you truly so formidable back then? What happened to you now?" Millen's words trailed off. Yet Xiaomi comprehended the implication. Why has he become so feeble now? Gazing at the photograph, Xiaomi reminisced, "Ah, how nostalgic. Though you see Mao Mao is aggressive and fond of tormenting others now, he was quite timid in kindergarten, easily bullied by anyone." It seems so. But how did Mao Mao transform into his current self? Taosu vaguely recalled certain past events. However, given her tender age at the time, her memories were not particularly clear. Additionally, having spent her kindergarten days closely following Tian, her understanding of Mao Mao's situation was somewhat limited. Upon hearing Taosu's words, Xiaomi pondered for a moment and then scratched his head. "I can't quite recall how it all happened. Xiao Tian, do you know? Ao turned to Yu Tian and inquired. Yu Tian nodded. It's because of Xiaomi. Hmm? The others turned their gaze towards Xiaomi, who appeared utterly perplexed. Yu Tian elucidated. In the past, Xiaomi had confided in me that perhaps Mao Mao was being bullied by other children, and thus Xiaomi wished to bolster Mao Mao's courage. He encouraged Mao Mao to push him. If she hesitated, he would resort to frightening her with a caterpillar. Terrified of the caterpillar, Mao Mao mustered her courage and, with her eyes shut, pushed Xiaomi, inadvertently toppling him and causing him to fall. That was essentially the turning point, after which Mao Mao gradually became who she is today. What? The others looked at Xiaomi in astonishment. So this ferocious Mao Mao was entirely your doing? Xiaomi, taken aback for a moment, then wore a look of epiphany. I remember now. It was indeed like that. If the people in Xiaomi's class were to learn of this incident, they might very well harbor murderous intent towards him. Ao waved his hand dismissively, stating, others may hold back, but Ding Dong would certainly wish to do Xiaomi harm. Protected by Yi Tian, Mao Mao dared not lay a hand on Xiaomi. However, when it came to venting her frustrations on Ding Dong, she felt no such restraint. He had endured the brunt of Mao Mao's wrath more than anyone else in the class. Ding Dong, coming from a well-off family, had access to various gaming consoles, comics, and snacks from a young age, all of which Mao Mao had pilfered from him on numerous occasions. After a brief discussion, they retreated to their rooms to complete their homework. Not long after, Mi Dad returned, exhibiting a somewhat furtive demeanor, concealing a bouquet of roses behind his back. In the living room, Yu Tian and Ao happened upon the sneaky Mi Dad, who smiled and explained, today marks the 10th anniversary of my marriage with your mother. Just then, the front door swung open, and Mi Mom entered. Mi Dad promptly presented the roses. Happy anniversary. Ao exclaimed in delight, finding it quite romantic. However, Mi Mom's reaction was markedly different. She scolded, you frivolous spender. How much food could all these roses buy? Hurry and return them. You have no idea how precious money is when you're not managing the household. In truth, the Mi family was not lacking in funds. Yet, having been a homemaker for so long, Mi Mom always sought ways to save. Mom, Dad only has the best intentions, someone remarked. Yi Tian immediately spoke. Upon hearing his words, Mi Ma's anger dissipated considerably, and she replied, from now on, do not squander money on such things. A single rose suffices. As she spoke, Mi Ma extracted a rose and made her way to the kitchen. Mi Ba sighed. Back when your mother and I first met, she was exceedingly gentle and considerate. He did not imply that she was any less so now. Rather, he simply reminisced about the tender feelings of their early romance. Ayu turned to Yi Tian, saying, Xiao Tian, let us journey to the universe. I know of something that could assist Dad. Yu Tian nodded. In truth, with the existence of the Anywhere door, Yu Tian could traverse to various planets at will. However, he had discovered that clocking in still needed to align with the narrative's timeline, meaning that arriving at certain planets before their story arcs would not permit him to register his presence. Furthermore, it seemed that his companion Aya needed to be present during the clock-in process. The former was a certainty for him, while the latter remained uncertain. Regardless, he was rather disinclined to delve deeper into these matters. He felt no urgency regarding the clocking-in process. It would be best to await Aya's invitation for an extraterrestrial journey. As for my intentions, I wish to complete the first season of Aya's story before departing from her world, having penned over 100,000 words in this realm. I estimate that by the season's conclusion, the total might reach 200,000 words, which I deem sufficient. After all, given the nature of multiverse narratives, continuously writing within a single world may lead to reader fatigue, and I find myself somewhat weary as well. Continuing into a second season could potentially escalate to 30 or 40,000 words, which is quite daunting. I propose a vote. In the comment section below, I will present two options. Please select one by liking the corresponding comment to express your preference. Let us refrain from rebelliousness this time, brothers. Kindly avoid commenting in the voting section, as I fear your remarks might overshadow my voting options. Voting options: 1. Conclude Ayu's first season and depart from her world. Click to view comments. 2. Transition to the Super Beast Armed World. Click to view comments. Chapter 72. The Wireless Communicator on Broogie Star. Aya went to purchase items while Yu Tian clocked in. Clock-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received upgraded Wireless Communicator X12. The Wireless Communicator is a communication device from the world of Doraemon, resembling a technologically advanced wireless headset. Once donned, activating the communicator reveals a microphone and generates a virtual screen before the wearer's eyes, allowing for seamless wireless communication with others. The communicator's range is limited to a single planet, meaning that as long as both parties are on the same planet, they can communicate regardless of their locations. The upgraded version enhances functionality, extending its range from a singular planet to an entire world. Additionally, the upgraded model can be bound to the user, ensuring it cannot be dropped or seized by others. When not in use, it transforms into a slender line, concealed behind the ear. This is a device that facilitates communication across the world, and this reward is indeed quite commendable. Having completed her purchases, Ayu and Tian returned to Earth. In the living room, I produced an item resembling a band-aid. "What is this?" Ba inquired. I explained, "This is relationship restoration gel, a tool that can restore the relationship between two individuals to the state of their initial acquaintance." Ayo spoke as she took half of the sticker and placed it upon Ba's head. She then took the remaining half and affixed it to Mima's forehead. In an instant, the bond between them was restored to the moment they first met. Mima promptly entered the living room, bashfully accepting the bouquet of roses. After which Ba and Mima ventured out to enjoy their world of two. Tian and Ayu watched the two depart, wishing for their parents to have a delightful time. Ayu's face broke into a smile. Tian shook his head and remarked, "Fortunately, I possess a delightful tablecloth for culinary delights. Otherwise, we might have faced a night of hunger." I paused for a moment upon hearing this, relieved to have Xiaotian around, for they nearly found themselves famished. In the library, Taosu and Mili were still engrossed in their assignments. Tian retrieved 3 wireless communicators, first binding one for himself. He then bestowed the remaining 2 upon Taosu and Mili. The binding process for the wireless communicator was quite straightforward. One merely needed to wear it, after which the device would automatically prompt for binding confirmation. Upon selecting yes, the binding would be completed. Certainly. Although the communicators would not drop or be taken by others post-binding, Tian possessed the ability to reclaim his communicator instantaneously. After Taosu and Mili had bound their communicators, Tian procured 6 additional ones, binding them to the 4 little companions, De Huang and the diminutive Ayu. With the divine pen at his disposal, Tian was generous with these items. Although the system had only rewarded him with 12, he could summon as many as he desired. However, Tian observed that most of the items he acquired from the system were merely upgraded versions of existing ones. Yet he could essentially recreate them using the divine pen, with the exception of the divine pen itself and the sublimation scroll. Tian pondered thoughtfully for a moment, and then the reason became clear to him. When obtaining the divine brush and sublimation scroll through check-ins, both items were marked as products of the system. This implies that even after the brush has been sublimated, it still does not possess the system's remarkable prowess. Hence, it cannot create items rewarded by the system. This is rather understandable and can be considered a minor flaw. However, it is not significant. One must learn to be content. And he is indeed quite satisfied with his current situation. After his family had all bound their wireless communicators, Tian instructed them on how to use the device. The operation of the wireless communicator is quite straightforward. First, one must initiate a call by summoning the communicator. Then, by means of thought, one can type in the name of the individual who also possesses a wireless communicator to connect the call. There are no phone numbers involved to make a call. One simply inputs the person's name. This name is chosen during the binding process and can either be a real name or an online alias. Tian, for his part, had them input their real names. Furthermore, the issue of name duplication leading to misdialing does not arise. The names associated with wireless communicators are unique. If one name has already been used, it cannot be adopted by another person later. However, under normal circumstances, the situation of names being occupied is rare, as Tian does not distribute these devices to many people, only to his close relatives and friends. Additionally, the wireless communicator allows for the simultaneous dialing of several individuals, facilitating group chats. Once a call is received, the headset and light screen will automatically pop up, allowing the user to choose to answer or decline the call. In the evening, after enjoying a romantic outing, Ba and Mima returned home. Tian also provided the two with a wireless communicator. Subsequently, Mi's parents retired to their room early. The following day, after school, Ding Dong invited Tian, Taosu, Mili, and Xiaomi to his home for a visit. Tian remained indifferent, while Mili expressed her curiosity about Ding Dong's home, as she had never visited before. The group then accepted Ding Dong's invitation. On the way to Ding Dong's residence, Tian utilized his wireless communicator to inform Mima that he would be dining at Ding Dong's that evening and would not be returning home for dinner. Upon arrival at Ding Dong's home, he first gave the 4 guests a tour, considering it was Mi Li's inaugural visit. He generously encouraged them to engage in whatever activities they pleased. As dusk descended, Ding Dong switched on the lights in his house. Xiaomi, sensing something, looked at Ding Dong with a smile and teased, Ding Dong, no wonder you invited us over. Your mother isn't home tonight, and you must be alone. Afraid of the dark, right? Nonsense. How could I possibly fear the dark? I simply enjoy a lively atmosphere. Being alone is too dreary, Ding Dong promptly retorted. Xiaomi chuckled. Do you think I believe you? To prevent Xiaomi from spreading tales the following day, Ding Dong had no choice but to offer her some toys and comics to silence her. Xiaomi, ever the opportunist, accepted Ding Dong's toys and comics, ensuring that she refrained from gossiping at school the next day. Without those distractions, her tendency would surely have compelled her to share the details with others. Seeing this, Ding Dong felt relieved. With Tian's presence looming over him, he found himself resorting to bribery to manage Xiaomi. Fortunately, he was not short on funds, and enticing Xiaomi with such trivialities was merely a small matter. The weekend unfolded. Tian ventured out with Tao Su and Mi Li to gather inspiration. During this period, the cultivation agents had consistently been utilized by the two of them. Each possessed 50 cultivation agents, and they would allocate half of them to practice their painting skills. Consequently, their artistic prowess has significantly advanced. The locations for their inspiration have transformed from various places around the world to now encompass the entirety of the universe. Tian, under the guise of seeking inspiration, journeyed with two companions, exploring numerous scenic spots across various planets. Chapter 73. A return to skill on a Sunday afternoon, Tian returned home with Tao Su and Mi Li after a day of adventures. Xiaomi, having spent the day outside, hurried back, anxious about the weekend homework he had yet to begin. Upon arriving home, he turned to Ayu and said, Ayu, let the cultivation agent help me with my homework. No way, Ayu replied without hesitation. Mom has made it clear that while you may rely on the cultivation agent for studying, you absolutely cannot depend on it for your assignments. This rule had been established by Ma recently, as Xiaomi had become increasingly reliant on the cultivation agent, neglecting both his reading and homework. Despite this, his academic performance had soared, leaving Ma at a loss for how to reprimand him. Over time, Ma became increasingly concerned about Xiaomi's lack of diligence, prompting her to enforce a new rule prohibiting the use of the agent for homework assistance. The underlying reason, however, stemmed from her growing frustration with Xiaomi's carefree demeanor. While she had toiled endlessly in her youth, he seemed to revel in play and yet excel academically. In Xiaomi's room, he continued to plead with Ayu, who remained resolute in her refusal. Left with no choice, Xiaomi reluctantly set about his homework. However, after a day of exuberant play, he soon found himself drowsy upon opening his textbooks. As he wrote, exhaustion overcame him, and he drifted into slumber, even continuing to write in his dreams. The following day, a startled cry awoke Xiaomi. Xiaomi, how could you have written nothing? Nonsense, I distinctly remember finishing it, he retorted groggily. But upon inspecting his work, he was taken aback. What happened? I clearly thought I had completed it. Soon after, Tian and the others headed to school. During class, Xiaomi was summoned to the teacher's office, where he received a stern reprimand from Teacher Yan. By the end of the day, he felt quite dejected. Upon returning home, he lamented to Ayu, how could dreaming feel so real? Ayu shot him an exasperated glance. Every time you sit down to do homework, it's as though your life is at stake. You just got scolded by the teacher and still can't focus? Ayu pondered for a moment and then decided to teach Xiaomi a little lesson. Speaking of dreams, I just thought of something. Xiaomi, wait here for a moment. As Aya spoke, she ventured out to seek Tian. Upon their arrival at Ranch Star, Aya shared her intention to teach Xiaomi a lesson. The plan was rather straightforward, relying on a unique creature known as the daydreaming ram. This extraordinary tool has the ability to immerse individuals in a dream state, wherein they perceive the events occurring as if they had already transpired. I intended to employ this on Xiaomi, compelling him to complete his homework within the dream, only to awaken and repeat the task in reality. It wasn't that he was unwilling to do his homework. Rather, she aimed to double his efforts. While Aya searched for the daydreaming ram, Tian successfully checked in. With the check-in complete, congratulations were in order for the host, who earned the prestigious Hall of Fame calligraphy achievement. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Had the skill reward reappeared? Once their daily clock-in concluded, the two returned to Earth. I went off to reprimand Xiaomi, while Tian busied himself with his homework. Meanwhile, I employed the daydreaming sheep on Xiaomi. In his dreams, Xiaomi, equipped with this tool, used it several times and subsequently resolved not to complete his assignments. He planned to utilize the item during the teacher's inspection the following day, ensuring that Teacher Yin would believe he had finished his homework. Ayu, aware of the events unfolding in the dream realm, could only shake her head in exasperation, remarking on Xiaomi's antics. Well, Xiaomi, brace yourself for the scolding. I chose not to awaken Xiaomi and remained in his dream world. As dawn broke the next day, I guided Xiaomi to his desk and dispelled his daydream. Wasn't he in bed? Right, where's the daydreaming sheep? Xiaomi immediately began searching for the item, which he intended to use to evade the teacher's reprimand. I approached, her face a mask of confusion. What daydreaming sheep are you talking about? What do you mean, Aya? It's the one you gave me yesterday. Xiaomi replied, growing increasingly anxious. Ayu shook her head. Xiaomi, you must be muddled from your sleep. Moreover, how come you haven't done your homework again? You're in trouble. You didn't complete it yesterday. And now you're neglecting it today. Teacher Yin might come for a home visit. Upon hearing this, Xiaomi froze, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The prospect of 2 consecutive days without completing his assignments could indeed result in a home visit. Observing Xiaomi's distress, Aya exited his room. A faint smile gracing her lips as she mused. Let's see if you begin to take your homework seriously from now on. A few days later, while cleaning the house, Xiaomi's mother stumbled upon a heap of old toys that Xiaomi had long forgotten. These outdated playthings were taking up valuable space in their home. However, discarding them felt wasteful, given the money spent on them. Xiaomi's mother sought out Tian. Tian, could you create a storage space? It would be convenient to have a place for all these miscellaneous items. Of course, he replied. Tian nodded in agreement. It was merely a storage room. Soon, Tian had fashioned a storage space within the wallpaper shop. Subsequently, Mima summoned Yu and Tian to assist in transporting some miscellaneous items from the house. While moving the assorted belongings, Yu noticed 2 boxes filled with old toys. Curiously glancing at the toys, Yu inquired of Tian, are these the old playthings belonging to you and Xiaomi? Tian shook his head, saying, no. Huh? Ao expressed confusion, is it not? Tian continued. To be precise, these are toys from Xiaomi's past. Are all of these from Xiaomi? Indeed, as you are aware, Xiaomi tends to exhibit a fleeting enthusiasm for many things. Consequently, numerous toys here were only played with for a mere 2 or 3 days before being abandoned. Thus, although they may be considered old, they still possess an appealing appearance. Tian casually took out a few toys, all of which were still in good condition and suitable for play. I sighed deeply, remarking, it's truly a shame that all these old toys have been discarded here. After pondering for a moment, I continued. If only we could transform these old toys into new ones, then Xiaomi wouldn't have to worry about purchasing new toys in the future. With a spark of inspiration, I turned to Tian and said, let us make a journey to outer space. Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, I took Tian away from Earth. Upon reviewing your comments, it appears that most individuals believe the first season should conclude with a transition to a different world. However, many express reluctance towards the second world being that of Super Beast armor. The reasons seem to be twofold. Firstly, there is a perception that the power levels are excessively high while the protagonist's capabilities are comparatively weak. Secondly, some have either not experienced it or possess little recollection of it. Allow me to clarify the first point. There is no cause for concern, as this narrative is undoubtedly one of invincibility. Perhaps you have forgotten the established parameters of this tale. The protagonist's system comprises a primary system and a subsidiary system. The primary system is an infinite traversal system that allows the protagonist to journey across realms. The subsidiary system, however, varies with each world, an IUS realm. It is a checkpoint mechanism, and upon entering the Super Beast Armor world, the subsidiary will transform accordingly. Therefore, there is no need to fret about the protagonist being too weak. In fact, one might worry that he could become overwhelmingly powerful. Regarding the second point, there is little I can do. The nature of multiverse narratives is such that it is impossible for every world to resonate with all readers. I can only provide an overview of the entire worldview and principal characters prior to the writing. Moreover, not being familiar with the plot is not detrimental. Readers will undoubtedly comprehend the unfolding events. Additionally, I intend to incorporate illustrations to enhance immersion during the reading experience. Thus, my current plan is to conclude the first season and depart, as I find myself at a loss for what to write in IUS world. Prolonging it further would be unwise. For the second world, I am inclined to proceed with Super Beast Armor. While this choice may not satisfy some readers, it is a necessary compromise inherent to the multiverse genre. No matter which realm is chosen, it is impossible to please every reader. Therefore, I hope that those unfamiliar with Super Beast armor will continue to engage with the narrative. Should it prove incomprehensible, you may choose to discontinue your reading. Nonetheless, dear readers, I implore you not to abandon the book after the world transition, to periodically return to see if subsequent narratives align with your preferences. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about understanding the inter-world transitions. Trust me, you will grasp the unfolding story. In my own exploration of multiverse tales, I have encountered unfamiliar worlds, and, with a brief search for key characters and plot lines, I have been able to continue reading without it significantly impacting my experience. Chapter 74, Revamping Old Firearms Bolstar. This is a planet deficient in material resources. Due to this scarcity, children on Bolstar possess only 1 or 2 toys during their formative years. To address this issue and provide children with access to a greater variety of toys, a device known as the Trendy Toy Box was developed. Its function is to transform old toys into the latest models depicted in photographs. I proceeded to purchase a Trendy Toy Box. Tian completed the check-in. Upon completion, congratulations to the host for receiving the old item renovation gun. This remarkable tool, hailing from the world of Doraemon, is capable of firing water bullets without inflicting any harm. When aimed at an object, it revitalizes the item instantaneously, restoring it to its pristine condition. Worn-out items can be transformed into new ones, and broken possessions can be mended effortlessly. This reward is rather commendable, albeit a modest gain for Tian. Little Tian, I am back, came the voice of YoYo, who then showcased the popular toy box to Tian. Tian glanced at the toy box. In terms of toy refurbishment, this toy box surpassed the old renovation gun he had just acquired, for it possessed the remarkable ability not only to restore toys but also to transform them into entirely different creations through images. However, this trendy toy box was limited to altering only toys. Therefore, when considering practicality, it was undoubtedly the superior choice for children. Yet, for the average adult, the old renovation gun was decidedly more advantageous. Tian pondered for a moment before turning to YoYo with curiosity and inquired, YoYo, considering the scarcity of resources on this planet, since we have developed the popular toy box, are there any similar devices? Specifically, tools that can transform old appliances or furniture into new ones. YoYo nodded in affirmation. Indeed, on Bolstar, there exists a range of products including the popular appliance box and the popular furniture box. Are you interested in this, Xiaodian? If you are, I can take you to purchase them. Tian shook his head and said, no need. We can simply procure whatever we require directly from the wallpaper store. Let us return. All right. YoYo nodded, and then led Tian back to Earth. Upon their return to Earth, Xiaomi also arrived home. Today marked the release of the latest toy, and with this month's allowance in hand, Xiaomi eagerly purchased the new item. Clutching the latest toy, an uncontrollable smile of joy illuminated Xiaomi's face. Upon witnessing this, Tian turned to Xiaomi and inquired, are you truly this elated? Of course I am, Xiaomi replied, pride emanating from her as she held the latest model of robotic toy aloft. I hope you remain this joyous in a little while. Tian smiled, then turned to YoYo, urging, YoYo, please share with him. I nodded in agreement. Xiaomi looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Subsequently, I recounted the tale of the popular toy box and, in front of Xiaomi, conjured an identical latest model robot toy using an old toy and a photograph. Xiaomi was taken aback, and after a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed, so, was my purchase of this toy in vain? Indeed, came the response. Tian and YoYo nodded in agreement. Xiaomi immediately exclaimed, no, my allowance. I spent a month's worth of pocket money on a new toy. And now you tell me that I could have obtained it for free? How much more do you want? Tian gently patted Xiaomi on the shoulder. I have a splendid idea for you. Utilize the popular toy box to earn some money. Transform old toys into new ones, charging a modest fee each time. Many people will surely seek your assistance. Moreover, the toy box can create items that are not even available on the market. As Tian concluded, Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement, earning money and crafting toys that were unique on the market. Xiaomi immediately realized that the toy box could generate toys based on photographs, indeed allowing for the creation of entirely new products. Give me the toy box. Xiaomi eagerly turned to YoYo. YoYo, however, was not quick to hand it over, replying, you must share half of your earnings with me. All right. Xiaomi nodded without hesitation. Here you go. YoYo finally entrusted the game box to Xiaomi. Subsequently, Xiaomi gathered some striking photographs, along with a few old toys from the storage room, and set out with Dahuang. He thought it prudent to showcase the concept before potential clients. De Huang, his steadfast bodyguard, accompanied him, as they might encounter children like Mao Mao, who, out of fear of Tian, would dare not bully Xiaomi. However, those unfamiliar with Tian and Xiaomi might not share such reservations. Thus, Xiaomi, being astute, decided to bring De Huang along. If I cannot fend off others, surely De Huang can. Anyone daring to intimidate me would have to reckon with my fierce dog. Thus began Xiaomi and De Huang's venture to earn money. Thanks to the popular toy box, a long queue formed at Xiaomi's stall. He set a reasonable price for exchanging old toys for new ones, merely 2 yuan per transaction. This amount was affordable for elementary school students, with some wealthier ones opting to exchange multiple times at once. For instance, Ding Dong arrived with a box of old toys. While he had no shortage of new toys, he sought items that were not available in stores. The toy box, capable of generating such unique toys, made it a must for him to trade for new creations. Mao Mao also joined the queue, despite having limited pocket money. However, he could always seek a loan from someone. Throughout the day, De Huang squatted beside their stall, ensuring that no trouble arose. As night fell, Xiaomi returned home, his face beaming with joy, accompanied by the toy box and De Huang. Upon entering, Ao inquired, "Xiaomi, how much have you earned?" "I haven't counted yet." "Ao, let's do it together." Xiaomi proudly displayed a hefty pile of cash on the bed. Most of the currency consisted of 1 yuan notes, though there were also some 5 and 10 yuan bills mixed in. 1, 2, 3. The two quickly counted through the stack. 650 yuan. "We struck gold." Xiaomi exclaimed excitedly. "What do you mean, 650? At the entrance." Mima regarded Xiaomi and Au with a look of confusion before her gaze fell upon the money on the bed. "Xiaomi, where did you acquire such a substantial sum?" she inquired. "I earned it," Xiaomi replied proudly. The two then explained to Mima how they had come by the money. After listening, Mima nodded in understanding, relieved that it was not obtained through nefarious means. "Children shouldn't carry too much pocket money. Each of you can keep 100, the rest I will save for you," Mima declared as she took the money Xiaomi had earned and distributed 100 to each of them before departing with the remaining amount. Xiaomi and Au stood in stunned silence. Au tugged at Xiaomi's collar, shaking him. "Xiaomi, it's all your fault for shouting and attracting Mom's attention." "I didn't want that either." "Stop shaking me. We can still make money. From now on, we will hide our earnings," Xiaomi hastily replied. Chapter 75. Star Map. "You must be careful then," Au remarked, finally releasing Xiaomi, rest assured. Xiaomi nodded confidently. This time was merely an accident. Next time, he vowed not to let his hard-earned money be saved by his mother. Meanwhile, Mima arrived at the library and waved to De Huang. The dog promptly trotted over to her side. "De Huang, from now on, keep an eye on Xiaomi when he goes out to earn money. If he tries to hide any, let me know," Mima instructed, affectionately rubbing the dog's head. De Huang nodded in agreement. Nearby, Tian felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaomi mom. Isn't it better for Xiaomi and Au to earn some money and spend it themselves? Tian waved his hand and remarked. Mima explained, "It is indeed quite good, yet earning a little pocket money suffices. If one earns too much, I fear that Xiaomi may develop a habit of spending extravagantly. Although our family is no longer in want, and making money is not a challenge, I still wish to prevent Xiaomi from cultivating such habits." Upon hearing those words, Tian silently mused. "Xiaomi, may you seek your own fortune." The following day, Xiaomi continued her entrepreneurial endeavors with a popular toy box. After earning some money, she discreetly stashed a portion away in her room. Not long after, Mama Mi entered Xiaomi's room to help her save. Generously, Xiaomi handed over the money to Mama Mi, who, after counting, looked at Xiaomi and remarked, "Why is there 200 less?" Xiaomi exclaimed, realizing she had also hidden some of her earnings. When Mama Mi departed, Xiaomi and Au stood in the room, puzzled. How did Mom know we had hidden 200 yuan? Xiaomi wondered, tugging at her hair in frustration. Suddenly, Au recalled, it must be Da Huang. Xiaomi quickly grasped the truth. Da Huang was obedient to Mama Mi. That wretched Da Huang. She fumed, intent on confronting him. I promptly restrained Xiaomi, saying, "Xiaomi, do not act impulsively. You cannot contend with Da Huang. I shall reason with him. If you provoke Da Huang, Xiao Tian and Mama will not let you off easily." Reluctantly, Xiaomi relented, flopping onto her bed with a sigh. "Alas. Au, perhaps we should cease our money-making ventures for now. The earnings are not ours to keep." Au nodded in agreement and added, "However, we could earn a little each month, just once or twice. If we earn a modest amount, Mama will allow us to keep some, thus ensuring a little extra pocket money each month. Let it be so. Xiaomi agreed without hesitation. At that moment, the two of them bore a striking resemblance to the fallen entrepreneurs of a once promising empire. A few days later, Xiaomi and Memo accompanied Ding Dong to enjoy a hot spring. Initially, Ding Dong intended to invite Tian, Taosu, and Meili, primarily to entice Taosu and Meili. However, recognizing that without Tian's invitation, the two would surely decline, he extended an invitation to all three. Ultimately, all three declined. What is the allure of a hot spring? The wallpaper house has its own hot spring rooms, and it would be far more comfortable with just the three of us there. With the trio's absence, Ding Dong was left with no choice but to invite Xiaomi and Mao Mao. Thus, Xiaomi stepped out into the world. Tian contemplated for a moment. It was certain that Xiaomi would successfully indulge in the hot springs. Therefore, Yu would likely not take the initiative to venture to Tang Tang Star. In that case, he would embark on the journey alone. In his room, Tian retrieved the door of portals. Grasping the doorknob, he envisioned the enchanting realm of Tang Tang Star. The door of portals could facilitate transportation by means of an address and coordinates. Yet it also permitted travel simply through visual familiarity. Thus, having seen a photograph would suffice for its use. Having previously watched the anime, Tian found no difficulty in journeying to Tang Tang Star. As he swung open the door, he was greeted by an entirely different scene. Stepping through the threshold, Tian arrived at Tang Tang Star. The system prompted him with a notification to check in. Upon checking in, a success message appeared, congratulating the host for receiving Star Map 12, a product of the system. This map could instantaneously generate a representation of the world. It is essential to note that this world refers not to a singular planet or a mere universe, but to the entire realm depicted within the anime itself. Tian was momentarily taken aback. This reward seemed to be specifically tailored for the Door of Anomaly. He retrieved a star map, which, despite being referred to as a map, resembled a mobile device. With a gentle press of the power button, the screen illuminated. A notification appeared on the display, inquiring whether he wished to record the map of this world. Tian clicked once, and in the next moment, the star map emitted a faint glow, and the scene began to transform. The recording of the map was successful. Tian glanced at the small device in his hand, which had already mapped the entirety of the wondrous Io world. The star map boasted a search function, allowing him to directly locate the coordinates of a specific planet, and even to pinpoint a particular street on that planet. With the star map in his possession, he could truly venture anywhere his heart desired. He stowed away the star map. Tian returned to Earth. Speaking of hot springs, it had indeed been quite some time since he last indulged in their soothing embrace. He then summoned Taosu and Meili and made his way to the hot spring facility, where they partook in the rejuvenating spring water and luxuriated in the warm waters. In the evening, upon returning, Xiaomi exuberantly recounted the joys of her day, her words flowing like a joyous melody. Tian merely smiled faintly, questioning whether one could truly find joy in the company of a group of men at a hot spring, as opposed to the delight of sharing such an experience with two girls. A few days later, one afternoon, Xiaomi returned home in a furious uproar. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Her voice echoed throughout the house. Tian and the two others looked at Xiaomi with confusion, and Ao approached to inquire. What happened? Mao Mao and Ding Dong were playing with a slingshot on the street and broke many things. Did they aim the slingshot at you? Tian, filled with confusion, inquired. No. Then why are you so furious? Is your sense of justice so profound? Tian was still somewhat perplexed, based on his understanding of Xiaomi. If it were merely Mao Mao and Ding Dong engaged in mischievous antics, he certainly would not have been so enraged. They had damaged something, and I happened to be nearby. I picked up the marble, only to be mistakenly blamed for it. They wouldn't listen to my explanation, so I had no choice but to flee with my bamboo copter, Xiaomi exclaimed indignantly. Ah, now the truth emerges. This is indeed the case. Mao Mao and Ding Dong have gone too far. How could they recklessly play with slingshots on the street? I nodded in agreement. Ayu, please assist me in giving them a lesson. Upon hearing Ayu's response, Xiaomi immediately turned to him. All right. I pondered for a moment before agreeing. He genuinely felt that Mao Mao and Ding Dong's behavior was inappropriate, and thus, teaching them a lesson to deter their misdeeds seemed quite reasonable. When the topic of slingshots arose, I recalled the device, the long-range launcher. It was perfect for imparting a lesson to Mao Mao and Ding Dong. As for the long-range launcher, some suggested that I change the chapter title to a more conventional one. What do you all think? Moving on to the next world, I now had an additional option, Electric Boy. After considering some comments from readers, I realized that they had a point. The leap from super beast armament to the wondrous YoYo was indeed vast, not just in terms of power, but also in thematic elements. Such a significant transition might not be favorable, hence the thought of Electric Boy arose. This concept leans towards the daily life genre, yet it provides a central storyline that serves as a smooth transition. So, shall the next world be Electric Boy? This should pose no issues. And if everything is in order, I shall finalize it and commence rewatching the anime. Chapter 76, The 4-Element Armor of Marchell Star. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upgraded 4-Element Armor. The 4-Element Armor, originating from the Armor Warrior universe, is a type of artificial armor. The 4-Element Armors include the Flame Armor Nawa, the Whirlwind Armor Tsunami, the Gale Armor Tornado, and the Peak Armor Cool Ray. They correspond to the 4 natural elements: water, fire, earth, and wind. The upgraded version of the 4-Element Armor does not enhance the armor's inherent power. However, it has evolved from artificial armor to a non-artificial form. The usage conditions have been modified to require the wielder to possess the elemental powers of water, fire, earth, and wind. The summoner can bind the summoner's device, which will not be lost. It appears upon use and vanishes when not in use. Furthermore, the armor can amplify the elemental strength of the summoner. Thus, while the upgraded armor's power may not be explicitly enhanced, it effectively achieves a significant augmentation. After reviewing the system's introduction, Tian could not help but exclaim that this was indeed tailored for him. This contraption was a perfect match for elemental candy. Soon, Ao and Tian returned to Earth. Ao and Xiaomi took the remote launch platform to teach Mao Mao and Ding Dong a lesson. The functionality of the remote launch platform was quite straightforward. No matter the distance, it could launch anything to a designated location. Through this, they could orchestrate a form of artificial rainfall for Mao Mao and Ding Dong from afar. On the other side, Tian instantaneously transported himself to a vast expanse of wilderness. He then retrieved the 4-element summoner from his system space. The 4-element summoner is categorized into 2 models, the solar type and the lunar type. Concurrently, Nawa and Tana predominantly belong to the solar type armors, while Nami and Kalevo are classified under the lunar type armors. Tian first took out a summoning device and placed it just below his navel. Subsequently, a belt materialized out of thin air from the device. Tian pressed the key on the summoning device and turned it. A crimson radiance illuminated the surroundings. And soon after, the armor coalesced, enveloping Tian in a splendid suit. Although he appeared merely as a child, the armor had adjusted to his size, fitting him perfectly after the fusion. This upgraded version of the 4 elements armor no longer required incantations. A simple twist of the key sufficed for the transformation. Furthermore, once the armor had undergone a fusion, it was irrevocably bound to him. Next, Tian drew forth the Nawa key, inserted the tornado key, and turned it. A verdant light erupted, and the armor transitioned from the Nawa armor to the tornado armor. In swift succession, he completed the binding for all 4 sets of armor. It is worth noting that the 4 keys are, in essence, the true essence of the 4 elements armor. Once the binding of all 4 sets of armor was completed, Tian was suddenly engulfed by a peculiar sensation, as the 4 elements within him surged forth. In the next moment, a brand new elemental force manifested within his being. Lightning? Tian was taken aback for a moment as a brand new summoner materialized at his waist. Yatalize? Upon seeing the summoner, Tian immediately recognized it as the artifact belonging to Yatlas. Yatlas is the ultimate armor within the realm of the armored warrior, Nawa. After binding the 4 elemental armor, did the ultimate armor manifest on its own? Tian wore a smile on his face, relishing this unexpected gain. He simply wished to convey his desire for more such delightful surprises. Tian gazed at the summoning device at his waist, twisting it slightly. Subsequently, his armor fused together, and Yatlas manifested upon him, completing the binding. Should Oksar truly meet his demise? Is that not a tautology? If you survive, must I perish? Nawa, Suznami, Tana Duo, Kalivu. Yatlas. Tian experimented with several sets of armor, each possessing remarkable power. When combined with the enhanced elemental force, their might became truly astounding. Among them, the Yatlas stood out with even greater strength. However, in the realm of Au, these formidable armors proved largely unnecessary. After playing for a while, Tian returned home. Upon his arrival, Xiaomi looked at him with a smile and said, "Xiao Tian, where have you been? It's a pity you missed the sight of Mao Mao and Ding Dong in such a disheveled state. Humph, we certainly taught them a lesson." Let us see if they dare to recklessly use their slingshots again. Ayo also chuckled softly in agreement. Tian gently touched the remote launch platform, which seemed quite suitable for delivering takeout and express parcels. A few days later, Xiaomi accompanied Ding Dong and Mao Mao on another outing, this time to the art museum to admire an exhibition of world-renowned paintings. Remarkably, this marked the third occasion Xiaomi had joined the two on their adventures, and each time the narrative unfolded in an identical manner. Tian recalled that in the original storyline, their first adventure took them to the seaside, the second to a hot spring, and now the third led them to an art museum. Each time, Xiaomi, along with her two companions, would gather at her doorstep. And just as they were about to depart, Gugu would appear, inquiring about their destination. He would then boast of his various skills, prompting Ding Dong and Mao Mao to abandon Xiaomi and accompany Gugu instead. Following this, Xiaomi would return home in tears. However, with Tian's arrival, Xiaomi now possessed a bamboo dragonfly, which, although she had never been left behind, ultimately hindered the progression of these three narratives. Tian could not conveniently journey to outer space. He had to devise his own means to get there. On their first outing, Tian used the pretext of seeking a water-filled locale for recreation. During the second, he utilized the Anywhere door to access the destination on his own. This time, Tian could indeed go directly to the location. Yet, he did not wish to venture alone. Given that it was the weekend, he intended to take Tao, Su, and Meili along for an excursion to outer space, which necessitated someone familiar with the area to guide them. In the living room, Tian approached Ayu and said, "Ayu, could you guide us to the planet Adalia?" Ayu responded, "How did you come to know about Adalia, Xiaotian?" Tian replied, "I stumbled upon it in those extraterrestrial magazines I purchased earlier. It is said that Adalia is home to numerous precious artworks, likely including alien paintings. I wish to take Tao Su and Meili along to explore. By the way, do you happen to know anyone on Adalia?" Tian explained. Ayu nodded in response, smiling as she said, "Xiaotian, you have come to the right person. The curator of the museum on planet Italia is an old friend of mine. This museum houses a plethora of invaluable artworks, including numerous paintings." Ayu agreed to assist, and soon she escorted Tian and the others to planet Italia. On planet Italia, the Florence Interstellar Museum stands as a renowned establishment throughout the universe. The curator, Mr. Florence, is indeed the old friend Ayu mentioned. The museum bears his name, signifying its status as a private institution, and it is safe to presume that its curator is exceedingly wealthy. It must be said that Ayu's connections are remarkably extensive. She knows individuals across the cosmos, even within the Galactic Alliance. This is largely due to Ayu's altruistic nature. Before arriving on Earth, she traversed the universe, offering assistance to various beings. Now settled on Earth, she continues to extend her helping hand. Note, the original plan was to visit the Super Beast armament and then engage in a playful armament adventure with the Electric Boy. But now that the visit to the Super Beast armament has been cancelled, let us arrange a set of armor instead. Chapter 77. The Endless Drinking Series Check-in Successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Endless Wine Jug. The Endless Wine Jug, as its name implies, serves a purpose that reflects its title. Tian remained silent for 2 seconds, pondering over the unfinishable jug of wine and the inexhaustible pot of tea. Could it be that this peculiar item belonged to a series? At that moment, I led 3 individuals to the museum, where they encountered the curator, Mr. Florence. Ayu made introductions between the two parties, after which the curator commenced a tour of the museum's exhibits. Within the museum, there indeed existed several artifacts that appeared quite precious, alongside some that seemed rather ludicrous. Yet, this conclusion was merely from the perspective of Earth dwellers. Perhaps extraterrestrials might find delight in those absurd creations? As the group explored the museum, a janitor unexpectedly approached, beginning to sweep the floor in front of them. The curator paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Stop. What are you doing sweeping in front of our guests?" Just then, he noticed something unusual about the janitor's appearance. Before he could voice his thoughts, a door behind him burst open, revealing a bound individual who collapsed to the ground, calling out, "Curator, be careful. That person is not me. He has stolen my clothes." A gasp escaped the lips of the curator and his companions. What was happening? At that moment, the figure masquerading as the janitor broke into a grin and resumed sweeping frantically. Dust began to swirl around them. This individual aimed to seize the golden key from the curator amidst the rising dust. The golden key was the instrument of control for the entire museum, necessary for operating many of its advanced defensive mechanisms. In simple terms, whoever possessed the golden key would command the entire museum. A gust of wind swept through the space. Tian softly commanded, and a sudden gust of wind materialized within the room, instantly dispersing the dust that lingered. The mysterious thief stood frozen in place, bewildered. The curator regained his composure and shouted, "Seize him." At his command, the museum's defensive mechanisms and robots sprang into action, advancing toward the thief. Still dazed, the thief was caught off guard and swiftly subdued by the robots, which stripped away his disguise. "How unworthy of you." Ao immediately recognized the individual. The curator expressed his astonishment. "It is indeed the infamous art thief. I never anticipated you would set your sights on my museum. How infuriating. If it weren't for that sudden gust of wind, I would have succeeded." The thief, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. Where did such a strong wind come from indoors?" "Save your words for the police," the curator retorted brusquely, his mood understandably soured by the intrusion on his museum. Shortly thereafter, he contacted the authorities. The police from Planet Italia responded promptly, arriving at the museum in no time to escort the thief away. Due to this unexpected incident, the museum tour was effectively disrupted, and the group lost their desire to continue exploring. It was clear that the curator was not in the mood to entertain guests. Thus, they bid farewell to the curator and departed from Planet Italia. Back on Earth, Ao turned to Tian and inquired, "Xiao Tian, Mom's birthday is the day after tomorrow. What gift do you plan to give her?" "I am preparing to give her a wallpaper house." Tian spoke as he took out a new wallpaper house. He had pondered for quite some time about a birthday gift for Mima. Ultimately, after much contemplation, he was uncertain about what to give. So he decided to resort to his own props. After a brief selection, he chose the wallpaper house. "Ah, Xiao Tian, do you have another wallpaper house?" Ao exclaimed in surprise. He had witnessed the wonders of the wallpaper house and had never encountered such an item for sale in the universe. To his astonishment, Tian was able to produce a second wallpaper house. This item, it seemed, was boundless in quantity. Tian smiled and remarked that the primary issue did not lie with the system's output. Any props could be produced in bulk. Ao then turned to Mi Li, inquiring about the gift she had prepared. Mi Li's offering was quite simple, a painting, naturally depicting her mother. "You all seem well prepared." "I am still at a loss regarding what to gift my mother," Ao confessed, a hint of distress in her voice. "Ao, do not overthink it. What truly matters is the sincerity behind your gesture," came the reassuring reply. "By the way, do remember to keep your pocket money close at hand. Be wary of that rascal, Xiaomi, who might pilfer it for his own indulgence." Tian recalled the original play and made a remark. Ao nodded in agreement, stating, "I will soon venture out to spend my pocket money on a gift for my mother." In truth, there is no need to confine oneself to Earth. Consider the possibilities. Are there items from other celestial bodies in the universe that would be suitable for presenting to my mother? Tian presented a brilliant idea to Io. "I have thought of something regarding the universe." Ayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, she departed from Earth. A few minutes later, Ayu returned, bringing back an object that bore an uncanny resemblance to a popular toy box. The only distinction was its color. While the popular toy box was green, this one was a delightful shade of pink. Is this not a product with functions similar to that of the popular toy box? Tian caught sight of the prop and inquired. I smiled and nodded. This is a trendy clothing box, functioning similarly to the trendy toy box. However, while the trendy toy box transforms old toys into new ones through photographs, this one metamorphoses old garments into new attire. Mother will undoubtedly adore this prop. Tian gave a thumbs up. To be precise, much like no child can resist the allure of trendy toy boxes, no woman can turn away from a fashionable clothing box. The gifts that Ao intended to present and those that Tian planned to offer indeed bore some resemblance. This is because the wallpaper house is capable of generating a variety of garments. However, there exists one aspect that the wallpaper house cannot replicate, the fashionable clothing box, which can produce garments that are absent from the market. Of course, clothing differs from toys. Garments that are not available in the marketplace lack brand affiliations. Nevertheless, Mima is not one to be concerned about labels. As long as it is aesthetically pleasing, she is sure to appreciate it. One wonders what gift Xiaomi has prepared for her mother. After Ao carefully stored the fashionable clothing box, she remarked. Tian shook his head and remarked, "It's uncertain whether Xiaomi even remembers." That seems plausible. No, once Xiaomi returns, I must remind him mother's birthday must not be overlooked. I nodded gravely in agreement. As they conversed, Da Wang approached and looked at Tian, saying, "Brother, I too wish to prepare a gift for mother." Tian inquired, "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Da Wang replied, However, I am uncertain about what to prepare. Thus, Tian deduced, so, you are asking for my assistance in brainstorming ideas? Da Huang nodded affirmatively. Tian fell into silence for 2 seconds, and I too was at a loss. He then spoke directly. You are also a dog who almost attended school. You must possess a modicum of discernment and think for yourself. If you come up with something, I shall assist you in procuring it. Da Huang, in this episode, surprisingly, Mi's mother actually went to work. Upon reflection, I had only watched half of it prior to writing. I believed that such an anthology could be composed without having seen it in its entirety. However, after viewing the final episodes, I was left dumbfounded. Yet, I maintain that this is not my failing. It is undoubtedly the fault of the screenwriter. Throughout the earlier segments, Mi's mother undeniably appeared to be a housewife. Frequently, while Mi's father was working, Mi's mother remained at home. Even when Xiaomi was at school, Mi's mother was still present at home, responsible for household chores and daily meals. How could she possibly be depicted as a working individual? Thus, it seems that this episode was merely a device to advance the plot, allowing Mi's mother to experience a day of employment. Chapter 78. The trio De Huang was rendered speechless by a single remark from Tian. De Huang, it seems my eyes are deceiving me. I am witnessing my own kind within my own home. Without Tian's assistance, De Huang found himself at a loss and could only turn to his own thoughts. Alas, he never anticipated that, as a canine adept, he would need to engage in such contemplation. De Huang was tasked with preparing a gift, and Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Tao Hua were equally determined to devise a present for Mima. That evening, upon Xiaomi's return, Au informed her about Mima's birthday, which was just 2 days away. Upon learning that Tian, Mili, and Au had already prepared their gifts, Xiaomi refrained from causing any fuss and began to ponder what she might present to her mother. With the influx of monthly allowance from the popular toy box, purchasing a gift was a trivial matter for her. Initially, she thought to gift clothing. However, upon discovering that Au had chosen a trendy clothing box, this notion was swiftly abandoned. After much deliberation, Xiaomi ultimately decided to gift flowers. The following day, she ventured out to procure the blooms. Meanwhile, the quartet of pets, led by De Huang, convened and resolved to present jewelry. They then approached Tian in search of adornments. Tian directly arranged for a jewelry shop, allowing them to select their treasures. Time swiftly passed, and the day of Mima's birthday arrived. In the afternoon, Tian and his companions returned from school, while Mima had come home early from work. The entire family gathered before Mima, showering her with warm wishes. Happy birthday, mother, wife. A radiant smile graced Mima's face. Amidst the cheerful chatter, they began to unveil the carefully prepared gifts. As she beheld the array of delightful presents, her eyes glistened with joy, a hint of emotion welling up. Among the treasures, she cherished the painting gifted by Mili the most, followed closely by the wallpaper and trendy clothing box. The jewelry from De Huang and the flowers from Xiaomi also brought her immense delight. As for Miba, having not conferred with Tian and the others, he presented her with clothing. Although the trendy clothing box preceded it, Mima appreciated the garments from Miba just the same. Feeling the heartfelt intentions of her family, she was not only elated but profoundly touched. To her surprise, even the 4 family pets had prepared gifts for her. During the evening meal, Mima refrained from cooking as Tian unveiled an exquisite feast spread across the table. Soon, the dining table brimmed with delectable dishes and a variety of beverages. Cheers! Echoed the joyous voices of the family within the home. A few days later, one day, Au returned home cradling a pot of flowers. At that moment, Tian, Tao Su, and Mili were in the living room engrossed in a television show. Tao Su was immediately captivated by the unusual pot of flowers in Au's hands. Oh, what a rare variety. Au, is this an extraterrestrial flower? This is no ordinary bloom. It is the flower prince of the star of flowers, Au explained. But do not water it, as I must tidy up, she added, making her way to the kitchen to prepare soup. While cooking, Au elaborated on the situation. The nobility of the star of flowers possesses extraordinary powers, capable of causing barren planets to blossom with vibrant flora. Thus, Au had pledged to the flower prince to transport him to a desolate planet to enhance its environment. Remembering her promise to help her mother prepare soup, Au returned midway. There are indeed such planets in the universe, mused Tao Su, her curiosity piqued. She had always harbored a fondness for various flowers and plants since childhood. Tian pondered whether the flower star could also be a place for check-ins. He then turned to Tao Su and Mili and inquired, shall we pay a visit to the flower star? Is it permissible? Of course. There is no issue at all. Tian spoke as he produced the anywhere door, subsequently locating the coordinates of the flower star on the star map. Without hesitation, he opened the door. Tao Su and Meili gazed through to the other side, where they were met with an entirely new scene. This marked their first encounter with the Anywhere door. Aya was also drawn in by the spectacle. The flower star. I exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of artifact is this? This is the Anywhere door, capable of transporting one to various locations across the universe. Tian provided a brief introduction to the Anywhere door. Let us proceed and take a look, he continued. Tao Su and Meili immediately nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three entered the Anywhere door. Yu, however, did not follow, as he had pressing matters to attend to. They traversed through the Anywhere door and arrived at the flower star. As Tian retracted the portal, he silently murmured, "Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the endless water bottle." Huh? Tian was momentarily taken aback. It truly appeared that there existed an entire series of these items: teapots, wine vessels, and water kettles. One could only hope that no further variations would emerge. After all, the next logical iteration might well be a chamber pot. Although the trio of rewards bore a semblance of redundancy, Tian found himself quite pleased with them. He had previously discerned that the tea and wine from the teapot and wine vessel were anything but ordinary. To begin with, their flavors were exquisite, and they possessed certain enchanting effects. The tea from the teapot invigorated him, leaving his mind remarkably clear and alert, all without any adverse effects. Meanwhile, the wine from the vessel sparked a surge of inspiration during creative endeavors. It stands to reason that the water kettle too would harbor some extraordinary properties. As Tian strolled around Flower Star with his two companions, Tian produced a seemingly endless water jug. The three vessels bore identical appearances, each crafted from exquisite white jade. Tian positioned the kettle towards his mouth and poured out some water. After taking a sip, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if his fatigue had been thoroughly cleansed. Indeed, it possessed some extraordinary properties. Having confirmed the kettle's unique capabilities, Tian tucked it away and devoted himself to exploring the surroundings with the two companions. The flower star, true to its name, was adorned with an abundance of blossoms, presenting a mesmerizing array of varieties that dazzled the senses. After wandering for about an hour, the trio finally departed from the flower star. As time flowed on, the Mid-Autumn Festival swiftly approached. Early in the morning, Mamami began to showcase her culinary skills. It must be said that while Mamami's cooking was indeed delightful, her artistry in making mooncakes left much to be desired. Not only did her attempts often fall short, but she also insisted on crafting them herself, even going so far as to gift them to others. Tian watched as Mamami was about to make mooncakes herself and hurriedly said, "Mother, we could actually summon some mooncakes using the culinary tablecloth. However, nothing compares to the heartfelt sentiment of making them by hand." Mamami shook her head in response. Tian covered his face, acknowledging that his efforts were indeed heartfelt, yet they needed to resemble mooncakes in essence. On the left, mooncakes crafted by Mamami. On the right, those from a typical supermarket. Soon, Mamami emerged from the kitchen, presenting platter after platter of mooncakes. With eager anticipation, she turned to Papa Mi and Tian, who were in the living room, and inquired, "How do they taste?" "Excellent, truly splendid." Without hesitation, Papa Mi raised his thumb in praise. Chapter 79, The Mid-Autumn Festival. What more could Tian say, except for a simple good? However, to revisit the matter. Although the mooncakes crafted by Mima possessed somewhat peculiar shapes, their flavors were, in truth, quite acceptable. They were certainly not the abominable concoctions one might dread. Mima then began to pack the mooncakes into boxes, presenting Tian with one. Later, you, along with Xiaomi and Meili, shall deliver this to Teacher Yan. Tian nodded. Meanwhile, Yu went to Xiaomi's room and called her up. Subsequently, the three of them set out for Teacher Yan's residence. Along the way, they encountered Tao Su, Mao Mao, and Ding Dong, who were also on their way to present mooncakes to Teacher Yan. The six of them decided to journey together. As they walked, they exchanged glances at each other's mooncakes. Mao Mao had prepared an enormous mooncake, opting for a large one. Ding Dong had assembled a mooncake set that included a hodgepodge of items, but the mooncake itself was quite small. Tao Su's mooncake appeared to be the most conventional. Then there were Tian and the others, who were somewhat perplexed as to why they had brought steam buns for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Before long, the six arrived at Teacher Yan's doorstep and knocked on the door. Teacher Yan swiftly opened it. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the group of young ones. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." They all chimed in unison. "Thank you. And happy Mid-Autumn Festival to you as well," Teacher Yan replied with a grin. Here, we have some mooncakes for you. Tian handed over the mooncakes, and Tao Su and the others followed suit. Thank you, Teacher Yin replied with a smile. At that moment, Xiaomi suddenly noticed the abundance of mooncakes in Teacher Yan's home. Teacher Yin, you have so many mooncakes, Xiaomi exclaimed. The others immediately turned their gaze, and indeed, the table in the living room was piled high, nearly forming a wall. It's inevitable. Over the years, I have taught numerous students, and those living nearby have brought me mooncakes, Teacher Yin explained with a smile. Her tone was quite casual, yet it carried an underlying sense of pride. Among those mooncakes, many were gifts from former students. The fact that graduates still make the effort to present mooncakes to their former teacher signifies the profound appreciation they hold for Teacher Yin. Otherwise, they would not continue the tradition of gifting mooncakes during the festival after having graduated. Soon, the group set aside the mooncakes and departed from Teacher Yan's home. On their way out, Xiaomi and the others felt somewhat troubled. With so many mooncakes at Teacher Yan's place, I fear ours may go uneaten, Ding Dong remarked. Stroking his chin, Mao Mao also expressed his concern, saying, if they can't enjoy our mooncakes, won't our sentiments be lost? Tian shook his head upon hearing the words of the two, saying, you both are overthinking this. If consuming the gifted mooncakes is the only way to convey our sentiments, then with so many mooncakes at Teacher Yan's place, it would be an overwhelming feast. How I wish there weren't so many mooncakes there. Suddenly, he added, oh, by the way, Xiao Tian, don't you possess the ability of instant teleportation? Why not simply transport all of Teacher Yan's mooncakes away, leaving only ours? Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Tian, while Ding Dong and Mao Mao also turned their gaze toward him, seemingly in agreement with this delightful idea. Tian felt somewhat speechless. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Such a childish notion was not something he would entertain. Sending mooncakes was merely a gesture of goodwill. He did not share the same sentiments as Xiaomi and the others, who believed that only by ensuring Teacher Yin tasted the mooncakes they offered could their intentions be deemed sincere. Without Tian's assistance, Xiaomi and the others were compelled to seek alternative solutions. They accompanied Xiaomi to her home to devise a strategy. Shortly after their return, Mima entered. Her expression rather displeased, and brusquely remarked, to think they would mock my culinary skills, it infuriates me. Do not ever mention mooncakes to me again. Indeed. Mima was genuinely upset. After laboriously preparing mooncakes early that morning to share with relatives and friends, she was met with ridicule, as they likened her creations to steamed buns. Although it was true that her mooncakes bore a resemblance to such. Observing Mima's ire, Ayu, who had just returned from an excursion to Proxima, stood speechless. Aya had procured a prop, a culinary imagination hat. This hat possessed the remarkable ability to conjure various delectable dishes and materialize them from thin air. Initially, Ayu intended to present this hat to Mima for her mooncake endeavor, but now it seemed it would not be needed. Ayu then made his way to Xiaomi's room. As Xiaomi and her companions deliberated on their predicament, Ayu approached them. The trio soon learned of the hat's extraordinary capabilities. Inspired by its potential, they conceived a plan to create uniquely exquisite mooncakes, which would surely capture Teacher Yan's attention, leading him to sample their offerings. The four of them began to craft mooncakes. Yet their initial attempts proved unsatisfactory. Ultimately, Ding Dong proposed a rather unorthodox idea. He fashioned a mooncake that could consume other mooncakes. His simple yet ingenious notion was that this mooncake would devour the others, ensuring that only theirs remained, thus guaranteeing that Teacher Yin would taste their creation. Without hesitation, Ding Dong completed the mooncake, and the four, accompanied by Ayu, set off once more to deliver mooncakes to Teacher Yin. Meanwhile, De Huang sought out Tian in the library, reporting the peculiar development. A mooncake that can eat other mooncakes. How curious. Do you think Teacher Yin will be intimidated by them? Tao Su pondered aloud. Most likely not. It should be fine, especially with Ayu around. He is quite reliable. Came the assurance. Tian shook his head and said, Elder brother, should I keep an eye on Xiaomi and the others to prevent them from causing any trouble? De Huang volunteered eagerly. Tian glanced at De Huang and said, are you certain you wish to go out to keep an eye on them, rather than to run amok? De Huang retorted, what do you mean by that? I am not that kind of dog. Go on, Tian replied. Tian cast a sidelong glance at De Huang. All right, my good brother. I assure you I will accomplish the task. De Huang replied with a salute to Tian. Though it appeared somewhat comical, in the blink of an eye, De Huang vanished from his spot. His disappearance was not due to Tian's use of teleportation, but rather De Huang employing his own teleportation ability. A couple of days prior, Tian had suddenly pondered whether the superpower training box could be utilized by animals. After conducting an experiment, he discovered that it could indeed be used, resulting in De Huang acquiring teleportation and telekinesis among 3 super abilities. Presently, Xiaohei and the others had also trained to develop these powers through the superpower training box. After a moment of contemplation, Tian retrieved the training box, intending to help Tao Su and her companion cultivate these 2 abilities as well. As for X-ray vision, could the training box really develop such a skill? He remained uncertain. As long as he kept silent, no one would know how many super abilities the training box could truly bestow. Regarding X-ray vision, he was content to be the sole possessor of that power. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and her companions had begun to enjoy the mooncakes they had made, while also partaking in those from Teacher Yan's home. Unsurprisingly, Teacher Yan was taken aback when a mooncake suddenly opened its mouth and began devouring the other mooncakes. An utterly bizarre sight. Chapter 80. The true meteorite people, AU, ever reliable, promptly captured the mooncake that was eating. Soon after, the 4 learned that Teacher Yan's son had to work overtime and would not be returning home for dinner. They devised a new plan. Instead of allowing Teacher Yan to enjoy their mooncakes and feel their sentiments, they decided to take a more practical approach. The 4 sought out Teacher Yan's son and tossed mooncakes towards him, urging the mooncakes to consume all of his food. This would effectively compel him to return home. On another front, AU, using her culinary imagination, crafted a large moon-shaped mooncake that hung in the air. Illustration: twin moons in the sky. Every household was bustling with activity, enjoying reunion dinners and admiring the moon. Days later, one evening, Mima ventured out to shop, bringing AU along to assist with carrying items. Upon their return, they noticed a crowd gathered in one area, and curiosity led Mima and AU to approach. "What are you all doing here?" AU inquired of a nearby individual. The person smiled and pointed towards the horizon. "There's a meteor shower tonight. Look." As Ao lifted her gaze, countless stars streaked across the horizon. Captivated by the celestial display, Ao suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Despite the passage of time, she had yet to encounter another shooting star person. If only there were as many of them as there were shooting stars in a meteor shower. With a heavy heart, Ao lowered her head and walked away. Observing Ao's retreating figure, Mima felt a twinge of concern. The following day, upon rising, Ao retrieved a box of popular toys and, using an old toy alongside her own photograph, crafted a doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Gazing at the doll, which mirrored her likeness, Ao felt a sense of joy blossom within her. This doll provided her with a measure of solace. Subsequently, Ao took the doll to showcase to Tian and the others. Before long, Xiaomi returned from playing soccer. Upon seeing Xiaomi, Ao eagerly presented her creation. "Xiaomi, let me show you my doll." At that moment, Xiaomi, with sweat glistening on her brow and dust smudged across her face, was looking for something to wipe herself clean. Taking the doll, Xiaomi carelessly wiped her face with it. After doing so, she examined the doll in her hands and remarked, "Ao, why did you make a doll that looks just like you? Why not create a robot toy instead?" Upon hearing this, Ao's expression darkened instantly. "Xiaomi, you have crossed the line." Enraged, Ao stormed out of the house. Xiaomi, taken aback, was left bewildered. Just then, Mima appeared behind her, radiating an aura of displeasure, and delivered a firm punch. "Ouch!" Xiaomi yelped in pain. With a stern tone, Mima admonished, "Xiaomi, you are becoming increasingly insensitive." Ao has been disheartened by her inability to find other shooting star people. After finally crafting a doll to keep her company, how can you treat it so carelessly? "Ah, mother, why didn't you say so sooner?" Realizing her misstep, Xiaomi quickly understood the gravity of her actions. Gazing at the doll in her hands, she began to devise a plan to cheer Ao up. "Xiaotian, help me think of a way," she implored Tian with a look of desperation. Tian's thoughts stirred, and an idea emerged. Since Ao wishes to find companions, why not don the guise of a meteorite being to amuse Ao? Surely, this would earn Ao's forgiveness. Excellent. Xiaomi found the suggestion agreeable, nodded in affirmation, and began to gather items to adorn herself. Tian observed Xiaomi as she adorned herself, pondering in his heart that ABA would soon make his appearance. The arrival of ABA signified the impending conclusion of the first season of the wondrous Ao. In recent days, Tian has been preoccupied with a singular thought. What will transpire once the narrative reaches the conclusion of its first season? Will he remain in this realm, or will he depart? After all, he has not forgotten that his primary system is an infinite traversal system. The notion of infinite traversal is inherently straightforward. It undoubtedly implies that he will journey across myriad worlds. One uncertainty lingers in his mind. When will he be able to traverse again? And will it be a forced transition or a voluntary one? The system has provided no clarity on these matters. Nevertheless, Tian harbors an instinctual feeling that he is not far from crossing into another world. This notion engenders a sense of trepidation within him. Having spent several years in this world, he yearns to explore others, yet he finds it difficult to part with this particular realm, more specifically, with certain individuals within it. He can only hope that when the time comes, the solution offered by the system aligns with his desires. As Tian's thoughts raced chaotically, Xiaomi had already adorned herself. The meteor girl Xiaomi was born. On the left, the authentic meteor girl. On the right, the counterfeit. What do you think, Tian? Xiaomi inquired, gazing at Tian. Tian subtly raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "It is simply indistinguishable from a meteorite. I am off to find Ayu." Xiaomi said with a smile before departing from home. Tian followed closely behind. Upon exiting, Xiaomi turned to Tian and inquired, "Tian, what brings you out as well? I am curious whether you can handle Ayu. If not, I shall simply use teleportation to bring you home." Tian began to ramble. After hearing him, Xiaomi extended her thumb and exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea." Tian's lips twitched in exasperation. Before long, the two found Ayu, who was seated atop a pedestrian bridge. They overheard Ayu's somewhat despondent remark, "Perhaps I am the only meteorite being." "Hey Ayu," Xiaomi called out. Ayu turned around, startled by the sudden appearance of what seemed to be a creature of myth. "Don't be disheartened, Ayu," Xiaomi continued. "We both share a love for snacks and comics. We are kindred spirits, your family. Look, I resemble you now." Xiaomi placed a reassuring hand on Ayu's shoulder. Her heartfelt words moved Ayu to tears. "Xiaomi," after she wiped her tears, Ayu inquired, "But what did you use to color yourself? It looks quite familiar." "That's the model paint you gave me before," Xiaomi replied proudly. "What? That's a pigment from the planet seed, and it can't be washed off," Ayu exclaimed, taken aback. "Don't worry," Aya chuckled. "There's a special remover that can wash it away." "Then hurry back," Xiaomi urged, eager to shed her blue hue. Aya turned to Tian, asking, "Tian, will you join us? Let's go together." Tian nodded. This was likely the final planet of the first season. Perhaps this would be the last opportunity for a visit? Soon, Tian followed Ayu as they departed from Earth. Meanwhile, Xiaomi, left behind, gradually became aware of something peculiar. It seemed that everyone around was observing her, their gazes reminiscent of monkeys at a zoo. Instantly, Xiaomi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned on her heel to flee, intending to return home and away to use cleansing agent. Note, in the previous chapter, it was mentioned that the pets, along with Tao Su and Mi Li, had acquired 3 super abilities from the super training box, with the X-ray vision removed. Chapter 81, ABA, Neosha Star. A planet bustling with commercial activity, adorned with numerous shopping streets, where an array of cosmic gadgets could be found. Most likely, there existed a cleansing agent capable of removing paint. The two arrived at the planet. Tian silently recited, "Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the solar-powered electric bicycle. This remarkable bicycle, a creation from the world of Doraemon, requires merely 5 minutes of charging to provide 2 hours of travel. Its maximum speed is comparable to that of a conventional electric motorcycle. However, the solar-powered electric bicycle can traverse all types of terrain, including off-road paths, and can be bound to the host. Once bound, it cannot be stolen by others." Upon reviewing the system's rewards, he mused that this reward was somewhat lacking. With the ability to teleport, wield telekinesis, and access the Anywhere door, it seemed he truly had no need for any mode of transportation. Nonetheless, it would be quite enjoyable to ride it leisurely in the future, after all, being electric. It would also be convenient and effortless to ride. Why is it so deserted here? I looked around, observing the once bustling commercial street now eerily silent, with only the two of them present. Suddenly, Ayu spotted a trove of gold and silver treasures on the ground not far away. "Tian, come. Let us go take a look. There lies a heap of riches," Ayu exclaimed, pointing towards the glittering treasures. Tian nodded and followed Ayu as they approached. Just as they reached the treasure of gold and silver, a large net suddenly appeared, lunging towards the two of them. Tian employed his telekinetic abilities to suspend the vast net in midair, observing the failure of the net to ensnare its targets. The individuals hidden in the shadows swiftly encircled the two. The leader of the group called out, "Meteoric alien Ayu. You are implicated in 366 counts of theft. We hereby demand that you lay down your arms and surrender immediately. We shall strive for leniency in your case." "What? Do not jest. How could I possibly be a thief?" Ayu hastily protested. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. The evidence is irrefutable. The leader produced a series of videos for Ayu and Tian to view. The footage unmistakably showed a meteorite alien committing the crimes. But I truly did not commit any offense. Surely there must be other meteorite aliens. Ayu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The leader retorted, "Cease your denials. According to the latest Cosmic Biological Encyclopedia, you are the only known meteorite alien. Yet that does not preclude the existence of other extraterrestrial beings, does it?" Upon witnessing the scene, Tian inquired, "Indeed, however, the most prudent course of action at present is to apprehend you. Should we have misjudged your intentions, we shall offer our sincere apologies and compensation." The leader continued. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the sky, instantly catching the attention of both Tian and Ayo, as well as those standing behind them. "Boss, behind you," someone urgently warned. The leader turned to look. Before him descended a meteor-like figure, stirring up a cloud of dust. The immense force of its landing sent the group encircling Tian and Ayo tumbling through the air. As the dust settled, a robot that bore an uncanny resemblance to Ayo emerged. Is there truly another meteor-like entity? Ayo's heart leaped with joy. Wait, this is a robot. Tian exclaimed immediately, "A robot?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the mechanical Ayo spotted the genuine Ayo, prompting Dr. Mark, who was controlling the robotic version from behind, to hastily command it to flee. Although the machine Ayo was formidable, it paled in comparison to the true Meteor Man. Faced with the authentic Meteor Man, if it did not escape swiftly, the robotic Ayo would surely face destruction. Whoosh! The mechanical Ayo took off in flight. Ayo shouted fiercely, "I will not allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of the Meteor Man." As the words left his lips, Ayo transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the fleeing robot. The scene unfolded in the bustling commercial street. Tian stood on the desolate street alongside a group of bewildered officers from the Galactic Alliance. "What is the situation now?" one of the officers whispered. Tian gazed at the group of police officers. Just now, that mechanical creature charged directly towards the treasure. Thus, the situation is quite evident. Someone has replicated a robot resembling that creature to commit a crime. The officers exchanged glances among themselves. "If you believe this to be merely my perspective, I can remain here to await the return of the creature with you." Tian continued, "Then I would appreciate your patience." The leader responded. Although Tian appeared as a mere 9-year-old child, they did not regard him as such. After all, in the vast cosmos, there are countless prodigies who display remarkable maturity and astonishing talents from a tender age. Hence, they found Tian's precocity entirely reasonable, categorizing him among the gifted. Meanwhile, Aya was still in pursuit of the robotic Aya. Just as she was on the verge of catching up, the machine began wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Aya's instinct was to save those in peril, allowing the robotic Aya an opportunity to escape. However, as it fled, Aya noticed a red streak of light pursuing it. For a moment, she was taken aback. Could there truly be another meteorite being? She followed the crimson streak, ultimately discovering a spacecraft, which was none other than Dr. Mark's lair. Though she had located the source of the trouble, Aya did not rush forward. Instead, she returned to Nyosha Star. "I have pinpointed the location of the mastermind. Allow me to escort you there," Ayu declared upon her return, glancing at the officers of the Cosmic Alliance, who nodded in agreement. Tian revealed a faint smile. Subsequently, Ayu led a group towards Dr. Mark's spaceship. Dr. Mark's vessel, from which Ayu had just escaped, was struck by a beam of crimson light, shattering it into countless fragments. Startled, Dr. Mark exclaimed, "What is happening?" That Ayu was clearly discarded. As he spoke, the door of his spaceship was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. "Greetings. I am the meteorite being, ABA," announced a black meteorite creature with a wave. "A meteorite being, ABA? Another one?" Dr. Mark gasped in astonishment. In the next moment, he knelt down in apology, saying, "I'm so sorry. I shall never do anything wrong again. Please do not hand me over to the Cosmic Alliance." ABA scratched his head in confusion. "What does your misdeeds have to do with me? I saw another meteorite being fly by and came here to play with him. Where is he?" ABA glanced around. Dr. Mark was momentarily speechless, then pointed behind ABA. "Is that the one you're referring to?" Turning to look, ABA immediately rushed over and embraced the head of the mechanical Ayu, weeping. "Oh, how could you be damaged by me? Why are you so fragile? Your demise is truly tragic." After sobbing for a couple of seconds, a piece of casing popped off the top of the mechanical Ayu's head. ABA paused in surprise and tossed it aside. "A robot? I thought it was a companion. How dull." Chapter 82. Status ABA's side. but in the next moment, a look of realization dawned upon him. Right, if he were real, then he would be damaged by me now. Thankfully, he is not real. Should I be happy or sad about this? ABA pondered this dilemma. Seeing this, Dr. Mark felt a surge of joy. So, he is just a foolish lad, he thought. He rubbed his hands together and said, since this is all a misunderstanding, can you leave now? I found so many good things. At that moment, ABA approached and spotted a pile of treasures beside Dr. Mark, lunging towards them. What do you mean your treasures? These are mine. Dr. Mark was dumbfounded. ABA asserted. But I picked these up. Well, since you've seen them too, I suppose I can share a little. As he spoke, ABA tossed a small piece of crystal to Dr. Mark. It must be said, ABA's demeanor was indeed infuriating. Dr. Mark retorted angrily, share a little. What nonsense is that? I've repeatedly stated that all of this belongs to me, painstakingly stolen from across the universe. Upon Dr. Mark's outburst, the Cosmic Alliance's police appeared, brandishing weapons aimed directly at him. Is that so? You're under arrest. The leader spoke, and Dr. Mark was rendered speechless, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the Cosmic Alliance. In the next moment, fear overwhelmed him, causing his legs to give way as he collapsed to the ground. The members of the Cosmic Alliance turned to Tian and Io, expressing their gratitude. Io, little Tian, thank you both. It has nothing to do with me. The thanks should be directed to Io. Tian waved his hand and spoke. At that moment, Io was oblivious to the conversation among the others. Her gaze fixed intently upon Abba. Just then, Abba turned his head, and the two locked eyes. Io's excitement caused tears to well up in her eyes. Indeed, he is truly a meteorite being. In the next instant, Abba materialized beside Io, seizing her foot and lifting her up. Look, I've found a meteorite being. Now I'll have a companion to play with. Abba exclaimed joyfully. The discovery of a meteorite being had just occurred. The system of Tian unexpectedly displayed a notification, detected that the host is at the final check-in location encountered a meteoric being. Would you like to check in? Tian was momentarily taken aback before finally completing the check-in. After a brief pause, he silently recited, check-in. The check-in was successful, and the host was congratulated for receiving the ultimate reward from the check-in system. Status, Sovereign of the World. With this status, the host would ascend to become the sovereign of the Io world, designated as the primary realm. The infinite traversal system was activated in the second realm. The Electric Boy world was initiated. The host could traverse to the second world at any time. Upon crossing over, the host would receive the final reward from the subsystem, world fusion and ascendancy. As Tian concluded his check-in, a stream of information materialized before him. For the first time, Tian gained a profound understanding of his system. A plethora of information unfolded before him. In essence, Tian had now ascended to the role of the sovereign ruler of the Io world, dwelling within it as an omnipotent being. Concurrently, the second world had been unlocked, granting Tian the ability to traverse through time at his discretion. Upon crossing over, he would activate a new subsystem. And upon securing the ultimate reward from this new subsystem, the second world would merge with the primary world, leading to a transcendent fusion of realms. The stature and significance of Tian shall be augmented. Thus, it can be surmised that the rewards from the attendance system are not merely random, at the very least. The ultimate reward is predetermined, which is evidently orchestrated to enable him to attain the rank of world sovereign. Nonetheless, the current developments are rather pleasing. Tian finds the changes quite satisfactory. He possesses considerable autonomy and even has the option to cease traversing dimensions, remaining solely within the primary realm. Of course, traversing is still essential. With the system in place, to forego the opportunity to explore myriad worlds would render his infinite traversing abilities futile. Aboard the spacecraft, the representatives of the Cosmic Alliance have taken Dr. Mark along with his vessel and contraband. As for Io and ABA, after a brief introduction, they escorted Tian back to Earth. Upon arrival at their neighborhood, the trio stood at the entrance, and Io remarked, "This is our home on Earth, ABA. I am certain that our parents will adore you. Let us enter." As Tian spoke, the trio returned home. In the living room, Xiaomi reclined on the sofa. Upon noticing the door open, she exclaimed, "Oh, why have you been gone for so long?" As she spoke, Xiaomi caught sight of Tian, and also Abba at the entrance. Momentarily taken aback, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. How come there's an extra person? Me. This is Abba. Another meteor being I encountered. Ayu joyfully introduced Abba to Xiaomi. In the original tale, upon seeing Abba, Xiaomi mistook him for Ayu in a different guise and excitedly questioned Ayu about his perceived loss of charm. which ultimately led to Abba fleeing and residing at Tao Su's home. However, this time, Tian was resolute in not allowing Abba to stay at Tao Su's residence. Despite Abba being a genderless meteor being, Tian arranged for Aba and Ao to appear together, ensuring that Xiaomi would no longer rudely comment on Aba's appearance. Ao, you have truly found a companion, Xiaomi exclaimed, her surprise palpable, and she felt a surge of happiness for Ao. Ao chuckled softly in response. Subsequently, Ao produced a cleaning agent and removed the paint from Xiaomi's skin. Soon after, Mi Li and Tao Su entered the living room, accompanied by 4 little ones. And the group engaged in lively conversation with Aba. Their dialogue flowed pleasantly. Before long, Mima returned home and, upon learning about Aba, warmly welcomed him to stay. Recognizing that Ao had longed for a companion, with no pressure in the household, welcoming another little one was a trivial matter. That evening, when Mi Ba returned, Tian laid out a sumptuous feast on a decorative tablecloth to celebrate Aba's joining the Mi family. In the wallpapered house, Tian had also prepared a room for Aba next to Ao's. Overwhelmed with emotion, Aba began to cry at the dining table. "I am so happy to have found so many family members," he exclaimed through his tears. The others chuckled at his words, not taking offense at his expression of having found them. Although they had known Aba for only a short time, they had come to understand him. Aba was even younger than Xiaomi, often surprising them with his remarkable words and actions, a mere reflection of his youthful spirit. As night fell, Tian sat before the desk in his room, summoning the system panel as he pondered a matter of considerable significance. He found himself somewhat hesitant about the timing of his impending traversal. Should he embark on this journey now, or should he delay? The internal conflict weighed heavily on him. After several hours of contemplation, Tian ultimately resolved to proceed with the traversal at this moment. After all, time would freeze in the Io world following his crossing. His eagerness to traverse stemmed from a desire to enhance his own strength. The fusion of worlds would not only elevate the realms but would also fortify Tian, the sovereign of this world. Moreover, his dominion over the infinite traversal system would expand. For instance, at present, Tian could only traverse alone, and upon crossing, he would have to wait for the second world to merge with the primary world before he could return. However, as his status as the world's sovereign increased, this limitation could be altered. He could potentially take companions with him or return at will after traversing. The pursuit of strength should not be delayed. The acquisition of power should also be timely. System, traversal. The voice of Tian resonated within the confines of the room. In an instant, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. A radiant light illuminated the space, and Tian vanished from the primary realm. A brief interlude, and I shall return. Chapter 1. The Electric Boy. Preliminary information. Brothers, please refrain from commenting on the preceding passage. Your remarks continually overshadow my messages. We have returned. The Electric Boy. In the quaint town of Walnut, there exists the Snow Bear House. This establishment is the brainchild of the parents of the protagonist, Xiong Xiaoguang, and serves as an ice cream shop. It is a modest 2-story dwelling, complete with a small backyard. The storefront at the front is designated for business, while the rear and the upper floor are reserved for living quarters. Initially, the Snow Bear House was home to only the Xiong family, Xiong Dad, Xiong Mom, and their son, Xiong Xiaoguang. However, in recent days, a new resident has joined their household. Tian traversed through realms to become the son of Xiong Ma's second uncle. In essence, Tian is now the cousin of Xiong Ma. Recently, Xiong Ma's second uncle and aunt met with an unfortunate accident and passed away, leaving him without any other relatives. After deliberation, Xiong Ma and her father decided to bring her cousin home, for otherwise he would be destined for an orphanage. Although the Xiong family is not exceedingly affluent, they are certainly not lacking in resources. Thus, accommodating an additional child is well within their means. It is worth noting that the entirety of this narrative has been fabricated through alterations in the memories of certain individuals by the system. Tian has, in fact, traversed into this world just a few days ago, fabricating an entirely new identity out of thin air. The system has orchestrated this identity for Tian's benefit. Which brings us to the subsystem he activated upon arriving in this realm, the martial arts system. This system possesses a singular function by combating unlawful activities. The host can acquire various martial arts skills. In the world of the Electric Shock Kid, where crime flourishes, one cannot overlook Hu Tao Town, particularly in proximity to the protagonist. However, upon the activation of this subsystem, Tian found himself quite bewildered. He possesses elemental power, akin to wielding magic. Thus, Envisioning a magical armored warrior practicing martial arts in the animated realm presents an intricate scenario. Moreover, the notion of combating crime evokes thoughts of the true armor, dedicated to eradicating evil. One might wonder if the world of AO has overlooked rewarding him with a true armor for his commitments. Returning to his identity, Tian initially felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he is not truly the cousin of Bear Mother. Nevertheless, he must remain close to Xiao Guang in order to effectively combat wrongdoing, as his ultimate goal is to gain experience in dealing with monsters. Since the system has already paved the way for him, he shall henceforth consider Bear Mother as his own sister and Xiao Guang as his dear nephew. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a smile graced Tian's lips at the thought of becoming an elder to the protagonist. It seems rather delightful. Despite having only the age of 10 in this new life, he is, in essence, of the same generation as Xiao Guang. The sudden addition of a nephew of the same age brings him joy, and he imagines that Xiao Guang feels similarly elated. Xiao Tian, have you risen yet? Tian had only just risen from his slumber when he heard Xiao Guang's voice at the door. Tian opened the door and saw Xiao Guang at the threshold, who said, "Dear nephew, you ought to address me as uncle." Xiao Guang. Tian placed a hand on Xiao Guang's shoulder as they walked towards the dining hall. "Do not be reluctant. After all, I am your uncle," he said. "But you are the same age as I am. If you call me uncle a few more times, you will grow accustomed to it." "No, Xiao Tian." Xiao Guang shook his head and replied, "Let us come to an agreement. You refrain from calling me your nephew, and I shall not call you uncle. Is that acceptable?" Tian responded without hesitation, "No." As they spoke, the two made their way to the dining room and began their breakfast. When Bear Dad and Bear Mom arrived, Bear Mom turned to Tian and inquired, "Xiao Tian, are you comfortable living at home?" "Sister, I am quite accustomed to it." "That's good to hear. If there is anything, do let me know." "Thank you, sister." They continued their conversation while finishing their meal. It was rather peculiar for a 10-year-old child and a woman in her 30s to address each other as siblings. Bear Dad's feelings were unknown, yet Xiao Guang felt somewhat speechless. After the meal, Xiao Guang began playing video games in the living room, with Bear Mom joining in on the fun. Although they were parents, Bear Dad and Bear Mom enjoyed video games as well, often playing alongside Xiao Guang. The familial atmosphere was indeed delightful. "All right, enough playing. Quickly change your clothes. The television crew will be arriving shortly," Bear Dad announced as he entered the living room. Eyeing Bear Mom and Xiao Guang engrossed in their game, Bear Mom nonchalantly replied, "It's merely a program. We are not VIPs. So there's no need to be nervous. Just treat it as a game." "Is that so?" "However, as far as I know, the grand prize for this program is the latest Nara 2046 gaming console." A smile crept onto Bear Dad's face. Upon hearing about the gaming console, Bear Mom and Xiao Guang simultaneously dropped their controllers and turned to Bear Dad. "The latest Nara 2046. They exclaimed in unison. Bear Dad nodded. "So? If we fail to win the grand prize, don't blame me." "Xiao Guang, hurry and change your clothes. Gather your things." Bear Mom immediately sprang into action. As Bear Mom and Xiao Guang prepared to change, Bear Dad looked at Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, you should also change into something more suitable." "Brother-in-law, it's unnecessary. This outfit is perfectly fine for me." Tian shook his head. The treasure hunting program at the abandoned castle suited him perfectly, as his outfit, entirely in black, was both practical and stain-resistant. "That is acceptable, yet your wardrobe is rather limited. You possess only black and white attire. In a couple of days, I shall have your sister take you to purchase a few more sets of clothing," remarked Bear Dad, patting Tian on the shoulder. "Brother-in-law, you have not changed your shoes." Tian observed that although Bear Dad had changed his clothes, he was still wearing the kind of shoes one would typically wear at home, clearly unsuitable for treasure hunting. Thus, he gently reminded him, "Oh, I almost forgot. I shall go change my shoes as well." With that, Bear Dad went to swap his footwear. Before long, Bear Mom and Xiao Guang returned to the living room. At that moment, the crew from the Hu Tao Town television station had arrived at the Snow Bear house, approaching its side entrance. The Snow Bear house featured 3 doors, the main entrance at the front, a side door on the left, and a rear door leading to the backyard. When the establishment was closed for business, the family usually utilized the side entrance. As the sound engineer from the television station was about to knock on the side door, it suddenly swung open, striking him against the wall behind it. "Ouch!" The engineer yelped, but neither Xiao Guang nor the others heard him. "Hello there. You must be the crew from TV," Bear Dad greeted with a smile as he stepped outside. Bear Mom added, "You seem to be Mr. Binky, the host of that treasure hunting program, correct?" "Indeed, I am the charming host, Binky," he replied, striking a pose. Shall we set off and chat along the way? Tian glanced at the group and spoke. Yes, this way. Our vehicle is just ahead. Bingqi smiled at the others and said, Xiong Xiaoguang. A fifth-grade student from Hutao Town is curious and timid, yet possesses a profound sense of justice. He has the ability to transform into the electric boy. In his transformed state, he confronts those with ill intentions. Xiaoguang's father is honest and diligent, yet he compensates for his shortcomings through hard work. Harboring a penchant for collecting antiques, Xiaoguang's mother enjoys commendable interpersonal relationships and handles matters with finesse. Mr. Bingqi, the television program host, is timid as a mouse yet meddlesome. Known for his exaggerated speech and flair for attracting attention, often resorting to unscrupulous methods to shine. Chapter 2. The Nutty Thief Before Long. The group boarded the TV station's vehicle. Inside, Xiaoguang turned to Bingqi and inquired, Ms. Bingqi, Mr. Bingqi. Might I ask where we are headed on this treasure hunt? Bingqi, unfazed by Xiaoguang's misaddress, chuckled and replied, Our treasure hunting destination for this episode is Black Cloud Mountain. The haunted house of Black Cloud. As he spoke, Bingqi adopted a playful expression, attempting to frighten the children. Ah, a haunted house, Xiaoguang exclaimed, taken aback. Bingqi, eager to further spook Tian, emitted ghostly sounds and made a grimace at him. Tian silently observed Bingqi. For some reason, Bingqi felt as if the young man was regarding him with the gaze one might reserve for a lunatic from a mental institution. Ahem. Tian displayed a lack of cooperation, prompting Bingqi to awkwardly clear his throat and cease his antics. Before long, the cameraman drove the vehicle to the ominous Black Cloud Mountain, home to the notorious Black Cloud haunted house. We've arrived. Please alight from the vehicle, the cameraman remarked, casting a slight glance over his shoulder. Subsequently, a group of individuals disembarked. Upon exiting the vehicle, Mr. Bingqi commenced the recording of the show. Beginning with an introductory speech that outlined the premise, the production team had concealed a treasure chest within the haunted house. And if the participants could locate it within 30 minutes, they would be deemed successful in their challenge and rewarded with the latest gaming console. While Mr. Bingqi elaborated, Mr. and Mrs. Bear, eager to start, could hardly contain their excitement. Observing their enthusiasm, Mr. Bingqi had no choice but to announce the commencement of the challenge. The Bear family then ventured into the haunted house. It's so dark. What if there really are ghosts? I no longer want to search for the treasure. I just want to go back and play on the gaming console, Xiaoguang expressed, a tremor of fear in his voice. Mr. Bear reassured him, saying, There are no ghosts in this world. Now that we are here, let us search. If we find the treasure chest, we can win the latest gaming console, which might even benefit the business at the Snow Bear Lodge. Father makes a valid point. Mrs. Bear nodded in agreement. At that moment, the weather outside took a sudden turn, unleashing thunder and lightning. The sound of thunder intensified Xiaoguang's fear, causing him to cling tightly to Tian. Do not be afraid. It is surely the production team playing tricks on us. What are the odds of such coincidental occurrences? Mr. Bear continued to comfort Xiaoguang. As he spoke, Mr. Bear dashed toward the second floor of the haunted house, declaring, Let us split up and quickly find the treasure chest so we can leave. Father, please don't run so fast. Wait for us, Xiaoguang called out, then followed closely behind his mother and Tian as they ascended the stairs. As they climbed, Xiaoguang cautiously scanned their surroundings, feeling an unsettling sensation that someone was watching them. Tian remarked, You are not mistaken. Indeed, someone is observing us. The production team had employed actors to play the roles of ghosts. As they ascended the staircase, Xiaoguang's attention was suddenly drawn to a painting hanging at the top, where the eyes seemed to flicker momentarily. Xiao Tian, the eyes of that painting moved. Xiaoguang grasped Tian's hand more tightly. Xiaoguang, what nonsense are you spouting? How could a painting possibly move? Mama Xiong shook her head in disbelief. Xiaoguang, momentarily puzzled, wondered if perhaps he had truly misperceived the scene. Shortly thereafter, the trio reached the second floor. Suddenly, a ghost emerged from a room. There is a ghost, Xiaoguang exclaimed in alarm. Do not be frightened. Look closely, for this ghostly figure bears the logo of Made in China upon its face. Tian pointed at the face of the ghost. Xiaoguang paused for a moment, and then both Xiaoguang and Mama Bear took a closer look. Indeed, it was true. The ghost stood there, equally bewildered. Who, in their right mind, would not flee upon encountering a ghost, but instead scrutinize its visage? Surely, you must be part of the production crew. Your lack of creativity is evident, as we had already anticipated your intent to frighten us before you even entered. Mama Bear waved her hand dismissively. The ghost, realizing its cover was blown, swiftly took flight, choosing to retreat in respect. Sister, let us split up to search for the treasure chest. Tian looked at Mama Xiong and said, all right, the production team's plan has been unraveled. Let us hasten to locate the treasure chest. Subsequently, the three of them dispersed to pursue their individual endeavors. Meanwhile, the Nut Bandit had arrived at the haunted house, where Mr. Pinchy and his companions were bound outside. The Nut Bandit then entered the haunted house through the back door. This notorious figure was a wanted criminal from Walnut Town, notorious for his insatiable love for nuts, resorting to theft and robbery to satisfy his craving. Just days prior, he had been approached by a robot named Ruby, who proposed a deal involving 100 boxes of imported nuts in exchange for assistance in capturing a diminutive robot at the haunted house. Inside the haunted house, the staff were attempting to reach Mr. Pinchy to inform him that their plans had been compromised. However, they were unable to establish contact with him. At that moment, the Nut Bandit stealthily approached one of the staff members from behind and knocked him unconscious with a single blow. He then produced a phone and said, hello. I haven't located any robots, only a group of television personnel filming something. Clear them out, the robot must be there. Search thoroughly. With the call concluded, the Nut Bandit prepared to commence the operation to clear the area. Tian discovered a secluded spot devoid of surveillance, and at that moment, a summoning device materialized at his waist. He vividly recalled the lesson that the nutty thief had imparted to Bear Dad and Bear Mom. After all, they were his sister and brother-in-law. He could not stand idly by while they were subjected to maltreatment. After Tian transformed into Nawa, he prepared to confront the nut thief. At that moment, the nut thief encountered Bear Dad. However, Bear Dad merely regarded the nut thief as a performer from the production team, continuing his search for the treasure chest. As Bear Dad approached the staircase, he paused, realizing something was amiss. Surely, a mere impersonation would not be so convincing? He turned to look at the nut thief above the stairs and tentatively inquired, could it be that you are truly the nut thief? Is it not strikingly similar? The nut thief replied, raising his right hand. In his grasp was a device capable of launching nuts. While these projectiles were not lethal, they could inflict considerable discomfort upon impact. Without further ado, the nut thief opened fire, unleashing a flurry of nuts. Tian appeared just in time, stepping before Bear Dad and shielding Guoren. The impact of Guoren's attack against the armor felt akin to a mere tickle. The notorious thief, Guoren, took a step back upon witnessing the sudden emergence of Nawa. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Guang and Bear Mom arrived at the staircase, all eyes drawn to Nawa. At this moment, Tian had transformed into Nawa in his adult form. This was a recent discovery for Tian after the armor transformation. While it could shrink to suit his stature, it could also maintain its standard size, allowing even someone of his youth to wield it with ease. Thus, when Tian transformed, he deliberately set the armor to its standard size, for it appeared far more impressive. Wow, so cool. Xiao Guang exclaimed upon seeing Nawa. Who are you? Guoren inquired. The one here to capture you. Tian spoke, his voice resonating through the armor, markedly different from his own. Chapter 3, Nawa Armor, brazenly arrogant. The Nut Bandit snorted coldly. In the next moment, Nawa vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Nut Bandit, delivering a powerful kick. The force propelled the Nut Bandit from the second floor, crashing against a stone pillar of the haunted house. A resounding crash echoed as he fell to the ground floor. Such immense strength. The Nut Bandit clutched his chest. Although Tian had not exerted himself significantly, it was still beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. After all, the Nut Bandit was merely a common criminal with a physique slightly stronger than average. Who on earth are you? The Nut Bandit glared furiously at Nawa. Tian felt a sense of tedium. Your abilities are rather feeble. The Nut Thief, upon hearing these words, was so enraged that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Tian's figure vanished once more, reappearing directly before the Nut Bandit. I have a question for you. Why did you suddenly come here? Suddenly, a fiery red dagger materialized in Tian's hand, the molten-scaled blade that belonged to Nawa. He swiftly pressed it against the neck of the Nutty Bandit. A robot sent me here, instructing me to locate another robot. The Nutty Bandit, intrigued, promptly sold off Ruby. Pray, describe the characteristics of that robot. Tian continued. The Nut Thief promptly recounted the characteristics of that robot. Excellent. Tian smiled and nodded, giving a gentle pat on the shoulder of the Nut Bandit before vanishing into the haunted house. In the next moment, the Nut Bandit found himself in the confines of the Walnut Town police station's cell. Upon successfully apprehending the Nut Bandit, the system issued a notification congratulating the host for obtaining the 9 Yang True Scripture. It was indeed a moment of triumph. Tian felt a surge of joy. In the next moment, he vanished into the haunted house. Not far away, Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Xiao Guang were still in a state of confusion. Realizing that the two had disappeared, so that nut thief was defeated by someone in a single blow, Papa Bear mused, somewhat dazed. That person is incredibly formidable. And their armor looks magnificent, Xiao Guang exclaimed, filled with excitement. Being a child, witnessing the armored warrior firsthand was an experience he could hardly resist admiring. Mama Bear turned to Papa Bear and inquired, should we continue searching for the treasure chest? Absolutely, why not? There's a grand prize to be won. Papa Bear nodded. By the way, where's Xiao Tian? Xiao Guang suddenly recalled, noticing the absence of Tian. I'm right here, came Tian's voice from behind. Xiao Guang jumped in surprise. When did you get behind me? I've been here all along. Really? Well then, let's search for the treasure chest. With that, the four of them set off in different directions once more. Meanwhile, deep within the haunted house in Kirby's base, a multifunctional robot from the future world had been dispatched to retrieve the stolen inventions. Clumsy and easily angered, yet possessing a strong sense of justice. Kirby observed the surveillance footage and pondered, the robot that the nut thief mentioned must be Ruby, right? Is Ruby here to capture me? And there's also that mysterious individual, quite impressive indeed. Perhaps it's just that the nut thief is rather weak. As Kirby continued to muse to himself, a sudden voice startled him, causing Kirby to stumble. Turning around, he was astonished to find Tian had arrived at the base unbeknownst to him. Kirby's eyes widened in disbelief. You're the child named Xiao Tian. Weren't you up above? Kirby was bewildered. How had this child appeared here? No need to be alarmed. I wish to discuss a matter with you. It seems you are being sought after, and it does not appear to be for anything good. Your current base location has been compromised. Have you considered relocating? Tian gazed at Kirby and remarked that the narrative had been altered by him, and he must restore it to its rightful course. After all, if Kirby did not venture to the Snow Bear's abode, how could so many wild creatures appear to cause trouble? Without such disturbances, how could he combat illegality? This was what one might call entrapment. Kirby turned to Tian and inquired, pray, tell me how you came to be here? Tian summoned the summoner and then transformed. So you are the enigmatic figure. Your armor is indeed formidable, capable of instantaneous movement, Kirby remarked as he glanced around at Nawa. It is not the armor that is impressive, but rather my own prowess. Instantaneous movement is a skill of mine, Nawa replied. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Have you considered the possibility of relocating our base? Tian spoke candidly. Cabby seemed to have grasped Tian's intent and inquired, are you offering to help me find a new base? Indeed. Tian nodded. Cabby, perplexed, inquired, why? Because you are a pendant that has activated mockery, came the response. Tian certainly could not articulate such thoughts, so after some contemplation, he declared, I possess a generous heart. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. All right, I shall comply. Where might you locate the new base? Cabby, somewhat speechless, ultimately agreed after weighing his options, sensing that Tian harbored no ill intentions. In truth, the principal reason was that if Tian did possess malevolent intent, Cabby felt powerless to thwart it. Moreover, he indeed required a change of location, as his current base had been compromised and adversaries were in pursuit. Therefore, rather than outright refusal, he opted to consent, planning to observe Tian's ulterior motives in due course. Then let us proceed, he said. Tian spoke as he directly led Cabby away from the base. In the Snow Bear house, within the basement, he pressed a button on a red nose to open the grand entrance. This is the new base I have found for you. This is our home's basement, where you can establish a new base. Tian glanced at Kirby, who surveyed the surroundings with a keen eye. Tian continued, although the environment and location may not be particularly favorable, my presence here ensures that I can protect you should you encounter any danger. Thus, this place is quite suitable for establishing your new base. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Kirby expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Just focus on setting up your base. I must return to the haunted house now. With that, Tian departed. Kirby remained in the basement, pondering, could he truly be so kind-hearted? Surely, a child harbors no malicious intent. This thought brought Kirby a sense of reassurance. Tian, there is nothing wrong. What ill intentions could a mere child possess? Meanwhile, within the ominous black cloud haunted house, Bear Dad finally discovered the treasure chest. The family convened in the grand hall, and Tian joined them. The four of them opened the chest, only to find it utterly empty. Is this Binky playing tricks on us? Bear Dad remarked with a hint of irritation. Brother-in-law, let us confront him and demand the game console while holding him accountable for this empty chest. Yu Tian suggested. Xiao Tian was right. Let us depart. Bear Mama nodded. And the family stormed out of the haunted place. Upon reaching the exterior of the haunted house, they beheld the bound Bingqi trio. How on earth did Mr. Bingqi and his companions end up tied up? Xiao Guang exclaimed in astonishment. It must have been the work of the nut thief. Let us free them, Bear Dad declared. Commencing the unbinding of the trio. Thank you so very much. We are truly grateful, Bingqi expressed hastily. All right, now you owe us an explanation regarding this empty box. After releasing the trio from their restraints, Bear Dad tossed the empty box to them, inquiring irritably. Chapter 4. The Electric Shockwacha. This must be a mistake on the part of the staff. We will return and fetch the game console for you, Bingqi said with a forced smile. You said it. If you do not deliver the game console to us, do not blame us for causing a ruckus at your television station, Bear Dad threatened. Rest assured, we will definitely bring it to you. Let us get in the car and head back, Bingqi assured them with a look of certainty. With that, the group entered the vehicle and departed from Black Cloud Mountain. In the Walnut Town Police Station, a group of officers stood outside a detention room. Inside the room was none other than the nut thief. Inspector Young glanced at his companions. How did the nut thief end up in our police station? No idea. The others replied, shaking their heads. They were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Let us review the surveillance footage. Could this fellow have simply materialized out of thin air? Inspector Young commanded with a wave of his hand. A few minutes later, seated before a computer, Inspector Young scrutinized the surveillance footage, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Yu Tian and his companions had returned to Walnut Town, where Bingqi had spent a considerable portion of his salary to acquire the latest gaming console, subsequently escorting Yu Tian and the others back to the Snow Bear Lodge. Once they had bid farewell to Yu Tian and his group, Bingqi was overcome with grief. What a grand prize it was, in reality. It was merely a ruse to attract participants for the recording of the show, as they had no budget for actual prizes. Reluctantly, he had to use his own funds to purchase the game console, which was indeed quite pricey. Upon their return to the Snow Bear Lodge, Father Bear and Mother Bear resumed the operations of their ice cream parlor. Yu Tian returned and proceeded to the basement. Xiao Guang noticed and followed him. Xiao Tian, what are you doing in the basement? You will find out soon. Yu Tian keeps a secret. The basement. Yu Tian approached a wall and subsequently activated a switch. The wall then parted, revealing a charming dollhouse. Within the dollhouse, one of the walls displayed an image of Kirby. Yu Tian pressed the nose of the Kirby image once more, and subsequently opened another wall. At that moment, Xiao Guang's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in delight. Wow, wow, wow. Inside the toy house, the chorus of croaking frogs filled the air. Yu Tian entered the base, and Xiao Guang promptly followed. Xiao Tian, you have arrived, greeted Carby, who appeared to acknowledge Yu Tian. How is it that our basement has such a vast space? And where did this little robot come from? Xiao Guang inquired curiously, stepping forward to poke Carby's head with a finger. This is Carby, who wishes to stay at our home from now on. Yu Tian inquired. Would my parents agree to let you stay at our home? No worries, I can tell my sister and brother-in-law that this is a toy I purchased. I'm not merely a toy, I am a highly intelligent robot, Carby retorted. Carby, who exactly are you? I have never encountered a robot quite like you. Xiao Guang asked with curiosity as he gazed at Carby. I am a highly intelligent robot from the future, created by my master, Dr. Mifeng. A batch of his inventions was stolen and brought to this era. Hence, I traveled through a time machine to retrieve the stolen creations. Carby formally introduced his background. The future? Inventions? That sounds fascinating. Xiao Guang's eyes sparkled, as it seemed like something out of an animated series. The individuals who stole the items must also be searching for you, and they likely wish to capture you. But why is that? Yu Tian turned to Cabby and inquired. Cabby pondered for a moment and replied, it must certainly be something unfavorable. I have a suspicion that he might be attempting to return to the future. However, acquiring the energy for a time machine in this era is quite challenging. Therefore, he may be planning to capture me, leveraging the energy within me to facilitate his return to the future. Cabby's conjecture proved to be entirely accurate. It seems that your future troubles will be far from few. Yu Tian nodded and deliberately spoke. Xiao Guang, listening to their conversation, turned to Cabby and asked, Cabby, are there bad people trying to capture you? Fear not, for we shall protect you. Thank you, Cabby replied. By the way, you are Xiao Guang, correct? Yes, I am Xiao Guang, he confirmed, providing his name. From now on, I shall reside in your home. Allow me to present you with a gift. As Cabby spoke, he produced a watch and handed it to Xiao Guang. Receiving the watch, Xiao Guang exclaimed, an electronic watch? It's truly beautiful. Thank you, Cabby. He accepted the gift and adorned his wrist with it. Tian nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the scene. His earlier mention of Kirby's current predicament was primarily intended to instill a sense of insecurity within Kirby. After all, insecurity often compels one to devise solutions, and Tian was well aware that Kirby possessed an electric shock wristwatch. However, it was also evident that Xiao Guang's unwavering commitment to protect Kirby played a crucial role. Otherwise, Kirby would not have so readily entrusted the wristwatch to him. Turning to Xiao Guang, Kirby said, "Xiao Guang, come here for a moment." With that, Kirby led Xiao Guang onto a platform. Soon after, a glass dome descended, enveloping Xiao Guang. "What is this?" Xiao Guang inquired, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. "Do not be afraid. It's nothing to worry about," Kirby reassured him. Tian glanced at Xiao Guang, who felt a slight sense of reassurance upon seeing him still present. Subsequently, Cabby manipulated the controls at the console. Within the glass chamber, strands of electricity flickered to life, enveloping Xiao Guang in a striking red outfit, complete with a conspicuous pair of gauntlets. In mere seconds, the ensemble vanished, and the dome gradually lifted. Cabby pointed at Xiao Guang's wristwatch. "Xiao Guang, from now on, you can transform using this watch." Cabby proceeded to explain the mechanism of the transformation watch. "Transformation? Thank you so much, Cabby," Xiao Guang exclaimed, brimming with joy upon receiving the news. In the next moment, he turned to Tian and asked, "Cabby, could you also provide a watch for Xiao Tian?" "Xiao Tian? He doesn't need one," Cabby began to respond. Tian interrupted Carby, saying, "There should only be one of these. As your uncle, I cannot possibly compete with my dear nephew for such a treasure." Xiao Guang turned to Carby, who nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I possess but a single transformation watch." Meanwhile, Carby pondered silently. Sensing that Xiao Tian seemed reluctant for Xiao Guang to discover his identity as that enigmatic figure, Tian certainly wished for Xiao Guang to remain oblivious. In this manner, while he was aware that Xiao Guang was the electric boy, Xiao Guang remained in the dark about his identity as the armored warrior. It was a rather amusing predicament. Unbeknownst to Tian, he had inadvertently awakened certain attributes of a jovial nature. This realization made Xiao Guang feel somewhat bashful. After all, in his perspective, Tian and Cabby had been acquainted prior, and it seemed rather unfair that such a splendid treasure had come to him instead of Tian, who rightfully deserved it. "Let us proceed and introduce Cabby to our sister and brother-in-law." Tian placed a hand on Xiao Guang's shoulder, gently guiding him outside. "Cabby, come along," he called out, ensuring Cabby followed them. A fascinating tidbit, Electric Shock Boy has a comic series, authored under the pen name of Wildcat. This is how one of the most frequently appearing supporting characters, Mr. 3 Cat, who has a penchant for ice cream, came to be. However, I could not ascertain whether the anime or the manga was released first. The information I found indicates that both debuted in 2009. Chapter 5. Instant Level Up at the Ice Cream Shop. Tian introduced Kirby to Bear Dad and Bear Mom and subsequently inquired if Kirby could stay at their home. Since it was Tian's request, Bear Dad and Bear Mom readily agreed without hesitation. In the second-floor living room, Xiao Guang exclaimed, "Hooray! Kirby, you can stay." Kirby smiled joyfully in response. If given the choice, he would prefer not to return to the previous base, which was situated in a desolate area where human presence was scarce. He favored a livelier environment. After spending a while in the living room, Kirby returned to the base to attend to his own matters, while Xiao Guang retreated to his room to play with the transformation device. Transforming into Electric Boy, he gazed into the mirror, feeling rather vain. "I look so cool," Xiao Guang said with pride. In the living room, with both of them gone, Tian seized the opportunity to summon the system interface. Host, Tian Main System, Infinite Traversal System Second World, Electric Boy Secondary System, Martial Arts System System Reward, 9 Yang Scriptures, awaiting use, utilize the 9 Yang Scriptures. Tian silently recited a phrase. In the next moment, a surge of knowledge flooded into his mind. He is strong, let him be strong. The gentle breeze caresses the mountaintop. He is bold, let him be bold. The bright moon illuminates the great river. Following this, a warm current emerged within Tian's body, circulating effortlessly. As it flowed, this warmth intensified, progressively unlocking his meridians. In but a short while, the warm current had transformed into an exceptionally potent internal energy, successfully unblocking hundreds of meridians. Tian was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that the system's reward was not merely to grant him the knowledge of the 9 Yang manual, but to elevate his cultivation to perfection? Within him, a powerful internal energy, born from his perfected training, began to surge. This martial arts system was remarkably formidable. Previously, he had believed that it would merely allow him to instantly learn the Nine-Yang manual, after which he would have to rely on his own efforts to cultivate. Yet, to his surprise, it had directly propelled him to the pinnacle of mastery. Tian vanished from the living room and journeyed to the eastern edge of Walnut Town, where he intended to test the formidable might of the fully mastered Nine-Yang True Classic. Upon arriving before a massive boulder, Tian channeled his internal Nine-Yang energy and unleashed a powerful punch. Without the augmentation of any other martial arts, he attacked solely with his inner strength. The boulder was obliterated into fragments, which were sent flying in all directions. The potency of martial arts was indeed impressive, at least within the realm of the Electric Boy. After all, in this anime, the character Xiaoguang, who transforms into Electric Boy, has been bested by numerous highly skilled martial artists, despite ultimately relying on fortuitous advantages to secure victories. Nonetheless, the undeniable power of martial arts remains. Particularly, the ability to enhance oneself through such techniques provided Tian with a thrilling sensation. This was a novel experience that the Super Energy Training Box and Elemental Candy had failed to offer him. It heightened his anticipation for exploring other martial arts. Naturally, Tian's eagerness stemmed from the system's ability to elevate his martial skills to their peak with a mere button press. Who wouldn't be excited by such a prospect? Subsequently, Tian experimented with several techniques intrinsic to the Nine-Yang True Classic in the wilderness, including bone shrinking skill, turtle breathing technique, and wall crawling skill. After indulging in this practice for a considerable time, Tian returned to the Snow Bear Lodge. As evening descended, Papa Bear and Mama Bear closed the door of their ice cream shop and ascended to the second floor. However, when they attempted to turn on the lights, they found them unresponsive. "What is going on? Has the living room bulb burned out?" Papa Bear remarked, perplexed. Tian glanced at Xiaoguang, who spoke with a hint of guilt. "Is this somehow my fault?" "Indeed it is," replied Cabby softly. "When you transform, a subtle current is generated. While it poses no danger to people nearby, it can easily damage light bulbs." "I see," Xiaoguang nodded. "It seems I shouldn't transform carelessly at home anymore." At that moment, Mama Xiong emerged from the bedroom, exclaiming, "Dad, the light bulbs in the house are all broken." Since Papa Xiong and Mama Xiong have children, they address each other using their children's titles, meaning Mama Xiong refers to Papa Xiong as Dad and Papa Xiong calls Mama Xiong Mom. This nomenclature essentially means the child's father and the child's mother, but is simplified to Dad and Mom. Therefore, it is unnecessary to question why Mama Xiong calls Papa Xiong Dad. I noticed while rewatching the anime that many viewers were confused, but one can easily understand the rationale behind this naming convention. "How peculiar," Xiaoguang. "Please go buy some light bulbs," Papa Xiong said, looking at Xiaoguang. "All right." Xiaoguang obediently replied, acknowledging his responsibility for the mishap. "I shall accompany you," chimed in another voice. "Me too." Tian and Cabby conversed as they followed Xiaoguang out of the door. The trio arrived at a general store, where an assortment of various items was available for sale. After purchasing a light bulb, they made their way back home. Tian turned to Xiaoguang and said, "In the future, please refrain from transforming at home." "Rest assured, I will certainly not transform while at home," Xiaoguang replied. "By the way, I have chosen a name for my transformed self, Electric Boy. What do you think?" Xiaoguang asked the two of them. "It's quite good," they responded. Tian nodded. Cabby replied, "That name quite suits you, Xiaoguang, doesn't it? However, Cabby, why is the transformation limited to just 10 minutes? Moreover, after transforming once today, I cannot transform again. This duration seems rather brief." Xiaoguang expressed with a hint of regret. Cabby waved his hand dismissively. "Unfortunately, this is unavoidable. The costume of Electric Kid requires energy. Therefore, one can only transform once a day, and each transformation lasts merely 10 minutes. However, rest assured, I shall endeavor to find a way to extend the transformation time for Electric Kid." "I entrust this to you, Cabby," Xiaoguang said with a smile. As the three conversed, they soon returned to the Snow Bear's abode. There, Papa Bear took a ladder to change a light bulb, while Mama Bear went off to prepare dinner. During supper, Mama Bear glanced at Tian and inquired, "Xiao Tian, do you need me to take you to school tomorrow?" No, it's all right, sister. After all, Xiaoguang and I are in the same class, so I can just go with him tomorrow." Tian quickly shook his head and replied, "Very well then." Mama Xiong nodded, not pressing the matter further. After they had finished their dinner, Tian returned to his room. Xiaoguang promptly followed him, clasping his hands together in earnest supplication. "Xiao Tian, Now that we are at school, could you please refrain from calling me your nephew? I beg you. Observing Xiao Guang's earnest demeanor, Tian chuckled and replied, all right. Thank you so much, Xiao Tian. Xiao Guang exclaimed joyfully. He was quite averse to the idea of his classmates discovering that he had an uncle of the same age, who also attended the same class. Xiao Tian, let us indulge in some gaming. I have just acquired the latest gaming console, and it would be a shame not to play with it, Xiao Guang urged, leading Tian to the living room. Chapter 6. Hip-Hop Brothers. The following day, in the early morning, Tian arose and made his way to the dining area for breakfast. While he was enjoying his meal, he heard the television broadcasting something about a robbery. A bank robbery, perhaps? Tian turned his gaze towards the television in the living room. A reporter from the station had confirmed that the two robbers who had held up the bank yesterday afternoon were clowns from a now-defunct circus, known as the Hip-Hop Brothers. Utilizing a crab-like machine, the duo effortlessly scaled the bank's walls and breached the vault with ease. Watching the footage on the screen, Father Bear shook his head and remarked, such peculiar incidents occur year after year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Just yesterday morning, we encountered the Nut Bandit, and by afternoon, the bank was robbed. Mother Bear directed her attention to Tian and Xiao Guang, saying, Xiao Guang, Xiao Tian, when you head to school later, please do not linger near the bank. Understood. Mom. Xiao Guang nodded in agreement. After finishing breakfast, Tian and Xiao Guang set out with their backpacks. Upon reaching the first floor, Tian unexpectedly pushed a bicycle out from the backyard. A bicycle? When did we acquire a bicycle at home? Xiao Guang stared at the bicycle in astonishment. I brought it when I came to the Snow Bear's house. Tian elucidated. Xiao Guang displayed a hint of perplexity. Did Tian bring a bicycle when he visited their home? He was somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, what did it matter? It was merely a bicycle. Tian glanced at Xiao Guang and said, Xiao Guang, hop on. I shall give you a ride. Sure. Without hesitation, Xiao Guang settled himself on the rear seat of the bicycle. Soon after, Tian twisted the handlebars, and the bicycle commenced its journey. Xiao Guang, momentarily perplexed, realized he had not seen Tian pedaling. How could the bicycle be moving? Confounded, he could not comprehend it at all. Before long, Tian rode past a bank that had recently been robbed. From his vantage point at the back, Xiao Guang spotted a fellow classmate ahead and immediately waved, calling out. Xiao Nan, Lu Jianan, known as Xiao Nan, was cheerful, endearing, and opinionated, diligent in her studies and passionate about nature and environmental conservation. Upon hearing the call, Xiao Nan turned her head and noticed Tian carrying Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang turned to Tian and said, Xiao Tian, please stop. Tian nodded and paused beside Xiao Nan. Good morning, Xiao Guang. Good morning, Xiao Nan. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Tian. He used to study in Walnut Town, but today he will transfer to our class. Xiao Guang introduced Tian. Hello, Tian, Xiao Nan greeted. Hello. As the three of them were conversing, a stout child suddenly dashed out from behind, careening between them and colliding with Xiao Nan's shoulder. This was Dafu, a close friend of Xiao Guang and a classmate who often behaved like a little bully among friends, though he was not particularly brave and frequently engaged in banter with Tang Ji. Dafu, why are you rushing around like that? Xiao Nan exclaimed, somewhat irritated. We're going to be late. What are you all chatting about? Also, the news warned to be cautious near the bank. Hurry up. Dafu called back as he halted. Is this the bank that was reported to have been robbed? Xiao Nan and Xiao Guang gazed towards the bank. At that moment, the bank had a large hole in its wall, seemingly created by some heavy machinery. Hey, look at the ground. Xiao Guang suddenly noticed something and pointed to the ground beside Dafu. There lay a medal. Xiao Guang intended to pick it up, but Dafu, having dismounted his bicycle, snatched it first. What a splendid medal. This suits me perfectly. It belongs to me now. Dafu joyfully adorned himself with the medal. Dafu, how can you claim something you found as your own? We should return it to its rightful owner. Xiao Guang immediately interjected. Xiao Guang, you always preach. I won't listen to you. I found it, so it's mine, Dafu boasted as he strutted down the street. Just then, a car sped by, and Dafu remained oblivious. Watch out. Xiao Guang and Xiao Nan cried out in alarm. The vehicle came to a swift halt right in front of Dafu, who was thoroughly startled. Dafu, are you all right? Xiao Guang and Xiao Nan rushed to his side. Am I still alive? Dafu, still in shock, struggled to regain his composure. At that moment, the car door swung open, and a short figure emerged, wearing a helmet. Tang Ji, scion of the Tang family, an industrial magnate in Walnut Town. was known for his privileged upbringing and mischievous ideas, often engaging in friendly banter with Dafu. Tangji, why are you wearing a helmet? Xiaonan inquired curiously upon noticing him. This is a riot-proof helmet specially developed for me by my father. He fears I might encounter trouble from mischievous brothers on my way to school, Tangji proudly proclaimed. You ride in a private car and still wear that? How ridiculous. Xiaonan inquired with confusion. At that moment, Duff regained his focus and approached Tangji, exclaiming, It's not just an exaggeration when you don this helmet. You resemble a bobblehead. Humph, Duff, your envy is palpable. After all, such advanced technology exists solely within the confines of your dreams. Enough of this banter. Attempting to explain this high-tech marvel to you is a sheer waste of time. You may proceed at your leisure. I must make my way to school now. Butler, please drive me. As Tangji spoke, he returned to the car. As you wish, young master, the butler replied, only to have the vehicle break down at the press of the accelerator. Outside the car, Duff and his companions erupted in laughter. With the car incapacitated, Tangji had no choice but to accompany them on foot to school. By the way, who is this? Tangji inquired, glancing at Tian. Xiaoguang promptly introduced Tian to Duff and Tangji. Duff patted his chest and declared, since he is Xiaoguang's friend, he shall henceforth be my friend as well. If one must choose friends, let it be with me, Tangji. Tangji playfully retorted, establishing their jovial yet competitive camaraderie. Despite their friendship, the two often engaged in light-hearted banter, holding a mutual disdain for one another. You little rascal. All right, enough squabbling. If we don't hurry to school, we will truly be late. Let us go. The group began to run towards the school. However, Tian and Xiaoguang had it easier, as they rode an electric bicycle. While running, Tangji grumbled, Damn it, when I return home, I must persuade my father to procure a bicycle for me to keep in the car. Enough complaining, conserve your energy and run faster, Duff chided, giving Tangji a playful tap on the head. Upon arriving at Walnut Town Primary School, Xiaoguang and the others headed to their classroom, while Tian made his way to the future homeroom teacher's office. Inside, Tian encountered the homeroom teacher, a male instructor who was the most frequently seen educator. The teacher provided Tian with some textbooks before leading him to the classroom, where he introduced Tian to the students. After Tian offered a brief self-introduction, the homeroom teacher assigned him a seat, thoughtfully placing it behind Xiaoguang, considering their relationship. Thus, the formal class commenced. Chapter 7, The Manifestation of Reality After Class. Tian engaged in conversation with Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang, have you noticed the morning news? That crab-shaped robot created by the hip-hop brother seems unlike anything from this era. It could very well be the invention that Carby has been searching for. Xiaoguang pondered for a moment and deemed it indeed plausible. Isn't your watch capable of contacting Carby? Why not find a secluded spot and discuss this matter with him? Tian continued speaking. Xiaoguang nodded and then left the classroom to head to the restroom. After contacting Cabby promptly accessed the bank's surveillance footage through technical means and confirmed that it was indeed an invention of Dr. Mifeng. Subsequently, Cabby informed Xiaoguang that he hoped Xiaoguang would accompany him after school to find the hip-hop brothers and retrieve the invention. Xiaoguang hesitated, expressing concern. Cabby, can I really defeat it? That robot is enormous, and I can only transform for 10 minutes. Cabby reassured him. Don't worry, Xiaoguang. That robot is merely an industrial model. Defeating it shouldn't pose much difficulty. I believe you can conquer it within 5 minutes. Moreover, I must let you in on a secret. If you find yourself struggling, the mysterious figure from the haunted house will surely appear to assist you. To bolster Xiaoguang's confidence, Cabby revealed a hint of information. Cabby, do you know that mysterious figure clad in armor? I can't disclose that. But if you truly cannot prevail, he will certainly come to your aid. All right then, Xiaoguang. The responsibility of upholding justice and maintaining world peace now rests upon your shoulders. Huh? Me? Shouldn't that be the duty of the police? How could the police of Walnut Town possibly contend with Dr. Mifeng's inventions? Well, I will do my best, Cabby. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was after school. Tian and Xiaoguang swiftly returned to the Snow Bear house, specifically to the basement laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Xiaoguang turned to Kirby and inquired, Kirby, how shall we locate the hip-hop brothers? I don't have a particularly effective plan. We can only wait for their appearance, Kirby replied, shaking his head. I see. Xiaoguang nodded, a hint of disappointment gracing his features as he had been keen to test the power of the electric shock boy and was eager to encounter the mysterious figure from yesterday once more. As they conversed, suddenly, The screen before Kirby emitted the voice of Mama Bear. Is this surveillance? Xiao Guang asked, glancing at the screen. Kirby nodded, saying, I installed cameras in the ice cream shop, the living room, and some areas of the backyard. This way, when Mama calls for us, we can hear her even from the lab. I understand. Speaking of which, it must be Da Fu and the others coming to play with me. By the way, Kirby, you should join us. I'll introduce you to my friends. Sure, Kirby agreed, and together, the duo departed the basement, making their way to the ice cream shop ahead. In a small park adjacent to the Snow Bear house, Da Fu, Tongji, and Xiaonan had gathered. Upon spotting Yi Tian and Xiao Guang, the three greeted them. What is this? Da Fu asked, patting Kirby's head. Xiao Guang, did you purchase this toy somewhere? Greetings, everyone. I am a multifunctional, highly intelligent robot named Kirby, Kirby replied, brushing Da Fu's hand away as he introduced himself. Wow, Kirby's movements are just like a real person, Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise. Though they had encountered various robots before, they had only seen those with very stiff movements. Meeting a robot as lifelike as Kirby was indeed a first for them. At this moment, Tongji waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's just a robot. My father's company has a plethora of them. Kirby is far superior to those outdated models. Xiaonan retorted with a smile. A multifunctional, highly intelligent robot. What capabilities does he possess? Tongji still seemed unconvinced. Kirby pondered for a moment before responding. I have the ability to materialize objects. I can replicate things. Replicate? Da Fu's interest was piqued. Kirby, can you create a copy of me to attend school in my place? I can't replicate living beings just yet. With your disposition, adding another one would only detract from the aesthetic appeal of the city. Tongji seized the opportunity to jab at Da Fu. My mother has always told me that I am the most handsome person in the world, Da Fu declared with utmost confidence. Yi Tian shook his head. Child, your mother has deceived you. At that moment, Kirby spoke up. I cannot replicate a person, but allow me to create a copy of this instead. As he spoke, Kirby pointed to the medal adorning Da Fu's neck, the very one discovered earlier that morning at the bank entrance. In the next instant, Kirby activated his materialization ability, conjuring an identical medal. Simultaneously, the Hip-Hop brothers wielded a detector, diligently searching for the medal. This prized possession had once been earned by the Hip-Hop brothers during their time at the circus, and the younger brother cherished it dearly. Unfortunately, during a robbery the previous day, it was inadvertently lost. He implored his brother to assist him in the search. The elder brother agreed and, armed with the detector provided by Ruby, began the quest for the medal. Guided by the detector, the Hip-Hop brothers ventured to the park adjacent to the Snow Bear's residence. Thieves! So it was you who stole our medal. Return it to us at once. The Hip-Hop brothers shouted at several individuals within the park. Hip-Hop brothers! Xiaonan exclaimed in shock. Run! Tangji yelled, taking off in haste. As Yi Tian caught sight of the Hip-Hop brothers, his eyes sparkled with delight. Their arrival was perfectly timed. In the next instant, Yi Tian employed his ability of instantaneous movement, transporting the Hip-Hop brothers to the detention room of the police station. With their successful apprehension, the host rejoiced at the acquisition of the 18 dragon-subduing Palms Park. The others stood in astonishment, bewildered. Huh? Where did they go? Where are the Hip-Hop brothers? Xiao Guang scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Kirby glanced at Yi Tian, understanding that the disappearance of the Hip-Hop brothers was undoubtedly linked to him. Approaching Yi Tian, Kirby whispered, Xiao Tian, where have you taken the Hip-Hop brothers? They've been sent to the police station. What? But we still have no idea where the doctor's invention is. Do not worry. This is for you. It was discovered on the Hip-Hop brothers and should prove beneficial. Yi Tian handed the detector to Kirby. He had naturally kept the device after sending off the Hip-Hop brothers. The detector. How splendid. With this, finding inventions will be much easier in the future, Kirby exclaimed, his joy evident as he accepted the gadget. In the park, Xiao Guang turned to Da Fu and said, Da Fu, you should really hand over the medal to the police. Otherwise, the Hip-Hop brothers might come after you again. All right, Da Fu quickly agreed. Compared to the medal, he valued his life far more, recalling the morning news featuring the Hip-Hop brothers and their colossal robot, which he could not possibly withstand. Chapter 8. A second chance at the police station. Outside the holding room, a crowd of officers had gathered once more. It was strange, indeed. The Hip-Hop brothers had appeared out of nowhere in the holding room. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Where is Inspector Yang? Off checking the surveillance footage, I presume. Ultimately, it's a good thing. After all, the criminals have been apprehended. The officers discussed the situation. casting curious glances at the hip-hop brothers inside the holding room, who were equally bewildered. Brother Haha looked at Brother TT and asked, "Brother, how did we end up at the police station?" "My dear brother, I have no idea," TT replied with a sigh. Meanwhile, Inspector Young sat at his computer, intently observing the surveillance footage, lost in thought. Before long, Tian and his companions accompanied Dafu to return the medal to the police. After handing over the medal, they each went their separate ways, agreeing to meet again another day for more adventures. Upon their return home, Tian and his companions, Cabby, retrieved the detector and made a few adjustments before commencing the search for the mining robot, specifically, the colossal crab utilized by the hip-hop brothers for their heist. "Found it. Let us embark," Cabby declared after locking onto the mining robot. "All right." Xiaoguang nodded in agreement. "Wait a moment."